This weekend, a new bipartisan deal was reached on federal gun legislation. We've got the framework and what it means just ahead.
Wildfires in the West and high heat crushing over 100 records in at least 25 states.
New details surrounding a far-right group of over 30 packed into a U-Haul truck wearing masks and riot gear. Where they were headed.
In just a few hours, the second round of hearings by Democrat-led January 6th committee. We got a preview of today's witnesses and the agenda.
And we'll dig into the controversy over the upstart Saudi-backed Live Golf League causing waves with the PGA. Early today starts right now.
Morning. Hope you had a good weekend. I'm Philip Mena.
I'm Francis Rivera. A fast-moving inferno is forcing evacuations near Flagstaff, Arizona this morning. The pipeline fire has exploded to about 5,000 acres since it started Sunday morning. One man has been arrested in connection with this out-of-control fire, which is the second to scorch this area in less than 2 months. That blaze burns as Arizona sees record-high temperatures, like 114 degrees in Phoenix. Now the extreme heat will move into hundreds more cities this week. Let's turn to NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman, who is tracking that heat wave. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to you both. Yeah, this is dangerous, record-breaking, historical, and it's going to last for the next few days. So we do have 54 million Americans under some sort of heat alert, whether it's an excessive heat warning, excessive heat watch, and that's what we're watching from the Southwest all the way to the Northern Plains, the Ohio Valley, into the Great Lakes and the Carolinas as well. We're going to see temperatures into the 90s, 100s. It's going to feel like 115 in some spots. So here's the setup here. We have the jet stream so far to the north that sort of opens the door to all this summer-like heat that's coming in. So hundreds all the way to Omaha, Nebraska. It's going to feel like 101 in some spots. 98 degrees today in Nashville, Raleigh, 98, 90s also in Meriden, and we're looking at Houston, 99 degrees. Tomorrow we're going to keep the heat in place as well, so into the upper 90s in Minneapolis, 99 in Louisville, and 100 degrees in Charlotte. So later on this week, still warm, not maybe quite as warm in parts of the upper Midwest, but we're looking at the upper 80s in New York City by Thursday. We'll talk more about the heat, guys. We're also looking at some strong to severe storms today as well.
All right, Michelle, thank you. And today marks 3 weeks since 19 children and 2 teachers were killed in their school by a teenager with an assault rifle. And the public outcry may have finally pushed senators into action. A bipartisan group reaching a framework for a stricter set of gun safety laws. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from D.C. Bree, good morning. So what made the cut and what didn't?
Good morning, Philip. Yeah, Republicans and Democrats doing what almost no one thought they could, reaching a deal on guns. The president saying it would be the most significant gun safety legislation to pass Congress in decades. The framework reached yesterday would enhance background checks for 18 to 21-year-olds, incentivize states to implement red flag laws, includes new funding for school safety, mental health, and telehealth. It would also clarify who is licensed to sell a firearm and penalized straw purchases. But here's what's not in the deal. It would not ban semi-automatic weapons or high-capacity magazines, and it would not raise the age to buy assault weapons. It would also not apply universal background checks. 10 Republican senators have signed on to this framework. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell is not among them, but he did issue a statement supporting the negotiations, though not necessarily the final product. Meanwhile, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer called it a good first step.
For the first time in close to 30 years, Congress seems ready to reject the vice-like grip that the NRA has had on the Congress and move forward to meaningful gun legislation.
And now Senate staffers will have to write a bill that gets 60 votes in the Senate. Philip.
They seem to have some momentum. Bree, thank you.
Reaction to the new federal gun law proposal came quick. Some activists are cheering the developments, desperate for any new safety measures, while others say they don't go nearly far enough. Here's Gabe Gutierrez.
From L.A. to Chicago to New York.
Vote them out!
This weekend's marches had already energized supporters of new gun laws.
We're not against honest, law-abiding people having a handgun, but they don't need an assault weapon that is stronger than anything the police here are carrying.
Many advocates are now celebrating the proposed deal.
This is incredibly historic. For the first time in 26 years, we have a bipartisan agreement on a framework for creating gun safety legislation.
The founder of the group Moms Demand Action highlights the potential closing of the so-called boyfriend loophole, which would prevent dating partners, not just spouses, who were convicted of domestic violence from having guns. But other activists say the bipartisan deal does not go far enough.
So far, the package just feels to me very, very inadequate. It feels like it is a very disappointing.
Ryan Deitch survived the 2018 Parkland massacre.
I think more than anything, this package is to gain brownie points for senators and to give them some sort of credit for doing the bare minimum, which I don't think they deserve.
Public opinion has been shifting towards tougher gun laws as mass shootings have become more common. A recent poll found that U.S. adults support stricter gun laws over less strict ones by a 5-to-1 margin. Sari Kaufman is another former Parkland student.
As a survivor of gun violence, this is so exciting and a monumental day for the gun violence prevention movement. After Parkland, I said that I would turn my trauma and grief into action, and today I feel like that has finally happened.
And our thanks to Gabe Gutierrez for that report.
Police have charged 31 members of a far-right group with a conspiracy to riot. They were all pulled out of a U-Haul van on Saturday. Police say they were headed to disrupt Pride celebrations. Our Maggie Vespa reports on a 911 call that may have thwarted violence in the streets of a small town.
These guys stopped a U-Haul full of dudes.
A swarm of extremists who Idaho police say came to riot. 31 suspected white nationalists zip-tied and arrested blocks from a pride festival.
These people want violence for us, and we don't want violence for anybody.
There was at least one smoke grenade. There was multiple shields.
Coeur d'Alene police Saturday discovered the crowd crammed in a U-Haul after a 911 caller described seeing a little army at a local hotel with masks on their faces and slogans like "Reclaim America" on their shirts. Police charging all 31 with conspiracy to riot, noting they planned to swarm several parts of Coeur d'Alene and carried paperwork similar to an operations plan that a police or military group would put together. They traveled in from states all across the country, allegedly united by white nationalism.
They appeared to be affiliated with the group Patriot Front.
Who is Patriot Front?
Patriot Front is a white supremacist group. It is anti-Semitic, racist, and homophobic to the core.
Experts say the group formed following 2017's deadly Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia. Police in Idaho working with the FBI. Why Coeur d'Alene, Idaho?
White supremacist movement has deep roots in Idaho. And sometimes they'll choose small towns. Less security, easy to show up, less resistance.
Amid Pride Month, events across the country now on edge, knowing one small town may have dodged a violent confrontation. Maggie Vespa, NBC News.
The Live Golf Invitational Series kicked off this weekend outside of London. The tour is financed by the Sovereign Wealth Fund of Saudi Arabia. That money coming from a known human rights violator is stirring up controversy in the world of sports ahead of President Biden's visit to the kingdom. Our Blaine Alexander reports.
The 2011 Masters champion is having...
For Charles Schwartzel, it was the most profitable putt of his golf career, banking a whopping $4 million as the inaugural champion of the Live Golf Invitational held near London.
Never in my wildest dreams did I ever think we could play for that much money in golf.
But it's the source of that money that's under scrutiny. The three-day event, the richest golf tournament in the world, is funded by the Saudi Arabian government. Now, players are under fire for taking part, accused of turning a blind eye to the country's record on human rights.
It's painful. It's an insult. It's a betrayal.
Terry Strada lost her husband on September 11th and runs the group 9/11 Families United, which urged players to pull out of the tournament. The Saudi government has denied any involvement with the attacks, despite the 9/11 Commission's findings that Saudi nationals played a key role in funding al-Qaeda.
Sports washing. That is what the kingdom is doing. They are using the wonderful sport of golf to try to show that they are a respected regime on the world stage when they're not.
But the backlash back home did not stop two more high-profile American players from signing up over the weekend. Even after the PGA Tour suspended 17 players for taking part, including Dustin Johnson and six-time major champion Phil Mickelson.
This is an opportunity that gives me a chance to have
the most balance in my life going forward, and I think this is going to do a lot of good for the game.
The tournament falls right at the intersection of sports and politics. Saudi Arabia is among the world's top oil producers, and the tournament comes as American gas prices hit a record high. All of it falling on the heels of President Biden's announcement that he will meet with Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, a move criticized by more than a dozen human rights groups.
And our thanks to Blaine Alexander for that report.
All right, let's go back to NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman for more on all that extreme weather we're facing out there. Hi, Michelle.
Hi there, guys. Yeah, we have a lot today. And this morning we're watching showers and storms, some in the northwest, some in the northern plains, and even watching some showers too in the northeast today. This is a look at radar. We're also watching it severe weather this morning in the Dakotas, and we're going to see the threat for severe weather as we go throughout the rest of today. So seeing lots of lightning here. We do have a severe thunderstorm watch in parts of South Dakota. And as we go throughout the afternoon, 43 million people at risk this afternoon for winds gusting to 75 miles per hour. That's really gusty. That's going to cause some damage. Also damaging hail up to an inch, and a few tornadoes are possible as well. Looking at the chance of some rainfall as well, locally up to 3 inches possible. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, it's a hot one for so many of us today. We're looking at temperatures in the 90s, 100s. It's going to feel like 115 in some spots. Warm in the mid-Atlantic too. DC today 91, and we're looking at hundreds in the state of Texas, 101 in Dallas. All right, guys, we're going to look at the week ahead because we do have that extreme weather, the heat, fire danger, also some storms. We'll look at that coming up.
A lot of important stuff to cover. Thank you, Michelle. The 75th Annual Tony Awards got the show on the road at Radio City Music Hall. Hosted by West Side Story star Ariana DeBose, the 2022 awards were held in person for the first time since the pandemic. Pulitzer Prize-winning A Strange Loop received the Best New Musical nod. Well, this win marks an EGOT for artist Jennifer Hudson, a co-producer of the play. And Jesse Tyler Ferguson took home a Tony for his work in Take Me Out, earning the Best Performance by an Actor in a Featured Role title.
We're just hours away now from the second round of the January 6th hearings. We'll have witnesses and expectations in 1 minute.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We are just a few short hours away from the second round of the January 6th hearings. Today, the House Select Committee is expected to focus on the big lie surrounding the 2020 election and former President Trump's unfounded claims of fraud. The witness list includes former Trump campaign manager Bill Stepien and former Fox News political editor Chris Stirewalt. NBC's Josh Letterman has more.
The January 6th committee gearing up for round 2.
after the first hearing revealed new evidence that former President Trump's inner circle told him directly that he lost the election. Monday's hearing will focus on how Trump ignored those facts, instead perpetrating the big lie.
President Trump engaged in a massive effort to spread false and fraudulent information to convince huge portions of the U.S. population that fraud had stolen the election from him.
Some 20 million people tuned in for the first hearing, a preview of dramatic revelations the committee says are coming in the remaining hearings, including evidence that Trump cabinet members discussed removing him from office using the 25th Amendment, and that several Republican lawmakers involved in the big lie asked Trump to pardon them after January 6th. Committee Chairman Benny Thompson saying we'll soon learn exactly how many.
That will come out in our hearings.
Among the expected witnesses, former Fox News political editor Chris Steyerwalt.
I was asked to testify, and I got to go.
His team at Fox was first to call Arizona for Joe Biden, infuriating Trump and his allies.
Some people think that may have been called a little too early.
The January 6th committee picking up the pace this week. Former Acting Attorney General Jeffrey Rosen set to testify Wednesday on how Justice Department leadership threatened to quit after Trump pressured them to investigate baseless claims of fraud. And former Mike Pence advisor Greg Jacob testifying Thursday on how Trump tried to bully his vice president into stopping Congress from certifying the election. This morning, fresh signs that many Republicans have already made up their minds. Committee Vice Chair Liz Cheney, a Republican, facing a backlash from GOP voters in Wyoming that could cost her job.
Our thanks to Josh for that report. Lester Holt will lead NBC's special coverage of this morning's hearing starting at 10 Eastern.
Still to come, remembering the victims of the Pulse nightclub shooting 6 years later.
And Toby Keith's private battle. The country music superstar reveals a serious health scare.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
Right now on NBC News Now,
look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told. No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Frankie Jimmy de Jesus Velázquez.
At ceremonies around Orlando, the reading of the names of 49 people killed in the Pulse mass shooting 6 years ago. Events brought together bereaved families, friends, and members of the LGBTQ+ community who were attacked. A ceremony outside the Pulse Inter Memorial capped off a week of remembrance for the victims. The gunman was killed after a standoff with police.
Vice President Kamala Harris made a surprise appearance at a Pride festival in D.C. She took the stage addressing the alleged far-right plot that was foiled at an LGBTQ event in Idaho. D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser also took part, walking in the procession. Meanwhile, on the West Coast, the Pride Festival was back in full swing in Los Angeles. Thousands came out with over 130 floats. The first ever permitted Pride parade in the world was held in L.A. in 1970.
All right, Michelle, we'll have our forecast for the week ahead coming up.
And dinosaurs take down Top Gun, the monstrous debut for Jurassic World Dominion.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Welcome back on this Monday. Well, the big weather story today continues to be the record heat. We're going to break a lot of records over the next few days. Could break 100 records. And we're also looking at that historical heat as well. So we're going to add that to it. A high fire danger with winds gusting near 50 miles per hour. And looking at the chance for strong storms today, the upper Midwest into the Ohio Valley, the Great Lakes, and parts of the Northeast. By Wednesday, the extreme heat continues. We'll see those heat alerts stretching through Wednesday. A few storms in the upper Midwest, drying out in the Northwest. That's good news because we're going to be wet today and tomorrow, and also looking at those temperatures in the Southwest with the fire danger continuing. Then by Friday, isolated showers in parts of New England. Lots of sunshine through the northern plains, the upper Midwest, the Great Lakes. The dangerous heat continues on Friday in the Southwest. We're going to see temperatures into the 100s. Back to you guys.
Oh, okay, Michelle, thanks. Disturbing health news from one of country music's biggest stars. That's next here on Early Today.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Coming or what?
A baby raptor? I made a promise we would bring her home.
You made a promise to a dinosaur?
Yeah. What?
Dino domination at the box office. Jurassic World Dominion stomped past the competition, pulling in $143 million over opening weekend. The NBC Universal film had the third biggest debut since the pandemic.
That looks amazing. Country singer superstar Toby Keith is giving his fans a health update, announcing his battle with stomach cancer on Twitter. Keith wrote that he was diagnosed last fall and has spent the past 6 months receiving treatment. His July performance at the Ohio State Fair was canceled, but no mention has been made on whether upcoming concerts will also have to be canceled. The Red Solo Cup singer assured that he is taking time to rest and recover with his family and said he will see fans, quote, sooner than later.
Now to the innovative program helping young black and brown men better understand the importance and responsibilities of fatherhood. From NBC Chicago, Alex Maragos spoke with the new graduates of the Dovetail Project.
The caps and gowns say graduation, and a special kind it is. No textbooks, no professor, no one right answer. The course, fatherhood, and the lessons, lifelong.
I feel wonderful. It's the start of life, the start of my real life.
Will Davidson owes his new life to the Dovetail Project, a program building better fathers across Chicago. 3 days shy of his 25th birthday, Davidson is dad to Will Jr., who turns 2 this summer.
Every decision I make is to better my life for my son.
Dovetail taught Davidson and his 21 classmates the roles, rights, and responsibilities of fatherhood and how to maintain an active presence in their children's lives. While some young men think being a father is the end of their lives, Dovetail teaches it's just the beginning.
It gives you a fighting chance. It makes you feel like you can make it.
Now graduating over 600 men in almost 13 years, Dovetail was founded by Sheldon Smith.
I know that the legacy that these young men are going to leave with their families and their communities are going to be amazing.
It's a legacy easy to see every day, even when the days are difficult.
We stood in our car for a few, couch surfed a little.
Experiencing homelessness taught Angel Juarez to care for his family in new ways. With Dovetail's support, he's ready for what's next. A new graduate with a new look on life.
Everything that I'm getting, I'm earning through me, and independence and respect is one of the highest things that I really believe in.
In their first class 12 weeks ago, all 22 men brought different backgrounds and different stories to Dovetail. But today they emerged united to be better men and better fathers.
And we thank our NBC Chicago affiliate for that report. Hey, consider it an early Father's Day celebration for all of them.
Hey, it's the toughest job, best job you'll ever had, so I've heard.
Thanks for starting your week with us. This is Early Today.
Let's make a deal. Republicans and Democrats come together on the framework of new gun legislation. We'll tell you what's in and what's out.
New details this morning on the alleged plot by a group of white nationalists called the Patriot Front, including the arrest of their leader.
We're just hours from round 2 of the Democrat-led January 6th hearings, including today's witnesses and expectations.
Stock futures are down big time this morning following Friday's 800-point drop on the Dow. We'll check in with CNBC's Steve Sedgwick for a read on the week ahead.
And honoring retiring teachers with students from across the years. Let's get your week started off right. Early today starts right now. Good morning. I'm Philip Mena.
Glad you're with us. I'm Francis Rivera. Extreme heat is fueling a fire emergency in the Southwest. The pipeline fire has forced evacuations north of Flagstaff, Arizona, after burning about 5,000 acres in 24 hours. One man has been arrested for violating a burn ban while that fire is investigated. This comes as Arizona sees record high temperatures, like 114 degrees in Phoenix. Now, the extreme heat will move into hundreds more cities this week. Let's turn to NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman, who is tracking that heat wave. Hi, Michelle. Good morning.
And good morning to you both. Yeah, we're looking at record-setting heat. We're looking at dangerous heat and also historical heat over the next few days. Temperatures feeling like 115 in a lot of spots. So we do have heat alerts stretching from the southwest to the upper Midwest into the Great Lakes. A big part of the country under some sort of heat warning. So we're looking at 54 million Americans affected this morning and as we go throughout Wednesday. This is going to be a big story over the next couple of days. That jet stream is lifted so far to the north, it's kind of opening the door to this summer-like heat. So we're going to see heat index values climbing as high as 110 to 115. That's what it feels like on your body, and that's how you need to dress as you head out over the next several days. So light, loose layers. Now, as we go throughout the next 3 days, we're looking at 100 records probably being broken in 25 states. So a big part of the country looking at really warm air. Dangerous heat today. Lots of 100s out there. It's going to be 90s, 100s, feeling like 110, 115 in many spots. Dallas 101 today, 101 in St. Louis, 99 degrees in Augusta. Feeling warmer than that, though. Then as we head throughout tomorrow, we're looking at temperatures into the upper 90s, 98 degrees in Minneapolis, 97 in Chicago, St. Louis 101, and 98 degrees in Charleston. And then we're going to be above average really the rest of the week, so temperatures not much better. In New York City by Friday, we're looking at still the upper 80s. We'll talk more about this heat. This heat's going to spark some storms as well. We'll talk about that too coming up.
All right, Michelle, talk to you soon. Today marks 3 weeks since 19 children and 2 teachers were killed in their school by a teenager with an assault rifle. And the public outcry may have finally pushed senators into action. A bipartisan group reaching a framework for a stricter set of gun safety laws. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from Washington, D.C. Bree, good morning. So what made the cut and what didn't?
Good morning, Philip. Well, yeah, Democrats and Republicans doing what almost no one thought they could, reaching a deal on guns. The president saying it would be the most significant gun safety legislation to pass Congress in decades. The framework reached yesterday would enhance background checks for 18 to 21-year-olds, incentivizes states to implement red flag laws, includes new funding for school safety, mental health, and telehealth. It would also clarify who is licensed to sell a firearm and penalize straw purchases. But here's what's not in the deal. It would not ban semi-automatic weapons or high-capacity magazines, and it would not raise the age to buy assault weapons. It would also not apply universal background checks. 10 Republican senators have signed on to this framework. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell is not one of them. He did issue a statement supporting the negotiations, though not necessarily the final product. Meanwhile, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer called it a good first step.
For the first time in close to 30 years, Congress seems ready to reject the vice-like grip that the NRA has had on the Congress and move forward to meaningful gun legislation.
And now Senate staffers will have to write a bill that gets 60 votes in the Senate. Philip.
All right, Bree Jackson for us. Bree, thank you.
Police have charged 31 members of a far-right group of a conspiracy to riot. They were all pulled out of a U-Haul van on Saturday. Police say they were headed to disrupt Pride celebrations. As our Maggie Vespa reports, a 911 call may have thwarted violence in the streets of a small town.
These guys stopped a U-Haul full of dudes.
A swarm of extremists who Idaho police say came to riot. 31 suspected white nationalists zip-tied and arrested blocks from a pride festival.
These people want violence for us. And we don't want violence for anybody.
There was at least one smoke grenade. There was multiple shields.
Coeur d'Alene police Saturday discovered the crowd crammed in a U-Haul after a 911 caller described seeing a little army at a local hotel with masks on their faces and slogans like Reclaim America on their shirts. Police charging all 31 with conspiracy to riot, noting they planned to swarm several parts of Coeur d'Alene and carried paperwork similar to an operations plan that a police or military group would put together. They traveled in from states all across the country, allegedly united by white nationalism.
They appeared to be affiliated with the group Patriot Front.
Who is Patriot Front?
Patriot Front is a white supremacist group. It is anti-Semitic, racist, and homophobic to the core.
Experts say the group formed following 2017's deadly Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia. Police in Idaho working with the FBI. Why Coeur d'Alene, Idaho?
White supremacist movement has deep roots in Idaho. And sometimes they'll choose small towns. Less security, easy to show up, less resistance.
Amid Pride Month, events across the country now on edge, knowing one small town may have dodged a violent confrontation. Maggie Vespa, NBC News.
The committee investigating the January 6th attack on the Capitol is getting ready for round 2 of its hearings. Lawmakers are expected to lay out the case that former President Trump knew that he lost the 2020 election and made an effort to spread disinformation. The witness list includes former Trump campaign manager Bill Stepien and former Fox News political editor Chris Steyerwalt. NBC's Ali Rafa has more.
The January 6th committee revealing a key witness to testify, former President Trump's 2020 campaign manager, Bill Stepien. The committee forcing him to testify by subpoena, stating last November that he supervised the conversion of the 2020 campaign operation into a disinformation campaign to overturn the election. That messaging, they say, was then echoed by the rioters. Former Fox News political editor Chris Steyerwalt also expected to testify.
I was asked to testify, and I got to go.
Steyerwalt coming under fire from the former president after defending the network's decision to call Arizona for then-candidate Biden, the first major signal Trump would lose his re-election bid. The hearing expected to focus on how the deadly attack on the Capitol was no spontaneous riot, but the direct result of the former president's misinformation campaign.
The president absolutely tried to overthrow the will of the people.
Members confident their nearly year-long probe has produced sufficient evidence for a criminal indictment.
Once the evidence is accumulated by the Justice Department, it needs to make a decision about whether it can prove to a jury beyond a reasonable doubt the president's guilt or anyone else's. But they need to be investigated if there's credible evidence, which I think there is.
Our thanks to Ali for that report. Lester Holt will lead NBC's special coverage of this morning's hearing starting at 10 Eastern.
Sunday marked 6 years since the Pulse nightclub shooting in Orlando, Florida. A memorial service was held outside the site of the massacre and other places around the city. Friends and relatives read out the names of those who were killed, and one woman spoke with our Orlando affiliate WESH about that moment.
It's a special thing for my family, for myself, and for all of us to have that. And so to be able to read those names, they're more than names. They have their stories.
49 people were murdered at Pulse on June 12, 2016. The gunman was killed after a standoff with police.
After a 2-year hiatus, the Pride Festival was back in full swing in Los Angeles. Thousands came out, and even some members of NSYNC.
Every step of the way, our community is always attacked and trying to take our rights away. So, you know, this is the time of year we always remind everyone that we're here, we're proud, and we're not going anywhere.
The first ever permitted Pride Parade in the world was held in Los Angeles in 1970. And in D.C., Vice President Kamala Harris made a surprise appearance, taking the stage and speaking about the LGBTQ hate and addressed that alleged far-right plot that was foiled at a Pride event in Idaho.
All right, let's go back to Michelle for more on today's extreme weather. Hi again, Michelle.
Hi there. Yeah, we're watching some showers and storms this morning. Some in the northwest and some in the Dakotas. Also looking at the northeast with showers and storms this morning. So we're going to see some spots where we're looking at some really gusty winds later on this afternoon. Zooming in a little closer here this morning, we're seeing some heavy rain, some storms through the Dakotas, North Dakota, South Dakota. We're looking at torrential rainfall, and that will be the story throughout this afternoon as well. So 43 million Americans at risk for severe weather today. Strong winds gusting to 75 miles per hour. Could see damaging hail up to an inch or larger. Also, a few tornadoes are possible. Where you see the yellow, that is the likeliest spot of seeing the severe weather. So Chicago, Indianapolis, Columbus, we're looking at the chance for severe weather for you today. Then as we head throughout the rest of today, we're looking at the chance for locally heavy rainfall as well, up to 3 inches in some spots, especially where you see that darker shading in the yellows, the reds, and also the oranges. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, it's going to be a hot one for many of us today. Too hot, actually, in some spots. We're looking at temperatures in the 80s and 90s, 94 degrees in Richmond, and we're looking at the 100s in parts of the south central states. 101 in Dallas today, 97 in Oklahoma City. All right, guys, we'll talk more about that extreme heat, that historical heat, also the chance for more severe weather. We'll talk about that coming up.
Wow, mid-June, feeling more like late July.
Yeah.
Thank you, Michelle.
Yep.
Despite the rain, celebrations were in full swing for the return of the National Puerto Rican Day Parade, now in its 65th year, commemorating the culture and heritage of Puerto Rico. Dancers, musicians, and artists marching along Fifth Avenue in New York City. More than 1 million people are estimated to be out there. It was the first in-person parade since the start of the pandemic.
All right, early today is Back in a Minute with Toby Keith's private health battle.
And NASA aims to explain the unexplainable. The space agency joins the hunt for UFOs.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Country superstar Toby Keith is giving fans a health update, announcing his battle with stomach cancer on Twitter. Keith wrote he was diagnosed last fall and has spent the past 6 months receiving treatment. His July performance at the Ohio State Fair was canceled, but no mention has been made on whether other upcoming concerts will be canceled. The Red Solo Cup singer assured he is taking time to rest and recover with family and said he will see fans, quote, sooner than later.
Sarah Palin is one step closer to joining Congress. The former governor has advanced in a special primary to fill the House seat of the late Congressman Don Young. Palin leads the field of primary candidates who now move forward to the general election in August. Voters will use ranked choice voting to determine who will serve out the final months of Young's term.
The truth is out there, and NASA wants to find it. The space agency says it is joining the search for UFOs, using science to try and explain those unexplainable sights in the sky. Here's Scotty Schwartz.
The Eagle has landed.
NASA accepting a mission that so far has proven harder than landing a man on the moon. Now hoping to help answer the mystery of UFOs with a new study.
I think it's really exciting. It almost feels like opening a new book.
NASA's announcement coming on the heels of a new office set up at the Pentagon to investigate top-secret encounters between pilots and unidentified aerial phenomena flying in restricted airspace.
There's a whole fleet of them.
But unlike the Department of Defense, NASA says their findings won't be classified and could even include reviews of videos captured by civilians.
What is going on right now?
Up until recently, public sightings have gone mostly ignored by the scientific community, like this video captured by a film crew in the Utah desert of an object moving at extremely high speeds.
Having NASA be able to apply the scientific method to this and really rule out what these aren't first and starting from there is huge.
NASA says they hope to eventually cross-reference credible sightings with solid data like satellite images or atmospheric records. But as for what they are...
So far, we've seen NASA say that there's no evidence that this is extraterrestrial life. But does that mean that it's not extraterrestrial life?
I'm a scientist, and if somebody asks me, is this extraterrestrial life? Frankly, at this moment in time, the simple answer is the right one, which is I don't know.
A promise to keep an open mind and boldly study what no space agency has thoroughly investigated before. Scotty Schwartz, NBC News, Los Angeles.
If they find something, you'll hear about it. Next year and early today, strap in for another roller coaster week on Wall Street. How markets are holding up after Friday's big sell-off.
And soaring food prices are eating into family budgets, whether we could see relief over the summer.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Wall Street is bracing for another bloodbath. NASDAQ futures are down 2% on the heels of Friday's sell-off. The index dropped 3.5%, while the Dow plummeted nearly 900 points after a hotter than expected inflation report. The sell-off extended to the crypto market. Bitcoin crashed to $25,000, its lowest level in a year and a half.
Get ready for even higher food prices ahead as the Fed prepares for another interest rate hike this week. CNBC's Steve Sedgwick is here to tell us what we can expect. Hi, Steve. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Francis. Good morning, Philip. I heard Philip saying to break how a market's holding up. Well, the answer is, I'm afraid, as he just explained, they are not. They are not across the board. Some of the highest, biggest indices out there, the NASDAQ off 30% from its record high. The S&P down 19% from its record high. And as Philip was saying, crypto also absolutely getting a drubbing at the moment and is concerned about inflation and it's concerned about interest rates. The big event for all our viewers this week is the FOMC meeting, the interest rate setting meeting, where that hot inflation, I'm afraid, could lead to much higher rates, not only this time around, but to come. And higher food prices as well. Look, we've all seen, haven't we, increase in palm oil, in wheat, in sugar, in oats. Now the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization Food Price Index is saying that rice could be the next shoe to drop because rice has been relatively steady compared to all those other commodities that have gone through the roof, that have led to our viewers having higher shopping bills as well. Well, according to them, rice prices are creeping up, and substitution from wheat to rice is causing a bit of a problem in that market as well. So I'm afraid to say there is no abating of the storm for the markets, no abating of the storm for inflation, and indeed for our food price as well. It's not a great picture, I'm afraid, guys, on a Monday morning. Back to you both.
No, it's not. Not a way to start the week, but it is a reality. Okay, Steve, thank you.
Michelle's tracking some storms in our workweek forecast next.
And a lesson in saying thanks. The students sending off retiring teachers in style.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back on this Monday. Lots to watch weather-wise this week. We're looking at record heat, historic heat from New Mexico to the upper Midwest, the Carolinas, and much of the South. Also looking at the chance for severe weather today in the Ohio Valley, the Great Lakes, into parts of the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic. Wet also in the Northern Plains, the Northwest. We're looking at some higher elevation snow there too as well. We're going to dry it out though in the Northwest by Wednesday. A few storms in the upper Midwest, and extreme heat continues for much of us on Wednesday. We're going to see heat indices near 115 for some of us by Wednesday. The dangerous heat continues in the southwest. Temperatures once again into the 100s and lots of sunshine in the northern plains on Friday. Back to you guys.
All right, Michelle, thanks. Next and early today, students give an unforgettable send-off to some of their favorite retiring teachers.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine. I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year. We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
A lesson in saying thanks. Kate Snow has the special way students are letting their retiring teachers know just how much they matter.
As schools come to a close for the summer, students are surprising beloved teachers with hugs and high fives. Special tributes, honoring the dedication of educators who've decided to retire. Teachers like Mercy Maranguez, Sheridan Steelman, and Dennis Kerr are just a few of so many who've led the way for generations of students.
I have been teaching for 43 years.
40 years.
50 years.
So between the three of you, you have 133 years of experience?
It sounds like it.
Yep.
When Miami pre-K teacher Mercy Maranguez was closing out her career in April, she went to her favorite place, Disney World, where her family and school helped stage a celebration she will never forget. There she is posing for a photo when all of a sudden current and former students gathered behind her. Those kids from pre-K, many now all grown up.
I thought it was going to pass out. It was just, I couldn't believe it. I'm truly, truly, truly blessed.
In Grand Rapids, Michigan this month, this is the moment that moved high school English lit teacher Sheridan Steelman to tears when she decided to retire.
We love Dr. Steelman!
It just made me feel so happy.
Thank you so much. Yeah!
Appreciation like that also setting the stage for teacher Dennis Kerr's big send-off. After 4 decades of making music, there was this surprise in May at the school band's last show in Conway Springs, Kansas.
Inspiration to us all.
First, a former student joined him on stage, and then, standing up in the audience, dozens more he's helped guide in the classroom over 40 years.
Made you feel so good.
We love you! Bittersweet goodbyes marking new beginnings.
Are any of you second guessing your decision now to retire?
No. I knew it was time. I think it's time for me to sit at the beach and enjoy the Miami, Florida weather.
Sitting at the beach sounds nice, right, guys?
Sounds great.
So aside from the beach, Dennis has a part-time job lined up at a local music store. Both Mercy and Sheridan said they're going to be spending plenty of time with their grandkids. We wish all of them a happy retirement. Back to you.
Yes, we do. At the very least, Kate, thank you after decades of sacrifice and influence.
Yeah, and all the lives that they have shaped along the way, and to be able to come back and say hi, it's just amazing.
Yeah, we thank them.
Well
Thanks for kicking off your work with us. I'm Philip Mena.
I'm Francis Rivera. Have a great Monday. See you back here tomorrow.
Good Monday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, round 2 this morning, the second public hearing for the January 6th House Committee. The panel will focus on how the deadly attack at the Capitol was not a spontaneous riot, but actually a result of misinformation from former President Trump.
This man had the microphone. He could speak to the whole country. His duty was to stand up and say something and try to stop this.
The key witnesses who will testify this morning and the evidence that could come out during this week's hearings. Breakthrough, a bipartisan deal that could lead to the most significant changes to gun laws in decades. This comes after a weekend of protests across the country calling on Congress to act. We'll break down what's in this deal and what got left out. Priced out, the national average for gas now at $5 a gallon. Add that to the record inflation of just about everything else, and it's causing people to make major lifestyle changes. The steps families are taking just to stay afloat. And Zoomtown boom. Remote workers are changing where they take those video calls by moving out of big cities and into smaller rural areas. We'll take you to Montana, in one of the fastest growing regions in the country, to show you how people there are trying to adapt. Doesn't quite work for us, but it's cool.
No. Well, we could set up a studio in Bozeman. You never know.
Yeah, that's true. I guess we were for a while all from home, but yeah, it's nice that we're together.
Exactly.
Happy Monday to you all at home. Thanks for joining us. We begin with the latest on the investigation into the January 6th attack on the Capitol.
Later this morning, the House committee investigating the attack will hold its second public hearing. 3 hearings are taking place this week. According to committee chair Benny Thompson, today's will focus on former President Donald Trump's so-called big lie. Among the panel of witnesses will be Trump's former campaign manager, Bill Stepien, who was forced to testify by subpoena last November. The committee said Stepien supervised the conversion of the 2020 campaign operation into a disinformation campaign to overturn the election. For more, let's bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa. Ali, good morning to you. So that first hearing in prime time last week saw some explosive testimony. Can we expect more of that this morning? And also, when it comes to Stepien, in addition to him, who else are we going to hear from?
Yeah, Joe, the committee is promising another day of revelations with never-before-seen video, as well as that witness testimony from, as you mentioned, Bill Stepien, but also former Fox News political editor Chris Stirewalt. He was at the center of really a fallout after the election by the network's top brass, the former president himself, Trump supporters, after he defended the network's decision to be the first network to call the state of Arizona for then-candidate Biden. That was really the first sign that Trump was going to lose his re-election bid. So there's a lot of information that Chris Stirewalt could offer as to the role of the media in the period between the election and January 6th, Joe.
So, Ali, as we mentioned, this morning's hearing is expected to focus on what's known as the big lie, with the panel saying that the deadly attack on the Capitol was not a spontaneous riot, but rather the direct result of the former president's bad faith information campaign. How is the committee going to try and make that argument today through those who are testifying?
So the committee held sort of a background call with reporters yesterday, and they said that it'll dig deeper into how Trump, quote, declared victory on an election that he lost, spread claims of fraud, and then decided to ignore the rulings of the courts when the judgment of the courts didn't go his way. For Bill Stepien, for instance, this is someone who had unfettered access to the president, who was extremely familiar, obviously, with his thinking, spending so much time with him. And he would be able to testify as to really what Trump knew and when he knew it. Maybe he was one of the people within former President Trump's inner circle people who was one of the people who told him that he lost the election, or perhaps he believed the big lie like the former president. He could be a wealth of knowledge about former President Trump's thinking, possibly on January 6th as well, and the weeks after. For Chris Stirewalt specifically, they want to know really how much he knew and really what the media's role in spreading this was. I believe we have a quote for you here. The committee told reporters that in this hearing for Chris Stirewalt, it'll talk about the political fundraising that was done between the election and January 6th. Chris Stirewalt will be the one that could shed some light on that, Joe.
All right, Allie. And the committee is making its presentation not only to the American people, but really also to the Department of Justice, which ultimately has the power to decide whether to indict the former president. What's the committee saying about its findings there?
So committee members are saying that they're not only making their case to the American people, they're also making a case to the Justice Department for what they say is valid evidence that Trump committed crimes here. Several of them spoke on the Sunday shows yesterday. I believe we have a soundbite from committee member Adam Schiff.
Once the evidence is accumulated by the Justice Department, it needs to make a decision about whether it can prove to a jury beyond a reasonable doubt the president's guilt or anyone else's. But they need to be investigated if there's credible evidence, which I think there is.
The big question now is whether Attorney General Merrick Garland is listening, and how soon after these hearings will he be willing to act on all of this.
All right, Allie Rafa, thanks so much for kicking us off this hour. We appreciate it.
All right, so let's stay on that topic right there. And as we get started with this another day of testimony into the attack, there's a renewed debate as to whether the January 6th committee has compiled enough evidence for the Department of Justice to pursue a criminal indictment against the former president. Joining us now for more on that point is NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas. Danny, good morning. Always great to have you with us. So walk us through what we know so far in terms of the case being presented against former President Trump, whether there is enough for the Justice Department to really pursue a criminal indictment here. How does this work? What's next?
Yeah, first of all, who's in the debate arguing that there isn't enough evidence compiled? I mean, certainly in terms of collecting evidence, this committee has collected a lot of evidence, terabytes of data, documents, recordings, testimony. Yes, they've been thwarted on testimony by some, but they have gotten testimony from many others. The real question is, do they have enough evidence to, as one member promised, blow the top off the Capitol when the evidence comes out? Or is it evidence that we've mostly already heard? So what people are going to be looking for in terms of what they produce in terms of evidence is whether or not Trump was made aware, and that's magic language, because beyond being aware that he had lost the election, did he understand it? Did he get it? Did he believe it? It's a balancing test. Do you believe all the reliable people who told you you lost, or do you have a right to believe someone like a Giuliani who comes in and says, no, 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 you won, keep fighting? And that's really what this is going to come down to. Yes, this is an audience of the American people, but it's also an audience of one, and that one is Merrick Garland. And he has a difficult decision in the coming weeks and months after this presentation.
Lots of that he is going to have to balance and consider. Let's take a listen to something else that Congressman Adam Schiff, who's on the committee, said about the potential for criminal charges.
I would like to see the Justice Department investigate any credible allegation of criminal activity on the part of Donald Trump or anyone else. The rule of law needs to apply equally to everyone. And there are certain actions, parts of these different lines of effort to overturn the election that I don't see evidence the Justice Department is investigating.
So if the committee did recommend a criminal indictment against Trump, then what are the next steps? What happens?
The short answer to that is whatever the DOJ wants to do, because the committee can recommend all it likes, but ultimately that is the DOJ's independent decision. It is Merrick Garland's independent decision. And it's a tough one because it's very easy for a committee to announce that, hey, there's enough for a criminal a criminal prosecution. But it's an entirely different thing for Merrick Garland or a U.S. attorney to stake their reputation, their careers on a prosecution of a former president. So ultimately, this is Merrick Garland's independent decision at the DOJ, which is the way our system is designed, that the DOJ is supposed to act independently.
All right. Danny Ceballos, what would we do without you? Thanks for being here this morning, as always. And you can watch this second hearing later this morning right here on NBC News Now. Our live coverage gets underway at 9:30 a.m. Eastern.
Now, in addition to that second January 6th hearing today, there's another major headline on Capitol Hill this morning, an agreement to legislation to combat gun violence in this country, including enhanced background checks on gun buyers. Democrat Chris Murphy of Connecticut and Republican John Cornyn of Texas were the chief negotiators in pulling together this breakthrough deal. We should note it's just a framework. A final bill has not yet been written. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman, who joins us from Washington. Josh, good morning to you. So talk to us about this gun reform deal that was announced yesterday. We know it's been in the works for a few weeks following the elementary school tragedy in Texas. What's in it? What's not in it? And what's the reaction?
Well, what's not in it is an assault weapons ban or even raising the minimum age to buy an assault weapon. Those are among the more far-reaching proposals that Democrats would like to see had included, of course, in that House-passed bill last week. But Democrats making sure that they do not let the perfect be the enemy of the good when it comes to this legislation. The centerpiece of this bill, now in the process of being drafted, is these new background checks for people who are 18 to 21, which is really the target group that these lawmakers wanted to focus on, given their role in so many of these mass shootings. Senator Chris Murphy, the leading Democrat negotiator, describing it as a pause. And essentially what this will do is create an opportunity before a young person can get their hands on a weapon for additional checks that now will include calls to the local police department, to other local authorities to see, hey, has anyone reported anything strange with this individual? Senator Murphy was just on MSNBC saying he thinks a provision like that could have specifically potentially prevented some of the mass shootings that we've seen in Texas and in Buffalo. Other provisions that are really top of mind from this bill address those red flag laws that states can use on which courts can deny people who have been deemed a risk to themselves or others the ability for a short time to possess a gun. They are also closing the boyfriend loophole through this package, which will make sure that more domestic abusers aren't able to get their hands on guns. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer praising this agreement and saying this.
I am particularly pleased that for the first time in close to 30 years, Congress seems ready to reject the vice-like grip that the NRA has had on the Congress and move forward to meaningful gun legislation. Once the text is finalized, I will put this bill on the floor ASAP, as soon as possible, so that Congress can quickly act.
And so even though this falls far short of what most gun violence activists and gun control activists are saying is needed, Democrats hoping that this will at least create more political space for Republicans to know that they can support some gun restrictions without facing the kind of political consequences that has made this kind of progress so difficult in the past.
So quickly, Josh, what happens next?
Well, according to the Democrats who have been negotiating this, they want to put the bill into a written form this week, and they hope for a Senate vote within the next 2 weeks with the goal of getting this bill passed through Congress and on President Biden's desk to sign by the end of July or at the very latest, the beginning of August, before lawmakers go home for their August recess, Joe.
Josh Letterman in Washington. Thank you, Josh.
Now, before that deal was announced, demonstrators took to the streets in hundreds of cities on Saturday, pushing for more serious gun control reform. It comes from people in Uvalde, Texas. It comes as people in Uvalde, Texas, try to pick up the pieces nearly 3 weeks after the deadly shooting at Robb Elementary School. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins us now from Uvalde. Hey, Antonia, thanks for being with us this morning. So, what's the reaction been like there at this point to the news of this possible gun deal?
Good morning, Savannah. Yesterday, as I was right here on the memorial grounds in Town Square, people were learning about this bipartisan deal. And it was met with unanimous praise. People were overwhelmingly happy to hear about this. But at the same time, there was a bit of hesitation from folks. And I think that cynicism, that hesitation, stems from the level of hurt and anger here. People are still reeling over the death of 19 children and 2 beloved teachers here. And, the reality is no matter what these lawmakers do, nothing's going to bring those 19 babies back. It's not going to make these families whole again. And so for some folks here, they didn't want to pat lawmakers too much on the back. They didn't want to give them too much credit. Take a listen to some of the conversations that I had right here at the memorial site yesterday. Are you encouraged that lawmakers are actually trying to do something?
I am, but who knows, they can always say all these things, but if it really passes, that's a different, But I'm glad that, if they'll come together into a consensus to do something, then that's, yeah. We'd love to see it.
Well, I think they should pass it and do strict laws. Because the person that's going to follow the rules is going to get the gun. They're going to get whatever they like, and they're going to follow the rules.
I spoke to people who were military, who were gun owners, and there seemed to be a unanimous agreement that better background checks were necessary, that an 18-year-old like the gunman here shouldn't be able to get their hands on something like an AR-15. And so, again, there's a recognition that this is a deal. It's not a bill yet even. And so people were a bit hesitant to celebrate too much, but they're happy to hear something's finally going to be done. But at the same time, they feel like this could have been done, this could have happened after any other number of tragedies here in the United States. Why did, we have to lose 21 lives here in Uvalde, Savannah?
Absolutely. Antonia, now there have actually been 254 mass shootings this year alone. That's according to the Gun Violence Archive. We focus on all the lives lost, of course, but there are so many more lives that are changed forever. What are people there in Uvalde saying about the effect the shooting has had on them?
People are reeling. I was here as a young child, was being, laid to rest just about a block and a half away from where I am right now this weekend. And I, at the same time, was interviewing an 8-year-old here who was bursting into tears, saying that, she is afraid. She is, of course, mourning these kids. She lives close by to Uvalde. She doesn't go to Robb Elementary or the school system here, but it was affecting her. And I thought that my conversation with that 8-year-old really reflected how this is affecting kids all over Texas, kids all over the United States. And so there is this sense here that there has been immense loss, that perhaps these changes are coming too late. And here in town, from the residents and the victims' families, there's still this desire to see accountability, to see someone come forward and take responsibility for what happened to the children. Of course, as we've talked about all the new reporting coming out of the New York Times and Texas Tribune about the actions of the police chief here, that's on the mind of a lot of folks. And so there is mourning, there's gratefulness for this federal action, but there is a desire to see results and accountability at the local level. Take a listen to a conversation that I had with one child and their father here yesterday. Does this change the way you feel about school?
Yes, definitely. Now I'm still kind of scared to go to school.
I'm sorry. How do you talk about it as a family?
You have to, because it can happen anywhere. So you have to give them the knowledge so that they understand in a situation you never know. You gotta react.
A lot of the families here want to see the school's chief of police, Pete Arredondo, held responsible. And for them, part of the healing process is that accountability. It is someone coming forward, taking responsibility for what happened here at the school district. So it's really got to be those two pieces: action from lawmakers and leaders, but accountability and someone stepping forward and saying that they're sorry to these families. Savannah.
Antonia Hilton, thank you so much.
For the first time ever, the nationwide average price for a gallon of gas broke the $5 barrier. Now, one gas station owner in Massachusetts says he's fed up. He gets his gas supply from ExxonMobil and says he's shutting off the pumps at his gas station in Amherst because he feels customers should not have to pay these astronomically high prices to fuel up.
When they said go up 20 cents one day and 20 cents the next morning, that's 40 cents in 2 days. I knew it was a ripoff. They won't stop. They're number one in the country, and they'll always be, because there is no conscience. And I have one.
Let's look at the numbers. AAA says the national average sits at just over $5 a gallon. That's up 14 cents from last week and up nearly $2 from the national average this time last year. Caleb Silver, editor-in-chief at Investopedia, joins us now. So Caleb, ExxonMobil told a local newspaper that the price at the pump is out of the company's control and is based on several factors, including the price of crude. So is there anything oil companies can do to try and help stabilize rising fuel costs?
Well, they love these high prices. Anything over $50 a barrel, Joe, is pure profit for oil companies. And oil companies have spent years struggling with profit margins because the price of oil was low. They're enjoying this bull market in commodities, and especially oil. In terms of price rigging, there's nothing they're going to do. They're publicly traded companies. They're responsible to their shareholders. They're out there to make a profit. Let's not kid ourselves about this. Can they put more supply into the market? They can't. OPEC Plus controls the cartel and most of the price of the supply of oil. The U.S. produces a lot of oil as well, and so does China. We're just not taking a lot of Chinese imports. So there's not a lot the oil companies can or will do about this, because this is high times for oil and gas companies.
And let's talk more about the supply. I mean, we know one of the reasons we're seeing these record high prices is because of bottlenecks at U.S. refineries, which are still reeling from the impacts of the pandemic. Now they're struggling with this increase in demand for gas. Can you explain what's going on here, and what is the best thing that we could do or could be done to try and help increase the oil supply?
Right. Well, refineries, many of them had to shut down because of the pandemic. They didn't have enough workers. There wasn't enough demand. So shutting down a refinery takes a few days. Turning one back on takes several months and a lot of capital. So they're loath to do that because they don't know if demand is going to persist at these levels. So I wouldn't count on them ratcheting up refinery output anytime soon. Plus, a lot of these oil and gas companies were in the middle of a transition to cleaner energy sources and producing cleaner energy sources. So taking a few $1 billion or $100 million to get a refinery back up or start a new refinery is not palatable for them or their shareholders. Is there anything we can do in the U.S. to add more supply? Yeah, we've already added a million barrels a day from the strategic petroleum reserves. But Joe, we use 20 million barrels a day here in the U.S. So a million barrels into a 20 million a day use isn't that much. Can we reduce gas taxes nationally? Yes, we can. That's about 16 cents across the country. Several states have already done that. That'll reduce the burden on drivers who have to fill up at the gas station. But there's not a lot we can do here because of the supply issues and the demand issues on the other side.
All right, Caleb, thank you so much for joining us as always. We appreciate your expertise.
And now let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
Michelle Grossman is with us. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, guys. And we are watching dangerous heat this week. Historical heat, really. We're looking at 90s, 100s. It's going to feel like 115 in some spots. Also watching the chance for some severe weather. So first, we'll start with the heat because we're looking at records likely to be broken. We could see 100 records broken over the next few days. So 54 million people impacted. You can see how many alerts we have in place, from a heat advisory, heat watch, to excessive heat warning. That is in the hot pink. And that's what we're going to be watching over the next several days. From the southwest to the upper Midwest, the Ohio Valley, even into the Carolinas, we're looking at triple-digit heat. So sweltering heat continues. That jet stream so far to the north, it's sort of opening the door to this summer-like air. Heat index values, that's what it feels like to your body. They're to climb as high as 110 to 115. So it's going to be dangerous over the next few days. You want to take breaks. You want to stay indoors when you can. And if you can't, then you want to find some shade. So the next 3 days, 100-plus records in 25 states. Each dot here on the map kind of indicates where we think a record could be broken. So as we go throughout the day, we're looking at many spots that are too hot. We're looking at temperatures into the 100s, even as far north as Omaha. 100 degrees today. The record is 101 there. Nashville, 98 degrees, 106 in El Paso, 99 today in Houston, and 98 in Raleigh. We'll do it again tomorrow. We're going to do it again on Wednesday, too, in some spots. So by tomorrow, temperatures into the upper 90s. Minneapolis, 98 degrees. The record there is 98, 99 in Louisville, 96 in Memphis, Charleston, 98 degrees, and Charlottesville, we're looking at 93 degrees. We're going to keep it warm, not quite as warm through the end of the week, but still temperatures well above normal for this time of year. Now, this heat could spark some storms later on this afternoon. 43 million people at risk. We're going to see really gusty winds gusting to 75 miles per hour, damaging hail. A few tornadoes are possible, too. Likely where you see that yellow shading, so La Crosse to Milwaukee, Chicago, Columbus, into the interior parts of the Northeast. So Pittsburgh, you could see some storms as well. And again, it's going to be the wind damage that's going to be the most likely problems. Then tomorrow, we're looking at that threat moving into the Carolinas, 8 million at risk, with winds gusting to 60 miles per hour, damaging hail again, and also a isolated chance for a tornado, especially along the Carolinas, Norfolk, Raleigh, into Wilmington. We could see some of that severe weather tomorrow. We could see some likely localized flooding as well, up to 3 inches in some spots, especially where you see those darker colors, the yellows, the reds, the oranges. We could see some flash flooding. So just be careful as you head out today, also tomorrow, where you see those downpours. We're all looking at flood threat also in the northwest. It's a combination of some snow melt and also some rainfall that could bring some flooding conditions to the northwest. Back to you guys.
All right, Michelle, thank you so much.
Thanks, Michelle.
Coming up on Morning News Now, Russia is on the verge of taking a major city in eastern Ukraine this morning.
Yeah, the latest on the intense fighting in the Donbas region, plus the new war crimes accusations against the Russians. That's next.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Now let's get to the war in Ukraine. Russian forces now control 70% of the embattled eastern Ukrainian city of Severodonetsk, according to the governor of Luhansk. The key Donbas region is coming under heavy shelling amid fierce street battles. The region's governor said the city is close to being cut off from the rest of the country after a second bridge was destroyed, with the third and final bridge coming under intense bombing. Joining us now with more on this is Michael O'Hanlon. He's a senior fellow at the Brookings Institute. Michael, thanks for being with us. Good to have you. So what's your assessment of what we're seeing in this particular city right now and the tactics being used by Russian forces to try to capture that city?
Good morning, Savannah. I think, unfortunately, this is now typical of the fight in the East. And unfortunately, as well, it is going Russia's way. It's gradual. It's not necessarily going to lead to huge territorial changes anytime soon, if ever. But it sort of almost evokes World War I. You know, it's primarily artillery based. As you point out, they're demolishing cities. They're going after entire neighborhoods. Very little precision in these attacks, very little maneuver warfare. Just really a hard fight and a very bloody one with, as I'm sure you've seen, estimates of 100 or more soldiers dying each day on each side, and no end in sight.
Yeah. Michael, I want to ask you about this new report from Amnesty International accusing Russia of committing war crimes in Kharkiv. The rights group says hundreds of civilians there have been killed by, quote, indiscriminate Russian shelling using widely banned cluster munitions and inherently inaccurate rockets. What do you make of those findings? And is it likely that we'll see any meaningful accountability for those actions here? I mean, especially when it kind of just is stacked on top of a lot of other war crimes in many other cities across this country.
Right. I think on your second question, the answer is no. I can't see any realistic way to prosecute these war crimes, although it's still important to document them. On the first question, this is essentially the set of Russian tactics that we're observing. I mean, they're doing this on purpose. This is not units, sometimes going beyond their orders or, out of control unit leaders who are somehow seeking retaliation, although I'm sure there's some of that too. But this is the way Russia is fighting the war. They are bombarding entire neighborhoods to demolish buildings and kill people within because they think that that's the site from which 10 people are shooting at them. So they demolish a building that has 100 people inside of it rather than try to fight person by person. This is almost an inevitable consequence of the fact that this war is happening at all. So while it's tragic what's happening tactically, the tactics follow from Putin's decision to invade and try to conquer this country with a military that can't really do effective maneuver warfare and is left with only these choices. So the tragedy is really baked into the operation.
Right. It's a broader thing. That's a good point. I want to ask you now about another report. This is out by a leading think tank, Stockholm International Peace Research Institute. It expects global nuclear arsenals to grow in the coming years for the first time since the Cold War. And it says, quote, the risk of nuclear weapons being used seems higher now than at any time since the height of the Cold War. What do you make of that assessment?
It's possible they're right, although I think that chances are still substantially lower than they were, let's say, in the Cuban Missile Crisis or the Berlin Crisis. But I think that what's going on now is that Russian and American and French and British forces are essentially plateaued. They're not getting any smaller or bigger. But North Korea's arsenal continues to grow by probably 6 to 10, 12 bombs a year. So does Pakistan's. And you add those two in, and so you've got some overall upward movement. And now China, as you're aware, has announced that it's going to try to get up closer to 1,000 nuclear warheads, maybe 1,000 long-range warheads by the end of the decade, from its current level, more like 300. And so you add that part in as well. And yes, you're seeing probably a net growth of at least several dozen warheads per year globally. It's not an astronomical growth compared to the kind of numbers we saw in the Cold War, but of the countries that are changing the size of their arsenals, 3 of them in particular are increasing, and nobody's really cutting. All
right, Michael O'Hanlon, as always, thanks for joining us and for your expertise this morning. Let's get to some other international headlines now. We're going to start in Brazil, where search teams have found items belonging to a journalist and an indigenous expert who went missing in the Amazon rainforest a week ago. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice McIfer joins us from Beijing with that and more. Hey, Janice.
Hey, good morning. A troubling development in that search for 2 men who have been missing in a remote Amazon rainforest. Personal items belonging to British journalist Dom Phillips and Indigenous expert Bruno Pereira have been recovered, including boots, clothing, a flip-flop, and a health ID card. Now, relatives of Mr. Phillips have posted a message to Instagram saying they presume the 2 men are dead. Brazilian police last week arrested a local fisherman after finding blood on his boat. Here in China, 9 arrests have been made so far in connection with an horrific attack that was captured on security cameras at a restaurant. After a woman refused a man's advances, she was beaten, dragged by her hair outside, and savagely attacked. Now, the video went viral here before censors pulled it down. It has also ignited a debate about what many social media users call, quote, an epidemic of violence against women in China. And remember when McDonald's pulled out of Russia to protest the Ukraine invasion? Well, it seems they're back, sort of. Anyway, there's no Big Macs, there's no Golden Arches, but 15 former McDonald's outlets have been rebranded and reopened. You can still get a double cheeseburger or a fish sandwich. The French fries look a little bit familiar. The new name of the Russian chain is Vkuzno and Tochka, which translates roughly as tasty, and that's it. And that's it for your headlines.
All right, interesting there. Janice McIfer, thanks so much. Now, here in the U.S., the cost of living has reached another new high. Inflation is the worst it's been in decades, and gas is averaging $5 a gallon. We'll take a look at how some families are trying to make ends meet after the break.
Critical choke point for this fire. Good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. Good Larry, you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Welcome back. Record high inflation and rising gas prices have many Americans struggling to make ends meet. NBC News senior national correspondent Kate Snow shows us how families are being forced to cut costs just to stay afloat.
What's your day look like?
Across the country, Americans are waking up to a new reality.
When I wake up in the morning, I start worrying about bills that need to be paid.
I start worrying about how I'm going to, provide for my family.
I worry more about what my kids are feeling more than anything.
In the town of Lumberton in southeast Texas,
be with everyone in the country that is in need.
Rising prices have forced Bridget and Johnny Lovell to drastically change their way of life.
As a mom, I feel stressed about everything.
They've had to cut back on the activities they enroll their 3 kids in.
We find more activities to do that are cheaper, free.
And they've stopped eating out.
The other day, my kids were talking about how they miss eating Pizza Hut because that was, for us, it's a luxury item. Good job.
Instead, Bridget keeps to a tight grocery budget.
If I start to see my budget going over, then I go back through my list and say, what do I absolutely have to have this week? They don't get their frozen waffles and things like that as much anymore because they cost. It's luxury items that we cut out.
Are you going to race cars today?
Outside Sacramento, Melissa and Mike Carr are making sacrifices too.
We're giving Grant a haircut here so that we can save about $30 from this haircut. My husband does his own hair, and we cut our 22-year-old son hair as well. And then I was able to just find somebody to cut my hair for about $25, which is amazing for a woman's haircut.
Rising prices have taken more than just a financial toll.
And so I thank the Lord.
We are so low on everything right now. I'm kind of dreading this grocery trip. The economy in the past 2 months has been a lot for us. Just really emotionally and mentally just trying to figure out how to make everything work.
Melissa now sells old items from her home on Facebook Marketplace to make extra money.
I use Facebook Marketplace probably about 1 to 2 times a week and sell several items at the same time. It's just a great way for us to save money, make some money, and then we can do special things like date nights or help us out with some bills here and there.
Outside Detroit, Breeze Brown had to take on a second job delivering groceries to keep up with rising prices.
Okay, so we're out pretty early doing a couple orders to make some extra money.
She's also scaling back her 2-year-old son's activities.
My son has noticed that we had to make changes in the activities that we usually do. He's usually into swim, martial arts. I've had to cut costs just to put the necessities first. The hardest part of all of this is just having to, keep going. No matter what, of course, I have to keep going. But between inflation and me, inflation's winning.
That sense of defeat perhaps felt most when filling up for gas.
My feeling when pulling up to the gas station is anxiety, stress.
It makes me very anxious and very stressed out.
just how much it keeps going up, especially in the last week. We've gone up 50 cents just in the last week a gallon, and we have to start figuring out more ways to save to stay on our budget.
I'm okay right now, but I'm pretty sure it's going high, so I'm a little bit anxious about it. This is a lot, guys. This is hard. This is really hard.
The Lovell family now drives far less, combining most of their trips to use less gas.
Most weeks we only leave twice a week.
Breeze even switched her son's daycare to...
It was just, you know, a little bit cheaper and way closer.
Families making major changes to get through uncertain times.
My biggest fear right now is to keep a roof over our head, gas in our car, and food on our table.
My biggest fear is that things aren't going to get better, that it's just going to keep getting worse.
Another big one, girl.
I also hope that no matter what, that my family and people around us, that we can see true hope and value in the life that we do have, no matter what is going on.
Our thanks to Kate Snow for that report. Now, inflation and higher gas prices are also affecting consumer sentiment, which is now at its worst level on record, dating back to the 1970s. That's because inflation is eating into every family budget, and at the moment, virtually everything Americans are buying costs more. Now, it's not just the cost of living causing people to make major lifestyle changes, it's also how they work. We'll take you to one of the fastest growing regions in the country as remote workers now choose to move to remote places. You're watching Morning News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicki has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year. We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This week begins a new NBC series called Priced Out in preparation for the Federal Reserve meeting to raise federal interest rates later this week. This morning, we're taking a closer look at a shift that started during the pandemic, the so-called Zoomtown boom.
That's right. It's the phenomenon of small towns across America filling up with remote workers, escaping the big cities for a quieter life. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa has more.
Nestled among snow-capped mountains, Lisa Walters makes breakfast for 5. Kids off to school, Walters to work, commuting minutes to a new co-working space to meet clients hundreds of miles away.
Denver and some in San Francisco.
Walters does marketing remotely from Bozeman, Montana. Her family moved from costly Oakland, California, days before COVID lockdowns forced life online.
I had just so much more family time. I'm home every day at like 4:30, which was unheard of. The pandemic shifted the way work is.
It's shifted Bozeman, too, one of the fastest growing areas across the country since the pandemic began, as Americans freed from offices began fleeing major cities in search of more space.
We provide a private office and all the essentials they need.
Bozeman's surge in remote work inspired Jason O'Neill to open this shared workspace.
So if folks are arriving into Montana to build their own dreams, really trying to become Montanans, what I think we need to be doing then at that point is saying, welcome home, let's build together.
We wanted to get away from the traffic and the people. When the pandemic hit, all the work that I do went virtual.
Therapist Bella Bukowski decamped from Seattle with her family as Bozeman's Zoomtown boom was gaining steam.
I just think, oh my gosh, what an amazing place to bring up a kid.
One reason, the backdrop.
I mean, I think it's pretty clear the appeal this place has when you see a view like this. This is like 15, 20 miles outside of Bozeman.
Also outside of Bozeman, the unprecedented pace of urban sprawl.
Is the old way of life in Bozeman going away?
Yeah, it is.
It is?
Yes, it is going away.
Lifelong cattle rancher Mark Heiser isn't upset with newcomers, just the changes they bring.
It has escalated quite a bit in the last 2 years.
Heiser says lots of ranchers are selling to developers forced from farming by Bozeman's rising cost of living.
The idea of farmers not being able to afford to keep doing what they're doing for much longer feels kind of ominous.
It's a little bit scary, isn't it? Where's our food coming from?
In town, historic homes overshadowed by new construction.
Is Bozeman overwhelmed?
Well, I think the answer to that is yes.
Mayor Cindy Andrus says Bozeman is in a housing crisis. The median price for a single-family home reaching nearly $900,000. Childcare and other costs are skyrocketing.
There's a lot of money coming in with this growth, and that can be a good thing if that wealth is distributed equitably. But at this point, we're not really seeing that.
Is this turning into a situation where people who work in Bozeman can't afford to live in Bozeman?
That is a challenge for sure, yes.
Then there are cultural tensions.
Bose Angeles, have you heard that nickname?
Sure, I've heard all that stuff, but that's silly.
Will you ever call it Bose Angeles? No, I can't. It hurts my soul.
The route, perhaps, a common complaint.
Traffic has doubled out here. Traffic to me is when you can't get through a stoplight in one light change.
You might not get through a light immediately. But for me, I'm like, this is not traffic. I'm not stressed.
Bozeman's boom isn't slowing down. Montana native turned real estate broker Charlotte Durham sees it every day.
Do you feel the intensity picking up in the housing market here?
Yes. I mean, Bozeman was growing so much before the COVID pandemic, but it turned up about 10 notches. There's just not near enough inventory, unfortunately, to keep up with the amount of demand that we're seeing, which is driving prices up dramatically.
Her clients, Nick and Kate Cerna, came from Cleveland in November. To them, this city still feels small.
Do you think that small feeling's going to last?
I do.
Sure, the landscape's going to change, but the small town is going to be a small town forever. I believe that.
Believe it or not, the boom echoes on. Maggie Vespa, NBC News, Bozeman, Montana.
Financial headlines now, and the market's trying to recover from one of the worst weeks of the year.
Yes, CNBC's senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now with more on that. Hey, Dom, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Savannah. Good morning, Joe. Well, as Joe points out, Wall Street could feel a lot more pressure today following Friday's hotter than expected data on consumer prices. The markets are coming off, by the way, their worst week since January. In focus this week for investors, we have reports on producer prices and that inflation level, also retail sales, jobless claims, and manufacturing as well. But the big event, the main event, if you will, is the Federal Reserve meeting, which begins tomorrow. The Fed is expected to increase interest rates by another 0.5 percentage point this week at its meeting. Apple is working on several new products, including augmented reality glasses. 9 to 5 Mac, citing an analyst note, reports the glasses will be announced in the second half of 2024. Unlike Apple's upcoming mixed reality headset, these AR glasses will be highly dependent on the iPhone and may act as more of a display for the smartphone and its data. That's similar, by the way, to the first generation of Apple Watch, if you recall. And Los Angeles is the worst metro area in America for first-time home buyers. This is a new survey from Bankrate, and it says that LA ranks low in affordability, employment, safety, and tightness in the housing market. In fact, 5 of the 10 worst areas for first-time home buyers are in California. In addition to LA, there's Riverside, San Jose, San Francisco, and San Diego. And by the way, if you are interested in the best area in the country, it's Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, followed by Minneapolis, Cincinnati, Kansas City, and Buffalo, New York, guys. So those are the cities. I mean, it's tough in the real estate market right now, but even way more so if you live out in California.
All right, good to know. Dom, thank you so much.
Thank you. And coming up, Justin Bieber cancels shows after he reveals part of his face is paralyzed.
We're going to have more on the condition he was diagnosed with and how it's treated next.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Actress and singing superstar Jennifer Hudson is now part of an elite club following a big win during last night's Tony Awards. Hudson won a Tony for her producing role in the musical A Strange Loop. The win made Hudson the 17th member of the EGOT Club. Those are the few people who have won an Emmy, Grammy, Oscar, and Tony over the course of their careers. Other members of that club include Rita Moreno, Andrew Lloyd Webber, John Legend, and Mel Brooks. Not a bad club to be in. A Strange Loop won the top prize of Best Musical. Last last night's show recognized the musicals and plays that have opened since Broadway reopened last summer following the pandemic. And I had to go to bed early last night, so no more spoilers, please.
I was going to say, what do you think? You haven't seen yet.
Ask me tomorrow.
All right. That's pretty cool, though.
It's very cool.
Wow, impressive.
Keeping with the music theme here, international pop star Justin Bieber announced he's going to be canceling upcoming performances because of a serious and rare medical diagnosis.
Yeah, that's right. Bieber shared with fans on Instagram that he's suffering from Ramsay-Hunt syndrome. The singer had this to say about the virus.
As you can see, this eye is not blinking. I can't smile on this side of my face. This nostril will not move. So there's full paralysis in this side of my face.
NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel joins us now for more on this. Hey, doctor, good morning. So, I mean, it's a pretty rare diagnosis, but walk us through what we need to know. How does somebody contract this virus? What are the symptoms?
Yeah, Savannah, good morning to you and Joe. It is a pretty rare virus, a pretty rare syndrome, but not a rare virus. This is the same family of viruses that causes chickenpox, and it's more commonly referred to as shingles. We've probably all heard of shingles. We generally think of it being common in older patients, but in this case, we have a case of shingles that attacks a specific nerve in the face, the facial nerve, which is why it causes the ear and kind of that very specific side of the face to be paralyzed. And it is about 5 in 100,000 people will get this particular syndrome, but of course, shingles is much more common. It can be treated if diagnosed early, which I imagine Justin Bieber had an early diagnosis. And most people make a good recovery, Savannah. But in some cases, the pain in the face or even the hearing loss, if there is hearing loss, can linger.
I want to ask you more about the treatment. I mean, what does the recovery timeline look like for him? How long will he be dealing with this for?
Yeah, so the timeline can be, Joe, anywhere from weeks to months. And so this is not a day's take some medication and it's gone. It can take a while, and it just depends on the severity and how he recovers. In terms of like what triggered it, it's interesting with Justin. He had COVID-19 in February of this year, and there has been known associations between shingles and COVID-19, particularly in adults over the age of 50. What you have to assume is that Justin Bieber's schedule is so busy that the stress combined with maybe any other illness could have triggered this virus, which lays dormant in your nerves to reemerge and cause this shingles infection. So it's something that I think he's doing like a good public service announcement by just being very public about it and getting people to recognize when they have something going on in their body and getting medical attention.
That's actually very similar to what his wife just did. Just a couple months ago, Justin Bieber's wife, Hailey Bieber, revealed she suffered a mini stroke. It hospitalized her for days. Are you concerned about seeing these serious health issues in such young people? I mean, what do you make of that?
Yeah, I do. I do. Savannah, I'm a huge fan of both him and his wife. I think they brought incredible synergy together. And so, but like great couples, they've also probably had a schedule that is just not very normal. And to be honest, you don't need to be an international superstar to have stress. So I think it's a great lesson. Number one, mild cases of COVID can cause some of these things. We don't know if it's causally linked to Justin's case, but in Hailey's we do. And then finally, take it easy on yourself. Know when your body is telling you to slow it down.
Dr. Kavita Patel, a believer. Who knew?
There you go.
Me too, doctor. Thank you. Always great to have you.
Take a trip to the ballpark and a new field of dreams that is open to kids and adults of all abilities.
NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt has more on the Miracle League, where everyone is a winner.
They are the sights and sounds of baseball. But on this field, the score doesn't matter. Everybody is a winner. Like third grader Miguel Londono. He is super excited.
The playground, the baseball, everything.
Here, they have truly leveled the playing field.
I'm just gonna try to hit the ball, and if the ball gets hit, I'm not gonna swing it. I'm just gonna drop it and just run for my life to first base.
You have to wait.
The Miracle League is an organization that brings the opportunity for individuals with special needs the chance to play baseball. Our game is modified so that every kid gets to hit and run the bases and score each inning. Every kid is paired with a buddy that helps them play the game.
This week, 2 teams played the very first game on this new field made especially for them in Watkinsville, Georgia. Thanks to a partnership between the Miracle League and the charity Extra Special People.
we give them dreams that they didn't even know were possible. We say, yes, they can. I mean, they may be in a wheelchair, they may have autism, they may have cerebral palsy, but we say they deserve the same opportunities as every other kid.
Kids and adults of all abilities can play together.
Drew is never played in a sport, and so for us, it means a lot to see him doing something that his friends all do at school.
Being able to see him, be able to do all the different things is pretty awesome.
Established in 2000, there are now more than 300 Miracle Leagues across the country.
Brings these kids out and the opportunity to be on a team and to have friends and buddies and to have the opportunity to play a sport for the first time.
Differences are celebrated.
I think Miracle League gives people the opportunity to really shift their perspective on what ability is. We were all created with different abilities, and some of them more visible than others.
For Miguel, supporting his brother is part of his game day strategy.
I'm gonna help him back because brothers always help each other.
To see them be themselves and playing like they should.
It really is changing lives one community at a time.
And in this game, smiles are like grand slams, and miracles really do come true.
We knew when we first came around the bend and everyone was cheering for our daughter that she was right where she needed to be.
Good job, Slugger.
Love that. Our thanks to Lester Holt for that heartwarming report. The Miracle League has locations in Puerto Rico and Canada, in addition to the U.S., and they serve more than 200,000 kids and adults.
Wow.
That's a huge number there.
I like that slugger at the end. So cute.
Very good. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, gassed. This morning, record high gas prices leaving a growing number of Americans feeling like they're running on empty. The national average for a gallon of regular now more than $5. So when will we finally get to see some relief at the pump? The experts weigh in. The big lie. We returned to Capitol Hill this morning for the second January 6th committee hearing. In the spotlight today, the former president's campaign manager. We'll take a look at the role he played in Trump's Stop the Steal messaging and the testimony we're expected to hear about his former boss. Also this morning, snuffed out a far-right extremist plot thwarted by Idaho police over the weekend. Dozens of members of a white supremacist group known as Patriot Front arrested for planning to riot at a local Pride event. We've got more on this group, and we'll take a closer look at extremism in America. And everywhere you look, a touching tribute to a television legend from those who knew and loved America's TV dad. Another tribute to Bob Saget, and it comes from both John Stamos and his wife, Kelly Rizzo, accepting the honor on his behalf.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that story that you're going to bring us in a little bit.
I have that in a little bit. We're going to begin this morning, though, with the unrelenting high prices at the gas pump, and now a new record high.
Yeah, the new national average is now more than $5 a gallon, and that has drivers and gas station owners furious with oil companies. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander is in Atlanta with the latest here. Hey, Blaine, good morning.
Well, guys, good morning to you. You're absolutely right. In fact, in cities across the country, we are seeing more and more signs like this one where gas has officially hit that dreaded threshold of $5 a gallon. And in many places, it's even higher than that. But it's not just gas. We're talking about paying more for things across the board. That's things like groceries, travel, and more. And experts say we can expect it to be this way for months.
This morning, prices across the country are as high as summer temperatures. With inflation at a 40-year high, that means we're paying more for almost everything. Food is up more than 10% from last year. Housing up 5.5%. You're paying 37% more for airfare, and gasoline up a whopping 48.7%. AAA numbers show the national average at over $5 per gallon.
Absolutely ridiculous.
can't go anywhere anymore.
And many Americans are not. According to a recent poll, a majority of drivers are making fewer grocery store trips. More than a third are driving slower to conserve fuel. And 1 in 5 working from home or carpooling.
It doesn't feel like there's any end in sight.
So when will Americans start to see some relief? Experts say not for a few months at least.
The additional demand of summer travelers will reduce by the time we get into the fall.
Some gas station owners refuse to wait that long. In Amherst, Massachusetts, Reynold Gladue refused to charge his customers for what he calls overpriced gas. His gripe is with the oil companies.
I knew it was a ripoff.
A frustration echoed by President Biden.
Exxon made more money than God this year.
But many are pointing fingers at his administration, while the White House calls inflation a top priority. But consumers are not buying it, with one study showing consumer confidence has dropped 40% over the last year and is now even lower than at the height of the pandemic.
And over the weekend, President Biden gave his own outlook. He said that while we can expect to see this come down gradually, he says, bottom line, we can expect to live with inflation for a while. Savannah.
Blaine, thank you so much.
Now to the latest on the January 6th insurrection. This morning, the House committee investigating the attack will hold its second public hearing, where we'll hear from former President Trump's 2020 campaign manager, Bill Stepien.
That's right. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins us now with a look ahead of this. Hey, Kristen, good morning.
Hi, Savannah and Joe. So good to see both of you. The pressure is on the January 6th committee as it holds its second hearing later this morning. The focus today will be on former President Trump's so-called big lie. There will be 2 panels of witnesses. The most notable will be the president's former campaign manager, Bill Stepien, who's being compelled to testify against his former boss. The committee hoping today's hearing will be another building block as it tries to put Mr. Trump at the center of January 6th. In just a few hours, the January 6th committee will hold its second high-stakes hearing. An aide saying it will focus on the anatomy of former President Trump's big lie, his decision to declare victory in an election he knew he lost, spread claims of fraud, and then ignored dozens of court rulings against him.
He knew this was a lie, but he continued to act on that.
Today's testimony could be explosive when Mr. Trump's former campaign manager, Bill Stepien, takes the hot seat under subpoena. According to the New York Times, Stepien was in a meeting just after the election had been called in favor of President Biden, in which he told Mr. Trump of the exceedingly low odds of success with his challenges. Ultimately, Stepien played a pivotal role in the Stop the Steal messaging.
They cheated and they rigged our presidential election, but we will still win it.
Another notable witness, a former Fox News political editor, Chris Steyerwalt, who came under fire from the former president and his allies for being a part of the Fox team that called Arizona first for Mr. Biden.
I'm not in a position to tell you what I'm going to testify about.
Members of the Select Committee say they have enough evidence for the Justice Department to pursue a potential criminal indictment of Mr. Trump.
I would like to see the Justice Department investigate any credible allegation of criminal activity on the part of Donald Trump or anyone else.
But many Republicans disagree.
You can make the case, that, and I would agree, that he's politically, morally responsible for much of what has happened. But in terms of criminal liability, I think the committee has a long way to go before they could establish that.
The committee is aiming to keep the momentum going after its dramatic opening hearing last week, which included videotaped testimony from Mr. Trump's own daughter, Ivanka, who said she accepted former Attorney General Bill Barr's statement the election had not been stolen.
I respect Attorney General Barr, so I accepted what he was saying.
Now, it's not expected that Bill Stepien will intentionally throw any bombs. In fact, he's still advising Trump-backed candidates, including the person running against Congresswoman Liz Cheney. At the same time, I spoke with a source who has worked with him who says he's not going to lie under oath. He'll give a fact-based presentation. And look, the committee will want to know when exactly Mr. Trump was told the numbers were not in his favor. We did reach out to Bill Stepien. So far, have not heard back, guys.
So Liz Cheney could be questioning him?
Yes. So this could get quite tense. He's a bit of a wild card because, again, he is testifying under a subpoena. So he's not there voluntarily. Right. So we'll be watching very closely.
All right. Kristen Welker, thank you. Good to see you.
It's great to see you guys.
Yeah. Now, another big story this morning out of Washington is the deal announced over the weekend on new gun legislation. The agreement was reached by a bipartisan group of senators following the deadly mass shootings in Buffalo, New York, and Uvalde, Texas. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake has the latest from Capitol Hill.
Make no mistake, there's still a long way to go before any part of this deal becomes a law, and some gun safety advocates say it doesn't go far enough. But this morning, lawmakers in both parties are hailing it as a major breakthrough.
After decades of deadly mass shootings, this morning the U.S. Senate finally has a deal on gun safety that lawmakers believe could save lives. A bipartisan group of 20 senators announcing the framework for a bill to take on gun violence.
We're looking to make some meaningful common sense changes.
Their plan includes incentives for states to set up so-called red flag laws that allow courts to take guns away from people deemed dangerous. It makes major investments in mental health, suicide prevention, and school safety. It also prevents domestic violence offenders from purchasing guns by closing the so-called boyfriend loophole, and sets up a mandatory review of juvenile and mental health records for gun buyers under 21, a step that may have blocked the 18-year-old Uvalde shooter from buying his weapons. The agreement does not include banning assault-style weapons or raising the age to buy them from 18 to 21.
It's not everything the Democratic caucus would have wanted, but it's a significant step forward.
The president writing the framework would be the, quote, most significant gun safety legislation to pass in decades, and urging Congress to get it to his desk as soon as possible. Republican leader Mitch McConnell also issuing a supportive, if non-committal, statement Sunday. But with 10 Republicans already signed on to the deal as announced, a finished bill could overcome a Senate filibuster even without his support.
I am hopeful that we will get more than 10 of our Republican colleagues.
The negotiations wrapping up as gun safety supporters rallied in 450 cities from coast to coast this weekend, hoping to keep pressure on lawmakers to make this time different. Some of that pressure had also come from Matthew McConaughey's emotional appearance at the White House last week. McConaughey releasing a statement on the agreement, recounting how he asked a senator last week to name the best change he could imagine, and the senator simply said, something. Now McConaughey says for the first time in 30 years, something has happened.
Negotiators say they want to get this bill to President Biden's desk by the end of July. That's pretty fast by congressional standards, especially when you consider there's not actually a bill written yet. Now, one possible speed bump here, the NRA. The powerful gun lobby says they won't review a framework, but they'll look very closely at the final text and will oppose anything they consider to be gun control that might chip away at the Second Amendment.
All right, Garrett, thank you so much.
In Idaho, more than 30 alleged members of a far-right group were arrested over the weekend and charged with conspiracy to riot. Police say they were heading toward a small town's pride parade.
NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now with the latest. Hey, Gabe, good morning.
Savannah and Joe, good morning. Now, police say the men were from around the country and were hiding in a U-Haul dressed in riot gear. The FBI is now helping with the case, and this all comes after top federal officials have warned in recent years that the greatest domestic terror threat is coming from white supremacist groups.
They're getting arrested.
The dramatic scene unfolding in a small town in Idaho. Dozens of suspected white nationalists zip-tied and arrested after Coeur d'Alene police found the group crammed inside this U-Haul truck just blocks away from a gay pride event.
No one should fear going to a pride celebration because of a white supremacist.
The men clad in riot gear and masks, one of them wearing a shirt with the words, "Reclaim America."
These guys stopped a U-Haul full of dudes.
Authorities say they got a 911 call Saturday from someone who spotted the men at a hotel and described them as a little army.
They were all wearing similar attire. They had shields, shin guards, and other riot gear.
Police say they also recovered at least one smoke grenade and paperwork similar to a military operations plan that included heading toward a park nearby where the Pride Festival was underway.
I don't think this would have been as successful had we not had one extremely astute citizen who saw something that was very concerning to them and reported it to us.
All 31 men are now charged with misdemeanor conspiracy to riot. Investigators say they came from 12 states and appear to belong to a network called the Patriot Front, described by the Anti-Defamation League as a white supremacist group, formed after 2017's Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia.
If you look at their language, if you look at their symbols, if you look at their ideology, it is white nationalist to the core and deeply dangerous.
During Pride Month, filled with so many celebrations nationwide, many in the LGBTQ community now on edge.
It just hurts my heart to know that these people want violence for us, and we don't want violence for anybody.
No word on when the group will make their first appearances in court. They have not commented publicly. The local police chief tells us there have already been online threats towards the officers involved in the arrests.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much.
Now, the arrest of these 31 alleged members of the Patriot Front group comes as extremism is on the rise across the U.S. Christopher Goldsmith joins us now for more on this. Christopher is an Iraq war veteran and a retired U.S. Army sergeant. He's also the CEO of Sparvarius, which specializes in detecting extremism and disinformation. Christopher, thank you for joining us this morning. First and foremost, just what is your reaction to what we saw over the weekend in Idaho?
I'm surprised, frankly, because typically the Patriot Front, they load up into these U-Hauls when they want to terrorize a city, and then the police give them an escort. Patriot Front, according to their own internal documents, call the police on themselves in order to get them an escort. So to see, of all places, for them to have been wrapped up in Idaho is frankly exciting. What that tells me is that the FBI is finally getting down to these local police stations and helping them understand the threat. You know, when these people show up into a new city or a new town, the local police often have no idea who they are. This time they did, and that's why they were treated appropriately. They were charged with conspiracy to riot at the state level, which is just a misdemeanor. So it looks to me like these guys are going to get $300 fines and get to go home. But, you know, these people planned their conspiracy to riot across state lines. They traveled across state lines. They planned this over the internet. There's a whole host of paper crimes that the FBI should be moving forward and having the DOJ press charges federally, so that these people can be taken off the streets.
We'll have to see if that happens, if there is any more action from the federal government. I know, Christopher, I mean, you have an extensive background investigating and infiltrating groups similar to the Patriot Front. What more can you tell us about this group?
You know, one of the things that I want to make clear to people is that these people are neo-Nazis. They are nationalist socialists. When we use the term white nationalist, and it is accurate to describe them that way, half of the people who heard Trump declare himself a nationalist a few years ago hear that and they say, oh, what's so bad? You know, yes, they're white. Yes, they're nationalists. They're not patriots. People need to understand that just because they wrap themselves in red, white, and blue doesn't mean that they support the Constitution or the people of the United States. These people are self-described nationalist socialists. Nazis, fascists. They believe in genocide. They were there at that Pride parade not to demonstrate, but to commit violence and to terrorize. These people are domestic terrorists, and the FBI needs to treat them that way.
This is Pride Month, and this was not the only LGBTQ event that was apparently targeted over the weekend. In California, police opened a hate crime investigation after a group of men described by witnesses as members of the Proud Boys disrupted a drag queen story hour. So, Christopher, I mean, what more do you think can be done to try and prevent extremist groups like these from being able to organize and do some of the things we're seeing here?
Well, part of the problem right now with what's happening in Pride parades and events all around the country is the Republican Party, including the third ranking member of the House in the Republican Party, Elise Stefanik, have started using this pedo or pedophile slur and slander against the LGBT community. The Republican Party, members at the highest levels, have legitimized extremist language. And the only natural result from that type of thing is legitimized violence. We can't allow people to continue using this type of language because the natural result is terrorism against people of the United States.
So much of this language you're talking about, especially words like grooming and pedophile, they were on the fringe. Now suddenly they've become more mainstream. Real quickly, we're tight on time here, but what do you think needs to happen to try and reverse this pattern of the hate crimes and extremism we've been seeing?
Well, everything that's going on with these pride parades is directly connected to what we're seeing at these January 6 hearings. Our democracy is at stake. This is an existential threat. This extremism, the mainstreaming of extremism into the Republican Party, is frankly more frightening than anything we've faced in my lifetime. I went to Iraq supposedly to defend democracy, right? But I can tell you that the work I'm doing today, infiltrating groups like Patriot Front and trying to take them down, is more important than anything I did overseas.
Christopher Goldsmith, thanks so much for your time this morning and for helping us put a lot of this into perspective. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
Michelle Grossman is back with us. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys. And we were watching a few stories this week, really active weather week. We have extreme temperatures really across the country. Most of us feeling the heat this week with temperatures into the 90s and 100s. We're looking at severe weather today, also tomorrow, and also looking at a fire danger. So on radar, we're seeing some showers and storms this morning in the northwest, also parts of the upper Midwest, into the northeast as well. As we go throughout the day, though, we're looking at some stronger storms right now in the Dakotas, also the upper Midwest, some really heavy rainfall, some lightning, hearing that thunder as well. Then as we go throughout the afternoon, we are looking at the bullseye for these storms. Where you see any of the shading, really the yellow, though, that is the likeliest spots. So the upper Midwest into the Ohio Valley, the Great Lakes, and parts of the Northeast, Pittsburgh, Indianapolis, Milwaukee, Chicago, La Crosse, you could see some storms this afternoon. 43 million Americans at risk with winds gusting up to 75 miles per hour. Could see some damaging hail, also a few tornadoes. Then as we go throughout tomorrow, we're looking at the Carolinas. We're looking at Norfolk, Raleigh for some stronger storms. Winds not quite as gusty, but still to 60 miles per hour. Damaging hail and a few tornadoes. We were expecting a few tornadoes as well. Your rainfall forecast, where you see the darker colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellows, that's where we're expecting the heaviest rainfall. So pockets of heavy rainfall, torrential downpours within some of these storms, locally up to 3 inches. That could cause some flooding. So for the rest of the day, we're looking at scattered storms in the southeast as well. Sizzling throughout most of the country. A fire risk in the southwest. We have 3 million people at risk for some fire danger in the southwest. But it's the heat that's going to be a big story today. 54 million Americans at risk for some really high temperatures. We're into the southwest, the upper Midwest, even the Carolinas. You can see temperatures climbing into the triple digits. So sweltering heat continues. We're going to break some records, and it will feel like 115, you guys, in some spots. It's going to be hot, too hot, really, over the next couple of days for many of us.
All right.
Wow.
I'm hot just listening to you talking right now.
I know. Is that true?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So you're sweating.
Yeah. Thanks, Michelle. See you soon.
Coming up, we've got more on the second hearing today from the January 6th committee.
Yeah, we'll take a closer look at the potential criminal indictment Trump could be facing. That's next.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The House committee investigating the January 6th insurrection says it will focus its second public hearing today on former President Trump's so-called big lie that the 2020 election was stolen. Now, that hearing is taking place later this morning and is the first of 3 public hearings happening this week.
Let's bring in NBC News contributor Chuck Rosenberg. He's a former U.S. attorney and a former FBI senior official. Chuck, thanks for being here. So we still have several hearings to go here, but members of the Select Committee say they have enough evidence for the Justice Department to pursue a potential criminal indictment of the former president. Do you think that's ultimately what we will see happen?
Great question, Savannah. So the answer is maybe. First, let me tell you, I think there are 2 ways to think about it. You articulated the first. Could the Department of Justice charge the former president with a crime? And I think the answer will be yes, but let's see what the evidence is. Remember, the first hearing promised evidence. The next several hearings, we will adduce the evidence. We will actually see what they have. But my sense is yes. I think there's a much harder question, which is, should the Department of Justice charge the former president? And don't get me wrong here. I mean, I think this man is wholly unqualified for any office, let alone the presidency, morally, intellectually, temperamentally, ethically, completely unfit and unqualified for office. But charging a former president is a dramatic and unprecedented step. And I worry about how divisive it might be for the country. So there's a could and there's a should. And I think the could will be yes, and I think the should will be hard.
Politics are impossible to avoid in this situation right now. Now, the committee chairman, Benny Thompson, said today's hearing is going to demonstrate how Trump understood he lost the election, but then continued to lie about it being stolen. As we mentioned, you're a former U.S. attorney and FBI senior official. What questions do you want answered the most from committee guests, those who are testifying today?
Yeah, great question, Joe. So what I want to see today and in subsequent hearings is, and I hate to sound so cliched, but what did the president know and when did he know it, right? We got that phrase out of Watergate, but what it really goes to, why it's important, Joe, is that that's about intent and knowledge. So federal criminal statutes, proof of a federal crime require proof of intent. And so what the committee says in its opening statement, or what other people think the president might have known or might have said, don't really matter. We need to hear from the men and women who were around him. What did they tell him? Because that goes to his knowledge. And what did he say? Because that goes to his intent. And the more of that we hear, the more certain we can be that he actually committed a crime.
Chuck Rosenberg, thank you so much for your analysis. We appreciate it.
And you can watch this second hearing later this morning right here on NBC News Now. Our live coverage gets underway at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Coming up, we will have more on the January 6th investigation ahead of this morning's hearing, including how Congresswoman Liz Cheney's own constituents are reacting to her participation on the panel.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye. This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Welcome back. This morning, the governor of Ukraine's Luhansk region says Russian forces now control 70% of the city of Severodonetsk. He says the city is close to being cut off after another bridge was destroyed by Russian shelling, with the last remaining one coming under heavy bombing. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now from central Ukraine with the latest. Molly, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. That's right. We are really focused on the street-by-street fighting in that key city you mentioned, Severodonetsk. It is an intense urban combat situation. President Zelensky says it is meter by meter, and without that city, Putin can't take the Donbas region. The governor of that area says the next 24 to 48 hours will be critical.
This morning, Russian forces inching closer to encircling the city of Severodonetsk. Ukraine's President Zelensky says the fighting is for every meter of that city, now almost entirely under Russian control, with an estimated 10,000 civilians still inside. Russian state media showing smoke rising from the Ukrainian-controlled Azot chemical plant, where the regional governor says about 500 people, including dozens of children, are sheltering. In nearby villages, as the fighting creeps closer, not everyone wants to evacuate. Luba says, "Sweetheart, where can I go? Who is waiting for me there? Let others go. They are young." President Zelensky says Russia can still be stopped, but with more weapons. One of his advisors tweeting out their military wish list overnight. But President Putin saying if more longer-range weapon systems were supplied to Ukraine, we will use our means of destruction, which we have plenty of. Over the weekend, an advisor to President Zelensky suggesting to the BBC as many as 200 Ukrainian soldiers were dying every day. Combined with the wounded, Ukraine may be losing some 700 fighters from the battlefield daily. But those still fighting are determined. Filmmaker turned frontline soldier Elisa Kovalenko was in the eastern city of Kharkiv for a 12-hour break.
When you're exhausted, completely exhausted, because after it was very, very intensive months. At a moment you can be so exhausted, so you can make a mistake and you can be dead.
But for Elisa, there's no question she's going back.
I still have power to go back to the front line.
And you guys, soldiers, as you just heard from Elisa, that filmmaker you just met, they are exhausted, but they are determined. And a lot of them are volunteers. So Elisa is a volunteer. She does not get paid. She fights on the front line. And what's happening is that a lot more volunteer fighters and soldiers are having to go to the Donbass front. The problem is that Ukraine is running low on ammunition. They are running low on weapons. And guys, they're running low on time to train up these volunteers so that they are ready for the Donbass fight. Joe, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Molly, thank you so much.
Now, the January 6 hearings were front of mind on this week's Meet the Press. Representative Elaine Luria, a member of the January 6 Select Committee, called her work on the committee more important than her re-election. Plus, Representative Don Bacon, who voted in favor of the bipartisan committee, didn't rule out criminal charges for former President Trump. Here's Meet the Press moderator Chuck Todd.
Do you feel like you now know minute by minute what Donald Trump was doing throughout the attack on the Capitol?
We've pieced together a very comprehensive TikTok timeline of what he did. And then 187 minutes. You know, this man had the microphone. He could speak to the whole country. His duty was to stand up and say something and try to stop this.
You're in a swing district. This is one of those things that some people representing swing districts are like, please don't put me on the committee. You've sort of run towards this. Why?
This is the kind of thing that will define the history of our country and our democracy moving forward. And if we can't preserve that, I don't know what the country will look like for my daughters. The work of this committee is more important than something like my own personal re-election.
What did you think of the presentation on Thursday night, and how compelling did you find it?
I did find it interesting how many people in the White House tried to compel or tell the president that he lost the election. I thought that was interesting. But by and large, I didn't hear new information. I thought we made a mistake on our side of the aisle by opposing that, because what we have today is a very stacked deck in the committee. In fact, the Republicans that were appointed were kicked off the committee, and I think that hurt the legitimacy viewed by many.
If former charges are brought against him for incitement, it sounds like you're not going to dismiss that out of hand, are you?
I look at it this way. He has already left. I think we should be looking more forward on this, but we'll see what the evidence comes out with in regards to the president. I'll just say what he did was wrong. He should have spoke up. When it gets to the legal matters, I'm a little less confident on. I'm not a lawyer.
All right, our thanks to Chuck Todd for that report.
Of course, the January 6 hearings have put a spotlight on Congresswoman Liz Cheney, the Republican representative from Wyoming.
Yeah, she's one of only 2 Republicans to sit on this select committee investigating the Capitol attack, and has used her platform to condemn former President Trump and her own party for, quote, defending the indefensible.
NBC News senior politics reporter John Allen joins us now from Jackson Hole, Wyoming. John, good morning. Good to see you there. So, I mean, we know Cheney represents a state that Trump won in a landslide in 2020, but at the same time, the Cheney name is huge there. So what's the response been like there to her role in this investigation?
Well, good morning, Joe, and good morning, Savannah. The response here, generally speaking, has been pretty bad. Republicans here mostly, and I've been in the state a couple different places over the past couple of weeks. It's been negative. A lot of Republicans don't like that she's taking on Donald Trump, whether it's this committee or voting to impeach him earlier. But right now, I'm in Teton County in Jackson, and there's a little bit more diversity of opinion here, and that matters because Democrats can re-register and vote in Republican primaries in Wyoming, and some of them are planning to do that. We've talked to a bunch of voters out here with a variety of views. Let's listen to some of them.
I don't think she should be in charge of anything. She's not for the common person. She's not for Wyoming. She's just playing a game.
I think she's courageous to do what she's doing, but I don't agree with her politics. I don't agree with the fact that she kind of betrayed Trump.
I'm very impressed by Liz Cheney. I'm super impressed by her. I still am not aligned with her opinions, but I'm happy that she's part of this and she's very strong about this.
And that last voter you just heard from is one of those Democrats that's planning to switch over and vote in the Republican primary for Cheney. That's something that we'll have to see whether it gains traction as a movement or not.
Yeah, so let's talk about what she could see in this upcoming election. So she's facing a Republican primary challenge for her seat. What's the latest polling in that race? Do we have a sense of whether the January 6th investigation and these public hearings that we have being televised, are they helping or hurting her?
Tony Fabrizio, the pollster for Donald Trump, is also doing polling of the race here. The primary opponent, or the main primary opponent for Liz Cheney, is a woman named Harriet Hageman. The polling that Fabrizio has done, as our colleague Mark Caputo reported recently, has Hageman up about 30 points right now. There are actually several other candidates in the race. The key for Cheney would be to try to get to that 1/3 mark or 35% mark right now. She's polling in the 20s according to the other side. Now, when you ask Cheney's folks what their polls look like, they won't tell you. So presumably they're not a whole lot better. We'd probably be hearing about that.
All right. John, thank you so much for joining us from Wyoming. We appreciate it.
Thank you. And coming up, a new and unusual form of higher education. After the break, I'll take you inside the world of a marijuana sommelier whose sole job is to help people navigate the wide, wide world of weed.
Plus another summertime shortage, lifeguards, not weed. We're going to take some tips. We're going to give you some tips on how you can keep yourself and your family safe as temperatures heat up this summer. That's next.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're back now with a new type of higher education. The booming marijuana industry is in need of ganjiers, like a sommelier, but for cannabis, to help people understand what kinds of products and experiences are available. And it's an education program we'd all learn something from.
You first open up that jar or package that it comes in, you get that aroma. It's usually one of the first things that comes to you. You know, how intense is that aroma? How layered?
Deep in the Emerald Triangle of California's Humboldt County, a new kind of higher education.
There's coffee cuppers, there's cigar catadors, and there's master chocolatiers. That level of professionalism is needed in cannabis as well.
Derek Gilman is the managing director of Ganjier, a program that launched in 2020. Students trek into rural cannabis country to light up and learn the ins and outs of top-tier cannabis assessment, including former NFL running back Ricky Williams, who now goes by Eric Myron.
I decided to walk away, and the story broke that famous football player quits to smoke weed, which is partially true. Now I'm a healer and an astrologer, training to be a Ganjier.
What types of skills are you learning here?
The main thing I'm learning is the perception of flavor, of taste, aroma, smell, and being able to decipher and appreciate these things.
More than half of all U.S. states allow medical marijuana, and recreational use is legal in 19 states. The global legal cannabis market was valued at $13.2 billion last year.
There's 3 steps to become a certified Ganjier. There's the online courses, there's the in-person training, and then there's passing the 3 exams.
So it's safe to say this is intense. This is some real studying and work.
It's thorough, it is rigorous.
The program was put together by a panel of cannabis experts and covers areas like history, botany, cultivation, and business. Students are required to travel to Northern California for 2 days of intense in-person training.
It was something that I really wanted to do, to have like a formal education in cannabis.
Most of these figures are all kind of on that same level in this world. You know, like LeBron James is known for basketball in his world. They're known for cannabis in their world.
Students get tools to help hone their assessment skills, like a jeweler's loop.
So holding it up to your eye, and then what you do is you take hold of your object, and then you will bring it up to the loop until it comes into focus.
Whoa. Wow.
And this kit teaches students how to differentiate between terpenes, the chemical compounds that give plants their smells.
Close your eyes. You tell me, was this the first one or the second one?
The first one, beta-caryophyllene.
Your palate has begun to be trained.
To earn the official title of Ganjier, students have to pass 2 written exams and an in-person exam, where they walk a teacher through a cannabis assessment.
If you become a certified Ganjier, what does it mean?
We have students and now certified Ganjiers in all parts of the cannabis industry. People who are looking to enter the industry and are looking for a valid credential, to help them in that process, to CEOs of companies, to directors of sales for some of the largest cannabis companies on the planet.
And as the industry continues to grow, there's hope programs like this will legitimize it.
This is a legacy that we want to put into the cannabis industry to bring professionalism to cannabis, bring it out of the shadows, to give it the spotlight it deserves.
All right, so you may be thinking, well, if you're a sommelier, that means you can taste the wine and then spit it back out. Not the case, obviously, with this particular product. So the testing phase takes a little bit longer, stretched out with some breaks, maybe a couple days, so they're able to, remain able to conduct the assessment.
My favorite quote is, Savannah, your palate has begun to be trained.
The jeweler's loop too. It's hard. It's actually hard.
It does look hard.
Yeah.
It's like, all right.
Interesting stuff.
Very cool. Good story. All right, financial headlines now. Google has just settled a gender discrimination lawsuit that covers more than 15,000 female employees.
Yes, the NBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu is back with us. Hey, Dom.
All right, Savannah, Joe, to your point here, Google will pay that $118 million to settle a lawsuit claiming the tech giant discriminated against women in pay and promotions. The class action suit was filed in 2017 by 3 former employees who say that Google put them in lower positions than men who were similarly qualified and then denied them promotions or transfers to other teams that would have led to career advancements. The settlement covers more than 15,000 female employees who worked at Google in California after the year 2013. As part of the agreement, outside experts will review Google's hiring and pay practices. The volatility and weakness in the stock and bond markets is spilling over into cryptocurrencies now. Bitcoin tumbling below the $25,000 mark to the lowest levels since late 2020. Bitcoin has now dropped from nearly $49,000 back to back. There's also worries about systemic risk in the market. Celsius, which is one of the largest crypto lenders, is temporarily restricting customers from withdrawing their money, citing extreme market conditions. And then Microsoft shows off everything it has coming to the world of video games over the next 12 months. The Xbox maker unveiling a new slate of titles at a showcase this weekend. Among the highlights, a game from the co-creator of Rick and Morty, and an exclusive from the man behind the top-selling Metal Gear franchise. But Microsoft saved the best till last, with a first look at the long-awaited sci-fi role-playing game Starfield. It was originally supposed to be out in November, but is being delayed until the first half of the year. I don't know about you guys. My gaming days were there at one point, maybe in my teens and early 20s, but since then, life has gotten in the way.
Yeah, exactly. Original Super Mario Brothers is my reference point right now.
Pretty into Xbox, the snowboarding game SXX Tricky.
Ooh,
yeah.
All right.
It was pretty good.
I bet you're good.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank
you, Dom.
All right, now summer's just around the corner, and already millions of Americans are planning their trips to the beach or the pool. But a nationwide lifeguard shortage is raising new concerns about safety. So how can you make sure your family does stay safe in the water?
Who better to tell us than NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders, who is, of course, at the beach with some tips for us. Hey, Carrie, good morning.
Hey.
Well, good morning, guys. I'm actually in the lifeguard stand. You can see right now the lifeguard's not on duty, but they'll be on duty soon. I'm in Hallandale Beach here in Florida, and here, as much of Florida, they have professional lifeguards. But in other parts of the country, you know, as the swimming season begins, we're discovering that people are heading to the beach, going to the swimming pools, but they're discovering as they get there that there is a shortage of lifeguards. And with that shortage, you need to recognize if you're going to the beach, it could be dangerous. As summer heats up, some families are cooling down in the water at their own risk. A major lifeguard shortage is leaving many beaches unguarded and pools understaffed, forcing some to close. The American Lifeguard Association estimating 1/3 of the nation's public pools are impacted.
Summer's brutal, and if you can have an outlet that's cheap, most locations free for kids, that is just priceless.
And swimming in unsupervised waters can be dangerous. In Falmouth, Massachusetts on Saturday, 2 beachgoers reportedly saw a man struggling in the ocean and pulled him to safety, performing CPR until first responders arrived. Police said there were no lifeguards nearby. It's a nationwide problem from Cape May, New Jersey, still looking to hire 24 beach lifeguards, to Austin, Texas, struggling to fill about half of its 750 public pool lifeguard positions as temperatures soared to triple digits across the Southwest over the weekend.
Outside is hot, so you can just chill off in the pool.
The shortage is caused by a wave of factors. Young people have plenty of other job options to choose from, and training courses were canceled during the pandemic. Some pools looking to pull in new lifeguards by upping salaries. Six Flags St. Louis is offering $18 an hour to lifeguards, plus a $500 bonus. With fewer eyes on kids in the water this summer, experts say it's more important than ever for kids to learn to swim early.
We go to the beach and to the pool a lot. I wanted to make sure that she will be safe. I'm, of course, always watching her.
Experts say that's key. Parents or guardians should be a second set of eyes, even if a lifeguard is on duty. Use a buddy system, the 2 in, 2 out rule. And less experienced swimmers should wear life jackets approved by the U.S. Coast Guard in the pool or at the beach. Cooling down safely as this week brings more scorching heat. So if you're at a beach that has a lifeguard or a swimming pool or does not have a lifeguard, you still have a responsibility as an adult. That is to keep your eyes on those that are swimming, and this is one of the biggest enemies, the cell phone. Way too many people who have experienced tragedies say, I only looked away for a second. But of course, it's never a second, and those seconds matter when you're talking about people getting into trouble in the water. So you can have a great time. People are heading to the beach, going to swimming. It's a kind of inexpensive with what we have going on with the economy right now, but you still have to pack with you some responsibility, guys.
Some potentially life-saving tips there. Thank you, Carrie.
Good advice. Coming up, honoring an entertainment legend.
The touching and emotional tribute to Bob Saget over the weekend from those who knew him best. That's next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Welcome back. It's official. The global hit Netflix series Squid Game is returning for a second season. In a letter posted on Instagram, the show's director confirmed season 2 and thanked fans for their support. Now, Squid Game took Netflix by storm when it debuted last year. The South Korean drama took less than 2 weeks to become #1 on the streaming platform and broke Netflix records for a series launch. Okay, I was into this show. I kind of remember that you didn't really like it. Is that right?
No, I watched an episode and went, I'm good. Not for me, but I know
Meanwhile,
people
I watched the whole season in like a day.
And so you can make your judgments about us based solely on that.
Yeah, exactly. What's wrong with me? All
right, up next, an emotional tribute for Bob Saget. Overnight, the comedian and actor was recognized at the Critics' Choice Real TV Awards. His widow, Kelly, accepted the honor and spoke with us about what it means for the Saget family.
Tonight's Critics' Choice Real TV Impact honor only affirms what we all know about Bob Saget's grace and his goodness.
Overnight, a touching tribute to Bob Saget. Full House co-star John Stamos posthumously presented the actor and comedian with the Critics' Choice Real TV Impact Award.
Known as a comedian's comedian, he was both a family funny guy and an aristocrat of dirty jokes.
Saget's widow, Kelly Rizzo, made a rare public appearance to accept the honor on her late husband's behalf, telling Stamos that Bob loved him and calling the award bittersweet.
He'd be so thrilled. No, he is so thrilled. He's so honored. I mean, and especially to be honored by the critics.
The ceremony recognizes the best of reality TV.
Hello, everybody. I'm Bob Saget, and
as the first host of America's Funniest Home Videos, Saget helped make the show a TV staple, further cementing his role as America's dad.
I'm coming, darling. I'm coming for you. I'll be right there. Here I come, honey. Here I will.
The award comes 2 days after the premiere of Netflix's Dirty Daddy, the Bob Saget tribute, which features Bob's family and longtime friends.
You made people laugh. You made people feel loved. You made people money.
I want to read my last text from Bob. It said, I love you so much. I will say that God gave me the brother that I wanted, and I love you for it.
The special was taped in L.A. just 3 weeks after Saget suffered from fatal head trauma and was found dead in an Orlando hotel room.
It was still so fresh and so raw. And so now to rewatch it, of course, it still brings up all those emotions where I can't get through it without bawling 10 times, but I'm also laughing even more than I did that night.
The show includes never-before-seen footage of a private memorial held for Saget with tributes from co-stars and fellow comedy legends.
This is a very special individual, and the wind is out of my sails. It's just this gap.
Rizzo says the tribute and this latest award have helped their families celebrate and share Saget's legacy of love and laughter.
You know, he deserves it, and he was the greatest man I've ever met in my life.
Kelly says this Impact Award also acknowledges the awareness Bob raised for the autoimmune disease scleroderma, which took the life of his sister 3 decades ago.
Now to an out-of-this-world discovery made by a group of teenagers in Chicago. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has their story.
If you search the depths of Lake Michigan, what would you find?
Weird rusted metal parts.
Yeah, there was like a lot
that
of
was fun.
metal.
Clog of mussels.
Lots of mussels. Yeah.
This is just lake mud.
Yeah.
It smelled really bad.
For years, Rome Jones, Jared Scales, Jack Morgan, and other young Chicago explorers wondered if they could also find something extraterrestrial.
A fireball meteor made a spectacular appearance.
Rewind to February 2017. This meteor flashed across Midwestern skies, with NASA believing it splashed down in Lake Michigan.
You had actual scientists, astronomers, emailing each other back and forth, and you could just pick up on their curiosity.
At Chicago's Adler Planetarium, Chris Bresky decided it was time for his students to go on a cosmic treasure hunt. The Aquarius Project was born.
They could be professionals, they could take themselves as seriously as these scientists do.
Capable of designing a space rock hunting sled named Starfall.
It sticks inside the collection device.
First, the teens tested their sled here in Chicago. Then they took it out there. Way out there.
In 2018, they went up to Wisconsin, about 10 miles offshore in Lake Michigan, to NASA's target area.
But what was it like when you actually got to go out on a research vessel and drop this thing to the bottom of the lake?
It was like a really weird experience at first because we all didn't know what we were doing, kind of. Each milestone, we just got more excited.
As they searched through buckets of sludge, promising bits went to NASA and the Field Museum in Chicago. Finally came news that's out of this world.
The minerals were correct, the chemistry was correct, the textures were correct. There's nothing else that they could be except micrometeorites.
That's right, the Aquarius Project found real-life space rocks.
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. I got chills.
Over something smaller than a grain of sand.
We found a handful of those out there.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
It's not clear if these space rocks came from that meteor, but scientists say either way, they could still teach us about the solar system's origins, and NASA believes they made their own history.
This is the first time that you had basically a bunch of students who just said, wow, I really want to try that, and go after probably the most difficult meteorite fall to find that I've ever even heard of. This is a absolutely stupendous effort, a groundbreaking new effort.
So if you search the depths of Lake Michigan, you'll find when you reach for the stars, they might reach back to you. Jesse Kirsch, NBC News, Chicago.
Very cool. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, gassed. This morning, record high gas prices leaving a growing number of Americans feeling like they're running on empty. The national average for a gallon of regular now more than $5. So when will we finally get to see some relief at the pump? The experts weigh in. The big lie. We returned to Capitol Hill this morning for the second January 6th committee hearing. In the spotlight today, the former president's campaign manager. We'll take a look at the role he played in Trump's Stop the Steal messaging and the testimony we're expected to hear about his former boss. Also this morning, snuffed out a far-right extremist plot thwarted by Idaho police over the weekend. Dozens of members of a white supremacist group known as Patriot Front arrested for planning to riot at a local Pride event. We've got more on this group, and we'll take a closer look at extremism in America. And everywhere you look, a touching tribute to a television legend from those who knew and loved America's TV dad. Another tribute to Bob Saget, and it comes from both John Stamos and his wife Kelly Rizzo accepting the honor on his behalf.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that story that you're going to bring us in a little bit.
Have that in a little bit. We're going to begin this morning, though, with the unrelenting high prices at the gas pump, and now a new record high.
Yeah, the new national average is now more than $5 a gallon, and that has drivers and gas station owners furious with oil companies. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander is in Atlanta with the latest here. Hey, Blaine, good morning.
Well, guys, good morning to you. You're absolutely right. In fact, in cities across the country, we are seeing more and more signs like this one, where gas has officially hit that dreaded threshold of $5 a gallon. And in many places, it's even higher than that. But it's not just gas. We're talking about paying more for things across the board. That's things like groceries, travel, and more. And experts say we can expect it to be this way for months. This morning, prices across the country are as high as summer temperatures. With inflation at a 40-year high, that means we're paying more for almost everything. Food is up more than 10% from last year. Housing up 5.5%. You're paying 37% more for airfare, and gasoline up a whopping 48.7%. AAA numbers show the national average at over $5 per gallon.
Absolutely ridiculous. Can't go anywhere anymore.
And many Americans are not. According to a recent poll, a majority of drivers are making fewer grocery store trips. More than a third are driving slower to conserve fuel. And 1 in 5 working from home or carpooling.
It doesn't feel like there's any end in sight.
So when will Americans start to see some relief? Experts say not for a few months at least.
The additional demand of summer travelers will reduce by the time we get into the fall.
Some gas station owners refuse to wait that long. In Amherst, Massachusetts, Reynold Gladue refused to charge his customers for what he calls overpriced gas. His gripe is with the oil companies.
I knew it was a ripoff.
A frustration echoed by President Biden.
Exxon made more money than God this year.
But many are pointing fingers at his administration, while the White House calls inflation a top priority. But consumers are not buying it, with one study showing consumer confidence has dropped 40% over the last year and is now even lower than at the height of the pandemic. And over the weekend, President Biden gave his own outlook. He said that while we can expect to see this come down gradually, he says, bottom line, we can expect to live with inflation for a while. Savannah.
Blaine, thank you so much.
Now to the latest on the January 6th insurrection. This morning, the House committee investigating the attack will hold its second public hearing, where we'll hear from former President Trump's 2020 campaign manager, Bill Stepien.
That's right. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins us now with a look ahead of this. Hey, Kristen, good morning.
Hi, Savannah and Joe. So good to see both of you. The pressure is on the January 6th committee as it holds its second hearing later this morning. The focus today will be on former President Trump's so-called big lie. There will be 2 panels of witnesses. The most notable will be the president's former campaign manager, Bill Stepien, who's being compelled to testify against his former boss. The committee hoping today's hearing will be another building block as it tries to put Mr. Trump at the center of January 6th. In just a few hours, the January 6th committee will hold its second high-stakes hearing. An aide saying it will focus on the anatomy of former President Trump's big lie, his decision to declare victory in an election he knew he lost, spread claims of fraud, and then ignored dozens of court rulings against him.
He knew this was a lie, but he continued to act on that.
Today's testimony could be explosive when Mr. Trump's former campaign manager, Bill Stepien, takes the hot seat under subpoena. According to the New York Times, Stepien was in a meeting just after the election had been called in favor of President Biden, in which he told Mr. Trump of the exceedingly low odds of success with his challenges. Ultimately, Stepien played a pivotal role in the Stop the Steal messaging.
They cheated and they rigged our presidential election, but we will still win it.
Another notable witness, a former Fox News political editor, Chris Steyerwalt, who came under fire from the former president and his allies for being a part of the Fox team that called Arizona first for Mr. Biden.
I'm not in a position to tell you what I'm going to testify about.
Members of the Select Committee say they have enough evidence for the Justice Department to pursue a potential criminal indictment of Mr. Trump.
I would like to see the Justice Department investigate any credible allegation of criminal activity
on the part of Donald Trump or anyone else.
But many Republicans disagree.
You can make the case, that, and I would agree, that he's politically, morally responsible for much of what has happened. But in terms of criminal liability, I think the committee has a long way to go before they could establish that.
The committee is aiming to keep the momentum going after its dramatic opening hearing last week, which included videotaped testimony from Mr. Trump's own daughter Ivanka, who said she accepted former Attorney General Bill Barr's statement the election had not been stolen.
I respect Attorney General Barr, so I accepted what he was saying.
Now, it's not expected that Bill Stepien will intentionally throw any bombs. In fact, he's still advising Trump-backed candidates, including the person running against Congresswoman Liz Cheney. At the same time, I spoke with a source who has worked with him who says he's not going to lie under oath. He'll give a fact-based presentation. And look, the committee will want to know when exactly Mr. Trump was told the numbers were not in his favor. We did reach out to Bill Stepien. So far, have not heard back, guys.
So Liz Cheney could be questioning him?
Yes. So this could get quite tense. He's a bit of a wild card because, again, he is testifying under a subpoena. So he's not there voluntarily. Right. So we'll be watching very closely.
All right. Kristen Welker, thank you. Good to see you.
It's great to see you guys.
Yeah. Now, another big story this morning out of Washington is the deal announced over the weekend on new gun legislation. The agreement was reached by a bipartisan group of senators following the deadly mass shootings in Buffalo, New York, and Uvalde, Texas. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake has the latest from Capitol Hill.
Make no mistake, there's still a long way to go before any part of this deal becomes a law, and some gun safety advocates say it doesn't go far enough. But this morning, lawmakers in both parties are hailing it as a major breakthrough.
After decades of deadly mass shootings, this morning the U.S. Senate finally has a deal on gun safety that lawmakers believe could save lives. A bipartisan group of 20 senators announcing the framework for a bill to take on gun violence.
We're looking to make some meaningful common sense changes.
Their plan includes incentives for states to set up so-called red flag laws that allow courts to take guns away from people deemed dangerous. It makes major investments in mental health, suicide prevention, and school safety. It also prevents domestic violence offenders from purchasing guns by closing the so-called boyfriend loophole, and sets up a mandatory review of juvenile and mental health records for gun buyers under 21, a step that may have blocked the 18-year-old Uvalde shooter from buying his weapons. The agreement does not include banning assault-style weapons or raising the age to buy them from 18 to 21.
It's not everything the Democratic caucus would have wanted, but it's a significant step forward.
The president writing the framework would be the, quote, most significant gun safety legislation to pass in decades, and urging Congress to get it to his desk as soon as possible. Republican leader Mitch McConnell also issuing a supportive, if non-committal, statement Sunday. But with 10 Republicans already signed on to the deal as announced, a finished bill could overcome a Senate filibuster even without his support.
I am hopeful that we will get more than 10 of our Republican colleagues.
The negotiations wrapping up as gun safety supporters rallied in 450 cities from coast to coast this weekend, hoping to keep pressure on lawmakers to make this time different. Some of that pressure had also come from Matthew McConaughey's emotional appearance at the White House last week. McConaughey releasing a statement on the agreement, recounting how he asked a senator last week to name the best change he could imagine, and the senator simply said, something. Now McConaughey says for the first time in 30 years, something has happened.
Negotiators say they want to get this bill to President Biden's desk by the end of July. That's pretty fast by congressional standards, especially when you consider there's not actually a bill written yet. Now, one possible speed bump here, the NRA. The powerful gun lobby says they won't review a framework, but they'll look very closely at the final text and will oppose anything they consider to be gun control that might chip away at the Second Amendment.
All right, Garrett, thank you so much.
In Idaho, more than 30 alleged members of a far-right group were arrested over the weekend and charged with conspiracy to riot. Police say they were heading toward a small town's pride parade.
NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now with the latest. Hey, Gabe, good morning.
Savannah and Joe, good morning. Now, police say the men were from around the country and were hiding in a U-Haul dressed in riot gear. The FBI is now helping with the case, and this all comes after top federal officials have warned in recent years that the greatest domestic terror threat is coming from white supremacist groups.
They're getting arrested.
The dramatic scene unfolding in a small town in Idaho. Dozens of suspected white nationalists zip-tied and arrested after Coeur d'Alene police found the group crammed inside this U-Haul truck just blocks away from a gay pride event.
No one should fear going to a pride celebration because of a white supremacist.
The men clad in riot gear and masks, one of them wearing a shirt with the words "Reclaim America."
These guys stopped a U-Haul full of dudes.
Authorities say they got a 911 call Saturday from someone who spotted the men at a hotel and described them as the Little Army.
They were all wearing similar attire. They had shields, shin guards, and other riot gear.
Police say they also recovered at least one smoke grenade and paperwork similar to a military operations plan that included heading toward a park nearby where the Pride Festival was underway.
I don't think this would have been as successful had we not had one extremely astute citizen who saw something that was very concerning to them and reported it to us.
All 31 men are now charged with misdemeanor conspiracy to riot. Investigators say they came from 12 states and appear to belong to a network called the Patriot Front, described by the Anti-Defamation League as a white supremacist group, formed after 2017's Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia.
If you look at their language, if you look at their symbols, if you look at their ideology, it is white nationalist to the core and deeply dangerous.
During Pride Month, filled with so many celebrations nationwide, many in the LGBTQ community now on edge.
It just hurts my heart to know that these people want violence for us, and we don't want violence for anybody.
No word on when the group will make their first appearances in court. They have not commented publicly. The local police chief tells us there have already been online threats towards the officers involved in the arrests.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much.
Now, the arrest of these 31 alleged members of the Patriot Front group comes as extremism is on the rise across the U.S. Christopher Goldsmith joins us now for more on this. Christopher is an Iraq war veteran and a retired U.S. Army sergeant. He's also the CEO of Sparvarius, which specializes in detecting extremism and disinformation. Christopher, thank you for joining us this morning. First and foremost, just what is your reaction to what we saw over the weekend in Idaho?
I'm surprised, frankly, because typically the Patriot Front, they load up into these U-Hauls when they want to terrorize a city, and then the police give them an escort. Patriot Front, according to their own internal documents, call the police on themselves in order to get them an escort. So to see, of all places, for them to have been wrapped up in Idaho is frankly exciting. What that tells me is that the FBI is finally getting down to these local police stations and helping them understand the threat. You know, when these people show up into a new city or a new town, the local police often have no idea who they are. This time they did, and that's why they were treated appropriately. They were charged with conspiracy to riot at the state level, which is just a misdemeanor. So it looks to me like these guys are going to get $300 fines and get to go home. But, you know, these people planned their conspiracy to riot across state lines. They traveled across state lines. They planned this over the internet. There's a whole host of paper crimes that the FBI should be moving forward and having the DOJ press charges federally, so that these people can be taken off the streets.
We'll have to see if that happens, if there is any more action from the federal government. I know, Christopher, I mean, you have an extensive background investigating and infiltrating groups similar to the Patriot Front. What more can you tell us about this group?
You know, one of the things that I want to make clear to people is that these people are neo-Nazis. They are nationalist socialists. When we use the term white nationalist, and it is accurate to describe them that way, half of the people who heard Trump declare himself a nationalist a few years ago hear that and they say, oh, what's so bad? You know, yes, they're white. Yes, they're nationalists. They're not patriots. People need to understand that just because they wrap themselves in red, white, and blue doesn't mean that they support the Constitution or the people of the United States. These people are self-described nationalist socialists. Nazis, fascists. They believe in genocide. They were there at that Pride parade not to demonstrate, but to commit violence and to terrorize. These people are domestic terrorists, and the FBI needs to treat them that way.
This is Pride Month, and this was not the only LGBTQ event that was apparently targeted over the weekend. In California, police opened a hate crime investigation after a group of men described by witnesses as members of the Proud Boys disrupted a drag queen story hour. So, Christopher, I mean, what more do you think can be done to try and prevent extremist groups like these from being able to organize and do some of the things we're seeing here?
Well, part of the problem right now with what's happening in Pride parades and events all around the country is the Republican Party, including the third ranking member of the House in the Republican Party, Elise Stefanik, have started using this pedo or pedophile slur and slander against the LGBT community. The Republican Party, members at the highest levels, have legitimized extremist language. And the only natural result from that type of thing is legitimized violence. We can't allow people to continue using this type of language because the natural result is terrorism against the people of the United States.
So much of this language you're talking about, especially words like grooming and pedophile, they were on the fringe. Now suddenly they've become more mainstream. Real quickly, we're tight on time here, but what do you think needs to happen to try and reverse this pattern of the hate crimes and extremism we've been seeing?
Well, everything that's going on with these Pride parades is directly connected to what we're seeing at these January 6 hearings. Our democracy is at stake. This is an existential threat. This extremism, the mainstreaming of extremism into the Republican Party is frankly more frightening than anything we've faced in my lifetime. You know, I went to Iraq supposedly to defend democracy, right? But I can tell you that the work I'm doing today, infiltrating groups like Patriot Front and trying to take them down, is more important than anything I did overseas.
Christopher Goldsmith, thanks so much for your time this morning and for helping us put a lot of this into perspective. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
Michelle Grossman is back with us. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys. And we were watching a few stories this week, really active weather week. We have extreme temperatures really across the country. Most of us feeling the heat this week with temperatures into the 90s and 100s. We're looking at severe weather today, also tomorrow, and also looking at a fire danger. So on radar, we're seeing some showers and storms this morning in the northwest, also parts of the upper Midwest, into the northeast as well. As we go throughout the day, though, we're looking at some stronger storms right now in the Dakotas, also the upper Midwest, some really heavy rainfall, some lightning, hearing that thunder as well. Then as we go throughout the afternoon, we are looking at the bullseye for these storms where you see any of the shading, really the yellow, though, that is the likeliest spots. So the upper Midwest into the Ohio Valley, the Great Lakes, and parts of the Northeast, Pittsburgh, Indianapolis, Milwaukee, Chicago, La Crosse, you could see some storms this afternoon. 43 million Americans at risk with winds gusting up to 75 miles per hour. Could see some damaging hail, also a few tornadoes. Then as we go throughout tomorrow, we're looking at the Carolinas. We're looking at Norfolk, Raleigh for some stronger storms. Winds not quite as gusty, but still to 60 miles per hour. Damaging hail and a few tornadoes. We were expecting a few tornadoes as well. Your rainfall forecast, where you see the darker colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellows, that's where we're expecting the heaviest rainfall. So pockets of heavy rainfall, torrential downpours within some of these storms, locally up to 3 inches. That could cause some flooding. So for the rest of the day, we're looking at scattered storms in the southeast as well. Sizzling throughout most of the country, a fire risk in the southwest. We have 3 million people at risk for some fire danger in the southwest. But it's the heat that's going to be a big story today. 54 million Americans at risk for some really high temperatures. We're into the southwest, the upper Midwest, even the Carolinas. You can see temperatures climbing into the triple digits. So sweltering heat continues. We're going to break some records, and it will feel like 115, you guys, in some spots. It's going to be hot, too hot, really, over the next couple days for many of us.
All right. I'm hot just listening to you talking right now.
I know. Is that true?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So you're sweating.
Yeah. Thanks, Michelle. See you soon.
Coming up, we've got more on the second hearing today from the January 6th committee.
Yeah, we'll take a closer look at the potential criminal indictment Trump could be facing. That's next.
To cover the news, you have to be in it.
This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves.
They're pushing the gates open.
Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
News is happening now. To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson.
The House committee investigating the January 6th insurrection says it will focus its second public hearing today on former President Trump's so-called big lie that the 2020 election was stolen. Now, that hearing is taking place later this morning and is the first of 3 public hearings happening this week.
Let's bring in NBC News contributor Chuck Rosenberg. He's a former U.S. attorney and a former FBI senior official. Chuck, thanks for being here. So we still have several hearings to go here, but members of the Select Committee say they have enough evidence for the Justice Department to pursue a potential criminal indictment of the former president. Do you think that's ultimately what we will see happen?
Great question, Savannah. So the answer is maybe. First, let me tell you, I think there are 2 ways to think about it. You articulated the first. Could the Department of Justice charge the former president with a crime? And I think the answer will be yes, but let's see what the evidence is. Remember, the first hearing promised evidence. The next several hearings, we will adduce the evidence. We will actually see what they have. But my sense is yes. I think there's a much harder question, which is, should the Department of Justice charge the former president? And don't get me wrong here. I mean, I think this man is wholly unqualified for any office, let alone the presidency, morally, intellectually, temperamentally, ethically, completely unfit and unqualified for office. But charging a former president is a dramatic and unprecedented step. And I worry about how divisive it might be for the country. So there's a could and there's a should. And I think the could will be yes, and I think the should will be hard.
Politics are impossible to avoid in this situation right now. Now, the committee chairman, Benny Thompson, said today's hearing is going to demonstrate how Trump understood he lost the election, but then continued to lie about it being stolen. As we mentioned, you're a former U.S. attorney and FBI senior official. What questions do you want answered the most from committee guests, those who are testifying today?
Yeah, great question, Joe. So what I want to see today and in subsequent hearings is, and I hate to sound so cliched, but what did the president know and when did he know it, right? We got that phrase out of Watergate, but what it really goes to, why it's important, Joe, is that that's about intent and knowledge. So federal criminal statutes, proof of a federal crime require proof of intent. And so what the committee says in its opening statement, or what other people think the president might have known or might have said, don't really matter. We need to hear from the men and women who were around him. What did they tell him? Because that goes to his knowledge. And what did he say? Because that goes to his intent. And the more of that we hear, the more certain we can be that he actually committed a crime.
Chuck Rosenberg, thank you so much for your analysis. We appreciate it.
And you can watch this second hearing later this morning right here on NBC News Now. Our live coverage gets underway at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Coming up, we will have more on the January 6th investigation ahead of this morning's hearing, including how Congresswoman Liz Cheney's own constituents are reacting to her participation on the panel.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Right now on NBC News Now,
look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Welcome back. This morning, the governor of Ukraine's Luhansk region says Russian forces now control 70% of the city of Severodonetsk. He says the city is close to being cut off after another bridge was destroyed by Russian shelling, with the last remaining one coming under heavy bombing. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now from central Ukraine with the latest. Molly, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. That's right. We are really focused on the street-by-street fighting in that key city you mentioned, Severodonetsk. It is an intense urban combat situation. President Zelensky says it is meter by meter, and without that city, Putin can't take the Donbass region. The governor of that area says the next 24 to 48 hours will be critical.
This morning, Russian forces inching closer to encircling the city of Severodonetsk. Ukraine's President Zelensky says the fighting is for every meter of that city, now almost entirely under Russian control, with an estimated 10,000 civilians still inside. Russian state media showing smoke rising from the Ukrainian-controlled Azot chemical plant, where the regional governor says about 500 people, including dozens of children, are sheltering. In nearby villages, as the fighting creeps closer, not everyone wants to evacuate. Luba says, "Sweetheart, where can I go? Who is waiting for me there? Let others go. They are young." President Zelensky says Russia can still be stopped, but with more weapons. One of his advisors tweeting out their military wish list overnight. But President Putin saying if more longer-range weapon systems were supplied to Ukraine, we will use our means of destruction, which we have plenty of. Over the weekend, an advisor to President Zelensky suggesting to the BBC as many as 200 Ukrainian soldiers were dying every day. Combined with the wounded, Ukraine may be losing some 700 fighters from the battlefield daily. But those still fighting are determined. Filmmaker turned frontline soldier Elisa Kovalenko was in the eastern city of Kharkiv for a 12-hour break.
When you're exhausted, completely exhausted, because after it was very, very intensive months. It's a moment you can be so exhausted, so you can make a mistake and you can be dead.
But for Elisa, there's no question she's going back.
I still have power to go back to the front line.
And you guys, soldiers, as you just heard from Elisa, that filmmaker you just met, they are exhausted, but they are determined. And a lot of them are volunteers. So Elisa is a volunteer. She does not get paid. She fights on the front line. And what's happening is that a lot more volunteer fighters and soldiers are having to go to the Donbass front. The problem is that Ukraine is running low on ammunition. They are running low on weapons. And guys, they're running low on time to train up these volunteers so that they are ready for the Donbass fight. Joe, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Molly, thank you so much.
And the January 6 hearings were front of mind on this week's Meet the Representative Elaine Luria, a member of the January 6 Select Committee, called her work on the committee more important than her re-election. Plus, Representative Don Bacon, who voted in favor of the bipartisan committee, didn't rule out criminal charges for former President Trump. Here's Meet the Press moderator Chuck Todd.
Do you feel like you now know minute by minute what Donald Trump was doing throughout the attack on the Capitol?
We've pieced together a very comprehensive TikTok timeline of what he did. And then 187 minutes. You know, this man had the microphone. He could speak to the whole country. His duty was to stand up and say something and try to stop this.
You're in a swing district. This is one of those things that some people representing swing districts are like, please don't put me on the committee. You've sort of run towards this. Why?
This is the kind of thing that will define the history of our country and our democracy moving forward. And if we can't preserve that, I don't know what the country will look like for my daughters. The work of this committee is more important than something like my own personal re-election.
What did you think of the presentation on Thursday night, and how compelling did you find it?
I did find it interesting how many people in the White House tried to compel or tell the president that he lost the election. I thought that was interesting. But by and large, I didn't hear new information. I thought we made a mistake on our side of the aisle by opposing that, because what we have today is a very stacked deck in the committee. In fact, the Republicans that were appointed were kicked off the committee, and I think that hurt the legitimacy viewed by many.
If former charges are brought against him for incitement, it sounds like you're not going to dismiss that out of hand, are you?
I look at it this way. He has already left. I think we should be looking more forward on this, but we'll see what the evidence comes out with in regards to the president. I'll just say what he did was wrong. He should have spoke up. When it gets to the legal matters, I'm a little less confident on. I'm not a lawyer.
All right, our thanks to Chuck Todd for that report.
Of course, the January 6 hearings have put a spotlight on Congresswoman Liz Cheney, the Republican representative from Wyoming.
Yeah, she's one of only 2 Republicans to sit on this select committee investigating the Capitol attack, and has used her platform to condemn former President Trump and her own party for, quote, defending the indefensible.
NBC News senior politics reporter John Allen joins us now from Jackson Hole, Wyoming. John, good morning. Good to see you there. So, I mean, we know Cheney represents a state that Trump won in a landslide in 2020, but at the same time, the Cheney name is huge there. So what's the response been like there to her role in this investigation?
Well, good morning, Joe, and good morning, Savannah. The response here, generally speaking, has been pretty bad. Republicans here mostly, and I've been in the state a couple different places over the past couple of weeks. It's been negative. A lot of Republicans don't like that she's taking on Donald Trump, whether it's this committee or voting to impeach him earlier. But right now, I'm in Teton County in Jackson, and there's a little bit more diversity of opinion here, and that matters because Democrats can re-register and vote in Republican primaries in Wyoming, and some of them are planning to do that. We've talked to a bunch of voters out here with a variety of views. Let's listen to some of them.
I don't think she should be in charge of anything. She's not for the common person. She's not for Wyoming. She's just playing the game.
I think she's courageous to do what she's doing, but I don't agree with her politics. I don't agree with the fact that she kind of betrayed Trump.
I'm very impressed by Liz Cheney. I'm super impressed by her. I still am not aligned with her opinions, but I'm happy that she's part of this and she's very strong about this.
And that last voter you just heard from is one of those Democrats that's planning to switch over and vote in the Republican primary for Cheney. That's something that we'll have to see whether it gains traction as a movement or not.
Yeah, so let's talk about what she could see in this upcoming election. So she's facing a Republican primary challenge for her seat. What's the latest polling in that race? Do we have a sense of whether the January 6th investigation and these public hearings that we have being televised, are they helping or hurting her?
Tony Fabrizio, the pollster for Donald Trump, is also doing polling of the race here. The primary opponent, or the main primary opponent for Liz Cheney, is a woman named Harriet Hageman. The polling that Fabrizio has done, as our colleague Mark Caputo reported recently, has Hageman up about 30 points right now. There are actually several other candidates in the race. The key for Cheney would be to try to get to that 1/3 mark or 35% mark right now. She's polling in the 20s, according to the other side. Now, when you ask Cheney's folks what their polls look like, they won't tell you. So presumably they're not a whole lot better. We'd probably be hearing about that.
All right. John, thank you so much for joining us from Wyoming. We appreciate it.
And coming up, a new and unusual form of higher education. After the break, I'll take you inside the world of a marijuana sommelier whose sole job is to help people navigate the wide, wide world of weed.
Plus another summertime shortage, lifeguards, not weed. We're going to take some tips. We're going to give you some tips on how you can keep yourself and your family safe as temperatures heat up this summer. That's next.
Critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye. This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're back now with a new type of higher education. The booming marijuana industry is in need of GAs like a sommelier, but for cannabis, to help people understand what kinds of products and experiences are available. And it's an education program we'd all learn something from.
First open up that jar or package that it comes in, you get that aroma. It's usually one of the first things that comes to you. You know, how intense is that aroma? How layered?
Deep in the Emerald Triangle of California's Humboldt County, a new kind of higher education.
There's coffee cuppers, there's cigar catadors, there's master chocolatiers. That level of professionalism is needed in cannabis as well.
Derek Gilman is the managing director of Ganjier, a program that launched in 2020. Students trek into rural cannabis country to light up and learn the ins and outs of top-tier cannabis assessment, including former NFL running back Ricky Williams, who now goes by Eric Myron.
I decided to walk away, and the story broke that famous football player quits to smoke weed, which is partially true. Now I'm a healer, an astrologer, training to be a Ganjier.
What types of skills are you learning here?
The main thing I'm learning is the perception of flavor, of taste, aroma, smell, and being able to decipher and appreciate these things.
More than half of all U.S. states allow medical marijuana, and recreational use is legal in 19 states. The global legal cannabis market was valued at $13.2 billion last year.
There's 3 steps to become a certified Ganjier. There's the online courses, there's the in-person training, and then there's passing the 3 exams.
So it's safe to say this is intense. This is some real studying and work.
It's thorough, it is rigorous.
The program was put together by a panel of cannabis experts and covers areas like history, botany, cultivation, and business. Students are required to travel to Northern California for 2 days of intense in-person training.
It was something that I really wanted to do, to have like a formal education in cannabis.
Most of these figures are all kind of on that same level in this world. You know, like LeBron James is known for basketball in his world. They're known for cannabis in their world.
Students get tools to help hone their assessment skills, like a jeweler's loop.
So holding it up to your eye, and then what you do is you take hold of your object, and then you will bring it up to the loop until it comes into focus.
Whoa. Wow. And this kit teaches students how to differentiate between terpenes, the chemical compounds that give plants their smells.
Close your eyes. You tell me, was this the first one or the second one?
The first one, beta-caryophyllene.
Your palate has begun to be trained.
To earn the official title of Ganjier, students have to pass 2 written exams and an in-person exam, where they walk a teacher through a cannabis assessment.
If you become a certified Ganjier, what does it mean?
We have students and now certified Ganjiers in all parts of the cannabis industry. People who are looking to enter the industry and are looking for a valid credential, you know, to help them in that process, to CEOs of companies, to directors of sales for some of the largest cannabis companies on the planet.
And as the industry continues to grow, there's hope programs like this will legitimize it.
This is a legacy that we want to put into the cannabis industry to bring professionalism to cannabis, bring it out of the shadows, to give it the spotlight it deserves.
All right, so you may be thinking, well, if you're a sommelier, that means you can taste the wine and then spit it back out. Not the case, obviously, with this particular product. So the testing phase takes a little bit longer, stretched out with some breaks, maybe a couple days, so they're able to, remain able to to conduct the assessment.
My favorite quote is, Savannah, your palate has begun to be trained.
The jeweler's loop is hard. It's actually hard.
It does look hard.
Yeah.
It's like,
interesting stuff.
Very cool. Good story. All right, financial headlines now. Google has just settled a gender discrimination lawsuit that covers more than 15,000 female employees.
Yes, NBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu is back with us. Hey, Dom.
All right, Savannah, Joe, to your point here, Google will pay that $118 million to settle a lawsuit claiming the tech giant discriminated against women in pay and promotions. The class action suit was filed in 2017 by 3 former employees who say that Google put them in lower positions than men who were similarly qualified and then denied them promotions or transfers to other teams that would have led to career advancements. The settlement covers more than 15,000 female employees who worked at Google in California after the year 2013. As part of the agreement, outside experts will review Google's hiring and pay practices. The volatility and weakness in the stock and bond markets is spilling over into cryptocurrencies now. Bitcoin tumbling below the $25,000 mark to the lowest levels since late 2020. Bitcoin has now dropped from nearly $49,000 back to back. There's also worries about systemic risk in the market. Celsius, which is one of the largest crypto lenders, is temporarily restricting customers from withdrawing their money, citing extreme market conditions. And then Microsoft shows off everything it has coming to the world of video games over the next 12 months. The Xbox maker unveiling a new slate of titles at a showcase this weekend. Among the highlights, a game from the co-creator of Rick and Morty and an exclusive from the man behind the top-selling Metal Gear franchise. But Microsoft saved the best till last with a first look at the long-awaited sci-fi role-playing game Starfield. It was originally supposed to be out in November, but is being delayed until the first half of the year. I don't know about you guys. My gaming days were there at one point, maybe in my teens and early 20s, but since then, life has gotten in the way.
Yeah, exactly. Original Super Mario Brothers is my reference point right now.
Pretty into Xbox, the snowboarding game SXX Tricky.
Ooh,
yeah.
All right.
It is pretty good.
I bet you're good.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank
you, Dom.
All right, now summer's just around the corner, and already millions of Americans are planning their trips to the beach or the pool, but a nationwide lifeguard shortage is raising new concerns about safety. So how can you make sure your family does stay safe in the water?
Who better to tell us than NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders, who is, of course, at the beach with some tips for us. Hey, Carrie, good morning.
Hey.
Well, good morning, guys. I'm actually in the lifeguard stand. You can see right now the lifeguard's not on duty, but they'll be on duty soon. I'm in Hallandale Beach here in Florida, and here, as much of Florida, they have professional lifeguards. But in other parts of the country, you know, as the swimming season begins, we're discovering that people are heading to the beach, going to the swimming pools, but they're discovering as they get there that there is a shortage of lifeguards. And with that shortage, you need to recognize if you're going to the beach, it could be dangerous. As summer heats up, some families are cooling down in the water at their own risk. A major lifeguard shortage is leaving many beaches unguarded and pools understaffed, forcing some to close. The American Lifeguard Association estimating 1/3 of the nation's public pools are impacted.
Summer's brutal, and if you can have an outlet that's cheap, some location, most locations free for kids, that is just priceless.
And swimming in unsupervised waters can be dangerous. In Falmouth, Massachusetts on Saturday, 2 beachgoers reportedly saw a man struggling in the ocean and pulled him to safety, performing CPR until first responders arrived. Police said there were no lifeguards nearby. It's a nationwide problem from Cape May, New Jersey, still looking to hire 24 beach lifeguards, to Austin, Texas, struggling to fill about half of its 750 public pool lifeguard positions as temperatures soared to triple digits across the Southwest over the weekend.
Outside it's hot, so you can just chill off in the pool.
The shortage is caused by a wave of factors. Young people have plenty of other job options to choose from, and training courses were canceled during the pandemic. Some pools looking to pull in new lifeguards by upping salaries. Six Flags St. Louis is offering $18 an hour to lifeguards, plus a $500 bonus. With fewer eyes on kids in the water this summer, experts say it's more important than ever for kids to learn to swim early.
We go to the beach and to the pool a lot. I wanted to make sure that she will be safe. I'm, of course, always watching her.
Experts say that's key. Parents or guardians should be a second set of eyes, even if a lifeguard is on duty. Use a buddy system, the 2 in, 2 out rule. And less experienced swimmers should wear life jackets approved by the U.S. Coast Guard in the pool or at the beach. Cooling down safely as this week brings more scorching heat. So if you're at a beach that has a lifeguard or a swimming pool or does not have a lifeguard, you still have a responsibility as an adult. That is to keep your eyes on those that are swimming, and this is one of the biggest enemies, the cell phone. Way too many people who have experienced tragedies say, I only looked away for a second. But of course, and those seconds matter when you're talking about people getting into trouble in the water. So you can have a great time. People are heading to the beach, going to swimming. It's a kind of inexpensive with what we have going on with the economy right now, but you still have to pack with you some responsibility, guys.
Some potentially life-saving tips there. Thank you, Carrie.
Good advice. Coming up, honoring an entertainment legend.
The touching and emotional tribute to Bob Saget over the weekend from those who knew him best. That's next.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye. This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. It's official. The global hit Netflix series Squid is returning for a second season. In a letter posted on Instagram, the show's director confirmed season 2 and thanked fans for their support. Now, Squid Game took Netflix by storm when it debuted last year. The South Korean drama took less than 2 weeks to become #1 on the streaming platform and broke Netflix records for a series launch. Okay, I was into this show. I kind of remember that you didn't really like it. Is that right?
No, I watched an episode and went, I'm good. Not for me, but I know.
Meanwhile, I watched the whole season in like a day.
And so you can make your judgments about us based solely on that.
Yeah, exactly. What's wrong with me? All
right, up next, an emotional tribute for Bob Saget. Overnight, the comedian and actor was recognized at the Critics' Choice Real TV Awards. His widow, Kelly, accepted the honor and spoke with us about what it means for the Saget family.
Tonight's Critics' Choice Real TV Impact honor only affirms what we all know about Bob Saget's grace and his goodness.
Overnight, a touching tribute to Bob Saget. Full House co-star John Stamos posthumously presented the actor and comedian with the Critics' Choice Real TV Impact Award.
Known as a comedian's comedian, he was both a family funny guy and an aristocrat of dirty jokes.
Saget's widow, Kelly Rizzo, made a rare public appearance to accept the honor on her late husband's behalf, telling Stamos that Bob loved him and calling the award bittersweet.
He'd be so thrilled. No, he is so thrilled. He's so honored. I mean, and especially to be honored by the critics.
The ceremony recognizes the best of reality TV.
Hello, everybody. I'm Bob Saget, and
as the first host of America's Funniest Home Videos, Saget helped make the show a TV staple, further cementing his role as America's dad.
I'm coming, darling. I'm coming for you. I'll be right there. Here I come, honey. Here I will.
The award comes 2 days after the premiere of Netflix's Dirty Daddy, the Bob Saget tribute, which features Bob's family and longtime friends.
You made people laugh. You made people feel loved. You made people money.
I want to read my last text from Bob. It said, I love you so much. I will say that God gave me the brother that I wanted, and I love you for it.
The special was taped in L.A. just 3 weeks after Saget suffered from fatal head trauma and was found dead in an Orlando hotel room.
It was still so fresh and so raw. And so now to rewatch it, of course, it still brings up all those emotions where I can't get through it without bawling 10 times, but I'm also laughing even more than I did that night.
The show includes never-before-seen footage of a private memorial held for Saget, with tributes from co-stars and fellow comedy legends.
This is a very special individual, and the wind is out of my sails. It's just this gap.
Rizzo says the tribute and this latest award have helped their families celebrate and share Saget's legacy of love and laughter.
You know, he deserves it, and he was the greatest man I've ever met in my life.
Kelly says this Impact Award also acknowledges the awareness Bob raised for the autoimmune disease scleroderma, which took the life of his sister 3 decades ago.
Now to an out-of-this-world discovery made by a group of teenagers in Chicago. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has their story.
If you search the depths of Lake Michigan, what would you find?
Weird rusted metal parts.
Yeah, there was like a lot
that was
of
fun.
metal.
Quagga mussels.
Lots of mussels. Yeah.
This is just lake mud.
Yeah.
It smelled really bad.
For years, Rome Jones, Jared Scales, Jack Morgan, and other young Chicago explorers wondered if they could also find something extraterrestrial.
A fireball meteor made a spectacular appearance.
Rewind to February 2017. This meteor flashed across Midwestern skies, with NASA believing it splashed down in Lake Michigan.
You had actual scientists, astronomers, emailing each other back and forth, and you could just pick up on their curiosity.
At Chicago's Adler Planetarium, Chris Bresky decided it was time for his students to go on a cosmic treasure hunt. The Aquarius Project was born.
They could be professionals, that they could take themselves as seriously as these scientists do.
Capable of designing a space rock hunting sled named Starfall.
It sticks inside the collection device.
First, the teens tested their sled here in Chicago. Then they took it out there. Way out there.
In 2018, they went up to Wisconsin, about 10 miles offshore in Lake Michigan, to NASA's target area.
But what was it like when you actually got to go out on a research vessel and drop this thing to the bottom of the lake?
It was like a really weird experience at first because we all didn't know what we were doing, kind of. Each milestone, we just got more excited.
As they searched through buckets of sludge, promising bits went to NASA and the Field Museum in Chicago. Finally came news that's out of this world.
The minerals were correct, the chemistry was correct, the textures were correct. There's nothing else that they could be except micrometeorites.
That's right. The Aquarius Project found real-life space rocks.
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God.
I got chills.
Over something smaller than a grain of sand.
We found a handful of those out there.
Yeah. That's pretty good.
It's not clear if these space rocks came from that meteor, but scientists say either way, they could still teach us about the solar system's origins, and NASA believes they made their own history.
This is the first time that you had basically a bunch of students who just said, wow, I really want to try that, and go after probably the most difficult meteorite fall to find that I've ever even heard of. This is a absolutely stupendous effort, a groundbreaking new effort.
So if you search the depths of Lake Michigan, you'll find when you reach for the stars, they might reach back to you. Jesse Kirsch, NBC News, Chicago.
Very cool. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, gassed. This morning, record high gas prices leaving a growing number of Americans feeling like they're running on empty. The national average for a gallon of regular now more than $5. So when will we finally get to see some relief at the pump? The experts weigh in. The big lie. We returned to Capitol Hill this morning for the second January 6th committee hearing. In the spotlight today, the former president's campaign manager. We'll take a look at the role he played in Trump's Stop the Steal messaging and the testimony we're expected to hear about his former boss. Also this morning, snuffed out a far-right extremist plot thwarted by Idaho police over the weekend. Dozens of members of a white supremacist group known as Patriot Front arrested for planning to riot at a local Pride event. We've got more on this group, and we'll take a closer look at extremism in America. And everywhere you look, a touching tribute to a television legend from those who knew and loved America's TV dad. Another tribute to Bob Saget, and it comes from both John Stamos and his wife Kelly Rizzo accepting the honor on his behalf.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that story that you're going to bring us in a little bit.
Have that in a little bit. We're going to begin this morning, though, with the unrelenting high prices at the gas pump, and now a new record high.
Yeah, the new national average is now more than $5 a gallon, and that has drivers and gas station owners furious with oil companies. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander is in Atlanta with the latest here. Hey, Blaine, good morning.
Well, guys, good morning to you. You're absolutely right. In fact, in cities across the country, we are seeing more and more signs like this one where gas has officially hit that dreaded threshold of $5 a gallon. And in many places, it's even higher than that. But it's not just gas. We're talking about paying more for things across the board. That's things like groceries, travel, and more. And experts say we can expect it to be this way for months. This morning, prices across the country are as high as summer temperatures. With inflation at a 40-year high, that means we're paying more for almost everything. Food is up more than 10% from last year. Housing up 5.5%. You're paying 37% more for airfare, and gasoline up a whopping 48.7%. AAA numbers show the national average at over $5 per gallon.
Absolutely ridiculous. Can't go anywhere anymore.
And many Americans are not. According to a recent poll, a majority of drivers are making fewer grocery store trips. More than a third are driving slower to conserve fuel. And 1 in 5 working from home or carpooling.
It doesn't feel like there's any end in sight.
So when will Americans start to see some relief? Experts say not for a few months at least.
The additional demand of summer travelers will reduce by the time we get into the fall.
Some gas station owners refuse to wait that long. In Amherst, Massachusetts, Reynold Gladue refused to charge his customers for what he calls overpriced gas. His gripe is with the oil companies.
I knew it was a ripoff.
A frustration echoed by President Biden.
Exxon made more money than God this year.
But many are pointing fingers at his administration, while the White House calls inflation a top priority. But consumers are not buying it, with one study showing consumer confidence has dropped 40% over the last year and is now even lower than at the height of the pandemic. And over the weekend, President Biden gave his own outlook. He said that while we can expect to see this come down gradually, he says, bottom line, we can expect to live with inflation for a while. Savannah.
Blaine, thank you so much.
Now to the latest on the January 6th insurrection. This morning, the House committee investigating the attack will hold its second public hearing, where we'll hear from former President Trump's 2020 campaign manager, Bill Stepien.
That's right. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins us now with a look ahead of this. Hey, Kristen, good morning.
Hi, Savannah and Joe. So good to see both of you. The pressure is on the January 6th committee as it holds its second hearing later this morning. The focus today will be on former President Trump's so-called big lie. There will be two panels of witnesses. The most notable will be the president's former campaign manager, Bill Stepien, who's being compelled to testify against his former boss. The committee hoping today's hearing will be another building block as it tries to put Mr. Trump at the center of January 6th. In just a few hours, the January 6th committee will hold its second high-stakes hearing, an aide saying it will focus on the anatomy of former President Trump's big lie, his decision to declare victory in an election he knew he lost, spread claims of fraud, and then ignored dozens of court rulings against him.
He knew this was a lie, but he continued to act on that.
Today's testimony could be explosive when Mr. Trump's former campaign manager, Bill Stepien, takes the hot seat under subpoena. According to the New York Times, Stepien was in a meeting just after the election had been called in favor of President Biden, in which he told Mr. Trump of the exceedingly low odds of success with his challenges. Ultimately, Stepien played a pivotal role in the Stop the Steal messaging.
They cheated and they rigged our presidential election, but we will still win it.
Another notable witness, a former Fox News political editor, Chris Steyerwalt, who came under fire from the former president and his allies for being a part of the Fox team that called Arizona first for Mr. Biden.
I'm not in a position to tell you what I'm going to testify about.
Members of the Select Committee say they have enough evidence for the Justice Department to pursue a potential criminal indictment of Mr. Trump.
I would like to see the Justice Department investigate any credible allegation of criminal activity on the part of Donald Trump or anyone else.
But many Republicans disagree.
You can make the case, that, and I would agree, that he is politically, morally responsible for much of what has happened. But in terms of criminal liability, I think the committee has a long way to go before they could establish that.
The committee is aiming to keep the momentum going after its dramatic opening hearing last week, which included videotaped testimony from Mr. Trump's own daughter, Ivanka, who said she accepted former Attorney General Bill Barr's statement the election had not been stolen.
I respect Attorney General Barr, so I accepted what he was saying.
Now, it's not expected that Bill Stepien will intentionally throw any bombs. In fact, he's still advising Trump-backed candidates, including the person running against Congresswoman Liz Cheney. At the same time, I spoke with a source who has worked with him who says he's not going to lie under oath. He'll give a fact-based presentation. And look, the committee will want to know when exactly Mr. Trump was told the numbers were not in his favor. We did reach out to Bill Stepien. So far, have not heard back, guys.
So Liz Cheney could be questioning him?
Yes. So this could get quite tense. He's a bit of a wild card because, again, he is testifying under a subpoena. So he's not there voluntarily. Right. So we'll be watching very closely.
Yeah, all right. Kristen Welker, thank you. Good to see you.
It's great to see you guys.
Yeah. Now, another big story this morning out of Washington is the deal announced over the weekend on new gun legislation. The agreement was reached by a bipartisan group of senators following the deadly mass shootings in Buffalo, New York, and Uvalde, Texas. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake has the latest from Capitol Hill.
Make no mistake, there's still a long way to go before any part of this deal becomes a law, and some gun safety advocates say it doesn't go far enough. But this morning, lawmakers in both parties are hailing it as a major breakthrough.
After decades of deadly mass shootings, this morning the U.S. Senate finally has a deal on gun safety that lawmakers believe could save lives. A bipartisan group of 20 senators announcing the framework for a bill to take on gun violence.
We're looking to make some meaningful common sense changes.
Their plan includes incentives for states to set up so-called red flag laws that allow courts to take guns away from people deemed dangerous. It makes major investments in mental health, suicide prevention, and school safety. It also prevents domestic violence offenders from purchasing guns by closing the so-called boyfriend loophole, and sets up a mandatory review of juvenile and mental health records for gun buyers under 21, a step that may have blocked the 18-year-old Uvalde shooter from buying his weapons. The agreement does not include banning assault-style weapons or raising the age to buy them from 18 to 21.
It's not everything the Democratic caucus would have wanted, but it's a significant step forward.
The president writing the framework would be the, quote, most significant gun safety legislation to pass in decades, and urging Congress to get it to his desk as soon as possible. Republican leader Mitch McConnell also issuing a supportive, if non-committal, statement Sunday. But with 10 Republicans already signed on to the deal as announced, a finished bill could overcome a Senate filibuster even without his support.
I am hopeful that we will get more than 10 of our Republican colleagues.
The negotiations wrapping up as gun safety supporters rallied in 450 cities from coast to coast this weekend, hoping to keep pressure on lawmakers to make it this time different. Some of that pressure had also come from Matthew McConaughey's emotional appearance at the White House last week. McConaughey releasing a statement on the agreement, recounting how he asked a senator last week to name the best change he could imagine, and the senator simply said something. Now McConaughey says for the first time in 30 years, something has happened.
Negotiators say they want to get this bill to President Biden's desk by the end of July. That's pretty fast by congressional standards, especially when you consider there's not actually a bill written yet. Now, one possible speed bump here, the NRA. The powerful gun lobby says they won't review a framework, but they'll look very closely at the final text and will oppose anything they consider to be gun control that might chip away at the Second Amendment.
All right, Garrett, thank you so much.
In Idaho, more than 30 alleged members of a far-right group were arrested over the weekend and charged with conspiracy to riot. Police say they were heading toward a small town's pride parade.
NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now with the latest. Hey, Gabe, good morning.
Savannah and Joe, good morning. Now, police say the men were from around the country and were hiding in a U-Haul dressed in riot gear. The FBI is now helping with the case, and this all comes after top federal officials have warned in recent years that the greatest domestic terror threat is coming from white supremacist groups.
They're getting arrested.
The dramatic scene unfolding in a small town in Idaho. Dozens of suspected white nationalists zip-tied and arrested after Coeur d'Alene police found the group crammed inside this U-Haul truck just blocks away from a gay pride event.
No one should fear going to a pride celebration because of a white supremacist.
The men clad in riot gear and masks, one of them wearing a shirt with the words, "Reclaim America."
These guys stopped a U-Haul full of dudes.
Authorities say they got a 911 call Saturday from someone who spotted the men at a hotel and described them as a little army.
They were all wearing similar attire. They had shields, shin guards, and other riot gear.
Police say they also recovered at least one smoke grenade and paperwork similar to a military operations plan that included heading toward a park nearby where the Pride Festival was underway.
I don't think this would have been as successful had we not had one extremely astute citizen who saw something that was very concerning to them and reported it to us.
All 31 men are now charged with misdemeanor conspiracy to riot. Investigators say they came from 12 states and appear to belong to a network called the Patriot Front, described by the Anti-Defamation League as a white supremacist group, formed after 2017's Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia.
If you look at their language, if you look at their symbols, if you look at their ideology, it is white nationalist to the core and deeply dangerous.
During Pride Month, filled with so many celebrations nationwide, many in the LGBTQ community now on edge.
It just hurts my heart to know that these people want violence for us, and we don't want violence for anybody.
No word on when the group will make their first appearances in court. They have not commented publicly. The local police chief tells us there have already been online threats towards the officers involved in the arrests.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much.
Now, the arrest of these 31 alleged members of the Patriot Front group comes as extremism is on the rise across the U.S. Christopher Goldsmith joins us now for more on this. Christopher is an Iraq war veteran and a retired U.S. Army sergeant. He's also the CEO of Sparvarius, which specializes in detecting extremism and disinformation. Christopher, thank you for joining us this morning. First and foremost, just what is your reaction to what we saw over the weekend in Idaho?
I'm surprised, frankly, because typically the Patriot Front, they load up into these U-Hauls when they want to terrorize a city, and then the police give them an escort. Patriot Front, according to their own internal documents, call the police on themselves in order to get them an escort. So to see, of all places, for them to have been wrapped up in Idaho is frankly exciting. What that tells me is that the FBI is finally getting down to these local police stations and helping them understand the threat. You know, when these people show up into a new city or a new town, the local police often have no idea who they are. This time they did, and that's why they were treated appropriately. They were charged with conspiracy to riot at the state level, which is just a misdemeanor. So it looks to me like these guys are going to get $300 fines and get to go home. But you know, these people planned their conspiracy to riot across state lines. They traveled across state lines. They planned this over the internet. There's a whole host of paper crimes that the FBI should be moving forward and having the DOJ press charges federally, so that these people can be taken off the streets.
We'll have to see if that happens, if there is any more action from the federal government. I know, Christopher, I mean, you have an extensive background investigating and infiltrating groups similar to the Patriot Front. What more can you tell us about this group?
You know, one of the things that I want to make clear to people is that these people are neo-Nazis. They are nationalist socialists. When we use the term white nationalist, and it is accurate to describe them that way, half of the people who heard Trump declare himself a nationalist a few years ago hear that and they say, oh, what's so bad? You know, yes, they're white. Yes, they're nationalists. They're not patriots. People need to understand that just because they wrap themselves in red, white, and blue doesn't mean that they support the Constitution or the people of the United States. These people are self-described nationalist socialists, Nazis, fascists. They believe in genocide. They were there at that Pride parade not to demonstrate, but to commit violence and to terrorize. These people are domestic terrorists, and the FBI needs to treat them that way.
This is Pride Month, and this was not the only LGBTQ event that was apparently targeted over the weekend. In California, police opened a hate crime investigation after a group of men described by witnesses as members of the Proud Boys disrupted a drag queen story hour. So, Christopher, I mean, what more do you think can be done to try and prevent extremist groups like these from being able to organize and do some of the things we're seeing here?
Well, part of the problem right now with what's happening in Pride parades and events all around the country is the Republican Party, including the third ranking member of the House in the Republican Party, Elise Stefanik, have started using this pedo or pedophile slur and slander against the LGBT community. The Republican Party, members at the highest levels, have legitimized extremist language, and the only natural result from that type of thing is legitimized violence. We can't allow people to continue using this type of language because the natural result is terrorism against the people of the United States.
So much of this language you're talking about, especially words like grooming and pedophile, they were on the fringe. Now suddenly they've become more mainstream. Real quickly, we're tight on time here, but what do you think needs to happen to try and reverse this pattern of the hate crimes and extremism we've been seeing?
Well, everything that's going on with these Pride parades is directly connected to what we're seeing at these January 6 hearings. Our democracy is at stake. This is an existential threat. This extremism, the mainstreaming of extremism into the Republican Party is frankly more frightening than anything we've faced in my lifetime. You know, I went to Iraq supposedly to defend democracy, right? But I can tell you that the work I'm doing today, infiltrating groups like Patriot Front and trying to take them down, is more important than anything I did overseas.
Christopher Goldsmith, thanks so much for morning and for helping us put a lot of this into perspective. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
Michelle Grossman is back with us. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys. And we were watching a few stories this week, really active weather week. We have extreme temperatures really across the country. Most of us feeling the heat this week with temperatures into the 90s and 100s. We're looking at severe weather today, also tomorrow, and also looking at a fire danger. So on radar, we're seeing some showers and storms this morning in the northwest, also parts of the upper Midwest, into the northeast as well. As we go throughout the day, though, we're looking at some stronger storms right now in the Dakotas, also the upper Midwest, some really heavy rainfall, some lightning, hearing that thunder as well. Then as we go throughout the afternoon, we are looking at the bullseye for these storms. Where you see any of the shading, really the yellow, though, that is the likeliest spots. So the upper Midwest into the Ohio Valley, the Great Lakes, and parts of the Northeast, Pittsburgh, Indianapolis, Milwaukee, Chicago, La Crosse, you could see some storms this afternoon. 43 million Americans at risk with winds gusting up to 75 miles per hour. Could see some damaging hail, also a few tornadoes. Then as we go throughout tomorrow, we're looking at the Carolinas. We're looking at Norfolk, Raleigh for some stronger storms. Winds not quite as gusty, but still to 60 miles per hour. Damaging hail and a few tornadoes. We were expecting a few tornadoes as well. Your rainfall forecast, where you see the darker colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellows, that's where we're expecting the heaviest rainfall. So pockets of heavy rainfall, torrential downpours within some of these storms, locally up to 3 inches. That could cause some flooding. So for the rest of the day, we're looking at scattered storms in the southeast as well. Sizzling throughout most of the country, a fire risk in the southwest. We have 3 million people at risk for some fire danger in the southwest. But it's the heat that's going to be a big story today. 54 million Americans at risk for some really high temperatures. We're into the southwest, the upper Midwest, even the Carolinas. You can see temperatures climbing into the triple digits. So sweltering heat continues. We're going to break some records, and it will feel like 115, you guys, in some spots. It's going to be hot, too hot, really, over the next couple of days for many of us.
All right. I'm hot just listening to you talking right now.
I know. Is that true?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So you're sweating.
Yeah. Thanks, Michelle. See you soon.
Coming up, we've got more on the second hearing today from the January 6th committee.
Yeah, we'll take a closer look at the potential criminal indictment Trump could be facing. That's next.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicki has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
The House committee investigating the January 6th insurrection says it will focus its second public hearing today on former President Trump's so-called big lie that the 2020 election was stolen. Now, that hearing is taking place later this morning and is the first of 3 public hearings happening this week.
Let's bring in NBC News contributor Chuck Rosenberg, is a former U.S. attorney and a former FBI senior official. Chuck, thanks for being here. So we still have several hearings to go here, but members of the Select Committee say they have enough evidence for the Justice Department to pursue a potential criminal indictment of the former president. Do you think that's ultimately what we will see happen?
Great question, Savannah. So the answer is maybe. First, let me tell you, I think there are 2 ways to think about it. You articulated the first. Could the Department of Justice charge the former president with a crime? And I think the answer will be yes, but let's see what the evidence is. Remember, the first hearing promised evidence. The next several hearings, we will adduce the evidence. We will actually see what they have. But my sense is yes. I think there's a much harder question, which is, should the Department of Justice charge the former president? And don't get me wrong here. I mean, I think this man is wholly unqualified for any office, let alone the presidency, morally, intellectually, temperamentally, ethically, completely unfit and unqualified for office. But charging a former president is a dramatic and unprecedented step, and I worry about how divisive it might be for the country. So there's a could and there's a should. And I think the could will be yes, and I think the should will be hard.
The politics are impossible to avoid in this situation right now. Now, the committee chairman, Benny Thompson, said today's hearing is going to demonstrate how Trump understood he lost the election, but then continued to lie about it being stolen. As we mentioned, you're a former U.S. attorney and FBI senior official. What questions do you want answered the most from committee guests, those who are testifying today?
Yeah, great question, Joe. So what I want to see today and in subsequent hearings is, and I hate to sound so cliched, but what did the president know and when did he know it, right? We got that phrase out of Watergate, but what it really goes to, why it's important, Joe, is that that's about intent and knowledge. So federal criminal statutes, proof of a federal crime require proof of intent. And so what the committee says in its opening statement, or what other people think the president might have known or might have said, don't really matter. We need to hear from the men and women who were around him. What did they tell him? Because that goes to his knowledge. And what did he say? Because that goes to his intent. And the more of that we hear, the more certain we can be that he actually committed a crime.
Chuck Rosenberg, thank you so much for your analysis. We appreciate it.
And you can watch this second hearing later this morning right here on NBC News Now. Our live coverage gets underway at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Coming up, we will have more on the January 6th investigation ahead of this morning's hearing, including how Congresswoman Liz Cheney's own constituents are reacting to her participation on the panel.
Good morning, everyone. It's day 2 of the historic hearings by the January 6th House Committee. Members have again promised to reveal never-before-seen testimony and video today as they build their case that former President Donald Trump is responsible for the events of January 6th. On that day, a mob of thousands overran Capitol Police and ransacked the halls of Congress. Today, the committee says they're going to demonstrate how in the weeks leading up to the 6th, President Trump deliberately spread the lie that the election was stolen. They've already played clips of testimony from his former Attorney General Bill Barr and his daughter Ivanka Trump stating he had been told the election was fair. Today, we expect to hear from an array of advisors to the president about what happened between Election Day in November and that fateful day in January. But this morning, there's already been a hitch. Just a short time ago, we learned one of those key advisors, Trump's 2020 campaign manager Bill Stepien, has pulled out of the hearings, canceling because his wife went into labor. That last-minute change delayed the start of today's hearing. The committee has been investigating the attack on the Capitol for almost a year. They've interviewed more than 1,000 people and issued nearly 100 subpoenas. It's important for us to keep pointing out this is not a legal proceeding we're watching here. No one is standing trial. But if you watched Thursday night's hearing, there was no mistaking that one man is the focus of the investigation, Donald Trump. For his part, the former president maintains publicly to this day, without evidence, that the election was stolen. He and his allies also accuse the committee of being a partisan witch hunt. The committee is made up of 7 Democrats and only 2 Republicans, and those 2 are fierce critics of Mr. Trump. I want to start off our coverage this morning with senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Hake, who has been covering the hearings. Garrett, the committee's scrambling now that Stepien has pulled out.
They are, Lester. If you think you're having a stressful morning, consider the case of Bill Stepien here now with his wife going into labor. He was set to testify this morning pursuant to a subpoena, not exactly a friendly witness. He still works with several Trump-allied political figures, including Liz Cheney's primary opponent in her race in Wyoming. He and Chris Stirewalt, who was the political editor at Fox News on election night in 2020, said to be the first 2 witnesses this morning. Now, with Stepien out, we will instead hear from his attorney, and we will also hear videotape played from his taped deposition with the committee. The committee, knowing, of course, what he would testify to based on that video, they will now make use of that instead of live testimony. Pairing Stepien and Stirewalt, the committee hopes to show that Donald Trump knew, perhaps knew as early as election night, that the math was not in his favor. He had lost or was going to lose. That sets the predicate for this hearing today, which is meant to be all about this idea of the big lie, that everything that followed election night leading through to January 6th about a stolen election was not just untrue, but that the former president knew it to be untrue. Expect to see a heavier dose of video this morning now, Lester, with Stepien not able to participate in person.
All right, thanks for that. And joining me here are my colleagues, NBC Chief White House Correspondent Kristen Welker and NBC Senior Washington Correspondent Hallie Jackson. Thank you for all being here. Let's first talk about Stepien, if we will.
Yeah.
He was subpoenaed, so we don't know how far he went, but clearly they had enough confidence in him that they were going to put him on as a live witness.
He was the marquee witness here, right? In this panel, the people that we're going to hear from, it was going to be all about Bill Stepien, who, remember, worked at the White House from the very first day of the Trump administration, had been a part of that orbit for a while, went on to then become the campaign director. And the question for him was going to be, did he directly tell Donald Trump, right, then the president at the time, no, you did not win this election. No, this election fraud that you keep talking about did not happen. To hear that in live testimony would have been notable. It would have been striking. It was also, as you point out, Lester, a little bit unpredictable. Kristen and I have talked about how he was in many ways the wild card of this hearing. We're also going to hear from Chris Stirewalt, who we can talk about in a second, who was part of the Fox News team that made the call for Arizona, that for then candidate Joe Biden had won that state. But really, of these 2 men, it was going to be all about Bill Stepien. We obviously, could see him reflected in other ways, perhaps videotaped deposition, et cetera, but it may not pack that same kind of punch.
You could argue that Thursday they already made the point, though, that he had been told by numerous people that this isn't happening. You've lost.
Absolutely. But to hear it from the mouth of Bill Stepien would have been significant. Now, again, we anticipate we will hear some of his videotaped testimony. I spoke to someone who worked with him who said he's a straight shooter. This is a serious person. If he had appeared today, he would not have lied under oath. And so if we do see that videotape testimony, you can bet that he is giving them the best answers to the best of his recollection. Now, how much of a punch will they pack? That remains to be seen. As Hallie notes, this is not going to be live. So it takes away a little bit of the drama and that wild card aspect to it. But again, Lester, to hear this coming from former President Trump's own campaign manager could be very significant. And we're watching for another number of the other witnesses who are going to be appearing today. B.J. Pack is a big one. He's a former U.S. attorney in Georgia. He's going to speak to the pressure campaign, the fact that he resigned amid this pressure campaign. So a lot of significant revelations.
And Howie, you mentioned a moment ago a former Fox News figure who was integral in their calling Arizona for Joe Biden.
Which you remember, Lester, you were anchoring.
It was a bombshell at the time.
No other network had gotten to that point.
They were a good 24 hours in.
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
oh, sure.
Right, exactly.
And it infuriated the then Kristen and I were covering the White House. It infuriated then President Donald Trump that the call had been made for Arizona. So Stirewalt is going to come on and talk a little bit about that, talk about what the numbers had shown. He just this morning released a statement explaining why he decided to testify, explaining that he has some reservations with the makeup of the committee, period, the January 6th Select Committee, but explaining that he felt as a journalist called to this duty, called to be able to share the truth and what he knew with the American people. There's another piece of this, too, because it's not just about trying to prove for this committee that the lies about election fraud were lies about election fraud. It's also about showing how much money the Trump apparatus raised off of this, right? If you look at just the Donald Trump PAC, right, in the moments after it was created, in the 2 months between then and the end of the year, they raised something like $32 million. And that's going to be a part of the committee's
That raises a little bit of criminal possibility.
Well, exactly. And you have over the weekend some of the committee members saying they believe they will provide enough evidence ultimately for the Justice Department to launch a criminal investigation. Now, again, this is committee members saying that. But the bottom line about today is it's all going to be about the nexus of the big lie. They are going to really try to pinpoint where it started, who was involved in it, and the fact that the former president, despite the fact that he was told by aides, by allies, by a number of courts that he did not win this election, continued to mislead the American public. And the committee will really try to underscore their argument that he is at the root of January 6th. You heard them lay that argument out on the first night. And by the way, nearly 20 million people watched. And so they are counting on, they're hoping for another big audience as they try to lay out this case. Because remember, a former TV executive has helped them produce these hearings. And so they're concise. And Hallie and I have been talking about this throughout the morning. They are aimed at getting the public's attention. They're not traditional hearings.
Can we talk about the big picture here, though? They laid out a lot in that first hearing.
Yes.
But
yes,
it's and if you don't have the goods, it's going to come back because they're essentially trying to make that nexus from Proud Boys to the former president.
They laid out some of these dangling, you could say, teases, perhaps, where they sort of described some of these hints that they're going to come back and presumably tie the bow on later on in these hearings to come, because we know there will be more of them. But you talk about something super important here, Lester. And remember, the reason why talking about the origins of the big lie is so important is because that is what fomented what we saw on January 6th and the violence there. That's what this all comes back to. And so the question for the committee is, can they connect the dots directly between former President Trump and then these far-right groups like the Proud Boys, like the Oath Keepers, of whom we saw some at that first hearing on Thursday night in prime time? Can they connect the dots directly to the president, to people in his orbit? The thinking is they are going, we have heard that from members of the committee, that they do have more evidence from these witnesses, from these people, members of these groups, that they think will help connect those dots, which is a key part of their mission here.
And not surprisingly, I spoke with a former Trump official who said, look, the bar's going to be very high. They are going to have to draw a direct link. We all remember that video that we saw of the Proud Boys that was shown on night one, conspiring in a garage in Washington, D.C. Will they be able to show some direct link between the Proud Boys actually conspiring and Trump officials? One former official said, look, if they can do it, that will be significant, but that is going to be a really high bar to try to
Let me bring in NBC Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor now. Yamiche, what are your sources saying about the challenges the committee faces in today's hearing?
Well, my sources have been saying that the challenges this committee faces is really not just showing that President Trump knew that he was lying, but also in some ways really showing that this was a wide-ranging conspiracy theory, which is what lawmakers on this committee have said. They want to make sure that they're showing not only that the president began by questioning whether or not this was going to be a fair election, but they want to make sure that that questioning and that lying that then morphed into a sort of conservative movement that really in some ways ate up the rest of the Republican Party. So when you think about it, you're going to be hearing from Trump's inner circle, which of course have been key in these hearings so far, because lawmakers really want to show that this is not just about sort of people who were outside of former President Trump telling him. They want to show that the people that are closest to him are saying, former president, here is what the truth is. I also think it's going to be really interesting to really watch how this sort of talks about the future of our American democracy, because the other thing that lawmakers want to do is really hammer home the idea that this isn't a danger that has gone away, that this is something that is continuing to be a threat to our democracy, that is continuing to subvert our Constitution and could threaten future elections. So when I talk to ethics lawyers and people who are close to President Trump, some people who even bought into the early lying, they all say that really now it needs to be understood that this is no longer something that should be disputed, that this is really something that is dangerous to continue to talk about. It is, of course, going to be very, very telling how lawmakers make up for Bill Stepien not being in that room, because, again, he would have been someone who would have been a wild card, but someone who would have also been very key to be able to question and answer in real time what the president was thinking, because there is that direct connection that needs to be made. I will say one other thing, which is when I talk to folks about sort of how much this is capturing the American attention. 20 million people watching is a big deal. The question is, will Americans keep watching? Because lawmakers, they definitely laid out sort of a stellar opening statement in the minds of people who thought that they did a good job. But the question is, will they continue to capture the attention of an America that is very much dealing with so many other challenges, from COVID to inflation and all the other things that people are juggling?
Well, you could argue that's one of the reasons that they made it clear each time on Thursday's hearing of, this is a little bit, we're going to show you this, and then on night 3 and night 4 and so on and so forth. We got a sense Thursday night of what's to come in the days ahead, with the committee playing new video from the day of the attack and previously recorded testimony from the president's family and inner circle. Here's some of it.
Donald Trump, the president of the United States, spurred a mob of domestic enemies of the Constitution to march down the Capitol and subvert American democracy.
I made it clear I did not agree with the idea of saying the election was stolen and putting out this stuff, which I told the president was.
I respect Attorney General Barr, so I accepted what he was saying.
President Trump summoned the mob, assembled the mob, and lit the flame of this attack.
President Trump is wrong. I had no right to overturn the election.
Pat Cipollone threatened to resign.
I kind of took it up to just be whining, to be honest with you.
For anyone who didn't understand how violent that event was, I saw it, I documented it, and I experienced it.
We lost the line! We lost the line! All MPDs step back! All MPDs step back up to the upper deck!
I saw friends with blood all over their faces. I was slipping in people's blood.
They were peaceful people. These were great people. The crowd was unbelievable. And I mentioned the word love, the love in the air. I've never seen anything like it.
Tonight, I say this to my Republican colleagues who are defending the indefensible. There will come a day when Donald Trump is gone, but your dishonor will remain.
Kristen, let me ask you, they talked to a lot of witnesses, but they're only selecting a few for these hearings. Yeah. What do you think guided the choices?
Well, I think they wanted witnesses who were, in some cases, very close to the former president. You have to point to Ivanka Trump, his own daughter. It was striking to hear her say that she accepted what former Attorney General Bill Barr said, that the election was not stolen. And by the way, Mr. Trump lashed out at her and said, well, she'd long since checked out at that point. This is the first time that we've ever seen a rift, really, between the former president and his daughter. So they are trying to essentially play the audio of people who were close to him, Jason Miller being another one, and to have them say, yes, we told him that he could not win, to underscore the point that he knew what he was saying was not true. And I want to go back to a point that Yamiche made, which is that part of the committee's goal here is to effectively say this could happen again. This is not happening in a vacuum. Here we are, the political landscape in which we sit right now. Former President Trump may run for re-election. In fact, there's some buzz that he may announce sooner rather than later, as soon as this summer. Some Republicans are saying that could potentially be damaging in the midterms to their prospects. So all of that is the backdrop. But I think the key is to have people who were talking to the former president, Bill Barr, also at the top of that list, and who can say that they did not buy into the so-called big lie.
Let me bring in NBC legal analyst Danny Savalas now. Danny, clearly these hearings put Donald Trump at the center of a conspiracy. Have you, based on what you saw in the first hearing, have you seen anything that might open up a criminal prosecution door?
Well, number one, there are two parts to that question. Are we seeing anything new that we hadn't seen before? But given the way they're going to present it, the people on the target list really in this case are not only Donald Trump, but Mark Meadows. And I'm going to be watching today and in the coming days to see to what degree did Donald Trump use or coerce or cajole the Department of Justice to carry out a number of different ideas, schemes, whatever you want to call them, among them filing suit in the Supreme Court. Another idea is sending a letter, as proposed by Jeffrey Clark, to different state electors or legislatures to decertify electors. All of these different ideas boil down to really one thing. Was Donald Trump privileged to be ignorant about whether or not his plans had any basis in fact? Or Did he reasonably rely on people who were whispering in his ear? And that goes to criminal liability.
All right. Well, the hearing is about to begin. We're going to pause for a brief moment for our stations along the way to join us.
This morning, an NBC News special report. The results of a year-long investigation into the January 6th attack.
January 6th.
Day 2 of the unprecedented congressional hearings. The committee promising more testimony from President Trump's inner circle.
I respect Attorney General Barr, so I accepted what he was saying.
As they try to prove that the former president was responsible for the assault on the Capitol.
President Trump summoned the mob, assembled the mob, and lit the flame of this attack.
New evidence set to be revealed today as the January 6th committee makes its case to the American people. Here now is Lester Holt.
Good morning, everyone. It's day 2 of the historic hearings by the January 6th House Committee, and we have been promised new evidence and new, never-before-seen testimony today as the committee lays out its investigation into who is to blame for the January 6th attack. While this is not a criminal proceeding, make no mistake, the committee is building a case against former President Trump. They claim that his actions in the lead up to the 6th and his inaction on the day itself were directly responsible for a mob of thousands overpowering Capitol Police and storming the halls of Congress. Today, the committee says they're going to demonstrate how in the days and weeks before the 6th, President Trump deliberately spread the lie that the election was stolen, and that his lie led directly to the assault on the Capitol. We're going to hear from advisors close to the president about what happened between Election Day in November and that fateful day in January. But just a short time ago, we learned one key advisor will not be there this morning. Trump's 2020 campaign manager, Bill Stepien, pulled out of the hearings, canceling because his wife went into labor. Stepien had been subpoenaed to force him to testify live today. We'll now see parts of his previously recorded testimony instead. The committee has been investigating the attack on the Capitol for almost a year now. They've interviewed more than 1,000 people and issued nearly 100 subpoenas. We will stress this now and again. It's important to note this is not a legal proceeding. Nobody's standing trial. It's not an impeachment. But if you watch Thursday night's hearing, there was no mistaking that one man is the focus of the investigation, Donald Trump. For his part, the former president maintains publicly to this day, without evidence, that the election was stolen. He and his allies also accuse the committee of being a partisan witch hunt. The committee is made up of 7 Democrats and only 2 Republicans, and those 2 are fierce critics of Mr. Trump. Let's start now with senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Haake just outside the hearing room. A flurry of activity as they kind of rework the program for today. Garrett?
To investigate the January 6th.
That's right, Lester. With Bill Stepien not able to testify in person, the committee had to scramble. They will instead make use of his videotape testimony from a deposition he conducted with the committee a little bit earlier on. It doesn't necessarily have the same punch as live testimony, but the same facts will be laid out. Likewise, in this first panel, we'll hear from Chris Stirewalt, who was the Fox News political editor on election night. The twinning of these 2 witnesses meant to show Donald Trump knew even then he had lost the election. Lester?
All right, let's take you into the hearing.
By Donald Trump to overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election and block the transfer of power, a scheme unprecedented in American history. My colleagues and I don't want to spend time talking about ourselves during these hearings, but as someone who's run for office a few times, I can tell you at the end of a campaign, it all comes down to the numbers. The numbers tell you the winner and the loser. For the most part, the numbers don't lie. But if something doesn't add up with the numbers, you go to court to get resolution. And that's the end of the line. We accept those results. That's what it means to respect the rule of law. That's what it means to seek elective office in our democracy. Because those numbers aren't just numbers, they're votes. They're your votes. They are the will and the voice of the people. and the very least we should expect from any person seeking a position of public trust is the acceptance of the will of the people, win or lose. Donald Trump didn't. He didn't have the numbers. He went to court. He still didn't have the numbers. He lost. But he betrayed the trust of the American people. He ignored the will of the voters. He lied to his supporters and the country. And he tried to remain in office after the people had voted him out, and the courts upheld the will of the people. This morning, we'll tell the story of how Donald Trump lost an election and knew he lost an election, and as a result of his loss, decided to wage an attack on our democracy, an attack on the American people by trying to rob you of your voice in our democracy, and in doing so, lit the fuse that led to the horrific violence of January 6th, when a mob of his supporters stormed the Capitol sent by Donald Trump to stop the transfer of power. Today, my colleague from California, Ms. Lofgren, and our witnesses will detail the Select Committee's findings on these matters. But first, I will recognize our distinguished Vice Chair, Ms. Cheney of Wyoming, for any opening statement she'd care to offer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Last week, as the chairman noted, our committee began outlining a 7-part plan overseen by President Trump to overturn the 2020 election. Today, we will begin looking at the initial part of that plan, President Trump's effort to convince millions of Americans that the election was stolen from him by overwhelming fraud. A federal court has already reviewed elements of the committee's evidence on this point and said this, quote, "In the months following the election, numerous credible sources from the president's inner circle to agency leadership and statisticians informed President Trump and Dr. Eastman that there was no evidence of election fraud," close quote, sufficient to overturn the 2020 presidential election. The court's opinion methodically documents each of the principal reasons for that conclusion, and I would urge all those watching to read it. Today, we will begin to show the American people some of our evidence. Today, you will hear much more from former Attorney General Bill Barr's recorded testimony, and you will hear in greater detail what others in the department told President Trump, that his claims of election fraud were nonsense. You will also hear much more from President Trump's own campaign experts, who had also concluded that his fraud claims could not be supported. Let me focus briefly on just 3 points now. First, you will hear firsthand testimony that the president's campaign advisors urged him to await the counting of votes and not to declare victory on election night. The president understood even before the election that many more Biden voters had voted by mail because President Trump ignored the advice of his campaign experts and told his supporters only to vote in person. Donald Trump knew before the election that the counting of those mail-in ballots in several states would not begin until late in the day and would not be complete for multiple days. This was expected, reported, and widely known. You will also hear testimony that President Trump rejected the advice of his campaign experts on election night and instead followed the course recommended by an apparently inebriated Rudy Giuliani to just claim he won and insist that the vote counting stop, to falsely claim everything was fraudulent. He falsely told the American people that the election was not legitimate. In his words, quote, "a major fraud." Millions of Americans believed him. Second, pay attention to what Donald Trump and his legal team said repeatedly about Dominion voting machines. Far-flung conspiracies with a deceased Venezuelan communist allegedly pulling the strings. This was, quote, "complete nonsense," as Bill Barr said. President Trump's own campaign advisors, his Department of Justice, and his cybersecurity experts all told him the same thing. Here, for example, is White House lawyer Eric Hirschman. His view was shared by many of the Trump team whom we interviewed.
I thought the Dominion stuff was, I never saw any evidence whatsoever to sustain those allegations.
And third, as Mike Pence's staff started to get a sense for what Donald Trump had planned for January 6th, they called the campaign experts to give them a briefing on election fraud and all the other election claims. On January 2nd, the general counsel of the Trump campaign, Matthew Morgan, this is the campaign's chief lawyer, summarized what the campaign had concluded weeks earlier, that none of the arguments about fraud or anything else could actually change the outcome of the election.
Generally discussed on that topic was whether the fraud, maladministration, abuse, or irregularities, if aggregated and read most favorably to the campaign, would that be outcome determinative? And I think everyone's assessment in the room, at least amongst the staff, Mark Short, myself, and Greg Jacob, was that it was not sufficient to be outcome determinative.
As is obvious, this was before the attack on the Capitol. The Trump campaign legal team knew there was no legitimate argument, fraud, irregularities, or anything to overturn the election. And yet President Trump went ahead with his plans for January 6th anyway. Mr. Chairman, hundreds of our countrymen have faced criminal charges. Many are serving criminal sentences because they believed what Donald Trump said about the election, and they acted on it. They came to Washington, D.C. at his request. They marched on the Capitol at his request. And hundreds of them besieged and invaded the building at the heart of our constitutional republic. As one conservative editorial board put it recently, quote, "Mr. Trump betrayed his supporters by conning them on January 6th, and he is still doing it." Another conservative editorial board that has long supported President Trump said last week, Donald Trump, quote, "won't stop insisting that 2020 was stolen, even though he has offered no proof that that is true." And this, Donald Trump now, quote, "clings to more fantastical theories, such as Dinesh D'Souza's debunked 2,000 mules, even as recounts in Arizona, Georgia, and Wisconsin confirm Trump lost. Those are the correct conclusions to draw from the evidence gathered by this committee. We have much more evidence to show the American people on this point than we can reasonably show in one hearing. But today, we will begin. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, for an opening statement.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. In our opening hearing, we gave an overview of our investigation into the January 6th attack. The plot to overthrow the election was complex and had many parts, which we'll explore in remaining hearings. But today, we examine the false narrative that the 2020 election was, quote, stolen. Former President Trump's plan to overturn the election relied on a sustained effort to deceive millions of Americans with knowingly false claims of election fraud. All elements of the plot relied on convincing his supporters about these false claims. Today, we'll demonstrate the 2020 election was not stolen. The American people elected President Joe Biden. We'll present evidence that Mr. Trump's claims of election fraud were false, that he and his closest advisors knew those claims were false, but they continued to peddle them anyway, right up until the moments before a mob of Trump supporters attacked the Capitol. We'll also show that the Trump campaign used these false claims of election fraud to raise hundreds of millions of dollars from supporters who were told their donations were for the legal fight in the courts. But the Trump campaign didn't use the money for that. The big lie was also a big ripoff. The former president laid the groundwork for these false claims well in advance of the election. As early as April 2020, Mr. Trump claimed that the only way he could lose an election would be as a result of fraud.
You know the things with bundling and all of the things that are happening with votes by mail, where thousands of votes are gathered, and I'm not going to say which party does it, but thousands of votes are gathered and they come in and they're dumped in a location, and then all of a sudden you lose elections that you think you're going to win.
The only way we're going to lose this election is if the election is rigged. Remember that. It's the only way we're going to lose this election.
This is going to be a fraud like you've never seen. Did you see what's going on? Take a look at West Virginia, mailmen selling the ballots. They're being sold. They're being dumped in rivers. This is a horrible thing for our country. This is not going to end well.
Mr. Trump decided even before the election that regardless of the facts and the truth, if he lost the election, he would claim it was rigged. Mr. Trump was right about one thing. It did not end well. On election night, Mr. Trump claimed even before the votes were counted that his loss was a result of fraud. Now, Thursday, we had testimony from Attorney General Barr about the Department of Justice investigation of Mr. Trump's fraud claims. Barr told Trump directly that his claims were BS. Yet, after hearing the truth and that warning from the AG, Mr. Trump continued to peddle the false claims of fraud. You'll hear detailed testimony from Attorney General Barr describing the various election fraud claims the Department of Justice investigated. He'll tell you how he told Mr. Trump repeatedly that there was no merit to those claims. Mr. Barr will tell us that Mr. Trump's election night claims of fraud were made without regard to the truth and before it was even possible to look for evidence of fraud. Attorney General Barr wasn't alone. You'll see and hear today other Department of Justice officials and senior advisors to Mr. Trump that they told him the claims he was making were not supported by evidence. The election fraud claims were false. Mr. Trump's closest advisors knew it. Mr. Trump knew it. That didn't stop him from pushing the false claims and urging his supporters to, quote, fight like hell, to, quote, take back their country. After he lost the election, various legal challenges were made. You'll hear testimony today from a renowned Republican election litigation lawyer who will explain the normal process by which candidates challenge an election. Rather than accept the results of the election and the decisions of the courts, Mr. Trump pursued a different strategy. He tried to convince the American people the election had been stolen. Many of his supporters believed him, and many still believe him today. The attack on January 6th was a direct and predictable result of Mr. Trump's decision to use false claims of election fraud to overturn the election and to cling to power. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. I now welcome our first witness. We're joined today by former Fox News politics editor Chris Stilwell. Bill Stepien, President Trump's former campaign manager, was subpoenaed to be here and was in Washington this morning, prepared to testify. Kevin Marino, Mr. Stepien's attorney, is here with us today. Thank you, Mr. Marino, for coming. And he has advised us that Mr. Stepien's wife went into labor this morning. Mr. Stepien unexpectedly had to travel to be with his wife, and we wish him the best. Due to the depth and rigor of our investigation, we have several hours of Mr. Stepien's testimony from when we interviewed him in February, and we will be presenting that testimony today. I'll now swear in our witness. The witness will please stand and raise his right hand. Do you swear or affirm on the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated. Let the record reflect the witness answered in the affirmative. I now recognize myself for questions. I want to start by showing a video that tells the story of what was going on in the Trump White House on election night in November of 2020.
Do you remember where you were on the night of the election, November the 3rd?
I was at the White House.
You know where specifically over the course of that night you spent your time within the White House?
There was an event that was organized in the residence, so I moved between the residence, a room sort of off the residence where some family members were.
I take it the president was upstairs in the residence.
He was upstairs. We were kind of on the first floor, so not upstairs. We were with mostly with Ivanka and her brothers and a couple other people who'd be coming in and out.
Can you just describe the atmosphere? What were people expecting that night when you got to the White House?
I think that there was, typically for people who show up there on election night, it's going to be a self-select, more positive environment. I think people were a little bit nervous, not knowing what was going to happen with the red wave or the red mirage as the debate was being carried out.
The Fox News Decision Desk is calling Arizona for Joe Biden. That is a big get for the Biden campaign.
Arizona's called. Do you remember that?
I do.
What do you remember happening where you were when Arizona was called?
There was surprise at the call.
Who was surprised?
Most everyone in the room.
Were you being one of them?
Yes.
Did that shift the atmosphere, or the attitude in the White House?
Completely.
How so? Can you describe that?
Because Fox News was the first one to go out and say that.
So was it anger kind of directed towards Fox News for making a call, more so than like disappointment that maybe the campaign lost Arizona?
All the above.
So both anger and disappointment?
Both disappointed with Fox and concerned that maybe our data or our numbers weren't accurate.
Were you in the White House residence during the sort of past midnight into the early morning hours of November 4th?
Yes, oh sure. It went over beyond midnight, yes.
Do you remember Rudy Giuliani being at the White House on election night and into the early hours the next morning?
I do.
What do you remember about when he came?
He was, I had heard that he was upstairs, in that aforementioned reception area. And he was looking to talk to the president, and it was suggested instead that he come talk to several of us down off the map room.
You said that you had heard that Mr. Giuliani wanted to talk to the president, and then he was directed your way. Did you end up talking to Mr. Giuliani when he was directed your way?
I did.
What was that conversation?
A lot of conversations were directed my way. A few of us, myself, Jason Miller, Justin Clark, and Mark Meadows, gathered in a room off the map room to listen to whatever Rudy presumably wanted to say to the president. Was there anyone in that conversation who, in your observation, had too much to drink?
Like Mayor Giuliani.
Tell me more about that. What was your observation about his potential intoxication during that discussion about what the president should say when he's addressed the nation on election night?
And the mayor was definitely intoxicated, but I do not know his level of intoxication when he spoke with the president, for example.
Were you part of any discussions with the people I mentioned, Mr. Stepien, Mr. Meadows, or anyone else, about whether the president should make any sort of speech on election night?
I mean, I spoke to the president. They may have been present. but President spoke to the president several times that night.
There were suggestions by, I believe it was Mayor Giuliani, to go and declare victory and say that we'd won it outright.
It was far too early to be making any calls like that. Ballots were still being counted. Ballots were still going to be counted for days. And it was far too early to be making any proclamation like that.
I remember saying that, to the best of my memory, I was saying that we should not go and declare victory until we had a better sense of the numbers.
Okay, can you be more specific about that conversation, in particular what Mayor Giuliani said, your response, and then anybody else in the room's response?
I think effectively Mayor Giuliani was saying, we won it, they're stealing it from us, where'd all the votes come from? We need to go say that we won. And essentially that anyone who didn't agree with that position was being weak.
What was your view at the time as to what he should or shouldn't say?
I don't know that I had a firm view as to what he should say in that circumstance. The results were still being counted. It was becoming clear that the race would not be called on election night.
My belief, my recommendation was to say that votes were still being counted. It's too early to tell, too early to call the race, but we proud of the race we ran, and we think we're in good position, and we'll have more to say about this the next day or the next day, whenever we had something to say.
And did anybody who was a part of that conversation disagree with your message?
Yes.
Who was that?
The president disagreed with that. I don't recall the particular words. He thought I was wrong. He told me so, and that they were going to go he was going to go in a different direction.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
Mr. Steiwalt, did President Trump have any basis to declare victory on November 4th, 2020? Thank you. Mr. Stepien also testified that President Trump had no basis for declaring victory at that point in time.
My belief, my recommendation was to say that votes were still being counted. It's too early to tell, too early to call the race, but we proud of the race we ran, and we think we're in good position, and we'll have more to say about this the next day or the next day, whenever we had something to say.
Thank you. Mr. Steiwalt, after the votes were counted, who won the presidential election of 2020?
Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. of the great state of Delaware.
Thank you. That's the bottom line. We've had an election. Mr. Trump lost, but he refused to accept the results of the democratic process. Pursuant to Section 5C8 of House Resolution 503, I now recognize the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, for questions.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Steiwalt, I'd like you to explain a term that was thrown around a lot during the election, and that's the so-called red mirage. What does that mean?
So in the 40 or 50 years, let's say, that Americans have increasingly chosen to vote by mail or early or absentee, Democrats prefer that method of voting more than Republicans do. So basically, in every election, Republicans win election day and Democrats win the early vote. And then you wait and start counting, and it depends on which ones you count first, but usually it's election day votes that get counted first. And you see the Republicans shoot ahead, and then the process of bailing and binding and unbinding all those mail-in votes. And some states like Pennsylvania refuse to count the votes first, so you have to wait for all of that to come in. So in every election, certainly a national election, you expect to see the Republican with a lead, but it's not really a lead. When you put together a jigsaw puzzle, it doesn't matter which piece you put in first, it ends up with the same image. So for us, who cares? But that's because no candidate had ever tried to avail themselves of this quirk in the election counting system. We had gone to pains, and I'm proud of the pains we went to make sure that we were informing viewers that this was going to happen, because the Trump campaign and the president had made it clear that they were going to try to exploit this anomaly. And we knew it was going to be bigger because the percentage of early votes was higher, right? We went from about 45% of the votes being early and absentee to, because of the pandemic, that increased by about 50%. So we knew it would be longer, we knew it would be more. So we wanted to keep telling viewers, hey, look, the number that you see here is sort of irrelevant because it's only a small percentage of these votes.
So this red mirage, that's really what you expected to happen on election night?
Happens every time.
Thank you, Mr. Steyerwalt. Now, I'd like to play a clip of Attorney General Bill Barr, who also explains what was expected to happen on election night.
Right out of the box on election night, the president claimed that there was major fraud underway. I mean, this happened, as far as I could tell, before there was actually any potential of looking at evidence. And it seemed to be based on the dynamic that at the end of the evening, a lot of Democratic votes came in, which changed the vote counts in certain states. And that seemed to be the basis for this broad claim that there was major fraud. And I didn't think much of that because people had been talking for weeks, and everyone understood for weeks that that was going to be what happened on election night.
Mr. Stepien obviously could not be with us today, and it's proper for him to be with his wife as they welcome their child. But he also had discussions with the president about the red mirage, that is, that it would be a long night and that early votes would favor him, but that lots more votes would be counted over the course of the night and the days after. So let's play clip 1 from our interview with Mr. Stepien.
I recounted back to that conversation with him, in which I said, just like I said in 2016 was going to be a long night. I told him in 2020 that it was going to be a process again, as the early returns are going to be positive, and we're going to be watching the returns of ballots as they rolled in thereafter.
So is it fair to say you're trying to present what you thought would be a realistic picture of what might happen over the course of that night, being election night?
That night and the days that followed. Yeah, I always told the president the truth, and I think he expected that from me, and I told him it was going to be a process. It was going to be we're gonna have to wait and see how this turned out. So I just like I did in 2016, I did the same thing in 2020.
So let's watch a short clip of President Trump speaking after he received that information from his campaign advisors.
We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list.
So when former President Trump said that, it contradicted what his advisors had warned would happen. We all know that mail-in ballots played an important role in the 2020 election. However, President Trump continuously discouraged mail-in voting. Mr. Stepien was so concerned about the president's position on mail-in voting that in the summer of 2020, he met with President Trump along with House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy. Let's play clip 4.
Meeting that was had, in particular, I invited Kevin McCarthy to join the meeting, he being of like mind on the issue with me, in which we made our case for why we believed mail-in voting not to be a bad thing for his campaign. The president's mind was made up, and he understands, how many times to, go to the well on a particular topic.
Yeah, I understand. Tell me a little bit more about the argument that you and Mr. McCarthy made to the president in that meeting as to why it wasn't a bad thing that mail-in voting was available.
Largely two pillars to that argument, both of which I've previously mentioned. One, leaving a good deal to chance, pushing or urging your voters to vote only on election day leaves a lot to chance. That's A. And B, also previously mentioned, the fact that the Trump campaign, the Republican National Committee, the Republican Party had an advantage of grassroots workers and volunteers on the ground that would allow, an advantage to enhance return rates of ballots that were mailed. Those were the two pillars of the argument.
I see. And what, if anything, do you recall Representative McCarthy saying during that meeting?
We were echoing the same argument. I mean, his words echoed mine, and vice versa on those two topics.
Mr. Stirewalt, you were at the decision desk at Fox News on election night, and you called Arizona early for President Biden, which was controversial. How did you make that call, and where did you think the race stood in the early hours of the next day?
Well, it was really controversial to our competitors who we beat so badly by making the correct call first. Our decision desk was the best in the business, and I was very proud to be a part of it. Because we had partnered with the Associated Press and the National Opinion Research Center at the University of Chicago, thanks to my colleague and friend Arnon Mishkin, had built a wonderful device for forecasting the outcomes of elections. So we had a different set of data than our competitors did. We had more research, and we had a better system, and we had a great team. So what you're waiting to see is, do the actual votes match up with the expectations in the poll? The real votes are testing the quality of your poll in targeted precincts and in targeted places. And let me tell you, our poll in Arizona was beautiful, and it was doing just what we wanted it to do, and it was cooking up just right. And at some point, and I forget exactly who, but at some point it became clear that Arizona was getting ready to make a call. So my boss, Bill Salmon, said we're not making any call until everybody says yes, because that was always our policy, unanimity. And you have to understand, in this room, you have, the best people from academia, Democrats, Republicans, a broad cross-section of people who had worked together for a decade, who are really serious about this stuff. So we knew it would be a consequential call because it was one of 5 states that really mattered, right? Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona were the ones that we were watching. We knew it would be significant to call any one of those 5, but we already knew Trump's chances were very small and getting smaller based on what we had seen. So we were able to make the call early. We were able to beat the competition. We looked around the room, everybody says yay, and on we go. And by the time we found out how much everybody was freaking out and losing their minds over this call, we were already trying to call the next state. We had already moved on. We were to Georgia, we were to North Carolina, we were looking at these other states. So we thought we were pleased, but not surprised.
I see. You know, after the election, as of November 7th, in your judgment, what were the chances of President Trump winning the election?
After that point?
Yes.
None. I mean, I guess it's always possible that you could have, a truckload of ballots be found somewhere, I suppose. But once you get into this space, ahead of today, I thought about what are the largest margins that could ever be overturned by a recount, and the kind of stuff that we heard Mike Pence talking about, sounding like a normal Republican that night when he said, we'll keep every challenge. Nothing like that. In a recount, you're talking about hundreds of votes. When we think about calling a race, one of the things that we would think about is it outside the margin of a recount? And when we think about that margin, we think about, in modern history, you're talking about 1,000 votes, 1,500 votes at the way, way outside. Normally, you're talking about hundreds of votes, maybe 300 votes that are going to change. So the idea that through any normal process in any of these states, remember, he had to do it thrice, right? He needed 3 of these states to change. And in order to do that, I mean, you're at an infant. You're better off to play the Powerball than to have that come in.
On November 7th, the other major news outlets called the race for President Biden. Now, Mr. Stepien told the committee that he thought the odds were, and this is a quote, very, very, very bleak, and held a meeting with the president that same day. Let's show clip 8, video clip 8.
I mean, with each day that wore on, I mean, the trajectory of the race, on election night, Trump ahead in many states. And as that week wore on, as the 3rd became the 4th, became the 5th, and so on and so forth, and the vote by mail ballots were tabulated, Trump's lead, grew more narrow, and in some places, Biden surpassed, Trump in the vote totals. So as the week wore on, as we paid attention to those numbers multiple times a day, internally, I was feeling less confident for sure.
What was your view on the state of the election at that point?
Very, very, very bleak. We told him, the group that went over there outlined, my belief in chances for success at this point, and then we pegged it at 5, maybe 10% based on recounts that either were automatically initiated or could be initiated based on realistic legal challenges, not all the legal challenges that eventually were pursued. But it was my belief is that it was a very, very 5 to 10%. It's not a very good optimistic outlook.
Now, as President Trump and others continued to claim that the election was stolen, there were lawyers who were a part of the campaign lawyers, who were responsible for investigating the fraud claims. That includes Alex Cannon, who could not validate the claims that were being made, including those being made by the president. Let's roll video 13.
This is an email. It's 2 emails, actually. The first is from Alex Cannon to you and Faith McPherson, and then you forward that email on to Mark Meadows, Justin Clark, and Jason Miller, the subject being AZ Federal ID voters. If you look at the original email there, it says, Bill, we completed the AZ analysis you requested. I assume that's about Arizona. And because of the substantial uncertainty surrounding the databases, this is a highly unreliable way to identify ineligible voters. Can you explain the task that you gave to Ms. Cannon for this Arizona analysis?
Sure. Previously, I described some of my frustration with some of the claims that people would throw at President Trump regarding, need to look at this, this happened in this state or that happened in that state. And it would be, those would flow to us to look into. I talked about that before, I think.
Yep.
This is an example of that. I recall in Arizona, someone had thrown out, I believe this to be the claim, that there were thousands of illegal citizens, people not eligible to vote, having cast their ballots in Arizona. Someone had thrown out that claim to President Trump. And with, the margins being as close as they were, as I previously described, that could potentially matter. So this wild claim is thrown out, which, on its face didn't seem, realistic or possible to me. I asked Alex to look at the claim, and I haven't read this full email, but I recall the response to that. The reality of that was not illegal citizens voting in the election. I think it was like overseas voters voting in the election. So obviously, people who were eligible to vote.
When these findings were passed up the chain to President Trump, he became frustrated and he replaced the campaign's legal team. Let's play clip 14.
I think the president, it was during the second week where things like you displayed were occurring, where he was, growing increasingly unhappy with, his team, me less so because I was less involved at this point, but still me, growing increasingly unhappy with Justin Clark. And that kind of, paved the way for, Justin to be moved out and Mayor Giuliani to be moved in as the person in charge of, the legal side of the campaign and for all intents and purposes, the campaign at that point.
Now, when Mr. Stepien became campaign manager, he was the second Trump campaign manager for the 2020 race, and there were only about 115 days until Election Day. So let's play the video.
I inherited a campaign that was, the day I was hired was, I believe, President Trump's low point in the 2020 daily average polling against President Biden. It was a campaign at a low point in the polls. It was structurally and fiscally deficient. There was a great deal wrong with the campaign in both of those areas. So most of my day spent fixing and I think I took over with 115 days left in the campaign. Most of my time was spent fixing the things that could be fixed with 115 days left in the campaign.
Now, Mr. Stepien has been in the campaign field for a long time, and he worked for lots of different candidates and campaigns. He testified to this committee about his concerns given the claims that Mr. Giuliani and Ms. Powell and their team were making publicly. Let's play clip 15.
Okay, and was it important for you, Mr. Stepien, to sort of pull back just for your own professional reputation? You didn't want to be associated with some of what you were hearing from the Giuliani team and others that sort of stepped in the wake of your departure?
I didn't mind being categorized. There were two groups of, we called them kind of my team and Rudy's team. I didn't mind being characterized as being part of Team Normal, as reporters, kind of started to do around that point in time. I said, hours ago, early on that, I've been doing this for a long time, 25 years, and I've spanned, political ideologies from Trump to McCain to Bush, to Christie, and I can work under a lot of circumstances for a lot of varied, candidates and politicians, but a situation where, and I think along the way I've built up a pretty good, I hope, a good reputation for being honest and professional. And I didn't think what was happening was necessarily honest or professional at that point in time. So that led to me stepping away.
So the president did get rid of Team Normal, and I'd like to play a clip showing that the president found the people he needed to perpetuate his claims of fraud.
They saw a big truck bringing in 100,000 ballots in garbage cans, in waste paper baskets, in cardboard boxes, and in shopping baskets. And every single one of them was for Biden because they were being notified by Smartmatic in Frankfurt that Biden was way behind and they better come up with a lot more ballots. And we can prove every single thing I just said. If you gave me the paper ballots, I could probably turn around each one of these states. I'm absolutely convinced if you let me examine each one of those ballots, I'd pull out enough that were fraudulent that it would shake the hell out of the country.
It can set and run an algorithm that probably ran all over the country to take a certain percentage of votes from President Trump and flip them to President Biden, which we might never have uncovered had the votes for President Trump not been so overwhelming in so many of these states that it broke the algorithm.
I remember that one of the things Mark said at some point was, you can't show an actual vote was flipped, which I found at the time to be a remarkable assertion because you don't have to have the gun to see the body lying on the floor bleeding out with 5 bullet holes in it was killed by a gun.
What they were proposing, I thought was nuts. And the theory was also completely nuts, right? I mean, it was a combination of Italians, Germans. I mean, different things have been floating around as to who was involved. I remember Hugo Chavez and the Venezuelan. She has an affidavit from somebody who says they wrote a software in, it's something with the Philippines, and just all over the radar.
Did you ever share, Mr. Kushner, your view of Mr. Giuliani? Did you ever share your perspective about him with the president?
I guess, yes.
Tell me what you said.
Basically, not the approach I would take if I was you.
Okay. And how did he react? How did President Trump react when you shared that view with him?
We said, I have confidence in Rudy.
I think I had conversations with probably all of our counsel who are signed up to assist on Election Day as they disengaged with the campaign. The general consensus was that the law firms were not comfortable making the arguments that Rudy Giuliani was making publicly. I seem to recall that I had a similar conversation with most all of them.
I made it clear I did not agree with the idea of saying the election was stolen and putting out this stuff, which I told the president was bullshit. And, I didn't want to be a part of it, and that's one of the reasons that went into me deciding to leave when I did.
Even Sidney Powell, defending herself in a defamation lawsuit brought by Dominion Voting Systems, argued that, quote, no reasonable person would conclude that her statements were truly statements of fact. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the witness for joining us today. The first panel is now dismissed. Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last week, we presented the testimony of former Attorney General Bill Barr, who testified before this committee. Today, we present additional evidence, including his testimony that former President Trump started making claims of election fraud immediately after the election, and that Barr concluded the claims were untrue. Now, due to the length of Attorney General Barr's testimony, we're only going to include relevant portions at the hearing today. So let's play the video.
The department, in fact, when we received specific and credible allegations of fraud, made an effort to look into these to satisfy ourselves that they were without merit. And I was in the posture of trying to figure out, there was an avalanche of all these allegations of fraud that built up over a number of days, and it was like playing whack-a-mole because something would come out one day and then the next day it would be another issue. Also, I was influenced by the fact that all the early claims that I understood were completely bogus and silly and usually based on complete misinformation. And so I didn't consider the quality of claims right out of the box to give me any, feeling that there was really substance here.
For the first time since the election, the Attorney General spoke personally with the President on November 23rd, and this was at the White House. Let's play the video, please.
So on November 23rd, I hadn't spoken to the President since the election, and in fact, as I said, since the middle of October, roughly. And it was a little getting awkward because obviously he had lost the election and I hadn't said anything to him. And so Cipollone said, I think it's time you come over here. And so I came over to meet with the President in the Oval Office, and Meadows and Cipollone were there. And the President, and this is leading up to this conversation with Kushner, the President said there had been major fraud and that as soon as the facts were out, the results of the election would be reversed. And he went on this for quite a while, as he's prone to do. And then he got to something that I was expecting, which is to say that apparently the Department of Justice doesn't think that it has a role of looking into these fraud claims. So I said, that has to be the campaign that raises that with the state. The department doesn't take sides in elections, and the department is not an extension of your legal team. And our role is to investigate fraud, and we'll look at something if it's specific, credible, and could have affected the outcome of the election. And we're doing that, and it's just not. They're just not meritorious. They're not panning out. And as I walked out of the Oval Office, Jared was there with Dan Scavino, who ran the President's social media, and who I thought was a reasonable guy and believe is a reasonable guy. And I said, how long is he going to carry on with this stolen election stuff? Where's this going to go? And by that time, Meadows had caught up with me and leaving the office and caught up with me and said that he said, look, I think that he's becoming more realistic and knows that there's a limit to how far he can take this. And then Jared said, yeah, we're working on this. We're working on it.
Even after his Attorney General told him his claims of election fraud were false, President Trump continued to promote these claims.
I felt that things continued to deteriorate between the 23rd and the weekend of the 29th. And then on November 29th, he appeared on Maria Bartiromo's show, Sunday Futures, I believe it was. And he said that the department was missing in action.
Well, no, we had glitches where they moved thousands of votes from my account to Biden's account. And these are glitches. So they're not glitches, they're theft. They're fraud, absolute fraud. this election was over. And then they did dumps. They call them dumps, big, massive dumps in Michigan and Pennsylvania and all over. How the FBI and Department of Justice, I don't know, maybe they're involved, but how people are allowed to get away from this stuff with this stuff is unbelievable.
Now, spurred by what he saw, Barr told the Associated Press on December 1st that there was no evidence of election fraud. And immediately after Attorney General Barr's statement went public, Mr. Trump berated and he nearly fired Barr. But Barr persisted in telling the president that there was no evidence to support the fraud claims.
This got under my skin, but I also felt it was time for me to say something. So I set up a lunch with the AP reporter, Mike Balsamo, and I told him at lunch, I made this statement that to date we have not seen fraud on a scale that could have affected a different outcome in the election. I had a later meeting scheduled at the White House at 3 o'clock with Meadows. This was previously scheduled, so I knew this was going to come up, and I went over there and I told my secretary that I thought I would probably be fired and told not to go home. I mean, not to go back to my office. So I said, you might have to pack up for me. And so when I got over there, I met with the chief of staff. He said the president was angry. He didn't really get into the issue of the fraud. And then I went up to Pat Cipollone's office and we were talking with each other. And word came down that he wanted us both to go to the Oval. And the president was as mad as I've ever seen him, and he was trying to control himself. And the president said, well, this is killing me. You didn't have to say this. You must have said this because you hate Trump. You hate Trump. And then he raised the big vote dump, as he called it, in Detroit. And that, he said people saw boxes coming into the counting station at all hours of the morning and so forth. And I explained to him that at that point I knew the exact number of precincts in Detroit. I think it was 630 something. I said, Mr. President, there are 630 precincts in Detroit, and unlike elsewhere in the state, they centralized the counting process, so they're not counted in each precinct. They're moved to counting stations, and so the normal process would involve boxes coming in at all different hours. So there's nothing. And I said, did anyone point out to you, did all the people complaining about it point out to you, you actually did better in Detroit than you did last time? I mean, there's no indication of fraud in Detroit. And I told him that the stuff that his people were shoveling out to the public was bullshit. I mean, that the claims of fraud were bullshit. And, he was indignant about that. And I reiterated that they'd wasted a whole month on these claims on the Dominion voting machines, and they were idiotic claims. And I specifically raised the Dominion voting machines, which I found to be among the most disturbing allegations, disturbing in the sense that I saw absolutely zero basis for the allegations, but they were made in such a sensational way that they obviously were influencing a lot of people, members of the public, that there was this systemic corruption in the system and that their votes didn't count and that these machines controlled by somebody else were actually determining it, which was complete nonsense. And it was being laid out there. And I told them that it was crazy stuff and they were wasting their time on that. And it was doing a grave disservice to the country.
Okay, so the very next day, the president released a video rehashing some of the very same claims that his chief law enforcement officer had told him were, quote, nonsense.
Here's an example. This is Michigan. At 6:31 in the morning, a vote dump of 149,772 votes came in unexpectedly. We were winning by a lot. That batch was received in horror We have a company that's very suspect. Its name is Dominion. With the turn of a dial or the change of a chip, you can press a button for Trump and the vote goes to Biden. What kind of a system is this?
Barr again told the president that there was nothing to these claims on December 14th.
When I walked in, sat down, he went off on a monologue saying that there was now definitive evidence involving fraud through the Dominion machines. And a report had been prepared by a very reputable cybersecurity firm, which he identified as Allied Security Operations Group, and he held up the report, and then he asked that a copy of it be made for me. And while a copy was being made, he said, you know, this is absolute proof that the Dominion machines were rigged. The report means that I'm going to have a second term. And then he gave me a copy of the report. And as he talked more and more about it, I sat there flipping through the report and looking through it. And to be frank, it looked very amateurish to me. Didn't have the credentials of the people involved, but I didn't see any real qualifications. And the statements were made very conclusory, like, you know, these machines were designed to, you know, engage in fraud or something to that effect, but I didn't see any supporting information for it. And I was somewhat demoralized because I thought, boy, if he really believes this stuff, he has, you know, lost contact with he's become detached from reality if he really believes this stuff. On the other hand, you know, when I went into this and would, you know, tell him how crazy some of these allegations were, there was never an indication of interest in what the actual facts were. In my opinion then, and my opinion now, is that the election was not stolen by fraud. And I haven't seen anything since the election that changes my mind on that, including the 2000 Mules movie.
Well, maybe you can assess that 2,000 Mules, since people are talking about that.
Well, I mean, just in a nutshell, you know, I just think the GBI was unimpressed with it, and I was similarly unimpressed with it because I think I was holding my fire on that to see what the photographic evidence was, because I thought, well, hell, if they have a lot of photographs of the same person dumping a lot of ballots in different boxes, you know, that's hard to explain. So I wanted to see what the photographic evidence was. But the cell phone data is singularly unimpressive. I mean, it basically, if you take 2 million cell phones and figure out where they are physically in a big city like Atlanta or wherever, just by definition, you're going to find many hundreds of them have passed by and spent time in the vicinity of these boxes. And the premise that, you know, if you go by a box, you know, 5 boxes or whatever it was, you know, that's a mule is just indefensible. It by definition, you're going to have hundreds of this. I mean, I saw one contractor said, we figured out that our truck alone would account for 6 cell phone signals. This was some kind of contractor, and you know, our route would take us by these things on a regular basis. So but then when the movie came out, you know, I think the photographic evidence in it was completely I mean, there was a little bit of it, but it was lacking. You know, it didn't establish widespread illegal harvesting. The other thing is people don't understand is that it's not clear that even if you can show harvesting, that changes the results of the election. The courts are not going to throw out votes and then figure out, you know, what votes were harvested and throw them out. It's still the burden on the challenging party to show that illegal votes were cast. Votes were, the result of undue influence or bribes, or there was really, the person was non-compos mentis. But absent that evidence, I just didn't see courts throwing out votes anyway. I felt that before the election, it was possible to talk sense to the president. And while you sometimes had to engage in, a big wrestling match with him, that it was possible to keep things on track. But I felt that after the election, he didn't seem to be listening, and I didn't think it was, that I was inclined not to stay around if he wasn't listening to advice from me or his other cabinet secretaries.
So on December 14th, Barr quit. Now, the Attorney General wasn't the only person who told the president that his claims were false. Other officials and close advisors told him the same thing.
Rather than try to address a counterfactual or a hypothetical, let me just say there were instances where the president would say, people are telling me this, or I've heard this, or I saw on television, this impropriety in Atlanta or Pennsylvania or something. And we were in a position to say, our people have already looked at that, and we know that you're getting bad information, that's not correct. It's been demonstrated to be incorrect from our point of view, and been debunked.
A month and a half or so after the election day, and at that meeting, various allegations of fraud were discussed, and Eric and Pat didn't, told the group, the president included, that none of those allegations had been substantiated to the point where they could be the basis for any litigation challenge to the election.
President Trump's own vice president and his top advisors also knew that there wasn't evidence to support the claims that the president was making.
Anyone else other than Mr. Meadows who asked you about the status outside of your legal group, Mr. Morgan and the others you mentioned, anyone else who asked you the status of what you were finding and your assessment of it?
Yes, sir.
Who's that?
Peter Navarro.
When did you talk to Mr. Navarro?
Mid-November.
Around the same time as Mr. Meadows?
Yes, sir.
And tell me about that conversation.
I recall him asking me questions about Dominion and maybe some other categories of allegations of voter fraud. And I remember telling him that I didn't believe the Dominion allegations because I thought the hand recount in Georgia would resolve any issues with a technology problem and with Dominion or Dominion flipping votes. And I mentioned at that time that the CISA, Chris Krebs, had recently released a report saying that the election was secure. And I believe Mr. Navarro accused me of being an agent of the deep state working with Chris Krebs against the president. And I never took another phone call from Mr. Navarro.
Anyone else besides Mr. Meadows, Mr. Navarro, Mr. Hirschman that you had discussions with inquiring about what you were finding in your review of the allegations that were pouring in?
I believe I had about a 15-second conversation with the vice president about it as well.
When was that?
During one of the visits to the White House. I don't know which one. I think it was the first one in November. I had met him briefly at the campaign, and he remembered me and saw me. And he asked what I was doing on the campaign, and I told him that, we were looking into some of the issues related to voter fraud. And he asked me, I don't remember his exact words, but he asked me if we were finding anything. And I said that I didn't believe we were finding it, or I was not personally finding anything sufficient to alter the results of the election. And he thanked me. That was our interaction.
At a later hearing, you'll hear live testimony from the former acting Deputy Attorney General of the Department of Justice, Rich Donahue. But now I'd like to play a portion of his testimony.
I tried to, again, put this in perspective and to try to put it in very clear terms to the president. And I said something to the effect of, sir, we've done dozens of investigations, hundreds of interviews. The major allegations are not supported by the evidence developed. We've looked at Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Nevada. We're doing our job. Much of the info you're getting is false. And then I went into, for instance, this thing from Michigan, this report about 68% error rate. Reality is it was only 0.0063% error rate, less than 1 in 15,000. So the president accepted that. He said, okay, fine, but what about the others? And again, this gets back to the point that there were so many of these allegations that when you gave him a very direct answer on one of them, he wouldn't fight us on it, but he would move to another allegation. So then I talked about a little bit about the Pennsylvania truck driver. This is another allegation that had come up. And this claim was by a truck driver who believed, perhaps honestly, that he had transported an entire tractor-trailer truck full of ballots from New York to Pennsylvania. And this was, again, out there in the public and discussed. And I essentially said, look, we looked at that allegation. We looked at both ends, both the people who load the truck and the people who unload the truck. And that allegation was not supported by the evidence. Again, he said, okay. And then he said, no, I didn't mention that one. What about the others? And I said, okay, well, with regard to Georgia, we looked at the tape, we interviewed the witnesses. There is no suitcase. The president kept fixating on this suitcase that supposedly had fraudulent ballots and that the suitcase was rolled out from under the table. And I said, no, sir, there is no suitcase. You can watch that video over and over. There is no suitcase. There is a wheeled bin where they carry the ballots, and that's just how they move ballots around that facility. There's nothing suspicious about that at all. I told them that there was no multiple scanning of the ballots. One part of that allegation was that they were taking one ballot and scanning it through 3 or 4 or 5 times to rack up votes, presumably for Vice President Biden. I told them that the video did not support that. Then he went off on double voting at the top of the next page. He said, dead people are voting. Indians are getting paid to vote. He meant people on Native American reservations. He said there's lots of fraud going on here. Told him flat out that much of the information he's getting is false and or just not supported by the evidence. We look at the allegations, but they don't pan out.
Mr. Barr and his advisors were not the only ones who determined that the president's allegations regarding Dominion voting machines were false. So, Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record of this hearing reports issued by the Department of Homeland Security's Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, otherwise known as CISA, that addressed and rejected the claims of manipulation of voting machines in the 2020 election.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also ask unanimous consent to include in the record a report prepared by the Michigan Senate Oversight Committee that disproved claims of election fraud in Michigan, as well as a statement by 59 of the country's leading election security scientists, noting the absence of any credible evidence that the 2020 election had been altered through technical compromise, and 5 other reports from organizations and individuals confirming there was no widespread fraud in the 2020 election or describing the spread of the former president's lies.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Pursuant to the order of the committee for today, the chair declares the committee in recess for a period of approximately 10 minutes.
And we'll take that as the 10 minutes we have to kind of walk you through a little bit what we've seen and what it means in the larger picture here. The star witness today was supposed to be President Trump's then campaign manager, Bill Stepien. His wife, however, is in labor, so instead the committee played clips of his previously taped depositions. In those clips, Stepien said that he clearly told President Trump before the election that it could take a long time for election results to be finalized, and that despite his advice, President Trump went out on election night to declare he had won. The committee also played clips of other Trump advisors saying that there was no substantial election fraud, including multiple clips from former Attorney General Bill Barr, dismantling most of the president's arguments about fraud and stating that he told the president they were unfounded, even, quote, crazy in real time, even saying he feared the president was, quote, detached from reality if he believed this stuff. Let me bring in my colleagues, NBC News Chief White House Correspondent Kristen Welker and NBC News Senior Washington Correspondent Hallie Jackson. Great to have you both here. Hallie, let me start with you. Sure. We've been promised new information, things we haven't seen before. Did you get a sense that the needle was moved here?
So I think so, in the sense of the people closest to Donald Trump, the people closest to the campaign, the people literally counting the votes, maybe not literally, but watching the data come in, were telling him not only you can't call it yet on election night, not only advising him, wait, do not go out there and say we won the election because we did not. The former president did just that. But also saying this election fraud stuff that Rudy Giuliani is telling you about is not accurate. We don't know that that is true, and we would advise you not to say that. Even his own son-in-law, Jared Kushner, was one of the voices there. And I think big picture, what the committee has tried to lay out here is that former President Trump, on election night and in the weeks following that, took the advice of, they talked about, this was a bit of a moment, and apparently inebriated Rudy Giuliani. Of course, a name that I think a lot of people know. Not saying that, I don't think, to be salacious, but to try to point out that this is somebody who took the advice of somebody who was apparently inebriated on election night, right, to try to paint the picture of what Giuliani was doing, ignoring the people who were closest to him and that had been working on his campaign this whole time. So in that sense, yes, we hadn't heard from Bill Stepien and Jason Miller on the record that they were telling the then president, don't go out there and declare victory yet. That is a new piece of information. Alex Cannon, again, a former Trump campaign aide whose name is probably not familiar to most people, saying, I talked to so many people, Mark Meadows, Mike Pence, Peter Navarro, and told them these claims are not true as it relates to election fraud. So I do think that the needle moved.
Kristen, let me ask you about this. I'll let people into our conversation earlier, and that has to do with they're inching closer, but haven't really answered the question, does President Trump at any point believe what he's being told? Does he acknowledge, yes, okay, I get it, I didn't win?
That was the one missing link. What the committee started to lay out today was that there was an avalanche, all of these voices in his inner circle saying that you did not win this election. There was no fraud. Again, as Hallie's saying, starting on election night, saying do not declare victory. And yet at the top, Representative Lofgren said that Mr. Trump knew it, that he had lost the election. We have yet to hear that from former President Trump himself or to see any proof of that. Now, again, this is about the avalanche, I think, the number of officials around him who were essentially singing from the same exact songbook. I just heard from a former Trump official who said that today's testimony was absolutely damning. It shows Trump as a man isolated from senior staff, believing conspiracies, most everyone around him who knew to be ludicrous. And I think that's the takeaway that the committee wants. But again, that direct link to the former president, I think that remains to be a question.
And once again, they have relied on the testimony of individuals who were close and largely supportive of the president. These are not enemies of Donald Trump.
Absolutely. I think it's significant to hear from his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, to hear from his daughter, Ivanka, to hear Jared Kushner say, I told him that I didn't trust Rudy Giuliani. Hallie and I covered his administration. We know that those are the people he listened to closest.
And the thing is, this had been broadly reported in broad strokes, right, after the election. And it's not as though the broad themes that we're talking about here are unknown to people. What is new is seeing these people, in their own words, on the record, on television like this, make these declarations so clearly. Kristen makes a good point that so far they have not shown proof that former President Trump acknowledged the way that, for example, Alex Cannon testified, Mark Meadows did, that there's no there as it relates to election fraud. In fact, the opposite from what we heard from the former Attorney General, Lester, that you referenced as we were coming into this break here, that the former Attorney General thought that Donald Trump was detached from reality, that he had become detached from reality because so many people around him had been saying this isn't true. He heard it. The question is, and I think this is where the committee is going here, he clearly internalized something very different from the Sidney Powells, the Rudy Giulianis, and that sort of wing of his advisory committee, if you will.
Let me turn to Garrett Haake now, back outside the hearing room. Garrett, we're in this 10-minute break. They'll resume with the second panel. Can you give me your thoughts on what we've heard so far and where this goes today?
Well, Lester, the committee went to great pains, obviously, here to describe the Trump campaign team's divorce, basically, from election night on between what Bill Stepien on tape described as Team Normal and the Rudy Giuliani-based team of folks who were pushing the election lies and the various myths and sort of conspiracy theories about what had happened on that night. I was taken by one comment on tape from one of the advisors describing how Team Normal viewed those conspiracy theories. Let's play it now.
What they were proposing, I thought was nuts. The theory was also completely nuts. Right? I mean, it was a combination of Italians, Germans. I mean, different things have been floating around as to who was involved. I remember Hugo Chavez and the Venezuelan. She has an affidavit from somebody who says they wrote a software in, it's something with the Philippines, and just all over the radar.
Hearing those conspiracy theories laid out by the paid advisors, the paid campaign officials, I think is telling. And one other thing that I think is really noteworthy as we think about these hearings more broadly, the testimony of Bill Barr, now 2 hearings in a row, has been really key. I think Barr, even more the starring player in this first hour than Bill Stepien is or would have been. Barr only spoke to this committee on June 2nd. This is very late arriving testimony in the scope of this investigation, and only met with the committee for a few hours, whereas others met for hours upon hours. Barr came in, it appears, and delivered this very damning testimony late in the game that has shifted the course, I think, quite clearly, at least of the public presentation here. When we resume from this break, we're going to hear a lot more about the state-based efforts here with witnesses specifically focused on claims of fraud in Georgia and in Pennsylvania. And we'll also hear from the preeminent Republican election lawyer, Ben Ginsberg, who is the person who knows the most about how to challenge election results on a legal basis. So I think you'll hear him describe what you could perceive to be the right way to challenge election results if you think they are fraudulent, and you'll see that contrasted with everything we just heard from this first panel of witnesses.
Okay, Garrett, thank you. Yamiche Alcindor is our NBC News Washington correspondent. Let me pick up on something that Garrett was talking about there. He made a reference to Team Normal. We're watching as these videos are played of these interviews, people who are part of the inner circle essentially peeling away.
Certainly, Lester. What we saw from the committee was really a detailing of the shrinking inner circle of the Trump campaign and of former President Trump's own administration. What we saw was really President Trump at the beginning in a room full of people who were saying, okay, we really want you to try to win this election. That, of course, being Bill Stepien saying, I was there with him on election night. I wanted us to win. And then you heard him say, after a while, the things that were happening when it was clear that President Trump had not won the election were not honest or professional. And as a result, he had to step away. Attorney General Bill Barr, former Attorney General Bill Barr, also had that same sentiment when he said before the election, you might have to spar with former President Trump, but he could still listen to you after the election. He was a man that was not listening to anybody close to him, not listening to his aides. Jared Kushner being another one, of course, a close family member of former President Trump, saying that he told President Trump directly, this is not the approach that I would take. And the president saying, in fact, I have confidence in Rudy Giuliani, who, of course, was described a number of times as giving drunken advice to President Trump there. So what you hear really is a cracking of the black box at the White House. We knew a lot of these details, but the fact that you hear people saying, I was with him, I was in the trenches with former President Trump, and then I lost confidence because things started to go, quote, nuts. That to me is really striking. I should also tell you, I've been emailing with some former Trump aides as well as ethic lawyers who say that this part of the hearing has been gold because it really does show that there was a conscious effort and a conscious decision on the part of President Trump to lie.
I do think it's worth remembering and noting here that despite the pushback we are seeing now, as Yamiche described it, inside the black box and the cracking of that, none of this was not made public in the days before January 6th by these people who are now coming out. Some of them, of course, under threat of subpoena, if you will, right? With some legal muscle behind that. But this was not as though there was a public avalanche in the days before January 6th. Lester and Kristen, as you both well know, of these high-level, high-ranking officials in the White House or close to former President Trump coming out and saying, no, he's wrong.
Yeah, and I think that is what makes it so striking. And remember where we started this day, the revelation that Bill Stepien was supposed to appear in person, did not appear. And the question mark around that, would the taped testimony be as compelling? And in speaking to Republicans who have been watching this hearing, they say, actually, it was quite compelling because clearly the committee chose the sound bites that they thought were strongest. Let them play out. It was a real wild card going into today. And the fact that they got to choose what was said and what we heard from Stepien was significant. And there was a lot that we heard from Bill Stepien.
Stepien's demeanor did not seem as if he was appearing as a hostile witness.
He was not, and I think that's a really important point. And he made it very clear that starting on election night, he broke with his former boss. He said, don't go out there and declare victory.
Still got a long way to go, though, from what we've heard today to get us back to January 6th.
Absolutely.
And how that unfolded and whether where the president's fingerprints may or may not lie.
And that's the question mark. Will the committee be able to do that at the end of the 7 hearings that they're going to hold? I thought that Steyerwalt was significant, the former Fox News political director, who, of course, was on the team of people who called Arizona, Fox becoming the first network to do so, essentially a message to those who are skeptical, to those who believe the big lie, saying, we really believed in that Arizona call.
And Hallie, we've got 3 more witnesses now, panelists who are going to tell another part of the story.
Garrett laid some of this out, but BJ Pak is interesting here. Former Georgia official U.S. attorney based in Atlanta, who resigned rather abruptly. And reportedly it was because of the pressure, right? This pressure campaign, as we know, happened in Georgia. And we're going to hear from the Secretary of State there, Brad Raffensperger, in a later hearing. But talking about this pressure, as you heard laid out in sort of part 1 of the hearing, the former president kept bringing up these instances of what about election fraud here? What about this instance? What about this rumor? What about this piece of speculation? BJ Pak is one of the people who had apparently pushed back on that. I think we're going to hear more about that, too. Al Schmidt in Pennsylvania, right in the Philly area. Another place that the former president was focused on as far as Pennsylvania, critical state, as far as there being instances of election fraud. And by the way, I wouldn't be surprised to hear about the way, and I've talked with secretaries of state, I've talked with elections officials in other states who have talked about how they felt physically uncomfortable because of the threats against them, because of the rhetoric and the language that was
Let me bring in Danny Savalas now, our legal analyst. Danny, I want to go back to this issue. It was raised of the fundraising, that there was fundraising on the back of this big lie. I think it was called Big Lie, the Big Ripoff. I think was how it was characterized in that presentation. Is that an area that stands out to you that there may be some criminal exposure by someone?
Yes, we haven't heard much about it today, only a few snippets, but it may end up being critical when the smoke clears from these hearings, because if it's true that there was fundraising going on and that fundraising was based on a fraud or a fraudulent communication.
If they knew that was fraudulent.
And that's the key to fraud. And by the way, that's the key to everything we've been seeing today. It boils down to 2 words, very important in the law: willful blindness. That's the sticking your head in the sand like the proverbial ostrich and ignoring that which is right in front of your face. And the reason that's so important is that we may never really be able to prove what Donald Trump knew in his heart of hearts, but we may be able to show what he ignored and what was right in front of him.
All right, the session has been gaveled in. Let's return to Washington.
Today by BJ Pak, Al Schmidt, and Ben Ginsberg. Mr. Pak is a former United States Attorney for the Northern District of Georgia. Mr. Schmidt is a former city commissioner for the city of Philadelphia, where he served for more than 10 years. Mr. Ginsburg is one of the leading election law attorneys in the country and has represented Republican presidential candidates in election litigation dating back to 2000, where he represented George W. Bush in the Bush v. Gore litigation. I will now swear in our witnesses. Please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Pursuant to Section 5C8 of House Resolution 503, I now recognize the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before the break, I think you all heard Mr. Barr and Mr. Donahue talk about the false claims that Mr. Trump and his supporters made about suitcases of fake ballots in Georgia. We have a witness here today who thoroughly investigated that issue. Mr. Pack, I want to thank you for appearing before us today. You were appointed by President Trump to serve as the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Georgia, and you served from 2017 until January of 2021. You were the lead federal prosecutor there and worked for the Department of Justice under then Attorney General Bill Barr. Now, were you ever asked by Attorney General Barr to investigate claims of voter fraud in the 2020 election? And if so, what were those claims?
Thank you, Congressman Lofgren. Thank you for the question. Approximately December 4th, I believe, of 2020, Attorney General Barr and I had a conversation about an unrelated case to the case at issue. At the end of the conversation, Mr. Barr had asked me if I had seen a certain videotape that was being reported in the news where Mr. Giuliani, in a Senate subcommittee hearing that was held the day before, May 3rd, showed a videotape of a purportedly a security tape at the State Farm Arena in Atlanta, which is also in Fulton County in the city of Atlanta. Yes. At the time, Mr. Barr asked me that he had made a public statement that he had not seen any widespread election fraud that would question the outcome of the election. And because of the videotape and the serious allegation that Mr. Giuliani was making with respect to the suitcase full of ballots purported in the video, he asked me to find out what I could about it, because he had envisioned that in some days after our call that he was going to go to the White House for a meeting, and then that issue might come up. He asked me to make it a priority to get to the bottom of, to try to substantiate the allegation made by Mr. Giuliani.
Thank you. I understand the Georgia Secretary of State's office investigated those State Farm Arena allegations and didn't find any evidence of fraud. What did you find when your office conducted its own investigation?
We found that the suitcase full of ballots, the alleged black suitcase that was being seen pulled from under the table, was actually an official lockbox where ballots were kept safe. We found out that there was a mistake in terms of a misunderstanding that they were done counting ballots or tallying ballots for the night, and the partisan watchers that was assigned by each of the respective parties were announced to send home. But once they realized the mistake, someone from the Secretary of State's office had indicated that, no, we're not done for the night. You need to go ahead and continue counting. So once they packed up the lockbox full of ballots, they brought back the official ballot box again and continued to tally the ballots from the lockbox. Unfortunately, during the Senate hearing, Mr. Giuliani only played a clip that showed them pulling out the official ballot box from under the table and referring to that as a smoking gun of fraud in Fulton County. But in actuality, in review of the entire video, it showed that that was actually an official ballot box that was kept underneath the tables. And then we saw them pack up because the announcement that they thought they were done for the night. And then once the announcement was made that you should continue counting, they brought the ballot box back out and they continued to count. The FBI interviewed the individuals that are depicted in the videos. This purportedly were double, triple counting of the ballots, and determined that nothing irregular happened in the counting, and the allegations made by Mr. Giuliani were false.
Thank you very much. I'd like to play again a testimony from Mr. Donahue, who appeared before the committee before today.
Mr. Donahue, we talked at some length about whether or not the White House or the president was informed about the Antrim report. On the results of the investigations, the interviews that have gone on Fulton County, how would those results have been communicated to the White House, to the president?
I don't know how they were initially communicated. I do know that they came up in subsequent conversations with the president, and Dag Rose and I essentially told him we looked into that, and it's just not true.
Okay, so he was informed.
I told the president myself that several times in several conversations, that these allegations about ballots being smuggled in a suitcase and run through the machine several times, it was not true. That we looked at the video, we interviewed the witnesses, it was not true.
Mr. Pack, after you left the U.S. Attorney's Office on January 4th, 2021, did the next U.S. Attorney there, I think Mr. Trump's personal pick, Bobby Christine, did he investigate any remaining claims of fraud? And if so, did he find any evidence that supported the president's claims of voter fraud?
It is my understanding that Mr. Christine continued any investigations that were pending at the time of my departure, but he was unable to find any evidence of fraud that affected the outcome of the election.
So after investigating the president's and Mr. Giuliani's claims about voter fraud in Georgia, is it your view today that there was no evidence of widespread fraud sufficient to undermine confidence in the outcome of the election in Georgia?
That is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Pack. And I want to thank you also for the service that you've given to our country. We appreciate that. Next, I'd like to turn to President Trump's false allegations about election integrity in Philadelphia. The Attorney General discussed these allegations at some length.
You know, the idea, the president has repeatedly suggested that there was some kind of outpouring of unexpected votes in inner city areas like Philadelphia. As recently as January 13th, when he walked off the NPR set, he was asked by the interviewer, what's your evidence of fraud? And he said more people voted in Philadelphia than there were voters. And that was absolute rubbish. The turnout in Philadelphia was in line with the state's turnout. And in fact, it was not as impressive as many suburban counties. And there was nothing strange about the Philadelphia turnout. It wasn't like there was all these unexpected votes that came out in Philadelphia. So, I think once you actually look at the votes and then there's an obvious explanation. For example, in Pennsylvania, Trump ran weaker than the Republican ticket generally. He ran weaker than two of the state candidates. He ran weaker than the congressional delegation running for federal Congress, and he ran weaker than the Republican, I think. I haven't looked at this recently, but he generally was a weak element on the Republican ticket. So that does not suggest that the election was stolen by fraud.
How about Pennsylvania and Bill McSwain? We were talking to the U.S. Attorney in Philadelphia about an alleged discrepancy between the number of absentee ballots issued and the number of ballots cast.
Right. So that was one of the big ones for a period of time. I think that was raised at Gettysburg by Giuliani or something like that. But it kept on being repeated, and I found it annoying because it didn't seem that it was right. So I called McSwain, and he got back to me. He said, no, the problem is that Mastriano threw out this number, and what he did was he mixed apples and oranges. He took the number of applications for the Republican primary and he compared it to the number of absentee votes cast in the general election. But once you actually go and look and compare apples to apples, there's no discrepancy at all. And that's one of the, I think at some point I covered that with the president.
We have another witness here today who has detailed knowledge about the election process in Philadelphia. Mr. Schmidt, at the time of the 2020 presidential election, you were serving as the only Republican member of Philadelphia's three-member city commission, which is responsible for overseeing elections throughout the city. Is that correct?
That's correct, Congressperson.
So President Trump made numerous claims regarding fraudulent voting practices in Philadelphia, including the claim that dead people were voting. In fact, Mr. Giuliani told Pennsylvania state legislators that 8,000 dead people voted in Pennsylvania. You investigated those claims of voter fraud. Can you tell us what you found?
Not only was there not evidence of 8,000 dead voters voting in Pennsylvania, there wasn't evidence of 8. We took seriously every case that was referred to us, no matter how fantastical, no matter how absurd, and took every one of those seriously, including these.
As it turns out, even Mr. Trump's campaign lawyers knew that the dead voter claims weren't valid.
I guess the crooks in Philadelphia are disappointed in this. They only submitted 8,021 ballots from dead people. Mail-in ballots for dead people. It's probably easier for dead people to submit mail-in ballots than it is to vote in person.
Rudy was at this stage of his life and the same ability to manage things at this level or not. And obviously, I think Bernie Kerik publicly said it. They never proved the allegations that they were making, and they were trying to develop.
Mr. Schmidt, on November 11th, 2020, President Trump tweeted about you, saying, and here's a quote, "A guy named Al Schmidt, a Philadelphia commissioner and so-called Republican, or rhino, is being used big time by the fake news media to explain how honest things were with respect to the election in Philadelphia. He refuses to look at a mountain of corruption, dishonesty. We win." As a result of that tweet and the CNN interview you gave where you stated the dead voter claims in Pennsylvania were false, you and your staff were subjected to disturbing threats. Can you tell us about that?
The threats prior to that tweet, and on some level it feels almost silly to talk about a tweet, but we can really see the impact that they have, because prior to that, the threats were pretty general in nature. Corrupt election officials in Philadelphia are going to get what's coming to them. You're what the Second Amendment is for. You're walking into the lion's den, all sorts of things like that. After the president tweeted at me by name, calling me out the way that he did, the threats became much more specific, much more graphic, and included not just me by name, but included members of my family by name, their ages, our address, pictures of our home, just every bit of detail that you could imagine. That was what changed with that tweet.
Behind me are redacted threats that you received, that you provided to the committee. Now, we redacted portions of the text to protect your family. Mr. Schmidt, I think I speak for all of my colleagues when I say we are deeply sorry for what you and your loved ones have been through. And I also want to thank you for your service to your country and for standing up for the rule of law. I want to thank both Mr. Pack and Mr. Schmidt for their service, their testimony, and for standing up for the rule of law. Now I'd like to turn to another subject. The courts in our country provide a legitimate venue for campaigns to challenge what they view as irregular election practices. Now, courts have the final say on how the law applies to those challenges. We have a renowned legal expert here to address the Trump campaign's activities in court. Mr. Ginsburg, you've spent your entire career representing Republicans in election-related litigation. You served as the National Counsel on Republican presidential campaigns in 2000, in 2004, and in 2012. You played a key role in the 2000 Florida recount that led to the Supreme Court's decision in Bush v. Gore. You served as the co-chair of the Presidential Commission on Election Administration. I think it's fair to say you're the most prominent Republican lawyer who's litigated in the election field. Now, you've analyzed the Trump campaign's litigation pretty carefully. What's the normal process for post-election litigation? How is the Trump campaign's different from the kinds of post-election litigation you've been involved in and know about?
In the normal course of things, any campaign on the night of the election and the days after will do a couple of different things. One is that they'll analyze precinct results to look for abnormalities in the results, and they'll send people to those precincts to ask more questions. Secondly, all campaigns will have poll watchers and poll workers and observers in the polling place. And so campaigns will talk to those people if they saw any irregularities that could cause problems in the election. Now, the Trump campaign talked pre-election about having 50,000 poll workers. So presumably, they did have eyes on the ground in all these places. And so in the normal course of things, a campaign will analyze the reports that come in. Trump campaign had a couple of basic problems, however. Number one, the 2020 election was not close. In 2000, that was 537 and close. In this election, the most narrow margin was 10,000 and something in Arizona, and you just don't make up those sorts of numbers in recounts. And when the claims of fraud and irregularities were made, you've heard very compelling testimony from Mr. Stepien, from Matt Morgan, from Alex Cannon about those claims and how they didn't believe them. And so that put the Trump campaign on sort of a process of bringing cases without the actual evidence that you have to have in which the process is designed to bring out.
So are you aware of any instance in which a court found the Trump campaign's fraud claims to be credible?
No, there was never that instance. In all the cases that were brought, and I've looked at the more than 60 that include more than 180 counts, and no, the simple fact is that the Trump campaign did not make its case.
The Select Committee has identified 62 post-election lawsuits filed by the Trump campaign and his allies between November 4th, 2020 and January 6th, 2021. Those cases resulted in 61 losses and only a single victory, which actually didn't affect the outcome for either candidate. Despite those 61 losses, President Trump and his allies claim that the courts refused to hear them out, and as a result, they never had their day in court. Mr. Ginsburg, what do you say about the claims that Mr. Trump wasn't given an opportunity to provide the evidence they had of voter fraud? Did they have their day in court?
They did have their day in court. About half of those cases that you mentioned were dismissed at the procedural stage for a lack of standing. The proper people didn't bring the case, or there wasn't sufficient evidence and it got dismissed on a motion to dismiss. But in the other, there was discussion of the merits that was contained in the complaints. And in no instance did a court find that the charges of fraud were real. And it's also worth noting that even if the Trump campaign complained that it did not have its day in court, there have been post-election reviews in each of the 6 battleground states that could have made a difference. And those ranged from the somewhat farcical cyber ninjas case in Arizona, to the Michigan Senate report that was mentioned earlier, the hand recount in Georgia that Mr. Pack addressed. And in each one of those instances, there was no credible evidence of fraud produced by the Trump campaign or his supporters.
Thank you. You know, as Mr. Ginsburg has explained, there are no cases where the Trump campaign was able to convince a court that there was widespread fraud or irregularities in the 2020 election. Over and over, judges appointed by Democrats and Republicans alike directly refuted this false narrative. They called out the Trump campaign's lack of evidence for its claims, and the judges did that even in cases where they could have simply thrown out the lawsuit without writing a word. You can see behind me a few excerpts from the decisions in these 62 cases. The Trump campaign's lack of evidence was criticized by judges across the political spectrum. In Pennsylvania, a Trump-appointed judge concluded, quote, "Charges require specific allegations and proof. We have neither here." Another Trump-appointed judge warned that if cases like these succeeded, quote, "Any disappointed loser in a presidential election able to hire a team of clever lawyers could flag claimed deviations from election results and cast doubt on election results." The list goes on and on. Allegations are called, quote, "an amalgamation of theories, conjecture, and speculation." In another, strained legal arguments without merit, unsupported by evidence, derived from wholly unreliable sources, a fundamental and obvious misreading of the Constitution. The rejection of President Trump's litigation efforts was overwhelming. 22 federal judges appointed by Republican presidents, including 10 appointed by President Trump himself, and at least 24 elected or appointed Republican state judges dismissed the president's claims. At least 11 lawyers have been referred for disciplinary proceedings due to bad faith and baseless efforts to undermine the outcome of the 2020 presidential election. Rudy Giuliani had his license to practice law suspended in New York. And just this week, a newly filed complaint will potentially make his suspension from practicing law in D.C. permanent. And as we've just heard from perhaps the most preeminent Republican election lawyer in recent history, the Trump campaign's unprecedented effort to overturn its election loss in court was a deeply damaging abuse of the judicial process. As stated by U.S. District Court Judge David Carter, this was, quote, "a coup in search of a legal theory." Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I want to thank our witnesses for joining us today. The members of the Select Committee may have additional questions for today's witnesses, and we ask that you respond expeditiously in writing to those questions. Without objection, members will be permitted 10 business days to submit statements for the record, including opening remarks and additional questions for the witnesses. The second panel of witnesses is now dismissed. Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, for a closing statement.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now that we understand the litigation efforts by President Trump and his allies, I'd like to present additional actions taken by the Trump campaign during this time. President Trump continued to push the stolen election narrative, even though he and his allies knew that their litigation efforts making the same claim had failed. Now, it's worth pointing out that litigation generally does not continue past the safe harbor date of December 14th. But the fact that this litigation went on, well, that decision makes more sense when you consider the Trump campaign's fundraising tactics. Because if the litigation had stopped on December 14th, there would have been no fight to defend the election and no clear path to continue to raise millions of dollars. Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd ask for unanimous consent to include in the record a video presentation describing how President Trump used the lies he told to raise millions of dollars from the American people. These fundraising schemes were also part of the effort to disseminate the false claims of election fraud.
Without objection, so.
My name is Amanda Wick, and I'm Senior Investigative Counsel with the House Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol. Between Election Day and January 6th, the Trump campaign sent millions of fundraising emails to Trump supporters, sometimes as many as 25 a day. The emails claimed the, quote, left-wing mob was undermining the election, implored supporters to, quote, step up to protect the integrity of the election, and encouraged them to, quote, fight back. But as the Select Committee has demonstrated, the Trump campaign knew these claims of voter fraud were false, yet they continued to barrage small-dollar donors with emails, encouraging them to donate to something called the Official Election Defense Fund. The Select Committee discovered no such fund existed.
I don't believe there is actually a fund called the Election Defense Fund.
Is it fair to say that the Election Defense Fund was another, I think we called it a marketing tactic? Yes. And tell us about these funds as marketing tactics.
Just a topic matter where money could potentially go to be, how money could potentially be used.
The claims that the election was stolen were so successful, President Trump and his allies raised $250 million, nearly $100 million in the first week after the election. On November 9th, 2020, President Trump created a separate entity called the Save America PAC. Most of the money raised went to this newly created PAC, not to election-related litigation. The Select Committee discovered that the Save America PAC made millions of dollars of contributions to pro-Trump organizations, including $1 million to Trump Chief of Staff Mark Meadows' charitable foundation, $1 million to the America First Policy Institute, a conservative organization which employs several former Trump administration officials, $204,857 to the Trump Hotel Collection, and over $5 million to Event Strategies, Inc., the company that ran President Trump's January 6th rally on the Ellipse.
All of us here today do not want to see our election victory stolen by emboldened radical left Democrats, which is what they're doing.
The evidence developed by the Select Committee highlights how the Trump campaign aggressively pushed false election claims to fundraise, telling supporters it would be used to fight voter fraud that did not exist. The emails continued through January 6th, even as President Trump spoke on the Ellipse. 30 minutes after the last fundraising email was sent, the Capitol was breached.
Every American is entitled and encouraged to participate in our electoral process. Political fundraising is part of that. Small dollar donors use scarce disposable income to support candidates and causes of their choosing, to make their voices heard. And those donors deserve the truth about what those funds will be used for. Throughout the committee's investigation, we found evidence that the Trump campaign and its surrogates misled donors as to where their funds would go and what they would be used for. So not only was there the big lie, there was the big ripoff. Donors deserve to know where their funds are really going. They deserve better than what President Trump and his team did. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, for a closing statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would like to thank all of our witnesses today. And I'd also like to, in particular, wish Mr. Stepien and his family all the best on the arrival of a new baby. Today's hearing, Mr. Chairman, was very narrowly focused. And in the coming days, you will see the committee move on to President Trump's broader planning for January 6th, including his plan to corrupt the Department of Justice and his detailed planning with lawyer John Eastman to pressure the Vice President, state legislatures, state officials, and others to overturn the election. Let me leave you today with one clip to preview what you will see in one of our hearings to come. This is the testimony of White House lawyer Eric Hirschman. John Eastman called Mr. Hirschman the day after January 6th, and here is how that conversation went.
I said to him, "Are you out of your effing mind?" Right? I said, I only want to hear two words coming out of your mouth from now on: orderly transition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
At the conclusion of last week's hearing, we showed you a video of rioters explaining why they had come to Washington on January 6th. It was because Donald Trump told them to be here. Today we heard about some of the lies Donald Trump embraced and amplified when it became clear he didn't have the numbers of votes to win the election. We heard about how officials at different levels of government explored claims of fraud and found no evidence, yet the former president continued to repeat those false claims over and over again. Today, we'll end things where we did on Thursday, back on January 6th, hearing words of individuals who wanted to stop the transfer of power. We know they were there because of Donald Trump. Now we hear some of the things they believed. Without objection, I enter into the record a video presentation.
I know exactly what's going on right now. Fake election. They think they're gonna fucking cheat us out of our vote and put communist fucking Biden in office. It ain't fucking happening today, buddy. You voted?
Yes, sir.
How'd it go?
Voted early. It went well, except for can't really trust the software. Dominion software all over it.
We voted, and right in the top right-hand corner of the Dominion voting machine that we used, there was a Wi-Fi symbol with 5 bars. So that most definitely connected to the internet, without a doubt. So they stole that from us twice. We're not doing it anymore. We're not taking it anymore. So we're standing up, we're here, and whatever happens, we're not laying down again.
I'm from Pennsylvania. It didn't work. It absolutely worked. It didn't work. No. Trust the system. 200,000 people that weren't even registered voted. 430,000 votes disappeared from President Trump's tally. And you can't stand there and tell me that it worked.
I don't want to say that what we're doing is right. But if the election's being stolen, what is it going to take?
The chair requests those in the hearing room remain seated until the Capitol Police have escorted members from the room. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
And so that concludes the second of the January 6 hearings. This one, as advertised, focused primarily on the roots of what has been called the big lie, the Trump insistence that the election was stolen, and then drawing that, with that last montage there, drawing a connection to what happened on January 6th, which, of course, is the point of all this. We saw the president's inner circle pushing back, refuting those claims. The second half about officials across the country who investigated those claims and also found them baseless. Among those testifying, former U.S. Attorney for Georgia, B.J. Pack, who testified to finding no evidence of fraud in the state of Georgia. Prominent Republican attorney Ben Ginsburg testified no courtroom found any evidence that charges of fraud were real. And we also heard from former Philadelphia Commissioner Al Schmidt. He said there was no evidence of fraud in his city. He was the lone Republican on Philadelphia's elections board and says he and his staff were harassed by Trump on social media, and he and his family even received death threats from the former president's supporters. They bring back Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker and NBC senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson. Thoughts, Kristen, first?
Well, we didn't see the fireworks, I think, in the second hearing that we saw in the first hearing, but there were some significant takeaways. The fact that we heard from B.J. Pack, remember, this is someone who was appointed by former President Trump. So to hear him say there was no evidence of fraud and we weren't going to be swayed by the president's pressure campaign was significant. And then I think Al Schmidt, the former Philadelphia city commissioner, was significant because he really tried to draw a direct link to the president's threats against him and his family that really rallied the public's ire against him. He obviously ultimately decided to resign in the wake of that. And so the committee really trying to show how damaging the president's pressure campaign was. And then Ben Ginsburg, who, as you heard there, detailed the various different moments where he has been engaged in election law to lay out that he did not see and there was no fraud found in any of these court cases, I think was incredibly significant. Big picture here, this is something that a lot of people are watching. If you look at the Twitter feeds of a number of Republicans, they are trying to turn the conversation away from the hearings that we're watching today onto things like inflation, the high price of gas right now. The question is, will these moments resonate, particularly with independent voters, those who may be on the line, those who may not be ready to break with Trump? Will people see this testimony, see these images? They ended again on January 6th. That was a clear strategic decision. Will this sway people and convince them that Trump was at the root of all of this?
It appears they want every line eventually to meet back at January 6th, and that was a testament to that.
And in many ways, to me, it's those last two buckets that we saw right before the hearing ended for the day that feel incredibly significant here. First, you had this linkage between what Congressman Lofgren called the big lie and the big ripoff, basically, trying to show that the fundraising after the election was essentially a grift on the part of the Trump campaign, that they were fundraising specifically off something that everybody, many of the people involved, knew and acknowledged to be a lie, to be not true. And that were those claims of marketing fraud, of election fraud. And I say the word marketing because that came up too, that it was basically like these claims of election fraud were simply marketing. That was what they tried to lay out in that video.
And also talking about where the money went.
That's exactly right. Didn't go to this election defense fund that had been created, which, as you pointed out with Danny Savalos in our last break, opens a whole other legal can of worms here. I would say the other piece of it, Lester, you said this whole hearing, and it's about the roots of the so-called big lie, the roots of this election fraud claim. What we saw in those last 5 minutes there, in many ways, that was the fruit of what had been planted, the seed that had been planted. And so you saw these members of these far-right groups, the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, coming to the Capitol and regurgitating the very same lies, things that weren't true, that the people around former President Trump knew were not true. And so that is the committee. We talk about connecting the dots. That's the biggest thing they want to do. That's their mission over these next 5 more hearings. That is a critical piece of this because it shows them looking to connect the dots between what Donald Trump said and what these rioters did.
Yeah, we should also point out we're not getting exculpatory evidence here. This is being laid out with, and they make very clear from the very point each time that this is about Donald Trump as being the person that caused January 6th to happen.
Absolutely. And again, I think what you are starting to see is the dots get connected. And you hear the rioters echo what you heard from former President Trump and what he tweeted in real time. And I thought it was notable that they said that last campaign and fundraising email was sent out about 30 minutes before the rioters stormed the Capitol. Think about that link and the fact that here you have that ongoing fundraising effort, despite the fact that you have all of these voices saying there is no there. There's no truth to this, and all of these people who are energized by that.
Yeah. Let's get right to Garrett Hake right now. He's outside the hearing room. Garrett, your take and what should we be looking for as this moves forward?
Lester, I was thinking about the contrast between the second half of this hearing and the second half of the hearing on Thursday, where on Thursday it was all about emotion. Caroline Edwards' emotional testimony, seeing that violent video for the first time. This presentation here today wasn't for the general public. It felt like it was for political professionals. You had a U.S. attorney, a city commissioner in Philadelphia, and truly, I mean, the preeminent election lawyer on the Republican side here, laying out, to your point about exculpatory evidence, this wasn't a presentation to a jury. This was a presentation more like to a grand jury. This is the facts that could be the basis of a prosecution. And so seeing what was kind of a dry presentation, but going through each court case that was thrown out, the number of Trump-appointed judges who threw out those court cases, and the sheer weakness of the legal arguments put forward by the Trump team, a different kind of presentation than what we saw last week, but one that the committee may find equally valuable as they put together their case over these next couple of weeks. You also heard that teaser from Liz Cheney at the end, introducing a character to this drama who will become very important, John Eastman, who is an election attorney, sort of an election specialist, who availed himself to the Trump team, not the normal Trump team that Bill Stepien described, but the Giuliani and company team, who ultimately developed the legal theory that became the basis for the idea that Mike Pence could somehow set aside the election results on January 6th. We're just beginning to hear John Eastman's name invoked in these hearings. Get ready to hear that a lot more as they progress, Lester.
Garrett, thank you. Let's go to NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor. Yamiche, good to have you back with us. Let's talk about what we heard there at the end from the rioters themselves, or people who were at the Capitol on January 6th themselves, talking about a stolen election in very much the same language that we heard from the president. What does that tell you about the resilience of this story?
What it tells me is that the story was resilient in a way that other claims were not. We think about the fact that lawmakers were really trying to make the argument that this was a lie that metastasized, that it lost in the courts, that it lost in other places, that it was not able to prove any sort of credible claim, but that even with all of those losses, even with an alleged coup in search of a legal theory, as the Congresswoman said, even in that they were able to metastasize and grow this movement through fundraising, through marketing, through convincing people that this happened. I think it's important that we saw lawmakers go through all of the different things that we had heard on the internet, the stolen boxes, the dead people, all of these different claims that the people close to President Trump were making at the time, but that then eventually, even when all of that was cleared, even when the table was cleared and the people that were closest to the president, they sort of faded away one by one out of the picture, that the people that started to fill the picture were everyday Americans who were then assembling at the Capitol, who were then eating all of the different lies that President Trump was putting out there. This really shows also that the lawmakers here are really trying to, I think, begin to make a new picture, which is while these people, the campaign aides, all of the people who had experiences, while they faded away and distanced themselves from the former president, that new people came in, and that those new people really are building a movement that is threatening our democracy. I also think it's really interesting that they played video of Attorney General Barr saying that the DOJ doesn't take side in elections. That tells you that that's exactly where we're going to be going next, is looking into how the Justice Department was pressured by former President Trump. Yeah, Yamiche, thanks very much. Before we wrap up, I do want to get final thoughts from both of you. One thing that stands out to me were the criticisms that there was nothing new in these things. But if you've never seen it before, it's new to you. And I think the idea of this seems to be getting people, trying to get Americans engaged and to really understand from A to Z what transpired here.
I do think, based on conversations with Democratic members of Congress, they have their eyes on the history books here. I think there's been some framing of this in political terms, et cetera, and those are discussions that can be had at another time. But at this point, almost unanimously, the discussion has been around laying out an accurate record of what specifically happened based on that first-person testimony from people like Bill Stepien, people like B.J. Pack, people who we heard from today, as a marker. Right? For these are the facts, and this is what happened. I will say, as we look ahead to the next hearing, which will be on Wednesday, it will focus on the Department of Justice and on the turmoil that was happening inside the DOJ as the then president was continuing to perpetuate these claims that were not true about so-called election fraud. Jeff Rosen, for example, set to testify. Rich Donahue, who you saw a little bit of the taped testimony in that, set to be witnesses here. And so I think you will start to see, as they lay out this narrative, right? They are sort of putting the crumbs on the path. And so that's the next set that's to come.
All right, Kristen, final thoughts?
Yeah, I think part of the goal and the challenge for the committee right now is to keep the momentum going and to keep the public engaged, because this is an historical record, but they do want eyes on this as well. And so will they be able to keep the public's interest? And again, Wednesday is going to focus on the pressure campaign within the DOJ by former President Trump. And then we move on to the pressure campaign of former Vice President Mike Pence. And I think this is going to be one of the pivotal moments of these hearings, because we have seen the former vice president break with his former boss in the months after January 6th. But it certainly took him a long time to publicly start to say that. And that moment where he was on the House floor and then evacuated with everyone else when the January 6th rioters entered the Capitol. And the fact that we know, based on our reporting, former President Trump never called to check on his whereabouts. I think that that's going to be a critical piece in connecting these dots, which we've been talking about.
All right, Kristen, Howie, thanks to both of you. That concludes our NBC News special coverage of Day 2 of the historic House committee hearings on the January 6th riots at the Capitol. I'll have much more tonight on Nightly News, and we'll, of course, have live coverage on Wednesday for that hearing. I'm Lester Holt. Thank you for watching. I'll see you a bit later on tonight.
Hi, everyone. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
I'm Morgan Radford. It's our pleasure to be with you this hour. Thank you so much for joining us. Right now on NBC News Now, building the case. Lawmakers link former President Trump's big election lie to fueling that January 6th attack on the Capitol. The no-show start witnesses in the second high-stakes public hearing.
Fighting inflation, stocks stumble ahead of what's expected to be another interest rate hike. What it will mean to tame record inflation, will it be enough?
That's right. Pride and Prejudice. Dozens of men said to be members of a far-right hate group arrested near an LGBTQ pride celebration. What police found inside the back of the U-Haul truck.
Without a trace, days after 6 members of Haiti's delegation to the Special Olympics in Florida are reported missing, another member suddenly vanishes. The latest on that search.
Thank you for joining us. We begin this hour with the second January 6th committee hearing. And the focus today, of course, is Trump's big lie and the former president's false claims of fraud and his pursuit to really overturn that 2020 election.
The committee was thrown a late curveball when key witness Bill Stepien dropped out just moments before the hearing was set to begin. Stepien, who was Trump's 2020 campaign manager, was supposed to appear under subpoena. He had to leave last minute because his wife is in labor. Now, even without Stepien's live testimony, today's hearing had no shortage of revelations. Take a listen.
You will also hear testimony that President Trump rejected the advice of his campaign experts on election night and instead followed the course recommended by an apparently inebriated Rudy Giuliani to just claim he won and insist that the vote counting stop, to falsely claim everything was fraudulent. He falsely told the American people that the election was not legitimate. In his words, quote, a major fraud. Millions of Americans believed him.
Will also show that the Trump campaign used these false claims of election fraud to raise hundreds of millions of dollars from supporters who were told their donations were for the legal fight in the courts. But the Trump campaign didn't use the money for that. The big lie was also a big ripoff.
My belief, my recommendation was to say that votes were still being counted. It's too early to tell, too early to call the race. I think we're in good position, and we'll have more to say about this, the next day.
That's the bottom line. We've had an election. Mr. Trump lost, but he refused to accept the results of the democratic process.
Right out of the box on election night, the president claimed that there was major fraud. At the end of the evening, a lot of Democratic votes came in, which changed the vote counts in certain states. And that seemed to be the basis for this broad claim that there was major fraud. And I didn't think much of that because people had been talking for weeks and everyone understood for weeks that that was going to be what happened on election night.
What they were proposing, I thought was nuts. the theory was also completely nuts, right? I mean, there's a combination of Italians, Germans. I mean, different things have been floating around as to who was involved. I remember Hugo Chavez and the Venezuelan. She has an affidavit from somebody who says they wrote a software in and something with the Philippines, and just all over the radar.
We're going to talk to NBC senior political reporter Jonathan Allen here in just a moment. But first, let's begin on Capitol Hill with NBC News correspondent Ali Rafa. Ali, let's go through the big revelations today. We had, Chris Stirewalt, formerly of Fox News, and many others testifying under oath that Trump was in fact told that he lost. But he was attached to this narrative, really, that there was fraud despite everyone around him, including his daughter, saying there was no evidence of it. What more do we know?
Well, guys, this hearing wrapped just minutes ago, and the hearing ended with committee members playing a clip of really what their goal in this whole investigation is, to prove and connect the dots between the insurrection at the Capitol on January 6th and really what the Trump campaign became after the election. We heard those echoes of Stop the Steal playing out from those rioters inside the Capitol, and that's exactly what the committee was trying to get to in this specific hearing today. We thought that former campaign manager Bill Stepien would really be the star of this hearing. As you mentioned, his wife going into labor just minutes before start time. We still don't know if the committee is satisfied with just showing clips of his pre-recorded deposition or whether he'll be invited back in person to testify. But really, I think the star player here was former Attorney General Bill Barr. We saw a couple clips from him play out in pre-recorded testimony in the first hearing on Thursday, but he dug deeper in this hearing, really giving some insight as to the former president's state of mind after the election. He specifically said, quote, "I told him it was crazy stuff and they were wasting time on that in regards to the election, the push for claims of election fraud." He said he was, quote, "detached from reality if he really believed it." He, quote, "never was interested in the actual facts." We also heard from several people, again, in his inner circle, more testimony from his daughter Ivanka Trump, his son-in-law, his attorneys in the campaign, talking about how several people repeatedly told the former president that his claims were false. They actually advised him not even to continue pushing these claims, that he eventually really sidebarked with Rudy Giuliani. They eventually played clips from Fox News with both Rudy Giuliani and former President Trump pushing these claims of election fraud, and that's when they brought in former Fox News political editor Chris Stirewalt, which I think was an important piece of testimony for people who still push those claims of election fraud. Of course, Chris Stirewalt saying that even after the election, that there was no proof of enough fraud to be able to change the results of the election.
And he was compelling. Clear and compelling.
Agree.
Ali, this was the second of 4 public hearings. We know about 20 million people tuned into that first primetime hearing. How impactful have these last 2 sessions been? And also lay out for us the next 2 public hearings. What are they going to cover?
I think they've been pretty impactful so far. People are definitely still paying attention. Obviously, this is only the second hearing of 7, and so one of the challenges of this committee is to keep the public, the American public, still engaged, still interested in the nuances and little details of what they're laying out here. It can sometimes get lost in sometimes the legal jargon that some of these witnesses are using to explain their case. But there are 2 more hearings expected this week, Wednesday and Thursday, where we expect former Justice Department as well as White House officials to both testify to the former president's pressure campaign on the Justice Department, the turmoil within the Justice Department, as well as we expect the former vice president's chief of staff to testify as to really what went on that day on January 6th. We know he was with the former vice president and his wife inside the Capitol. We know there have been many claims that the former president never called Mike Pence to check on him. Obviously, we've heard those claims of chanting "Hang Mike Pence" that former President Trump denies ever saying. So there is a lot more to unfold in these 2 other hearings that are going to come later this week.
All right, Ali Rafa, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Congresswoman Liz Cheney mincing no words and blaming former President Trump for the January 6th attack on the Capitol. Her criticism really making her a prime target for Trump as well as his allies, calling her a rhino, Republican in name only, and complicating her path to re-election. But the question is, how do voters in Cheney's home state of Wyoming really feel about her and how she's doing? NBC News senior political reporter Jonathan Allen spoke to voters in her at-large district there, and he joins us now from Jackson Hole, Wyoming. John, tell us, what kind of support do you sort of sense that Congresswoman Liz Cheney actually has among Wyoming voters there, especially as now, she's heading toward this August primary?
Great question, Morgan. Let's zoom back just a little bit. In the last couple of weeks, NBC's been talking to voters here in Jackson Hole, but also in Cheyenne, Casper, other parts of the state. Liz Cheney is in deep peril. Most of the Republicans here do not like her. The polling that has been out there by allies of her main opponent, Harriet Hageman, shows Cheney down by about 30 points. And yet, the key to having a chance here for Liz Cheney, at least one of them, is to get some of the Democrats here to re-register as Republicans and vote for her. We've talked to some of those folks, particularly here in Jackson Hole, which is kind of a blue dot in the middle of a red sea. One of those voters who is a Democrat that's planning to vote for as a Republican is someone we talked to yesterday. Let's listen to him.
I hope she gets reelected. I certainly support her 100%. I think she's very bright. I think she's very moderate. And I hope she gets reelected, but I think it's 50-50. I think the mood here is that they support Liz. I don't know anyone who doesn't support her, frankly.
And so that's what you hear from Democrats who are going to switch over. And there are a number of them here in Jackson Hole and Teton County. To give you an idea of how this county looks, though, compared to the rest of the state. In the state, Joe Biden got 27% in 2020. In the county, Teton County, where we are now, he got 67%. So it's not particularly representative of the state. What you do hear a lot more around this state is what we got from a cowboy. Let's listen to him.
I don't think she should be in charge of anything. She's not for the common person. She's not for Wyoming. She's just playing a game. I haven't been following it. The last 2 years have been a gosh dang joke, and I've just kind of not following any of it. I think there's a lot of people that got in trouble that shouldn't be in trouble like they are.
And what we hear from folks about these January 6th hearings is that increases the polarization, increases the divide about her. Certainly the people who support her, including some moderate Republicans, are very happy about what Liz Cheney is doing, but a lot of Republicans are very angry with her about it. They're angry with her about going after former President Trump. They're angry with her about voting to impeach him. And so her path to re-election, as you said, Morgan, is very complicated.
Complicated indeed. Jonathan, it's been really interesting to watch the numbers come in about who actually tuned in to the January 6th hearing. And so I was curious. I'm glad you answered that, and our cowboy there answered it too. I was curious to see how many people in Wyoming were tuning in and if they were kind of seeing things differently, because this has been such a partisan, should we say, perception of the way that these hearings are going down and held. And so it's really interesting to see what people on the ground are saying in these different pockets of the country, so to speak. Jonathan, thanks for being with us.
Take care,
All right, we're going to go ahead and turn to the economy now, and growing concerns that the nation may be headed towards a recession. Right now, the Dow is down there. You see 717 points. S&P is back in bear market territory. This all comes ahead of the Federal Reserve meeting later this week, where it's expected to announce another interest rate hike in the hopes of tamping down inflation. The question now is, how high will those rates go and whether it'll all be too much too soon? Here to help us understand what it means for your bottom line, Editor-in-Chief of The Balance, Kristen Myers. Kristen, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Give us a sense of what we're expecting to see from the Fed this week and also how it's going to affect us over the next few months.
Yeah, that's a really great question. So right now, everyone is essentially anticipating that the Federal Reserve on Wednesday, when they wrap up their policy meeting, is actually going to hike rates yet again by 50 basis points. So that's essentially half of a percentage point. Now, how that's going to impact everyone in the long run, because I don't think too many people even know what the Fed funds rate is right now. But that essentially means that everything is going to get more expensive when it comes to borrowing money. So think of those mortgage rates. They're going to go up. Your credit card interest rate, that's also also going to go up. If you want to go buy a car, that's also going to get more expensive. And if you hold on to any debt right now, if it has some kind of variable interest rate, so credit card debt really falls into this category, it's also going to get more expensive. But then on the flip side, hopefully it brings inflation down a little bit.
Kristen, help us understand the risks here. We're already seeing a slowing of home sales. What happens if these rates go up too fast?
Yeah, so we have two really big risks that are playing out right now in the economy. The first is what a lot of folks are calling a hard landing. I'm sure a lot of people out there have heard that phrase really being tossed around. And a hard landing essentially means that the economy slows down way too fast and we enter into what is essentially called a recession. And a lot of folks are anticipating that we could actually be hitting a recession next year. It might happen sooner, however, with some of these interest rate hikes. Now, the other one, and this is going to be a really tricky economic situation, is what's called stagflation. And that is when you have interest rates that are very high and you also have unemployment that is very high. And the reason that's pretty challenging is because whatever the central bank does to bring down inflation raises unemployment. So unfortunately, you can't battle both sides at the same time. So that's a really challenging situation right now that the Fed is really trying to avoid.
Do you think there are some indicators we can look to that suggest inflation might be cooling off soon? And if not, I know you don't have a crystal ball, but your thoughts on when we might begin to see some relief?
Yeah, if I did, I would honestly go out and play some lotto numbers right now. We need all the help we can get with these gas prices. You know, unfortunately, that was the really big question. Has inflation reached its peak? And a lot of people were hopeful, at least when it came to April's inflation figures, that it had, because inflation was starting to come down. But then on Friday, unfortunately, everyone was hit with the latest inflation figures, 8.6%. Inflation did not actually peak. It is continuing to rise. So we really need to wait and see for those June inflation figures to see if what the Federal Reserve is doing right now is actually having an impact on those inflation figures.
All right, Kristen Myers, we appreciate it. Thanks for your time. We want to turn now to some significant news in America's gun violence crisis. For the first time in 3 decades, a bipartisan group of senators has reached a deal on framework for new gun legislation.
And this is a big deal because it includes enhanced background checks for 18 to 21-year-olds, incentives for red flag laws, and school safety and mental health funding. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins us now live from Uvalde, Texas. Antonia, it's great to see you. Sort of how are people there on the ground? I mean, after this recent tragedy that spurred this renewed call for change, how are they reacting to what could be, as Vicki mentioned, I mean, something we haven't seen in 3 decades?
People were really reacting positively. I was out here yesterday as the news broke, right here on the memorial grounds in Town Square. People had just gotten out of church. They were paying their respects. And overwhelmingly, it was positive. I think people feeling like lawmakers were finally taking a step to do something, maybe not everything some of the folks we talked to were looking for, but something. However, there were some folks who felt like, you know, let's not give lawmakers too much credit. Let's not pat them on the back too hard, because they felt like, look, nothing these lawmakers end up doing is going to make these families whole again. And they could have taken this action after any other number of tragedies in recent years. Take a listen to some of the conversations that I had right here. Are you encouraged that lawmakers are actually trying to do something?
I am, but who knows, you know, they can always say all these things, but if it really passes, you know, that's a different, you know. But I'm glad that, you know, if they'll come together into a consensus to do something, then that's, yeah. We'd love to see it.
Well, I think they should pass it and do strict laws. Because the person that's going to follow the rules is going to get the gun. They're going to get whatever they like, and they're going to follow the rules.
The people you met there are a mix of gun owners, military, non-gun owners, but overwhelmingly people felt like there needed to be better background checks, that getting an AR-15 at 18 was not appropriate, that, you know, it was a good thing that aspects of this address mental health throughout the country. But again, as that first woman said, you know, they kind of want to wait and see. It's not a bill. It's certainly not a law yet. There's a lot of work still to be done, and they're going to be watching closely, Morgan.
There is some good optimism, Antonia. I was just talking to Fred Guttenberg yesterday. He lost his daughter, Jamie, 4 years ago in 2018 in the Parkland school shooting. He talks about how he wishes this kind of legislation would have been under consideration 4 years ago. Maybe it would have saved his baby's life. So what the folks there are saying, it resonates with so many people. It's hard to believe, but tomorrow marks 3 weeks since this tragedy in Uvalde. In that time, we've heard from the police chief, we've heard from, the families. Families have been laying their children to rest. What's happening in Uvalde now as these families try to move forward, Antonia?
Well, moving forward is really hard right now. I mean, you're right. We're almost at 3 weeks in, but the anger, the hurt here is very, very raw. We spoke to one of the victims' fathers. He lost one of his 2 twin girls, and he was standing not far from where I am right now, chanting, wanting to get the school's chief of police, Pete Arredondo, who's been at the center of all this. He wants to see him go. In fact, he wants to see him go and all the other officers who were in the hallway that day. So right now, as we've spoken to residents, to families connected to this tragedy, the focus on healing has really been about accountability. They're angry and they're hurting. That hurt's not going away anytime soon, but they feel that they deserve better answers. And, there's been all this new reporting coming out of the New York Times, the Texas Tribune, about the 77 minutes that this all took, about fumbling with keys, about the fact that the chief of police didn't even know that he was the incident commander, the person in charge that day. And all of these details are just making people angrier. Take a listen to a family that I spoke to here. Does this change the way you feel about school?
Yes, definitely. Now I'm still kind of scared to go to school.
I'm sorry. How do you talk about it as a family?
You have to, because it can happen anywhere. So you have to give them the knowledge so that they understand in a situation you never know. You gotta react.
A lot of the focus naturally right now is on making sure that kids are okay, that they have people to talk to, that they're able to process this over the summer. They're not going to be going back into the classrooms at Robb Elementary ever again, but they're still here. This is a small community. Everybody knows each other. So it's that focus on healing and talking to kids and making sure that they're okay. But it's also that accountability piece, that demand for answers. There are a lot of people here who say that the only thing that's going to make them feel a little bit better is getting an apology and getting someone to take responsibility for what happened that day at Robb Elementary.
They are still waiting for that, Antonia. Thank you so much. We appreciate your reporting out of Uvalde there.
Absolutely. Now, while the language for the gun bill has not yet been finalized, many are calling it a pretty major breakthrough that inevitably they believe will save lives.
Yeah, while senators worked on the framework for this new bill, thousands marched on the Capitol and across the country Saturday. Demonstrators calling for change as part of the second March for Our Lives rally. NBC News was there, and we spoke with survivors and affected families about their hopes for gun reform laws.
This time is different. Hold up your signs and say it. This time is different. This time is different.
The reason that I'm here today is because nothing has happened since the last almost 5 years. I have to be here, and I will keep on doing this as long as it takes.
No more.
We miss what the most important role that life gave me was being a father. And that role is not over. The fact that Joaquin is not here, it doesn't mean that I'm not Joaquin's dad.
Every time I talk about Joaquin, it brings me a smile into my face. He was always very determined, and he was taking action through his tweet, through his post, and we are just following that lead. He is a teacher to us, and a son as well.
I lost not only my son, but my best friend, and that makes me feel that I need to do everything that is possible as long as I'm here to feel that I give some justice to Joaquin.
I've been experiencing gun violence since I was 5. And so out of an effort to save my own life and the lives in my community, I have to be here.
For me, the American gun violence it's inherently personal to me. When I was 18 years old, I was shot with an AR-15 in my own high school. And to think that there's children, babies, who have to use DNA in order to be identified because they're literally blown into smithereens. That's not the American dream. This is an infringement on basic human rights.
Every time things like this happen, I would like to say that I get stronger. Somehow Joaquin sends me, hey, wake up. It's not enough. You have to do more.
We live in a society where our safety is not guaranteed to us, and I have to navigate my life with PTSD, with paranoia. I don't feel safe in public spaces anymore, and neither should the average person.
We need to acknowledge what just happened. And I want to let everyone know, everybody's fine. There is nothing to be concerned about. However, unfortunately, somebody decided to show up and put the fear that we live with every day to life. And so, thank you all for staying here.
It's something that should make a whole nation be offended. And a whole society take the streets and complain and disrupt all day long for hours until something happens. What I'm expecting is a society to react.
Take action. Take the streets.
We are hurt people who have experienced brokenness, who are willing to come together and fight, hold each other in our brokenness, and stand up with one another in front of whoever, in front of the mayors, in front of the president, in front of the senators.
Demand, and demand with pressure. We need to own this fight.
If we can lower the numbers of people affected by gun violence, that's all that we're here for, that's what we're fighting for.
More than 30 alleged members of a far-right hate group arrested near a Pride event in Idaho.
Despite that large police presence, new questions over how much authorities actually knew about the group's apparent plans ahead of those arrests. Stay with us.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
A massive arrest at a Pride event in Idaho just over the weekend where more than 30 alleged members of a far-right group called Patriot Front were arrested on suspicion of conspiracy to riot.
Yeah, authorities say they were armed with shields and masks. Police were first tipped off by a 911 caller who said the group was dressed, quote, like a little army and was getting into a moving truck. Extremism analyst Christopher Goldsmith is standing by with his reaction. But first, we're going to bring in NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz. Gadi, tell us more about the circumstances around this arrest. And thankfully, someone saw something and said something, as we hear so often, this U-Haul stuffed with men. What else are you hearing from law enforcement about this group and what they were planning to do at this Pride event?
Well, at this point, investigators say they were planning on rioting. That's why they're facing those conspiracy to riot charges. And the sheriff's department says they found those riot shields. Some were wearing shin guards. They had what appeared to be military or law enforcement-like plans of engagement. They had a smoke bomb. In fact, law enforcement read some of the written plans to the New York Times. They detailed how they were supposed to use a smoke screen, writing about forming this column outside the park, pushing in until, quote, an appropriate amount of confrontational dynamic had been established, to which they would then break off and head to downtown Coeur d'Alene. But police say before any of that could happen, they got that call from a citizen about what looked like this small army loading into the back of that U-Haul at a hotel. So police pulled over that U-Haul, found those 31 men, arrested them, zip-tied them, and hauled them to jail.
You know, Gotti, it's interesting because it seems like we see this over and over again. These new groups, these offshoot groups, and they pop up with the same message, and it's hate. You know, the Southern Poverty Law Center calls Patriot Front this particular white nationalist hate group. What else do we know about them? How new are they? Who are their leaders? How many members roughly do they have?
Well, actually, earlier this year, there was this journalist collective known as Unicorn Riot that released this massive data leak of hundreds of gigs worth of chats and videos from the group. And it's a group that we know that splintered off from another neo-Nazi group that helped organize that deadly Unite the Right march several years ago, in which a white nationalist plowed into a crowd, ran over a demonstrator, killing her with his car. Since then, the Patriot Front has tried recruiting young men with a lot of racist propaganda, calling for a white ethno-state. And so far, most of that has come in the forms of putting up flyers, holding these odd shield formation training exercises in parks, and then doing these flash mob kind of appearances in those khaki pants and wearing those masks. But it is important to note that almost every single one of those arrested in Idaho came from outside the state. Morgan?
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think it's also interesting how these hate groups, you know, they're hiding in plain sight now. And so you mentioned these khaki pants. I mean, come on, what is a khaki pant, right? I mean, you're seeing people who are just dressed like everyday citizens, and they're disguising their hate. Gotti Schwartz for us there. Gotti, thank you. I do want to now bring in Christopher Goldsmith, an extremism analyst and CEO of Sparvarius. Thank you so much for joining us. You know, this weekend in California, witnesses described as members, the Proud Boys shouted homophobic and transphobic slurs during an event called Drag Queen Story Hour. Now, authorities are investigating this incident as a potential hate crime. So my question to you is, how well are authorities really equipped to monitor these groups and really even stop these incidents before they happen, especially given what we just said about the fact that so many of these members are hiding in plain sight?
They're not only hiding in plain sight, they're hiding behind the First Amendment. Until there's a specific threat, the FBI doesn't move on any of these groups. Now, we've seen a mainstreaming of a lot of the talking points that came from the neo-Nazi rally, the Unite the Right rally that basically gave birth to Patriot Front after one of their members of Vanguard America murdered Heather Heyer with his car. What we need to see moving forward from here is for the FBI to start moving on things like conspiracy to riot and paper crimes. You know, these guys didn't just magically show up in the same place and get into the back of a U-Haul. This is part of a modus operandi that they write about, that that exists out in the open. They committed a conspiracy to riot and terrorize the local LGBT community across state lines. They plan this over the internet. That right there is several crimes that they can be hit with at the federal level.
And Christopher, I want to talk about this. The FBI has reported a rise in hate crimes overall and an alarming rise specifically in the number of hate groups that are targeting LGBTQ plus groups. You know, I talked with the leader of GLAAD yesterday, Sarah Kate Ellis. She said the world is not safe for us yet. I mean, just sit with that for a minute. You know, this many
years.
There's
a lot of groups, I think,
that
who are
feel
feeling
that way, especially right now. And I guess my question for you, Christopher, is what is behind this big push, this rise in hate? We're here in the middle of June. It's Pride Month, but we're just, you know, time and again hearing about LGBTQ groups being targeted.
Well, we've seen a mainstreaming on the Fox News and the Republican right of this bigoted and slanderous language, specifically going after the LGBT community as groomers, as if they are targeting children. Now,
groomers. I just want everyone to sit with that for a minute. I mean, I really want us to process what you just said. You said groomers, and that is such a powerful and specific word. Can you stay on that and just explain that a little bit?
Yeah, so we have neo-Nazis with verified blue checkmark Twitter profiles like Jack Posobiec. Libs of TikTok is another Twitter account that has been putting out the posters for Pride events and telling people that this is where they're targeting children. And that's why the Proud Boys show up in places like all over the country, in California, in Texas. That's why there are terroristic threats getting these events shut down, because it has become acceptable on the political right and on the internet to make accusations of pedophilia against people, to demonize them politically. And what this ultimately is flirting with terrorism. What we saw in Indiana with a bunch of guys getting metal shields ready to riot and victimize the LGBT community with violence, that's just the beginning.
Yeah, in Idaho, yeah.
And what we're seeing in the streets right now is what we're going to be seeing come November in the elections.
We hope not.
What's going on right now with the January 6th committee is intimately connected. These people all have the same motive, and that is to destroy our democracy from within. It is to bring us back worse than our country has ever been in terms of targeting people of color, the LGBT community, subjugating women. I mean, the Patriot Front, there's a reason why they're all young men. They are a completely misogynistic neo-Nazi organization, and they're not alone. These groups are everywhere.
We really appreciate your insight, your analysis
Incredible
there.
context.
It's true, and you know that's what Sarah Kate Ellis said of GLAAD, right? That words matter, that this hate speech has a direct correlation to action and what happens, and we are seeing it time and again. And you know the best way to combat it is more speech. Christopher Goldsmith, thank you again. We appreciate it. All right, well, the pathway back to power for Republicans in the Senate could be through Nevada.
Yeah, coming up just ahead, a look at the top GOP primary contenders in tomorrow's race, both military veterans, but with very, very different endorsements. Stay with us.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told. No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Making news as we speak, brutal heat and bone-dry conditions fueling wildfires in the Southwest. Crews battling wildfires in Southern California and Arizona and New Mexico, and the worst is in San Bernardino, California. 3 fires have already scorched almost 800 acres. 3 men accused of beating an Ohio teen to death will go before a judge as early as today. 17-year-old Ethan Liming died nearly 2 weeks ago, and that was after a fight in the parking lot in the school created by NBA superstar LeBron James. And a new honor for dream girl Jennifer Hudson, the singer and actress, now a member of the elite EGOT team. Hudson scored a Tony win last night as a co-producer of A Strange Loop, and she's just the 17th person to ever win an Emmy, Grammy, Oscar, and Tony, and I will have more on that tonight on NBC's Nightly News.
Oh, looking forward to that. All right, well, Florida officials are trying to get to the bottom of the mysterious disappearances of more than half a dozen young men from Haiti.
So they were in Florida to serve as delegates to the Special Olympics. 6 of them vanished last Monday, and 7th man has not been seen since Saturday. NBC South Florida reporter Cristian Benavides joins us now, has been following the story for us. Cristian, look, investigators say that foul play is not suspected, but I mean, this is odd. Do they want to talk to the men? What's going on here?
Well, Morgan, police just announced today that this 7th delegation member has gone missing just days after those 6 other members of the Haitian delegation for the 2022 Special Olympics also disappeared. He is 25-year-old Louise Jacques Wilkins. He was last seen on Saturday around 4:30 in the afternoon after getting off a bus at Disney's All-Star Sports Resort near Orlando, where the games were taking place. Officials say that he was wearing red sandals, blue jeans, and a white Special Olympics shirt with Haiti written on it. He was scheduled to fly back to Haiti on Sunday, but didn't make his flight and was last seen getting off that bus. So in total, there are now 7 members of the Haitian delegation who are missing. Officially, the Special Olympics said in a statement that the reason for their departure from the games is unknown. However, a real possibility is that they may have defected, essentially decided to stay in the U.S. Remember, this comes at a particularly treacherous time for Haiti. The country has seen escalating gang violence, rampant kidnappings, and there's a huge safety concern. Last year, Haitian President Jovenel Moïse was assassinated by a group of mercenaries at his own home. At the same time, we're also seeing a record number of Haitian migrants that are making the difficult, sometimes deadly journey in an attempt to make it here to the U.S.
And Christian, so that, no foul play is suspected. It's potentially a defection. Do we know where law enforcement is? I mean, there are cameras everywhere these days. Where are they in the investigation? Are they worried about the safety of these men?
Well, again, officials have made it clear that they do not suspect foul play. They were reported missing exactly a week ago. One of them is an athlete, and the other 5 are part of Haiti's delegation to the games. The main thing that officials are stressing is that they just want to know about their well-being. All of them did turn in their room keys, and again, no foul play suspected right now.
All right. NBC South Florida reporter Cristian Benavides. Cristian, always, thank you so much. And to our viewers, stay with us because a key Ukrainian city is in the crosshairs once again of Russian troops.
Coming up, what we know about the battle, plus how Ukrainians are working to preserve their culture. Stay with us.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today. NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
We're back now with the latest on the war in Ukraine. Russian forces now control 70% of the embattled eastern Ukrainian city of Severodonetsk.
Now that key Donbas city is coming under heavy shelling and fierce street battles. The region's governor says the city is close to being cut off from the rest of the country after a second bridge was already destroyed. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber has been working around the clock and joins us now from the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv. Ellison, it's great to see you there. Let's talk about the Ukrainian efforts to really hold off the Russian forces there in Severodonetsk. Nearly 3/4 of that city is now under Russian control. So what is the strategy to protect the city and protect the people?
Well, it seems like right now the Russian strategy is to try and encircle the city and cut Ukrainian forces off from getting any additional supplies or any sort of backup reinforcement. You mentioned that there are 2 bridges that have now collapsed that lead into Severodonetsk. There are 3 bridges in all that lead into the city, and there are reports as of the last 30 minutes that Russian forces are heavily shelling that 3rd bridge. The mayor of this region, the governor of this region, the Luhansk region, he has previously said that already, just because there is such intense street fighting and so much shelling, that it has been nearly impossible to get any supplies, humanitarian aid into the area or evacuate people. There are some 400 people trapped in the basement of a chemical plant in that city. Among those 400, 40 children. So the situation, and Ukrainian officials have said this repeatedly in the last 48 hours, the situation there is incredibly severe, dire for Ukrainian forces. Remember, there are 2 regions that make up the Donbas area, Luhansk and Donetsk. And after Russian forces failed to take the biggest cities in Ukraine, Kyiv and Kharkiv, they shifted their attention to this region. So whatever happens here, military analysts say, has big implications for what happens with this war moving forward, whether or not Russia feels like they've had victory here and maybe want to try and take more land, and then whether or not Ukrainian forces, if they need to take up a more defensive posture in other parts of the country, whether or not they have the necessary forces, the necessary supplies to do that. The street fighting happening in Severodonetsk right now, it's been described as not block by block, but inch by inch. And Ukrainian forces keep warning they're running low on ammunition. And I know people probably say, well, what happened to all that money, all that aid that the U.S. sent over for weapons? Not all of those weapons that have been sent from the West, from the U.S., other countries, have made it here yet. The more advanced systems, there's training that has to take place on that, some of it for up to 3 weeks before Ukrainian forces get it. So they're saying they don't have enough right now, and they're not getting the weapons they've asked for quickly enough.
Ellison,
Morgan?
We have seen hospitals, we've seen schools, theaters, all of them shelled. Talk to us about how the Ukrainian cultural scene, the community there, is coping with these catastrophic strikes. You just said they're fighting inch by inch. It is a devastating situation on the ground. How are they dealing with it?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen so many attacks on civilian areas, cultural hubs, and those, to be clear, attacks on those types of places, those are war crimes. We were able to visit a place in Irpin just the other day. It was their one culture house of Irpin, the only place really where they had concerts, theater plays, things like that. Any sort of children's event, they tell us, it always took place here. It was targeted by Russian missiles and heavy artillery. Very little of it still stands. We were able to speak to that city's cultural director about the loss for the community. They hope to rebuild, but it'll take a long time, and they are already feeling the impacts of losing a place like that. Listen.
It's a huge loss because this was the only concert place for 500 viewers. For our city, it was not enough even before the war, but it still was the biggest one. It was the best cultural hub in the city. So for us, it's a very heavy loss.
The walls that still stood in that building, Morgan and Vicky, it was just full of pockmarks from shelling and bullet holes. Back to you guys.
Ellison Barber in Ukraine, thank you for reporting for us.
Yeah, really around the clock, Ellison. You've been there forever. Thank you. We appreciate it. And a full house honors late comedian Bob Saget.
The touching new tribute from those who knew him best. That's coming up right after this break.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Right now on NBC News Now,
look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
we begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
we begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
All right, we head now to the midterms where a pair of Senate Republican frontrunners are making their final pitches ahead of tomorrow's crucial primary race in the purple state of Nevada.
That's right. So they're both aiming to unseat Democratic Senator Catherine Cortez Masto, a one-term incumbent. And the general election is expected to be one of the most watched across the country because it really could decide which party has control in an evenly split Senate. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is following the race from Reno, Nevada. Guad, it's great to see you. Let's talk about the players here. Former Nevada Attorney General Adam Laxalt, who is backed by Donald Trump. And then we have Sam Brown, a Purple Heart veteran and small businessman. They're the 2 leading Republican candidates. So I guess my question is, how are they sort of differentiating themselves? What are they saying that they can offer to their voters that no one else can?
Well, Morgan, they're very different candidates. We spent the weekend one day with Adam Laxalt, another day with Sam Brown. Now, Sam Brown, retired Army captain. He's a war hero. He's been knocking on doors, talking to people about his message. You look at his background. He's got his own business. You know, he's military. And he says that if he were to become a senator, he would represent the people of Nevada with action. Sam Brown has accused Laxalt of being a showman who has a lot of names behind him, but he doesn't believe he can actually do something to create some change, some positive change here. Meanwhile, Adam Laxalt is the front runner, and he's got the support of Donald Trump. Donald Trump Jr. was in town campaigning with him a few days ago, and even Ron DeSantis. Him and Ron DeSantis are actually friends. They've been friends for a very long time, so he's got the support of the popular Republican leaders. Here's part of what they said this weekend when they were speaking to voters.
This red wave, while it's clearly materializing,
we as the ground troops here have to be the ones that make sure the red wave is coming to Nevada. We have to do whatever it takes. We're never going to have a better opportunity to flip races up and down this state, finally getting us away from a blue state.
Political celebrities don't do anything for Nevadans, especially when they're from out of state. So, you know, people have been burned by, you know, people who are more concerned about their Twitter followership or if they've got enough views on Facebook or Instagram. You know, that doesn't deliver results for American people that are frankly hurting.
So Sam Brown's conversations did focus more on what kind of legislation he would push for to bring more money to Nevada. Meanwhile, Adam Laxalt's message does tap more into emotions, blaming the Democrats for inflation, for the cost of housing, and bringing up undocumented migrants in the state, blaming crime on the migrants. So two different types of communication with the people that they talk to. Now, when you look at the latest polls, you know, Adam Laxalt is leading by about 14 points.
Guad, what can you tell us about the Democratic incumbent, Catherine Cortez Masto? What could we see in the general election?
So Catherine Cortez Masto was elected as the first Latina senator of Nevada. She's been called perhaps one of the most vulnerable incumbent senators. So that's why so much attention has been placed on the race here. Whether she's going to face Sam Brown or Adam Laxalt, who's the front runner, it is going to be difficult for her because of what the Democrats have struggled through this year. We know that with inflation, the cost of housing, the cost of gas, people are upset. And you've got Republican candidates blaming people like Governor Sisolak, President Biden, and also Senator Catherine Cortez Masto. She's going to have to keep those voters. She's going to have to keep the Latino vote and the nonpartisan vote in places like Washoe to be reelected.
I do want to stay there for a second, Guad. Speaking of that Latino vote, just some of the numbers I'm pulling up. We have more than 400,000 Latinos who are eligible to vote there, and that's making up 20% of the state's total eligible voters. And I know there was Somos PAC, a Latino PAC, that really worked hard and took out ads against Laxalt, really trying to keep, as you mentioned, Nevada's only female Latina there in the Senate. So where are Latino voters standing right now? I mean, are there issues that perhaps have changed for them in recent months that may ultimately sway that vote?
So the Latino vote is going to be very interesting. You know, you've got these numbers. It's about 20% of the state. Naleo said that they expect about 165,000 of them to vote in these midterm elections. Now, when it comes to Latinos, here's what we got to figure out. We got to figure out if Latinos that traditionally have voted Democrat are going to stay Democrat, or if, like the rest of people in Nevada, they are so upset at the economy, at the cost of gas, at the price of housing, that they might start voting more Republican, or will they stay Democrat? Or there's another line of thinking that maybe Latinos will split up because this group is very diverse. And Latino voters in Nevada could become the new swing voters of the future. So this election will be very important to see how the Latino voters here will vote.
And Guad, you touched on it right there. Latino voters, like many other multi-ethnic communities, they're not a monolith, right? So they could split up. I think the big question here is turnout. What do we think in terms of whether they will show up at the polls? They make up a strong voting base if they actually vote.
Well, you know, from what Naleo's information, this state will have, you know, the largest increase of Latinos showing up at midterms. So like we said, they expect about 165,000 Latinos to show up and vote. And just like the rest of people in Nevada, they are very upset. Now, the interesting thing is to see how Latinos are changing. When you look at the, you know, the way Latinos are, many of these voters come from immigrant families. So how much does it affect them to hear the messaging from the Republican Party that makes immigrants responsible for a lot of the crime happening? How much does that affect how they think? Do they really believe that the problems in Nevada with inflation, with the rising cost of things, do they really believe that that's the Democrats' fault? Do they believe that the Republican Party can represent their values? And then there's the idea that Latinos have always been conservatives, culturally conservative, which aligns more with Republicans. So this is a group of voters that is constantly changing and that we still haven't figured out in America. And I think this election in Nevada will let us know where the Latino vote is going to be in the future, Morgan.
It'll be a bellwether. Yeah. All right, Guad Venegas reporting from the biggest little city in the world, Reno, Nevada. I know because I used to work there. Thanks so much, Guad.
Thanks, Guad. And thank you for being with us this hour. It's been our pleasure. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn. The news continues right now with Aaron Gilchrist. Stay with us.
Right now on NBC News Now, all eyes on Washington for today's second public hearing on the Capitol riot. Who showed up, who bowed out, and the political implications on both sides of the aisle. Breaking news, market plunge. Wall Street in a frenzy once again. Stocks in free fall, investors rattled. What it means for your bottom line. And making progress, a bipartisan group of senators reaching an agreement on gun legislation. Details on the negotiations and how soon a bill could reach the president's desk. I'm Aaron Gilchrist at NBC News headquarters in New York. 2 p.m. here, 11 a.m. out west. Reaction pouring in just hours after that second public hearing by the House committee investigating the Capitol riot. Today, election experts and Trump advisors told lawmakers the former president touted claims of widespread election fraud, despite being told repeatedly those claims were false.
At the end of a campaign, it all comes down to the numbers. The numbers tell you the winner and the loser. For the most part, the numbers don't lie. But if something doesn't add up with the numbers, you go to court to get resolution. And that's the end of the line.
So are you aware of any instance in which a court found the Trump campaign's fraud claims to be credible?
No, there was never that instance. No, the simple fact is that the Trump campaign did not make its case.
I thought, boy, if he really believes this stuff, he has, lost contact with he's become detached from reality if he really believes this stuff.
Leading us off this hour, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa and Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor. Ali, one of the big moments from today's hearing was this news that the former president's campaign chief, Bill Stepien, was actually not going to be able to testify today. We did hear the video deposition from him, though. Talk to us a little bit about that deposition.
Yeah, Aaron, Bill Stepien is supposed to be really the key star witness of this hearing. His wife going into labor just about half an hour before it was supposed to begin. So the committee cut clips of his pre-recorded deposition, and really that served as the testimony that we all got to see. But it was still revealing, even if not in person, even though in person would have been definitely more compelling. His testimony really laying out, again, as we saw in the first hearing, how big of a circle there was around the former president that was telling him repeatedly that he did not win the election, that that his claims of voter fraud, of election fraud, were not widespread enough to make any sort of difference in the election. Several points that I think were memorable in Stepien's testimony were at the very beginning of this hearing, they talked about what happened the night of the election at the White House. He said that Rudy Giuliani, an intoxicated, as he described him, Rudy Giuliani wanted to talk to the former president, really get inside the room with Trump to talk about him, about the election results. Stepien stepping in and saying that he didn't want him to talk, even describing the conversations that he had with the former president after the election, saying not to continue pushing the fraudulent mail ballots claim, even saying that House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy was involved in getting him to stop claiming that. I believe we have a soundbite here of really what Stepien knew as far as what was going on inside this inner circle with the former president.
I didn't mind being categorized. There were two groups of, we called them kind of my team and Rudy's team. I didn't mind being characterized as being part of Team Normal. I can work under a lot of circumstances for a lot of varied, candidates and politicians, but a situation where, and I think along the way I've built up a pretty good, I hope, a good reputation for being honest and professional. And I didn't think what was happening was necessarily honest or professional at that point in time.
Stepien definitely being this key witness that really had unfettered access to the former president, so really had a very good knowledge of his thinking during this time.
I want to talk a little bit about former Attorney General Bill Barr, if we can, Ali. Trump claimed or rather he said that Trump became, quote, detached from reality after the election. Lawmakers say that fueled additional misinformation that ultimately led to the Capitol riot. Walk us through that logic.
So I think that actually Bill Barr's testimony was the key testimony in this. We heard a little bit about him, a little bit from his pre-recorded testimony play in the first hearing on Thursday. They played even more during this hearing. And as you mentioned, he said that Trump was detached from reality if he believes these claims of election. He talked about meetings that he had with the former president where he knew he was going to be fired if he hadn't resigned beforehand, because he repeatedly kept telling the president that his claims were false, that after a Justice Department investigation, no widespread evidence was found to be able to change the results of the election. He also said that Trump was, quote, never interested in what the actual facts were, and that he said that Trump was, quote, wasting time on these claims of fraud. I believe we also have a clip of a piece of Bill Barr's testimony.
I felt that before the election, it was possible to talk sense to the president. And while you sometimes had to engage in, a big wrestling match with him, that it was possible to keep things on track. But I felt that after the election, he didn't seem to be listening, and I didn't think it was, that I was inclined not to stay around if he wasn't listening to advice from me or his other cabinet secretaries.
The committee promising to play even more clips of Barr's testimony throughout these next few hearings, Aaron.
All right, Ali Rafa for us on the Hill today. Ali, thank you. I want to bring in NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor now. Yamiche, the GOP lawmakers on the Hill have, for the most part, stuck by the former president, right? Is there any worry among Republicans on the Hill now as more and more evidence is released?
Based on my conversations with sources, I don't get any sense that Republicans think that these hearings are going to sway the minds of people who haven't already made up their minds about what January 6th represents for our country. If you're, of course, a Democrat or someone who is just interested, of course, in sort of the things that were at stake. You think of someone like Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger, the two Republicans serving on this committee. They think that they'll be seen as being incredibly important to history, and that this hearing will be seen as critical. But if you're a Republican who has bought into the lies of former President Trump, the Republicans that I'm talking to believe that these voters are not going to suddenly look at this and say, well, I'm going to break from President Trump right now. I do want to pull back a little and say that what we saw today in this hearing was really a cracking open of the black box at the White House and an understanding, a deep understanding in a way that we haven't seen before of the inner circle of President Trump, former President Trump, in their own words. We saw people say over and over again that President Trump, that this was a lie that metastasized over time, that it started with people wanting to be in the trenches with the former president, and then one by one, them understanding that this lie was going too far. You think about Bill Stepien, who said he urged President Trump not to declare victory on the day of the election, and then for him to come out and say, actually, I have won. Then you fast forward, and Attorney General Bill Barr has also stepped away. Jared Kushner also saying that he tried to tell the president that this would not be the approach that he would take. So that really tells you that this was a lie that then turned into a movement and a fundraising effort that is, of course, now the reality that we're living through now.
You know, still coming into all this, Yamiche, the former president has been viewed as the top GOP nominee for 2024, the standard bearer, if you will. Based on the conversations that you've had so far, has anything at these hearings impacted that, changed the reality around Donald Trump at all?
As of now, it doesn't seem like that reality has changed, but of course, it's still early. I have been talking to some former Trump aides who say that they see these hearings and believe that they make Trump, at least one person told me, they make Trump look, quote, extremely culpable. I talked to another person who was involved in arguing that some of the elections, that there was some sort of fraud in them. That this person was even traveling around to different states. But that person said, if you're still trying to believe that the 2020 election was a fraud, that you're chasing a fool's dream. Overall, though, those are people that had already made up their mind before these hearings that President Trump was lying too much and that they were going to break away. So it will be very interesting to see whether or not former President Trump's grip on the GOP remains after these hearings. Of course, lawmakers say they're just getting started. We're going to be hearing from more Department of Justice officials apparently live in the room. And that might maybe sway some things and sway some minds. But overall, my sense is that former President Trump is not worried about these hearings impacting his political future.
All right, we'll be watching the rest of the hearings closely. Yamiche Alcindor for us in D.C. Thank you. We're following some breaking news on Wall Street today as well. The market's in turmoil again today as fears of a possible recession loom large. The Dow Jones dropping 700 points plus at this point in the day. The S&P 500, NASDAQ also tumbled. This coming as the Fed mulls whether to hike interest rates again to stem inflation. CNBC's Steve Kovac is following the numbers for us. He's joining us now. So, Steve, talk to us about what's happening on Wall Street right now. What are the markets doing?
Yeah, Aaron, we opened up today in what's called a bear market territory. That means stocks are down 20% from their recent highs. And again, what happened today was we saw some data with these what's called a yield curve inversion, which is a really wonky way of saying that whenever that happens, a recession is coming. Now, how soon the recession comes, it's always up in the air. But a lot of people have gone from thinking there's no way a recession is coming to, oh, man, it's coming pretty soon.
You know, I know that you've been keeping an eye on some of the big tech stocks in particular. What are you watching? What are you seeing?
Yeah, so I cover technology here for CNBC, and I follow the big mega cap tech stocks. So that's the Apples, the Microsofts, the Amazons, the Facebooks of the world. And they are all getting whacked today. They were getting whacked last week. They've been getting whacked all year, in fact, Aaron. And when you see these healthy companies that throw off tons of cash, Apple alone is sitting on $200 billion or more of cash. And when you see them start coming back down to earth, you know there are a lot of fears out there in the market. So I'm watching for a lot of these COVID problems to kind of work themselves out, at least for these big tech companies. For example, Apple's been grappling with supply chain issues in China, and it could be due to those COVID lockdowns out there. For those to ease off, for them to get their supply chain running again, Meta is trying to grapple with their competition with TikTok and how to monetize those kind of videos on Instagram. So lots of things to really work through before we can even think about talking about a turnaround.
All right, Stephen Kovac for us at CNBC. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Aaron.
All right, now those rising prices at the gas pump. The national average for regular now surpassing $5 a gallon. Californians are seeing the highest cost now. On average, people there shelling out nearly $6.50 per gallon to fill up. Nationwide, though, the blame is starting to shift toward oil companies. Here's NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander.
Well, in cities around the country, we are seeing more and more signs like this one. Gas now officially hitting that dreaded threshold of $5, and in many places, it's even higher than that. But it's not just gas. We're paying more for items across the board. That's everything from groceries to travel and more. And experts say that it could be this way for months. Prices across the country are as high as summer temperatures. With inflation at a 40-year high, that means we're paying more for almost everything. Food is up more than 10% from last year. Housing up 5.5%. You're paying 37% more for airfare, and gasoline up a whopping 48.7%. AAA numbers show the national average at over $5 per gallon.
Absolutely ridiculous. Can't go anywhere anymore.
And many Americans are not. According to a recent poll, a majority of drivers are making fewer grocery store trips. More than a third are driving slower to conserve fuel. And 1 in 5 working from home or carpooling.
It doesn't feel like there's any end in sight.
So when will Americans start to see some relief? Experts say not for a few months at least.
The additional demand of summer travelers will reduce by the time we get into the fall.
Some gas station owners refuse to wait that long. In Amherst, Massachusetts, Reynold Gladue refused to charge his customers for what he calls overpriced gas. His gripe is with the oil companies.
I knew it was a ripoff.
A frustration echoed by President Biden.
Exxon made more money than God this year.
But many are pointing fingers at his administration, while the White House calls inflation a top priority. But consumers are not buying it, with one study showing consumer confidence has dropped 40% over the last year and is now even lower than at the height of the pandemic. And over the weekend, President Biden gave his own outlook. He said that while it will come down gradually, bottom line, he says, we can expect to live with inflation for a while. Back to you.
Now to the first new significant gun law proposal in decades. A bipartisan group of 20 senators agreeing to a framework of a deal that includes major investments, including access to mental health programs.
This is indeed a breakthrough moment for the anti-gun violence movement, for survivors, for parents, and for advocates.
Now, the proposal comes on the heels of the deadly mass shootings in Uvalde, Texas and Buffalo, New York. 31 people killed in a span of 2 weeks. Also today, Ohio Governor Mike DeWine signing a bill that makes it much easier for teachers to legally carry guns in school. Let's bring in NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor on Capitol Hill and Antonia Hilton in Uvalde, Texas. Sahil, I'll start with you here. Let's dig into this proposed bipartisan gun deal. Walk us through it. What's in it?
Well, Aaron, the centerpiece of this is red flag laws structured as incentives to states to pass these laws, which would allow people to petition federal courts to take out protective orders against those deemed a risk to themselves or others, and asserting that they are not able to have firearms, they can't have guns in their possession. There's also enhanced background checks for this group of 18 to 21-year-olds, a group that a number of recent mass shooters belongs to, that opens the door to accessing juvenile records. If they've done violent things, if they've had trouble with the law, then that can be factored into a final decision on background checks as to whether they can have a firearm, that the sale can go through. There's also money for mental health, school safety. There's talk of clarifying what counts as a federal firearms licensee, or FFL. In other words, who has to register as an FFL? Because once you register, you have to conduct a background check. You can't hide and say, I'm a hobbyist, I'm not actually in the business, and then evade the background check requirement. There's also a provision that negotiators are discussing to close the so-called boyfriend loophole. Dating partners convicted of domestic abuse or have restraining orders related to that should not be able to have firearms, they believe, but they're still working on language here. There's no final bill, Aaron, but these are the contours. A very significant piece of legislation if it does come to fruition.
All right, so we understand that this is not a final thing. What obstacles, if any, are still out there that this bill might face?
Well, the predominant view of many Democrats and gun violence prevention advocates is that this is a good collection of measures. That's not everything they want, not by a long shot, but they believe it's a good package that should pass, that should become law. The key question here is, where does Republican support go from this moment? We know Senator John Cornyn of Texas, a prominent supporter of the Second Amendment, is the chief Republican negotiator. Senator Mitch McConnell, the Republican minority leader, put out a positive statement yesterday praising these negotiations. He didn't treat it as a final product. He said he would like to see this yield a bipartisan result that would make a difference, but he left plenty of room to kind of go in the other direction. It'll be important to watch in the coming days what happens with the Republican position here. Do they stick with this and end up voting for it, or do they back out and deny 10 votes to move this forward? There's Chris Murphy, who spoke earlier today, the Democratic chief negotiator, about how important this would be if it passes. Let's play what he had to say.
30 years since Congress has done anything meaningful on the issue of gun violence. This bill doesn't do everything. This bill will not end the epidemic of gun violence overnight. This bill doesn't include everything that Dick and I support, but it is substantial. It is significant. It will save lives.
And that tracks what I'm hearing in the House as well. House Democrats want to go further, but they will end up supporting this in large numbers to get something done. Aaron.
All right, Sahil Kapoor for us on Capitol Hill today. Sahil, thank you. I want to bring in NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton now. She's in Uvalde, Texas for us again today. Antonia, how are people there in Uvalde hearing and reacting to this news about the possibility of some real gun legislation coming out of D.C.?
Hey, Aaron, it has been met with overwhelming support. People were really grateful to hear this news yesterday. I was at this memorial site as people were just starting to find out. At the same time, some people were a little hesitant to give lawmakers a full pat on the back or to give them too much credit, because there's a lot of anger here. People feeling like nothing lawmakers do is going to make these families whole again. It's not going to bring back any of the 19 children or 2 teachers, beloved teachers, who are lost. And so there's some of this anger, right, that lawmakers could have taken this action after any other number of crises and tragedies that have happened over the last several years, and maybe would have meant that they didn't lose their kids here in Uvalde. Take a listen to a conversation that we had with one gun rights supporter here at the memorial.
I believe a full ban on assault weapons. There is no reason why citizens need to have the same type of weapons or better weapons that law enforcement and our folks in the military have. It makes no sense.
This is a community that has a lot of gun owners, a lot of former military, then of course some people who are supportive and have been for a long time of gun control. And what was really interesting was to see so much support for this bill, for this bipartisan effort. A lot of people kind of reconsidering thoughts, thinking that there needed to be more background checks, that no 18-year-old should be able to get these kinds of firearms at all. Almost everyone we've spoken to is grateful that something is going to be done. They just now want to see lawmakers really get to it. They understand that this is a deal. This is not a bill. This is not a law. They now want lawmakers to follow through, Aaron.
All right, Antonia Hilton for us in Uvalde. Antonia, thank you. Stay with us. Hundreds of civilians taking shelter inside a chemical plant. Coming up, the key Ukrainian city that could soon fall to Russia.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Ukraine's grip on a key eastern city appears to be weakening. Russian forces have pushed Ukrainian troops from the center of Severodonetsk. Shelling has intensified in an industrial part of that city where hundreds are sheltering at a chemical plant. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter has more.
We are really watching that street-by-street urban combat in the city of Severodonetsk. In order to take the Donbass region, which is what President Putin wants to do, he has to take this key city. The governor there in the region says the next 24 to 48 hours will be critical.
Russian forces inching closer to encircling the city of Severodonetsk. Ukraine's President Zelensky says the fighting is for every meter of that city, now almost entirely under Russian control, with an estimated 10,000 civilians still inside. Russian state media showing smoke rising from the Ukrainian-controlled Azot chemical plant, where the regional governor says about 500 people, including dozens of children, are sheltering. In nearby villages, as the fighting creeps closer, not everyone wants to evacuate. Luba says, "Sweetheart, where can I go? Who is waiting for me there? Let others go. They are young." President Zelensky says Russia can still be stopped, but with more weapons. One of his advisors tweeting out their military wish list overnight. But President Putin saying if more longer-range weapon systems were supplied to Ukraine, we will use our means of destruction, which we have plenty of. Over the weekend, an advisor to President Zelensky suggesting to the BBC as many as 200 Ukrainian soldiers were dying every day. Combined with the wounded, Ukraine may be losing some 700 fighters from the battlefield daily. But those still fighting are determined. Filmmaker turned frontline soldier Elisa Kovalenko was in the eastern city of Kharkiv for a 12-hour break.
When you're exhausted, completely exhausted, because after it was very, very intensive months. At a moment you can be so exhausted, so you can make a mistake and you can be dead.
But for Elisa, there's no question she's going back.
I still have power to go back to the front line.
It's volunteer soldiers like Elisa who are fighting on the front line in the eastern city of Kharkiv. It's also increasingly volunteer soldiers who are fighting in the Donbass region. But Ukraine says they are running out of ammunition. They're running low on weapons, particularly those long-range weapon systems we've been talking so much about. They're also running low on time to train up volunteers before sending them to the Donbass front.
Let's head to France now, where a tight election is underway. Voters taking to the polls on Sunday for the first of 2 rounds of parliamentary elections. Projections have French President Emmanuel Macron's centrist alliance keeping the majority, but by a razor-thin margin. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald.
Less than 2 months after French President Emmanuel Macron won re-election, his ability to pass legislation and to hold true to campaign promises could be in jeopardy. Right now in France, there's a battle over the National Assembly. So in the U.S., think President Biden, for example, wanting to control the House and the Senate during midterms. Right now, Macron has the majority, but after the first round of voting yesterday, the far left alliance has emerged. That's spearheaded by Jean-Luc Mélenchon. And he has said publicly that he is against the media, for example. He's against NATO, and that he would push back against any EU rules that he didn't agree with. As Americans know, anytime there's a shift in power and control over the legislative bodies, that usually leads to gridlock. Now, pollsters have said that forecasts suggest that Macron will maintain the majority. But of course, all eyes are going to be on France as voters go back to the polls for the second and last round of voting next weekend.
More than 30 white nationalists arrested near a small-town gay pride event. Still ahead, what they were allegedly planning and why local police are now facing threats.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I'd learn you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour, here's what we're watching right now. The bodies of a British journalist and his guide have been found more than a week after they went missing in the Amazon. That's according to family members of Dom Phillips. Phillips was a longtime contributor to the Guardian newspaper on Brazilian affairs. The Guardian reports that the British ambassador to Brazil told Phillips' family about the discovery. Brazil's federal police said reports that the two men had been found were incorrect. Actor Kevin Spacey set to appear in court in London on Thursday after being charged with 4 counts of sexual assault. British police say the Oscar-winning actor has been accused of assault by 3 men for incidents between 2005 and 2013. A shootout in Atlanta left 1 person dead and another person critically hurt. This happened outside a hospital overnight. Police believe this was a dispute where family members started shooting at each other. Officers were searching for 3 shooters. More than 30 members of a far-right group are now facing conspiracy to riot charges. They were arrested near a Pride event in Idaho over the weekend. Authorities say those arrested were armed with shields and masks. Police also say some of the suspects came from as far away as Virginia. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz, who's tracking this story for us today. So, Gadi, what else are law enforcement officials saying about this incident and the tip that actually led them to these arrests?
Hey, Aaron, yeah, we just heard from the mayor and the police chief who said that they're still in the process of executing search warrants and things like that U-Haul and matching up body cam videos, which could be released publicly soon. But right now they wouldn't give much more on specifics aside from those 31 arrests on misdemeanor charges to commit a riot and the fact that this all came after a concerned citizen called about seeing what looked like a small army loading into a U-Haul at a local hotel. But there was one interesting note that the police chief talked about. He said that since the arrests, they've gotten about 149 calls that have come in so far. And he said there was about a 50-50 split. Half of the calls coming in were people commending officers for doing their jobs. The other half were mostly anonymous calls from as far away as Norway, cursing them out, sometimes threatening officers, including death threats against the police chief, who says that most of them appear to be coming from hate groups outside calling. But the police think that most of the calls that are encouraging officers for commending them are coming from the local community. And police also say that they had information before the event that agitators might be trying to disrupt that Pride event, so they staffed up accordingly. They were aware of this group. They'd seen videos of them online, but they didn't have any direct contact. But they are saying the linchpin in all of this was that call coming from the member of the community.
So, Gadi, how about this group then? What do we know about these guys?
Well, we know so far it looks like these 31 members of Patriot Front have bonded out. That bond level appears to be set at about $300, which was based on a normal court schedule there. It's still unclear when they're going to appear in court. But this is a group that splintered off from a neo-Nazi group that helped organize that deadly Unite the Right march several years ago. Since then, Patriot Front has tried recruiting young men with racist propaganda. They're calling for a white ethno-state. So far, a lot of that propaganda comes in the forms of flyers that they put up or holding these odd, kind of LARPy shield formation training exercises in parks, and then doing these sort of flash mobs that are meant to go viral in hopes of trying to get as much attention for recruitment as possible. But the mayor of Coeur d'Alene, they're saying very clearly that that is a community that does not have any place for hate. Aaron, back to you.
Gadi Schwartz for us today. Gadi, thank you. The January 6th investigation in Washington is making waves far from Capitol Hill. Philadelphia's district attorney today filing a motion to revoke bail for this man, Joshua Macias. He is the co-founder of a group called Vets for Trump, and he's facing charges after he was arrested in November of 2020 outside a vote counting facility. He made bail and later took part in the Capitol riot. Now we're learning that he was present at a key meeting in D.C. in a parking garage the night before the insurrection. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney joining us from D.C. now. So, Ken, a lot of pieces moving around in this story here. Can you explain to us what the DA is alleging exactly about Macias, the riot, that underground meeting, all of it?
Sure, Aaron. Well, the DA is asking a judge in Philadelphia to hold Macias in contempt of court and put him in jail. And he's doing that because Videos played during the first hearing of the January 6th committee the other night showed that Macias was present at a secret meeting in an underground parking garage the night before the riot between the leader of the Proud Boys, Enrique Tarrio, and the head of the Oath Keepers, Stuart Rhodes. Now, both of those men, as you know, are charged with seditious conspiracy. Now, we don't really know yet the significance of that meeting, which happens to have occurred in the parking garage right here in this very building that houses our NBC News Washington bureau. But the Philadelphia prosecutor says that Macias' presence there means that he's not a medium-sized fish, as they had thought, but a shark, as the prosecutor put it, an important player in the January 6th conspiracy. The thing is, the DA didn't really present any evidence of that, and Macias has not been charged in the Capitol riot here in D.C. Prosecutors in Philly have previously played a judge there a video of him outside the Capitol calling then Vice President Mike Pence a Benedict Arnold who stabbed patriots in the back. But the judge, again in Philadelphia, declined to revoke his bail on those grounds. The judge did restrict his use of social media, and Philly prosecutors say he has violated those bail conditions, Aaron.
So just can you reiterate for us here, Ken, what charges is he facing right now, and what kind of sentence do these charges carry? What could happen if he's convicted?
He is charged in Pennsylvania with 2 violations of the Uniform Firearms Act, with attempted interference with primaries and elections, with hindering the performance of a duty, and with criminal conspiracy. And if convicted, he could go to prison. He's free right now on $850,000 bail, and his lawyer has said he did not know that carrying those guns in Pennsylvania was illegal, Aaron. It's also worth noting that Antonio LaMotta, a QAnon believer who traveled to Philadelphia with Macias last November, actually did enter the Capitol, according to video unearthed by online citizen sleuths. But as our colleague Ryan Riley has reported, he hasn't been charged in D.C. either, Aaron.
All right, Ken Delaney for us in Washington. Ken, thank you.
You bet.
Well, tomorrow, voters in Nevada will cast their ballots in a high-stakes Republican Senate race with national implications. The contest has been dominated by conspiracy theories and false claims that the 2020 election was stolen. Over the weekend, former President Donald Trump's team hit the ground in Nevada. Its mission to boost Trump loyalist Adam Laxalt in the final days of his campaign. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray is following that campaign for us. First, though, let's go to Guad Venegas live for us in Reno, Nevada today. Guad, I want to start with these false claims that we're talking about here. What exactly are they, and how are they sort of factoring into this race?
Aaron, well, Adam Laxalt is the front runner in the Republican primary, and he's been pushing the idea that the election was rigged, that there was election fraud when Donald Trump lost to President Joe Biden. This is the messaging as he speaks to voters, especially in rural areas of Nevada. We spent the weekend with him, and every time he brings up the election and election fraud, you just hear the crowd of his supporters yell and support that idea. Catherine Cortez Masto, who's the incumbent senator, has also used this to talk about the fact that he's campaigning on a false claim. But with this claim, of course, we know that, like you said, he's been endorsed by Donald Trump. Donald Trump Jr. was in town campaigning with him. And we should also add that Ron DeSantis is a personal friend of Adam Laxalt. They go back to before they were even in politics. He was in town campaigning for Adam Laxalt. So he's trying to win over Republican voters to secure, to become the Republican candidate and eventually then face Catherine Cortez Masto in the primaries, Aaron.
So,
excuse me, in the election, the midterm election.
Yeah, so if the Republicans can flip this seat, we know that it could change the balance of power in the Senate. What is each candidate here doing now to try to boost voter turnout potentially in their favor?
All right, so you have 2 very different candidates, the top Republican candidates. Sam Brown, he's a retired Army captain. He's been knocking on doors. We were with him yesterday as he knocked on doors of Republican voters here. And his message is that he can actually create change for Nevadans. He says that Adam Laxalt is a showman, and even though he has support of these Republican figures, he doesn't believe Adam Laxalt can actually do something to support people in Nevada. Meanwhile, Adam Laxalt has been trying to tap into people's emotions. He's blaming the Democrats for essentially everything that's wrong at the moment. Inflation, gas prices, the rising in the cost of housing, and all of these issues that have voters upset. Adam Laxalt keeps saying this is the fault of Democrats in power. Here's some of the messaging of what they said over the weekend to the voters.
This red wave, while it's clearly materializing,
we as the ground troops here have to be the ones that make sure the red wave is coming to Nevada. We have to do whatever it takes.
I'm just really focused on as much voter contact as possible, and that's for myself and for the campaign team of volunteers and staff. We're just getting out there and reminding people that it's time to vote.
Now, the latest poll does indicate that Adam Laxalt has a 14-point lead over Sam Brown. Adam Laxalt, of course, now focused on Catherine Cortez Masto, who, if he wins, he would be facing in the midterm election.
All right, Guad Venegas for us in Reno today. Guad, thank you. So let's stay in Nevada now. The Trump team, as we've been talking about, is hitting the campaign trail for Adam Laxalt. Donald Trump Jr., the former acting Attorney General Matt Whitaker, both appearing at a rally in Las Vegas on Friday. I want to bring in NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray now. Mark, what else is the Trump team trying to do to give Laxalt a boost?
Yeah, and Aaron, in addition to those two names, Rick Grinnell, who ended up serving as Donald Trump's acting national intelligence director, as well as his ambassador to Germany, has also been campaigning from Adam Laxalt. And Adam Laxalt's closing advertisement actually has Donald Trump speaking into camera to tell Nevada Republicans to vote for him. And so that is the closing message. And did you see Trump world really kind of rallying around Adam Laxalt?
And Mark, a new poll released on Friday had Laxalt with a 14-point lead over Sam Brown in this race. What is the Brown campaign doing to try to shift the momentum in their favor?
Yeah, Aaron, and of course, you know, the momentum actually is in Sam Brown's favor. The polling had actually shown even a wider gap, and Sam Brown has actually been able to make up some ground, although as Guad was just reporting on, Laxalt remains the overwhelming frontrunner. But Brown has been really casting himself as the outsider in this race, contrasting himself with Laxalt, who comes from a very distinguished and prominent Nevada political family, and Sam Brown also with his past service in Afghanistan and the wounds that he ended up suffering in that war.
All right, Mark Murray for us in D.C. today. Mark, thank you. There is groundbreaking new research involving babies and weight gain. Up next, how scientists hope to break the cycle of obesity for generations to come. First, though, can I interest you in a cockroach infestation? A North Carolina pest control company looking for volunteers now, but they say they're going to make it worth your while. Maybe. The company says it's going to pay homeowners a cool $2,000 to allow it to release 100 cockroaches into their homes. This is all to test out a new pest control technique, apparently. No word yet on whether there are any takers to become the next cockroach Airbnb. But yeah, that really happened.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Could babies be the key to uncovering the science behind obesity? Researchers at a Louisiana lab believe studying infants could reveal new details about a condition that affects nearly half of all Americans. NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards is joining us now. Erica, this is fascinating.
It really is, Aaron. These researchers at Pennington Biomedical Research Center in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, part of LSU, think that the origins of obesity could be found in teeny tiny babies as young as, like maybe 6 or 7 pounds. They offered us an exclusive look into their lab.
I know, little man.
At just 2 weeks old, Jamison Hardy is helping scientists uncover the beginnings of obesity. First into the pea pod to measure his body fat.
Why is it important to know Jamison's body fat at just 2.5 weeks old?
From pregnancy to 2 is really setting the stage for lifetime health.
Then into this chamber to calculate metabolism, how fast he burns calories during a typical 2-hour newborn cycle of sleeping and eating.
This is the only machine of its kind in the world. Why is it important in the study for obesity?
We don't understand what makes the metabolism different between people. So by making measurements of metabolism in very small people, where it's really just about their biology, because the food is generally the same, is going to lead to some really exciting discoveries and how it can set the stage for future health and disease.
Leanne Redmond directs the maternal and infant lab at Pennington Biomedical Research Center in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Her team's work could provide the missing link in solving America's obesity crisis by breaking the cycle over generations.
A child is definitely born predisposed to obesity, but it doesn't just stop with the parents. Now we know that obesity risk can be established over 2 generations.
In other words, my health right now will influence my grandchildren.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Work at the lab addresses head-on a generally taboo topic, how overweight children often turn into overweight adults. The ultimate goal of this research is to prevent that pattern from ever beginning. How? By creating an individualized early intervention plan for at-risk babies.
If we make improvements to the child's diet and eating environment and habits early, that we can change the trajectory.
Redmond expects results from this research next year. So far, 40 babies have been in the metabolic chamber and hundreds more in the pea pod. Jamison's mom, Julie, is aware that the research may not only help him, but millions of others.
More children have obesity. More children are developing diabetes. If I can prevent that for my children, I think other parents would want to do that too.
Babies like Jamison leading the way to fight obesity.
Yeah, so this research is certainly going to be going on for years to come, although Dr. Redmond and her team expect the first results as early as next year. Aaron.
All right. Hope you keep an eye on this one for us, Erica. Really interesting stuff.
Will do.
Well, summer may be in full swing, but a nationwide lifeguard shortage is leaving many pools and beaches understaffed. So what should you know before you take a dip in the water? Here's NBC News correspondent Kerry Sanders.
Some spots, like here in Hallandale Beach, Florida, they have professional year-round lifeguards. But in other parts of the country where swimming at the beach or the pool is a seasonal pastime, there is indeed a shortage. And so the warning is, if you're going to the beach, especially in an economy like we have right now, where sort of an inexpensive day at the beach is inviting, remember, it could also, without lifeguards, be dangerous. As summer heats up, some families are cooling down in the water at their own risk. A major lifeguard shortage is leaving many beaches unguarded and pools understaffed, forcing some to close. The American Lifeguard Association estimating 1/3 of the nation's public pools are impacted.
Summer's brutal, and if you can have an outlet
that's cheap, some locations, most locations free for kids. That is just priceless.
And swimming in unsupervised waters can be dangerous. In Falmouth, Massachusetts on Saturday, 2 beachgoers reportedly saw a man struggling in the ocean and pulled him to safety, performing CPR until first responders arrived. Police said there were no lifeguards nearby. It's a nationwide problem from Cape May, New Jersey, still looking to hire 24 beach lifeguards, to Austin, Texas, struggling to fill about half of its 750 public pool lifeguard positions as temperatures soared to triple digits across the Southwest over the weekend.
Outside is hot, so you can just chill off in the pool.
The shortage is caused by a wave of factors. Young people have plenty of other job options to choose from, and training courses were canceled during the pandemic. Some pools looking to pull in new lifeguards by upping salaries. Six Flags St. Louis is offering $18 an hour to lifeguards, plus a $500 bonus. With fewer eyes on kids in the water this summer, experts say it's more important than ever for kids to learn to swim early.
We go to the beach and to the pool a lot. I wanted to make sure that she will be safe. I'm, of course, always watching her.
Experts say that's key. Parents or guardians should be a second set of eyes, even if a lifeguard is on duty. Use a buddy system, the 2 in, 2 out rule. And less experienced swimmers should wear life jackets approved by the U.S. Coast Guard in the pool or at the beach. Cooling down safely as this week brings more scorching heat. The experts say even if you're at a beach or a pool that has a lifeguard, you have a responsibility as well to also make sure that you keep your eyes on and ignore this, because in way too many tragedies, the story has been, but I only looked away for a second that led to tragedy.
And stay with us. 2 British men who fell in love in the 1930s now capturing the hearts of movie audiences. After the break, their inspiring love story and how it's being told with pride.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Now to a story almost never told. In 2008, the largest known collection of queer love letters from the World War II era was discovered. Now it's led to a new short film called The Letterman. It premiered at the Tribeca Film Festival over the weekend. I had a chance to talk to the director, Andy Valentine, about why it was so important to tell the story of Gilbert and Gordon. Take a look. For filmmakers, having your work featured at the Tribeca Film Festival can jumpstart your career.
This is something that, as a filmmaker, I've always dreamed of.
Andy Valentine was directing music videos just a year ago. Now, his first foray into traditional filmmaking has landed him at Tribeca.
Our love is complete and is unlike the others.
His short film, The Letterman, is based on the true story of Gilbert Bradley and Gordon Boucher, two British men who fell in love in the 1930s.
The British public learns that its government has finally adopted a measure long talked of, but long delayed: compulsory military service.
When World War II broke out and Gilbert was drafted, he and Gordon began writing each other love letters. Those letters were first discovered in 2008 when Gilbert Bradley died. Valentine flew to the UK, hunted them down, and turned them into his movie.
In a lot of ways, this was a story that wasn't supposed to be told. Most queer people really burned their letters during that time because they were terrified of being discovered.
The film's script, which Andy wrote with his husband, is composed almost entirely of the actual words in Gilbert and Gordon's letters.
Wouldn't it be wonderful if all of our letters could be published in the future in a more enlightened time?
That to me was like, okay, you can go ahead and tell our story. You can go ahead and share our love.
He produced the film with an almost entirely LGBTQ+ cast and crew.
I think it's important that, we're able to tell our own stories.
And he's proud The Letterman shines a spotlight on the beauty of gay love.
In a lot of LGBTQ+ cinema, we tell our worst stories of some of the worst things that's happened to us over the years. And so what I loved about Letterman was that, we really just told this story about these two men in love.
And The Letterman will be playing at New York City's Tribeca Film Festival through the end of this week. An emotional tribute last night for America's Dad. The late comedian and actor Bob Saget was recognized at the Critics' Choice Real TV Awards. His widow accepted the honor on his behalf. She spoke with our Joe Fryer about why his legacy lives on.
Aaron, this Impact Award recognizes career excellence and the positive change made in the world of nonfiction content. Kelly Rizzo says even after her husband's death in January, Bob Saget has lived up to that honor.
Tonight's Critics' Choice Real TV Impact honor only affirms what we all know about Bob Saget's grace and his goodness.
Overnight, a touching tribute to Bob Saget. Full House co-star John Stamos posthumously presented the actor and comedian with the Critics' Choice Real TV Impact Award.
Known as a comedian's comedian, he was both a family funny guy and an aristocrat of dirty jokes.
Saget's widow, Kelly Rizzo, made a rare public appearance to accept the honor on her late husband's behalf, telling Stamos that Bob loved him and calling the award bittersweet.
He'd be so thrilled. He is so thrilled. He's so honored. And especially to be honored by the critics.
The ceremony recognizes the best of reality TV.
Hello, everybody. I'm Bob Saget, and
as the first host of America's Funniest Home Videos, Saget helped make the show a TV staple, further cementing his role as America's dad.
I'm coming, darling. I'm coming for you. I'll be right there. Here I come, honey. Here I will.
The award comes 2 days after the premiere of Netflix's Dirty Daddy, the Bob Saget tribute, which features Bob's family and longtime friends.
You made people laugh. You made people feel loved. You made people money.
I want to read my last text from Bob. It said, I love you so much. I will say that God gave me the brother that I wanted, and I love you for it.
The special was taped in L.A. just 3 weeks after Saget suffered from fatal head trauma and was found dead in an Orlando hotel room.
It was still so fresh and so raw. And so now to rewatch it, of course, it still brings up all those emotions where I can't get through it without bawling 10 times, but I'm also laughing even more than I did that night.
The show includes never-before-seen footage of a private memorial held for Saget, with tributes from co-stars and fellow comedy legends.
This is a very special individual, and the wind is out of my sails. It's just this gap.
Rizzo says the tribute and this latest award have helped their families celebrate and share Saget's legacy of love and laughter.
he deserves it, and he was the greatest man I've ever met in my life.
Kelly says this Impact Award carries a special meaning for the Saget family because it acknowledges the awareness that Bob has raised, even posthumously, for the autoimmune disease scleroderma, which took the life of his sister 3 decades ago. Netflix even says the proceeds of that tribute show were donated to the Scleroderma Research Foundation. Aaron.
Right now on NBC News Now, Tale of the Tapes. Dramatic video revealed during the second public hearing on the Capitol riot. Who testified today and what witnesses say happened behind closed doors. We have a deal. Senators reach a bipartisan agreement on gun restrictions. The last-minute negotiations underway and the sticking points still being worked out. And clear for takeoff. How soon your Amazon deliveries could come via drone. Noon on the West Coast, 3 p.m. here at NBC News headquarters in New York. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin this hour on Capitol Hill. The House committee investigating the January 6th riot has now wrapped up its second hearing. And today, several former Trump officials recalled telling the former president he had lost the 2020 presidential election and that his claims of voter fraud were baseless.
I thought, boy, if he really believes this stuff, he has, lost contact with he's become detached from reality if he really believes this stuff. There was never an indication of interest in what the actual facts were. My opinion then and my opinion now is that the election was not stolen by fraud. And I haven't seen anything since the election that changes my mind on that.
All right, let's start our coverage now with NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa. Ali, during the hearing today, the committee presented more evidence that the former President Donald Trump pushed his claims of election fraud, despite sort of this universal evidence that there hadn't been any of that. So how did the committee hear, or rather, who did they hear from today?
Well, Aaron, the key witness today was really former campaign manager Bill Stepien, who wasn't able to testify in person. His wife actually went into labor 30 minutes before the hearing was supposed to start. But the committee played clips of his pre-recorded testimonies that they say sufficed in proving their point here. And in these clips, Stepien really goes into how many people really told Trump repeatedly that these claims of election fraud were false. He actually talks about really the birth of the conspiracy at this event at the White House on election night, how that conspiracy really began with Fox News's call, that first network call of the state of Arizona for then candidate Biden. We also then heard from former Fox News political editor Chris Steyerwalt, who came under fire from the former president, the network itself, when he defended the network's call for Arizona. Steyerwalt saying that at the end of the day, even if there was a recount, there wasn't a sufficient amount of outstanding ballots that would have changed the results of the election, really going into how the media amplified those lies. Then we heard also from Bill Barr, that we heard a little bit of testimony from him in the first hearing. He really dug deeper today into another theme, really the feelings and the thinking of the former president in and around this time around January 6th. Barr saying that before the election, he said it was, quote, possible to talk sense to the president. He said after the election, he didn't seem to be listening. He said he was, quote, detached from reality, and that he wasn't interested in what the facts were. So really, Aaron, this avalanche of witnesses, again, that this committee is using to build its case, witnesses that are inside the former president's inner circle, testifying to how repeatedly they told him there was no there there, and yet he continued pushing these allegations of election fraud, Aaron.
You know, one of the other things mentioned during today's hearing was Trump and his team raising money off of these election lies that were being told. What sort of role could that play in the investigation as it continues?
Right, that was almost the theme of the second part of this hearing. Committee member Zoe Lofgren really going into how the Trump campaign fundraised off of this big lie that she said was, quote, the big ripoff. The Trump campaign raising over $200 million after the election. And this is really part of the committee's effort to draw this connection and connect the dots between what Trump knew, what the campaign knew, and his continued claims that the election was fraudulent, even though he had been told and seemingly understood that that really wasn't the case. And the reason that they're doing this is to build this case to the American people, but as well as the Justice Department for what they say is enough evidence to suggest a criminal indictment to the Justice Department. The Attorney General Merrick Garland actually commented on this in the last hour. Listen here.
I am watching, and I will be watching all the hearings, although I may not be able to watch all of it live, but I'll be sure that I'll be watching all of it, and I can assure you that the January 6th prosecutors are watching all the hearings as well. There's nothing that's coming in the way of our investigation. We are proceeding with full urgency with respect, as I've said many times before, to hold all perpetrators who are criminally responsible for January 6th accountable, regardless of their level, their position, and regardless of whether they were present.
AG Garland saying that they are definitely hearing, but the big question now is if they do find sufficient evidence, how quickly will the Justice Department act, Aaron?
Ali Raffa for us on Capitol Hill today. Ali, thank you. Now, Congresswoman Liz Cheney's high-profile role as vice chair of the January 6th committee could cost her dearly at the ballot box. She was already ousted from a GOP House leadership position because of her criticism of former President Trump. Cheney also facing a tough primary challenge at home in Wyoming, where her efforts to investigate the Capitol attack are dividing voters.
I don't think she should be in charge of anything. She's not for the common person. She's not for Wyoming. She's just playing the game.
I am proud of her. I think that if she gets in, I think that she'll do a really good job for the country.
I think many of us are almost on the edge of our seats, observing.
NBC News senior national politics reporter Jonathan Allen is in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. He's been speaking to voters there. He joins us now. So, John, you know, Trump is still very popular in Wyoming. We know he won in 2020 by more than 43 points there, the biggest margin in the country. The Cheney name is also one that has a lot of political power in Wyoming, thanks to the former Vice President Dick Cheney. How is all of that playing in here? How is all of this shaping the GOP primary come August?
Well, it's good to be with you, Aaron. I think the best way to look at this right now is that even Liz Cheney's allies say that it's an uphill battle for her to win renomination and ultimately re-election. If you ask other Republicans, they would say it's not so much an uphill battle, but more like a run up the mountain behind me, a little bit higher, a little bit steeper. But, you know, what I've heard around the state, and I've not only been in Jackson Hole, but in the last couple of weeks also been to Casper and Cheyenne, is a lot of frustration from Republicans who believe that they don't represent her values, and then some Republicans and some Democrats who can switch over and vote in the Republican primary who are happy that she's not representing the values of Trump Republicans in Washington as she goes after President Trump at the January 6th committee. But let's listen a little bit more to what some of the voters have had to say.
I'm not leaning towards anybody. I'm just leaning towards less evil, and I don't like her for her decisions that she made back when, I think she kind of like went with popular vote on trying to get Trump out of office. I just don't think she's from here. I think it's all a ploy. It's all a big show. It's the NFL with politics. That's how I feel.
And what you're hearing, I think, a lot, Aaron, from these voters is a lot basically what that voter just said. And yet there are others who are looking at Liz Cheney the way I think a lot of viewers do, particularly those in blue states. And we're right here in a blue island in the middle of a red sea. Some voters, even Democrats, ready to switch parties and vote for Liz Cheney. Let's listen to one of them.
I'm a Democrat,
but I'm going to switch parties when I vote. We're allowed to do that here, so I can vote for Liz. I hope she gets reelected. I certainly support her 100%. I think she's very bright. I think she's very moderate, and I hope she gets reelected, but I think it's 50-50.
And in order for Liz Cheney to win, she's really got to do three things. One is get the anti-Trump Republicans out. Two is to get those Democrats to switch parties and vote Republican. And three is the hardest of all in this polarized environment, especially when she's on television every day going after Donald Trump, which is to find some Trump-Cheney voters, that is, voters who are willing to vote for both Donald Trump and Liz Cheney.
All right, John Allen for us in Wyoming today. John, thank you. Appreciate it. We're following some breaking news on Wall Street now, where the roller coaster ride is not over yet. Markets in a tailspin yet again today. Investors growing more fearful by the day that a recession could be on the horizon. Inflation is at its highest level in 40 years. Keep an eye on the bottom right of your screen throughout the hour for the latest real-time numbers. You see them there now. The cost of filling up also soaring to new heights today. According to AAA, the average cost for a gallon of regular gas has now cracked $5. Joining us now to break this all down, CNBC's Bob Pisani. Also with us, NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli. Bob, I want to start with you here. We're in the last hour of trading before the closing bell today. Talk to us about which stocks are getting hit the hardest right now.
Well, interestingly, it's energy stocks, and they're the biggest performer of the year. They're the best performers. Some of these energy stocks like Exxon, Halliburton, they're up almost 30% on the year, but they're down in the last few days. They're down for two reasons. Number one, there's concern that the prices are so high for gasoline, we're going to see demand destruction. Later in the year, after the summer vacations, people are going to start saying, wait a minute, these prices are too high. Demand will go down. Second problem we have is over in China, there's a COVID lockdown going on right now. This is the second biggest economy in the world. Parts of Beijing, for example, are shut down. That's also suppressing demand.
We know that the Fed sort of figures into all this turmoil that we're seeing right now, right? The Federal Reserve is going to have a two-day meeting this week where more interest rate hikes are expected. If that happens, how might the markets react to that?
Well, here's the problem. The Federal Reserve has a history of overshooting the mark. When they say overshooting, I mean, to combat inflation in the past, and we have a long record of this going back 100 years, they tend to raise rates very aggressively when inflation gets out of control. As a result, they overshoot the mark and they throw the economy into a recession because they tighten the conditions, the lending conditions, too much. That's what the stock market's really afraid of here. Now, the Fed believes it might be able to engineer what they call a soft landing, where you don't have a recession. Let's hope that's the case for everybody. But the history in the past indicates that the Federal Reserve tend to get very concerned about this inflation issue. It's their main mandate, and they overshoot.
All right, we'll keep our fingers crossed on that. I want to bring in Mike Memoli here now. He's in Washington for us. Mike, we saw inflation creep up 8.6% year over year. We've been talking about this new 40-year high. Analysts say that the average household in this country is spending about $460 more compared to last year's. Clearly, the White House is under some pressure here to take action that's actually going to result in something for the American people. What's the plan to deal with this inflation problem?
Well, Aaron, it starts with the White House and the president himself really pointing the finger at Vladimir Putin. That was certainly the case over the weekend. I was traveling with the president, asked him about the fact that gas prices had now hit $5 a gallon nationally for the first time. And his immediate reaction to me was, it's outrageous what Putin's war has done. So clearly an effort to shift the blame there. But now the White House also says they do have a three-point plan for combating inflation. One is to protect the independence of the Fed. That's its own version of blame shifting, really, to say that they're independent and we don't control the decisions they make. The third point, beyond reducing the deficit, which is a part of the first point, is to lower the costs for everyday Americans of things beyond energy and beyond food, which they say actually make up most of the typical American's household budget. That's an effort to point to, not necessarily Build Back Better, that larger piece of legislation the president has been trying but failed to do, but smaller components of it that they're still trying to push through, things like lowering the cost of prescription drugs. They're also, again, pointing the finger, and this time at Republicans, to say that they don't have a plan really to do anything other than to blame the president. So a lot of blame shifting, as is typical, Aaron, in Washington.
As is typical in Washington. Mike Memoli for us in Washington, Bob Pisani for us as well from CNBC. Thank you both, guys. We're following some breaking news now out of Washington as well. Just minutes ago, Attorney General Merrick Garland announcing an indictment in Texas against a man accused of illegally dealing in firearms. The guns making their way to multiple cities in Texas, as well as Maryland and Canada. The AG's crackdown on gun trafficking.
92 firearms, primarily handguns, from federally licensed firearms dealers. 75 of those firearms were purchased from a single dealer in the span of just 6 months.
The AG's crackdown on gun trafficking comes as a group of senators appears to have struck a deal on gun safety. So here's what's in that deal. You see it on the screen here. It encourages states to enact red flag laws. It also expands background checks for people under 21 years old. It increases penalties for straw purchases, and it expands both funding for mental health services and school safety resources.
We need to save lives. We need to get something done. That is what Americans are telling every senator, Republican or Democrat.
Now, NBC's Stephen Romo is covering developments in several states on the issue of gun violence. Let's start, though, with that Senate deal. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor is on Capitol Hill again today. So, Sahil, right now this is just a framework of a deal that we're talking about. But if it's passed, we know it could be the most significant gun legislation in decades. How close is this all to actually becoming a law?
That's right, Aaron. Well, it would be the most significant piece of gun violence prevention legislation since 1996, and that's one of the reasons that the Democratic proponents of it in particular, as well as gun violence prevention advocates, are so excited about this bill, even though it goes far from the full extent of what they want. There is no assault weapons ban. There's no high-capacity magazine ban. It doesn't even raise the age to buy a semi-automatic weapon from 18 to 21, as the House bill did, but it does include a number of provisions that they say will save lives, most notably that red flag law. It's structured as an incentive to states, including the 19 states and the District of Columbia that have currently enacted red flag laws, to improve their implementation of those laws, as well as encourage other states all over the country to enact them. It would essentially allow people like a family member or a police officer to petition a court to keep firearms away from individuals considered a danger to themselves or others. Chris Murphy highlighted this as a centerpiece of the bill. Let's have a listen to what he had to say.
Just adopted ours. We're just getting it up and running. But in Florida, they've used it 5,000 times to save lives. That provision alone is going to be transformative.
The bill also has enhanced background checks for the 18 to 21-year-old group that would open the door to accessing juvenile records, as well as mental health money, school safety money, the so-called boyfriend loophole for dating partners who are convicted of abuse or have a restraining order against them is also tackled here. There are a number of issues that are seen as being very impactful in combating gun violence.
I wonder how baked this framework is. Is there any talk about additional changes that we might see before this actually becomes a piece of legislation that's ready to be put to a vote?
Well, Aaron, I would say the issue here is more the details than particular changes. The framework is fairly broad. There's a lot of room, for them to add X billion dollars or X million dollars when it comes to funding like mental health or school safety. The boyfriend loophole provisions have not yet been written. The background check provisions are very complicated. They have a concept that they've agreed to, but they still need to write this in a way that would be accessible and usable for all these states, given that juvenile records are treated differently in many different places. The federal firearms licensee registration requirements are also complicated. Murphy and Cornyn were trying to negotiate something on this last year but failed. So it's really the details here that are going to be crucial to determining whether Republicans in particular stand on board or whether the mood within the party turns sour. And I would watch closely the reaction of activists, gun rights activists, as well as Republican conservative commentators as to whether they'll give their party the space to do this or whether they'll get worked up about this and try to kill it. Aaron.
All right, we're all waiting for the details. Sahil Kapoor on the Hill for us. Thank you. Now, this apparent deal on gun legislation comes just 3 weeks after that mass shooting in Uvalde, Texas. The Secretary of Education has now announced new federal funding to help that community recover. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo is joining us now. He's been tracking this and some other stories as well. So, Stephen, we're talking about $1.5 million in federal money. What's that money designated to be used for?
Yeah, when something like this happens in a small town like Uvalde, Aaron, the amount of stress it puts on the infrastructure there, the support personnel, it is just very difficult for them to handle. A lot of this money will be used for overtime hours for teachers and security guards. It'll also go toward mental health experts just to help help children and teachers and people in the community deal with all of the trauma of what exactly has happened there. Now, a lot of this has actually come due to a trip to the city from Miguel Cardona, the Secretary of Education. He went not long after the shooting actually happened and said the importance of putting this funding into the area. He said no community should have to experience a tragedy like this alone. While in Texas, I saw the Uvalde community come together in deep, meaningful ways to support one another and all the families who lost loved ones. And it is our turn to help support them. So that $1.5 million where the support is coming from. And it's not necessarily the end of that funding. They can request more funding from the Department of Education that could come through later. This money, though, intended to be used in the next year.
The community is going to need a lot of help in a lot of different ways for a long time, for sure. I want to ask you about Ohio, too. The governor there just signed a new bill that would make it easier for teachers to legally carry guns in school. Help us understand what's happening in Ohio.
Yeah, it's a pretty controversial measure. As House Bill 99, Mike DeWine, has signed into law. It reduces the number of training hours that teachers will require from 700 hours to 24 hours of training. So quite a big difference right there. And DeWine pointing out that it is not a requirement that teachers be armed, but he says it opens up options for them. Here's more of what he had to say.
Require any school in the state of Ohio to arm teachers or their staff members. Schools are not required to do this. And we've also already seen schools that have made that decision not to do it. We've seen other schools that have made the decision to do it. And we've seen a lot of schools that have not announced anything.
Now, as you can imagine, there's been a lot of pushback against this already. Teachers unions in the state saying that this will make things more dangerous, not safer, especially to take away training from those teachers. So more to come on how this exactly plays out.
All right. Stephen Romo, appreciate it. Thank you. Well, stay with us. Coming up, Russian forces take aim at a key industrial city in Ukraine. Plus, the heartbreaking story of Ukrainian children who are now orphans.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicki has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Russian forces on the move in eastern Ukraine. The Ukrainian military confirming Russia now controls about 70% of Severodonetsk. That city is the last major urban center in the Donbas region. As President Volodymyr Zelensky says, Ukrainian defenders are fighting fiercely for every meter of the city. Meanwhile, civilians still in that city are now at risk of being cut off, with the last remaining bridge out of the city coming under heavy shelling. We're following Russia's war on Ukraine closely now. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel is going to take us inside a Ukrainian orphanage being impacted by the war. First, let's bring in foreign correspondent Ali Arouzi in Kyiv, Ukraine, again for us tonight. Ali, let's start on the ground there in Ukraine if we can. Talk to us about the situation that we're seeing in Severodonetsk.
Hey, Aaron. Well, the situation there is growing increasingly more desperate day by day. Look, the Russians are burning down the industrial heartland of this country. They're attacking it relentlessly, morning, noon, and night. The street fights are very intense there, sometimes block by block, house by house. And as you mentioned in your introduction, they're cutting that city off from the rest of Ukraine. They blew up 2 bridges over the weekend. They blew up the 3rd bridge. So Severodonetsk is essentially now cut off. The Ukrainians can't get ammunition or men into that town. They're pushed into smaller pockets of control. Part of that is the Azot chemical plant, where about 800 civilians are holed up in a bunker under there. There was a fire over the weekend there. That's now under control, but it's probably going to be vulnerable to many more attacks, Aaron.
So I understand you're saying that Russia is stripping away Ukraine's industrial infrastructure. Can you talk a little bit more about what losing Severodonetsk to the Russians would mean for Ukraine?
It would be a huge loss to Ukraine because they would only need one more city to take the entire Luhansk area, and that's Lysychansk. Lysychansk is a town on a hill. It's quite hard to take, and if the Russians then took that, Aaron, the terrain in this country becomes very flat, so they would have a much easier march to the west of the country once that area is conquered, and that's one of the reasons the Ukrainians are holding on for dear life, because they don't want the Russian tanks to be able to roll west with great ease.
Ali Arouzi in Kyiv, Ukraine for us today. Ali, thank you. Now, the war in Ukraine has forced millions to flee that country, but some of the most vulnerable have been left behind. We're about to show you some distressing images from an orphan house, but this is an important story that I hope you will watch. Here's NBC's Richard Engel.
Ukraine inherited a Soviet-era system in which the disabled were kept out of sight, out of mind in facilities. And now the Russian invasion has made this most vulnerable community even more isolated.
The Vilshani orphanage is home to more than 200 physically and intellectually challenged Ukrainians. They're not really orphans. Nearly everyone here was abandoned. Some of the older ones have been here for decades without a single visit. And now Russia's invasion has made their lives even more difficult. The facility is overcrowded after similar shelters in eastern Ukraine were evacuated out of the path of Russian troops. 2 vital therapy rooms had to be converted into dormitories for 38 new arrivals.
Hello.
Masha just came from the east. She's alert and bone thin, with a trail from tears down her temple.
So this is Roxalana. Hello. I'm going to pull this down a little bit, and you can see really terrible scoliosis, really terrible condition of the body and spine. You okay? Okay. They're so skinny. They're all so skinny.
Without stretching, braces, surgery, or therapy, Roxalana and the others are getting worse. Some appear malnourished. This is not a hospital. They don't do advanced treatments or give much medication.
Hi. You've got such a lovely smile.
The most we could give was attention, touch, and affection. Catherine lit up when I rubbed her hand.
No, you don't want to let me go. I don't want to let you go either.
Many are clearly starving for love and their families.
Mama! For the last several hours, Vlad here has been calling out to his mother. And it's one of the hardest things you can see because a lot of the kids here have been calling out to Mom and Dad. Mama! And they're not coming.
Vlad's parents fled to Germany as refugees, along with his 3 healthy siblings. This war has a dark secret. Many able-bodied children were taken out of Ukraine, while the profoundly disabled were often left behind in shelters like this.
A bad system that neglected kids, that left children to grow up without a family, is now massively overwhelmed.
Eric Rosenthal has studied shelters for the disabled in Ukraine for 30 years.
Every single day a child spends in this facility, they're losing a piece of their life.
The director, Bogdan Kakina, says he had to suspend modernization plans because of Russia's invasion. This damn war set back their development, he says. Victims of a cruel biological fate and an outdated medical system, they are now also victims of a war that has left them more isolated than ever.
Mama!
Because of the war, they not only had to cancel any structural improvements to this facility and others like it, but they have also canceled all outside entertainment and excursions. So they are just there in those rooms all the time now.
Well, stay with us. Former VP hopeful Sarah Palin advancing in a special election as more Trump-backed candidates get ready for primary contests tomorrow. Still ahead, what the results could tell us about the former president's role in this year's midterms.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Bottom of the hour now. Maya Eaglin has a look at what's trending on NBCnews.com. Hey, Maya.
Hey, Aaron. Police fatally shot an armed person who entered a summer sports camp just outside of Dallas today. More than 150 children were at the camp, but none were hurt, and they were reunited with their parents. Michael Avenatti, the former attorney to Stormy Daniels, will plead guilty to stealing millions from his clients. That's according to court papers filed over the weekend. He's accused of taking nearly $10 million in settlement money from at least 5 clients. And Broadway celebrated its brightest stars last night at the Tony Awards. A Strange Loop getting lots of attention for grabbing the Best Musical Award. Jennifer Hudson also making it to the EGOT list after winning a Tony for co-producing A Strange Loop. You can find more of the day's trending stories on NBCnews.com. Aaron, back over to you.
All right, Maya, thank you. Former President Donald Trump's political influence will be put to the test again tomorrow. South Carolina, Nevada, and Maine all holding primary contests on Tuesday. In Alaska, 3 candidates have now advanced to a special House race. Leading the pack there, former governor and vice presidential candidate Sarah Palin. We are watching these races closely with NBC News senior reporter Jane Tim. Also with us, NBC News deputy political editor Ben Camisar. Ben, I'll start with you here. Let's start with this race in South Carolina, if we can. 2 House Republicans there trying to hold on to their seats after going up against Donald Trump. How's that working out for them, politically speaking?
It's going tough for them, to be honest. I mean, Donald Trump is still the sun and the moon and the stars in Republican politics. So when you have folks who have gotten on the other side of him, it's been difficult. You have Nancy Mace, Congresswoman, who has pretty vocal in her opposition, or at least her criticism of President Trump after the January 6th attacks. She's tried to kind of pump the brakes on that criticism, took a trip up to Trump Tower, filmed a video outside to sort of profess her conservative values, but still she crossed Donald Trump, and he ended up endorsing her opponent in that race. And then you have another candidate, Congressman Tom Rice, who actually voted to impeach President Trump. He stands by it, continues to double down and say, I did the right thing. And certainly that was enough to draw Trump into that race where he's endorsed state representative, Russell Fry. So now you've got really these 2 races where either candidate they're both candidates are on the ropes. We're really interested to see what happens, whether one wins or loses outright, or if we have to do this all over again in a runoff.
Let's move up to Maine if we can. The former Republican governor there, Paul LePage, is trying to get his old job back. He once described himself as Trump before there was Trump. How are voters responding to that message in Maine?
Yeah, I mean, that's the $100,000 question. You know, both of those candidates, the incumbent Democratic governor, Janet Mills, and then also LePage, they're both running unopposed. So there's not really a ton for us to see in this primary, maybe a turnout question, see which side maybe can bring more folks to the polls. But really, we're trying to see if a candidate like LePage, someone who left office with a pretty low approval rating, and frankly had a litany of inflammatory comments that drew a lot of negative attention to him in his when he was governor. The question is a profile like that, a candidate like that, still viable in a year where Republicans are expected to do so well?
Let's talk about Nevada, too. A lot of attention being focused out there in this election cycle. The Trump-backed Senate candidate there, Adam Laxalt, could sort of, crystallize or help to crystallize how much political power the former president still has. Can you break down what's at stake in that race for us?
Yeah, this is one that Trump wants. I mean, as you said, there are all these, after the primaries, there's always the question, how did Trump do? Did he win? Did he lose? This is one where the former president wants to win. You've seen a lot of last-minute attention on this race from some of Laxalt's key surrogates. I mean, this is a guy in Laxalt. He's been around the block for a while in Nevada. He's the former attorney general. He was the co-chairman for the Trump campaign. And you're seeing this big push at the last minute to help try and get him over the finish line. And that's because Sam Brown, a veteran in this race, has actually outperformed, frankly. He's done a lot better than a lot of folks were expecting, especially with fundraising and the grassroots. But the question is, okay, you can do well, you can overperform, but is that enough to beat the former attorney general with the backing of Donald Trump? That's going to be the big question.
All right, Ben Camisar for us in our D.C. bureau today. Ben, thank you. Now, over the weekend in Alaska, Sarah Palin advanced in the special House primary to fill the final months of late Congressman Don Young's term. NBC News senior political reporter Jane Tim is joining us now. Jane, we know that Palin is leading a crowded field, 48 different people in the race there. Who are the top contenders she's facing?
Yeah, so we have a surgeon, Al Gross. He's also ranked in here, as well as Nick Begich, who has the endorsement of the state GOP. Now, it's really important to mention this is the state's first attempt at open primaries, which means everyone's on the same ballot, all 48 candidates. It was a very tightly packed page in these mail ballots that voters considered. And this was sort of an unexpected last-minute race after Rep. Don Young passed in March. He held the state for nearly 50 years and sort of scrambled state politics to rush this race for the last final few months. It's going to be interesting because at the same time in August, when the candidates are ranked in ranked choice voting, we're also going to see the primary for the next year's term. You know what I mean? So this is a last few months election, but we're also having the actual race for two-year term that starts in January. But Sarah Palin's definitely the favorite, at least for now. But in ranked choice voting, just about anything can happen because it really changes the metrics on whether or not a plurality can do anything for you.
Yeah, it's so much fun trying to explain and ranked choice voting. But I'm going to put it to you. Obviously, Saturday's primary is going to be decided that way. Can you explain exactly how that works? And good luck.
So we just went through our open primary, which means that candidates got to choose one candidate, and the people with the most votes in the top four, those people go into the ranked choice general election. On these ranked choice ballots in August, Alaska voters will rank them in priority. And when they get to them, if anyone wins more than 50% of the race, they win. They're considered the ranking. There's no ranking choice tabulation. But if no one gets 50% plus one vote, which is pretty likely in this kind of contention, they're going to eliminate the lowest scoring contender, and that person's votes get cast for their second choice. Right. And that elimination and tabulation keeps going till there's two candidates, and the one with the most, they win.
Nicely done. That was actually very clear. I think people got that, and that means it could take a while to get some results there, too. Jane Tim for us today. Jane, thank you. 84 million Americans are under heat advisories today after a brutal weekend of extreme temperatures in the Southwest. Wildfires are thriving in the high heat there. At least 3 flared up across Southern California just on Sunday. Another erupted near Flagstaff, Arizona, prompting evacuations in parts of that city. Michael Dudna from our NBC affiliate in Phoenix is tracking the firefight.
The pipeline fire has now grown to at least 5,000 acres and shows no signs of slowing down anytime soon. In fact, you can see behind me right now the big column of smoke. Firefighters going across this way because that's actually where the fire started, over to the east of me, in between these two mountains, an area near called Schultz Pass. But the intense wind you could hear howling against me right now is what has pushed it so far and so fast to the northeast of Flagstaff. Now, according to officials, this fire started really by the actions of one man. They say he tried to set a roll of toilet paper on fire, but never properly put it out. And since then, that little piece of toilet paper has grown to more than a 5,000-acre fire.
Actress Amber Heard is speaking out for the first time since her courtroom clash with ex-husband Johnny Depp. Today, co-host Savannah Guthrie sat down with Heard for an exclusive interview to talk about the verdict, to talk about the trial, and to talk about the social media backlash.
I don't care what one thinks about me or what judgments you want to make about what happened in the privacy of my own home and my marriage behind closed doors. I don't presume the average person should know those things, and so I don't take it personally. But even somebody who is sure I'm deserving of all this hate and vitriol, even if you think that I'm lying, you still couldn't look me in the eye and tell me that you think on social media there's been a fair representation. You cannot tell me that you think that this has been fair.
Now, Heard also touched on what happened in the courtroom and what the jury decided.
There's no polite way to say it. The jury looked at the evidence you presented. They listened to your testimony, and they did not believe you. They thought you were lying.
How could, I'll put it this way, how could they make a judgment? How could they not come to that conclusion? They had sat in those seats and heard over 3 weeks of nonstop, relentless testimony from paid employees and towards the end of the trial, randos, as I say.
So you don't blame the jury?
I don't blame them. It wasn't, I don't blame them. I actually understand he's a beloved character and people feel they know him. He's a fantastic actor.
Their job is to not be dazzled by that. Their job is to look at the facts and the evidence. And they did not believe your testimony or your evidence.
Again, how could they, after listening to 3.5 weeks of testimony about how I was a non-credible person, not to believe a word that came out of my mouth?
Now, you can see more of this interview with Amber Heard on Today, tomorrow, and Wednesday mornings. And the conversation continues in a special edition of Dateline. That's this Friday night at 8 p.m. Eastern on your local NBC station. Still to come, planes, trains, automobiles, and now drones. Just ahead, how Amazon is racing to get your packages delivered even faster.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year. We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Well, Amazon is launching a new high-stakes way to deliver directly to your door. And when we say hi, we really mean it. After years of delays, the company is preparing to launch a delivery system made up entirely of drones. A small California town will be the first to try this out. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson is joining us now. So, Steve, how is this going to work and what's been the holdup here?
Yeah, this is the small town of Lockford, California. So residents in this one town are getting calls from Amazon, really probably as we speak. If they agree to it, a team comes to their home, they scout out the backyard, they make it safe for landing, and then a few months from now, all they have to do is press one button free of charge. Then drones can fly out with packages that weigh 5 pounds or less. Why the holdup? This thing started 10 years ago. They've had to really get compliant with the FAA, and they say they've done a lot of testing to make sure all of this is safe. Take a look.
It's a bird, it's a plane. No, it's probably just that tube of toothpaste you ordered. Amazon's drone delivery service Prime Air is finally clear for takeoff. Sort of. All the buzz is in small-town Lockford, California, where the company is asking residents to take part in the very first wave of drone deliveries, starting later this year.
We'll reach out to customers that have backyards that our drones can safely reach, and then they'll shop with Amazon like they always do.
The company says once residents sign up, they'll start to see Prime Air eligible items on Amazon, where they can place an order just like normal at no extra cost.
I order like a spare part to something, right, that I want quickly. The drone just comes to my house and it drops it off. Like, what does that look like when it actually comes? And how long does it actually take?
It takes off and flies a few hundred feet in the air, navigates safely to a customer's backyard, lowers down, and delivers the package, all within an hour.
These are octocopters. The program is a long time coming. Back in 2013, Amazon founder Jeff Bezos announced the service was spooling up with the first launch target around 2018.
I'm an optimist. Could it be, 4 or 5 years? I think so.
Nearly 10 years later, still no takeoff. In all that time, the skies have gotten crowded. Google parent company Alphabet launched its first commercial service in April. Walmart is already up and running with plans to expand to 6 states later this year. Even Domino's is already delivering pizzas. But Amazon says their technology is different.
Not all drone systems are created equal, nor are they developed for the future.
Amazon says part of the reason it stayed grounded, rigorous testing. The company says it wants to get safety right by pushing the limits of their sophisticated drones, leading to a number of crashes at test sites, including one that reportedly sparked a 25-acre brush fire in Oregon, according to an FAA report.
No person has ever been harmed or injured in any of the testing that we've done.
But there are questions about Amazon's compliance with the FAA. A report citing internal FAA documents has alleged the company has tried to avoid federal regulators at crash sites and that it's been slow to turn over crash data. Amazon says it strongly disagrees with the premise of that report and that the FAA has never taken an enforcement action against Prime Air, adding the company was awarded an air carrier certificate. The FAA declined to comment publicly. Industry expert Robin Rydell says all the challenges are necessary, leading up to an exciting moment for the industry.
I think by the end of this decade, it will not be a crazy thing anymore when you get your groceries or, your dinner delivered by drone. It will be a commonplace thing within our lifetime for sure.
And if you're wondering when you may be able to see this service in your corner of the country, it may take some time. There's no strict timeline for when they want to go full with this, and they still have to get fully FAA compliant. It could take some years. Aaron?
All right, Steve Patterson for us in L.A. today. Thank you, Steve. Yep. Now, the booming marijuana industry is creating a new type of higher education for students, sommeliers, but for cannabis. The goal here is to help people understand what kind of products and experiences are available. NBC News Now anchor Savannah Sellers has the details.
You first open up that jar or package that it comes in. You get that aroma. It's usually one of the first things that comes to you. How intense is that aroma? How layered?
Deep in the Emerald Triangle of California's Humboldt County, a new kind of higher education.
There's coffee cuppers, there's cigar catadors, there's master chocolatiers. That level of professionalism is needed in cannabis as well.
Derek Gilman is the managing director of Ganjier, a program that launched in 2020. Students trek into rural cannabis country to light up and learn the ins and outs of top-tier cannabis assessment, including former NFL running back Ricky Williams, who now goes by Eric Myron.
I decided to walk away, and the story broke that famous football player quits to smoke weed, which is partially true. Now I'm a healer and an astrologer, training to be a Ganjier.
What types of skills are you learning here?
The main thing I'm learning is the perception of flavor, of taste, aroma, smell, and being able to decipher and appreciate these things.
More than half of all U.S. states allow medical marijuana, and recreational use is legal in 19 states. The global legal cannabis market was valued at $13.2 billion last year.
There's 3 steps to become a certified ganjier. There's the online courses, there's the in-person training, and then there's passing the 3 exams.
So it's safe to say this is intense. This is some real studying and work.
It's thorough, it is rigorous.
The program was put together by a panel of cannabis experts and covers areas like history, botany, cultivation, and business. Students are required to travel to Northern California for 2 days of intense in-person training.
It was something that I really wanted to do, to have like a formal education in cannabis.
Most of these figures are all kind of on that same level in this world. You know, like LeBron James is known for basketball in his world. They're known for cannabis in their world.
Students get tools to help hone their assessment skills, like a jeweler's loop.
So holding it up to your eye, and then what you do is you take hold of your object, and then you will bring it up to the loop until it comes into focus.
Whoa. Wow.
And this kit teaches students how to differentiate between terpenes, the chemical compounds that give plants their smells.
Close your eyes. You tell me, was this the first one or the second one?
The first one, beta-caryophyllene.
Your palate has begun to be trained.
To earn the official title of ganjier, students have to pass 2 written exams and an in-person exam, where they walk a teacher through a cannabis assessment.
If you become a certified ganjier, what does it mean?
We have students and now certified ganjiers in all parts of the cannabis industry. People who are looking to enter the industry and are looking for a valid credential, to help them in that process, to CEOs of companies, to directors of sales for some of the largest cannabis companies on the planet.
And as the industry continues to grow, there's hope programs like this will legitimize it.
This is a legacy that we want to put into the cannabis industry to bring professionalism to cannabis, bring it out of the shadows, to give it the spotlight it deserves.
Savannah Sellows reporting there. Markets just minutes away from closing now after another tumultuous day. After the break, in-depth analysis of the roller coaster ride on Wall Street. Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today. they are walking strong.
Elegant and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
We are following breaking news on Wall Street now, just about 5 minutes away from the close of the stock market today. The market's again in turmoil. Take a look here. The Dow is down just over 900 points at this point. The S&P 500, the NASDAQ also down quite a bit at this hour. This coming as the Fed mulls whether to hike interest rates again to try to stem inflation. We have a team at the ready ahead of the market close today. CNBC economics editor Jeff Cox, CNBC senior analyst Ron Insana, and NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli. Jeff, I'll start with you on this. The Dow down more than 900 points right now. More than 150 of those points dropped in just the last 30 minutes or so. What is going on here today? What's driving the panic at the market?
Well, it's kind of the same old story for the market. They're worried about inflation. We had an important narrative that got pretty much blown up on Friday. The markets had been thinking we had seen peak inflation going back to the March readings. The latest numbers show that that's not the case. So now the market's reacting on a whole bunch of levels. They're wondering what the Fed's going to do as far as interest rates go. And, you know, that idea that we could be heading or actually maybe in a recession right now is starting to take hold more and more. So lots of uncertainty for the market. They're waiting for that Fed decision that's going to come later this week. On Wednesday, the Fed will reveal what they're going to do. But just pretty much all of the narratives that had built the market up are now starting to bring it down.
You know, Ron, we've all heard that advice not to panic when things are moving in the markets in the way that they have been as of late. But when you take a look at what we saw last week on Wall Street, combined with the inflation numbers, a lot of people are in panic mode right now. What are the financial experts telling people to do or not do?
Well, I mean, when you go back to the kind of the basics of this type of conversation where when you're asking what people should or shouldn't do, it really depends on their time horizon. Mm-hmm. And so the longer they have to retirement or the longer they have until they need the money, you really don't do anything. And at this juncture, you probably add to positions in high quality companies. Now, having said that, we're in the midst of a bear market, and this can be as much about time as it can be about price going forward. As Jeff was just saying, there are concerns that on Wednesday afternoon, the Federal Reserve will be raising interest rates. We think by a half point. Some people started to talk about the Fed raising rates by 0.75 of a point on Wednesday. We had the 10-year note yield spike to 3.4%, which was the highest level in several years. And we had a big bust in the crypto markets today, and that may have prompted some spillover selling in a variety of different asset classes, stocks, bonds, commodities, and the like. So it's a rough day. It's not a day to make up your mind. You actually could just take some time and sit back and let this thing settle out before doing anything at all.
If you would, Ron, would you take a moment just to sort of teach our viewers here? We've used the term bear market a couple of times. Yeah. Can you just define that clearly for folks who may not be familiar with some of the economic terms that we use?
Sure. Strictly defined, in a bear market when it comes to stocks or any other investment vehicle is a decline of 20% or more from the most recent high. And so, for instance, the NASDAQ is down 33% from its most recent high. The S&P is down 22% from its most recent high. And I believe the Dow's probably down around 15 or 16, maybe even 17% from its most recent high. So it's a technical definition. We've actually been in a bear market almost since the start of the year when we peaked and began to roll over. And we've seen many stocks, the average stock down more than 30%, and some of the biggest names in technology down 50% or more.
Mike, just about a minute or so here before the closing bell. The economy really has been a driving force for President Biden's approval numbers, which have been sinking. We're a couple of months away now from the midterm elections. What's the message from the White House about the economy right now, especially given another day of sell-offs?
Well, it's interesting that Ron uses the word patience, that people should be patient at this moment, especially that's something we hear from the White House often, especially as it relates to the stock market, to look at the longer trend. The problem for this White House, Aaron, is that Democrats are not patient. The Democratic candidates running in the midterm elections are not likely to be patient as well. And there's already significant level of concern among his party that President Biden, the sagging approval ratings, and now the sagging stock market is going to be an anchor on the Democratic hopes to retain control of Congress this November. The White House has been doing everything it can to try to stress that if you look at sort of personal savings, if you look at the rebound in terms of the jobs picture from the COVID pandemic situation that the president inherited, there is a strong economic case to make if Democrats can make it. The problem is that it does seem out of step with the reality that Americans are living in terms of higher gas prices, in terms of higher costs at the grocery store, and now if you look at your 401k, the White House does understand that this is a problem, and they say the president's going to be discussing it more and more. When I was in Los Angeles last week, we actually saw President Biden break away from the Summit of Americas that he was there to attend. We also, of course, are going to see him tomorrow at a union event talking about his vision for the middle class moving forward.
We take you now to the New York Stock Exchange for the closing bell.
There you have it. With those bells on Wall Street, markets have closed the day, continuing their slide, with the S&P falling into bear market territory and the Dow tumbling nearly 1,000 points. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I am Kristen Welker. It has been a very busy day in Washington with the January 6th committee holding its second hearing on former President Trump's lies about the 2020 election. We've also got new developments in Congress as a bipartisan group of lawmakers say they've reached a deal on new gun legislation. I will speak with one of those senators about what happens next. That's coming up. But first, with the S&P 500 falling more than 20% from its highs, gas prices above $5 a gallon on average, and rising inflation, we do want to start with the breaking news on Wall Street with NBC News senior business analyst and the host of the 11th Hour on MSNBC, Stephanie Ruhle. Stephanie, thanks so much for joining me. Really appreciate it. So help us put today into context, if you would. Does a bear market mean a recession is coming? What do you make of today's numbers?
Kristen Welker, I don't hear you if you're speaking to me, so I'm just going to start speaking. I'm going to guess it's 4 p.m., and what am I here to talk about? The markets and the economy. Clearly, it's a really rough day in the markets, and why? Well, fears of recession, and what could cause this recession? Inflation. And all eyes really are on the Fed. The two-day meeting we're expecting to take place this week. Why is it important? Because we can talk all day long and tomorrow about what is the White House going to do, but the clearest and really only big lever the government has is with the Federal Reserve, and that's to raise interest rates. We're expecting they're going to do that this week. The question is how much. And Kristen, it's really, really a balancing act, threading the needle. If they raise rates too much, it makes it very difficult and expensive to borrow, hard to do business, so that could tip us into recession. But if they don't raise rates enough, well, then prices could continue to rise, and at this rate, it's getting harder and harder for people to afford things. Just today, Mark Zandi analyzed gas prices, and compared to last year, it's costing American families about $160 more a month to pay for gas. So you might think, wow, are people going to stop traveling this summer? And the answer thus far is no. We're expecting a huge travel summer because, remember, people have saved up a lot. And one thing that would slow the economy is if we said these prices are so high, I'm not going to pay them. But at this point, we're still paying them, and prices are very high.
All right, Stephanie Ruhle, thank you for that. We will, of course, continue to watch what happens on Wall Street very closely, but we do want to turn now from Wall Street to Capitol Hill, where the January 6th committee held its second hearing in less than a week, focusing on former President Trump's embrace of lies and conspiracy theories surrounding the 2020 election. In testimony and recorded depositions, we heard some of the former president's closest advisors describe how they had told him he had, in fact, lost the election and that he continued claims of election fraud were completely unfounded and in some cases reckless.
Mr. Stilwell, after the votes were counted, who won the presidential election of 2020?
Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. of the great state of Delaware.
So as the week wore on, as we paid attention to those numbers multiple times a day, internally, I was feeling less confident for sure.
What was your view on the state of the election at that point?
Very, very, very bleak.
I did not agree with the idea of saying the election was stolen and putting out this stuff, which I told the president was. My opinion then and my opinion now is that the election was not stolen by fraud.
There were instances where the president would say, people are telling me this, or I've heard this, or I saw on television, this impropriety in Atlanta or Pennsylvania or something. And we were in a position to say, our people have already looked at that, and we know that you're getting bad information, that's not correct.
In today's hearing, we heard extensive testimony from former Attorney General Bill Barr and other advisors about how they tried to convince former President Trump that he was chasing false allegations and lies. They described some of those conspiracy theories as completely nuts and, quote, idiotic. We also heard the committee's deposition with Trump's former campaign manager, Bill Stepien, who was supposed to testify in person but had to cancel because his wife went into labor. Here he is describing how he tried to steer Mr. Trump away from falsely declaring victory on election night.
My belief, my recommendation was to say that votes were still being counted. It's too early to tell, too early to call the race, but we proud of the race we ran, and we think we're in good position, and we'll have more to say about this the next day or the next day whenever we had something to say.
And did anybody who was a part of that conversation disagree with your message?
Yes.
Who was that?
The president disagreed with that.
And near the end of the proceedings, committee member Zoe Lofgren turned her focus to a different alleged deception: the campaign's efforts to raise money to fight the unfounded claims of election fraud, an effort she called the big ripoff.
These fundraising schemes were also part of the effort to disseminate the false claims of election fraud. Throughout the committee's investigation, we found evidence that the Trump campaign and its surrogates misled donors as to where their funds would go and what they would be used for. So not only was there the big lie, there was the big ripoff.
Soundbite that is getting a lot of attention. On the question of whether the committee is laying out a potentially criminal case, Attorney General Merrick Garland told reporters today that federal prosecutors are closely monitoring these hearings. NBC's Ali Vitale is on Capitol Hill. Also with us is NBC's Brandy Zadrozny. She covers misinformation and extremism for us. Washington Post investigative reporter and NBC News contributor Carol Leonnig. And with me on set is NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Thanks to all of you for being here on this very big day. Ali, I do want to start with you on Capitol Hill. Take us inside of the room. What were your big takeaways today? What did we learn?
Well, Kristen, we knew going into this that it was going to be a day where the committee spent a lot of time and resources establishing what the former president knew and what he did anyway. In effect, saying that he was told by every member of his inner orbit, save for Rudy Giuliani and several lawyers who were aligned with Giuliani, that he had lost the election and that he continued to pursue these claims of fraud anyway. Of course, the introduction of the financial piece of it is also really important, especially as some prosecutors wonder whether or not the committee is trying to lay the groundwork here for some kind of financial fraud case that the Department of Justice could pick up. I'm sure that's something that Danny and others who actually have legal degrees can speak to here. But I also just think from the way that the day began, It was yet another day, and I think you and I and all of the rest of us lived these for 5 years during the Trump era in Washington. It was a day where when Bill Stepien was no longer testifying, when the committee start got pushed back, I had an aide say to me, you know, if we wrote it this way, you guys would have said we jumped the shark, effectively saying that it's all stranger than fiction the way that this always plays out when it comes to Trump and his allies. Certainly it was no exception today, but in the room, I think one of the things that was really striking to me as I sat there was the fact that yes, we heard from the former president during the first primetime hearing, but not extensively, nothing more than a quick bite from one of his rally speeches. Today, instead, during the first moment that they played extensive remarks of the former president saying that he had won the election anyway, we did see from some people in the room sort of this perking up at the sound of the former president's voice. I think it's really stunning. He has been the central focus here, but hearing it from him, putting together what his aides were telling him and juxtaposing that with what he said anyway, I think that was really striking both for people in the room and for viewers.
I think you're absolutely right, Allie. Also striking that the committee ended on images of January 6th yet again to refocus the conversation around that. Carol, Allie makes the good point that in Trump world, sometimes truth can be stranger than fiction. And here we saw that again today, where Bill Stepien, the star witness who was supposed to appear in person, didn't show up. As we said, his wife went into labor, committee members wishing him well, as of course is everyone right now. But look, the committee played portions of his taped testimony where he said he told the former president not to declare victory on election night. He talked about a meeting on November 7th when he said, look, the numbers are just not in your favor. How compelling was it to hear from Stepien, even though it was taped? Some people say it actually wound up being more effective.
I think it did ultimately become more effective. We'll see about Trump supporters and whether or not this moves the needle for them at all. But, you know, put this against the backdrop, Kristen, of how many of the individuals we heard from today, every single one of them, save for the questioners, were people inside Trump's orbit, people inside telling the president in real time, you didn't win. There's not evidence of fraud. You're not going to win this election. Don't count your chickens before they're hatched. The thing about Bill Stepien's testimony, even though it was just the videotape rather than live, was the kind of, you know, partially funny and partially abhorrent remark he makes that I was part of Team Normal, and on the president's team there was also Team Crazy. It's abhorrent to think that, as Bill Stepien describes, Team Normal wasn't getting any traction with President Trump. Only Team Crazy was getting into his eardrums. The folks like Rudy Giuliani and other lawyers and allies associated with him who kept telling the president there's a way to victory, including that, you know, gripping night of election night, which we've reported in our book, which is Rudy Giuliani is announcing, looking kind of tipsy, but announcing to the crowd and to the president, just say you won in the middle of the night of the election before everything is really done. Where Bill Stepien is warning the other. From Team Normal comes the voice saying, don't announce any victory. It's too soon to tell. Wait till everything's counted. But what does President Trump go with? Team Crazy.
It was so stunning to hear multiple former advisors to the former president say that Rudy Giuliani was inebriated that night. We reached out to Rudy Giuliani and his legal team, by the way. We didn't hear back. Danny Savalas, I want to turn to you now. We heard former Attorney General Bill Barr. He had a lot to say, essentially saying over and over again, he told former President Trump that these allegations of fraud were completely baseless. He also said that he told the former president the DOJ is an extension of his legal team. Take a listen.
The president said there had been major fraud and that as soon as the facts were out, the results of the election would be reversed. Then he got to something that I was expecting, which is to say that apparently the Department of Justice doesn't think that it has a role of looking into these fraud claims. So I said, you know, that has to be the campaign that raises that with the state. The department doesn't take sides in elections, and the department is not an extension of your legal team.
Danny, talk about the legality here. A number of committee members saying over the weekend they believe they're laying out a case that the Department of Justice should look at and potentially pursue a criminal indictment.
Yes, this was a national audience, but it was also an audience of one, and that audience member would be Merrick Garland, who now has a tough choice to make once the smoke clears from these hearings. Okay. So the question becomes, you know, Trump, we talk about what did he know? And then we talk about what did he really know? I mean, is he so delusional, the argument goes, that he couldn't have known that he lost and that maybe he believed the election was being stolen from him? But in the law, we talked about this morning, there is a concept called willful blindness. The government in criminal cases doesn't always need to prove that you absolutely 100% knew and intended that what you were doing would be illegal. It is enough often if you are willfully blind to the illegality of what you are doing. And that is what the committee is trying to lay out. And for folks who paid passing attention before, now they're seeing all the times and all the authorities, including Barr and many other people, who told President Trump it's over.
Danny, did the committee do a good enough job connecting those dots today? Because as you point out, they made the case that there was an avalanche of information and voices, a chorus of voices, telling him that these claims of election fraud were baseless. And that really is the question and what you're getting at. Is it willfully ignoring the reality that's been presented to him? But did he think, hey, maybe I have a shot?
It's easy for me to sit here and say that I believe theoretically, if you look at the codes and statutes, that there is potentially evidence connecting the dots to Trump's knowledge with his actions, and that could be criminal. But the practical, when the rubber meets the road, the real question is, does a career prosecutor who has their job in mind, do they feel strongly enough about this? If you're Merrick Garland, are you willing to take a risk to go after the biggest trophy out there, which is a former president, knowing that he has a number of different kinds of defenses, including the First Amendment, lack of knowledge, other things. Remember that this was a one-sided hearing. This was more like a grand jury proceeding, which we don't normally see, but which is a one-way show. It is the prosecution show entirely. And that's what we heard here. We didn't really hear exculpatory evidence. We only heard inculpatory, bad evidence against someone who was obviously, in grand jury speak, would be considered the target.
Yeah, and I think that's a really important point to lay out, that this is being conducted more like a grand jury. Really interesting, Dan. Brandy, I want to turn to you. We heard the former AG say that the theories pushed by former President Trump's team were, to use a number of words, bogus, silly, and based on complete misinformation. We also heard former White House officials talk about how they considered them nuts. Let's take a listen.
You know, the theory was also completely nuts. Right. I mean, there's a combination of Italians, Germans. I mean, different things have been floating around as to who was involved. I remember Hugo Chavez and the Venezuelan. She has an affidavit from somebody who says they wrote a software in. It's something with the Philippines, and just all over the radar.
Just all over the radar. Brandy, can you walk us through what were some of the theories that were being pushed and spread at this point, and how were they being spread?
Well, we counted at the time, this was in November, we were counting the number of distinct narratives that made up the election fraud disinformation campaign. And we counted dozens of different narratives that made them up. And it was really, you know, I can feel his frustration because it was a barrage of baseless, nuts claims. You know, it was throwing spaghetti at the wall. So we were told by right-wing blogs and, you know, people like Rudy Giuliani and QAnon influencers like Sidney Powell and then the president himself, that ballots had been destroyed, that they had been dumped by trucks in Pennsylvania, that they had been switched somehow, that they had been lost somehow, that they had been found somehow, that voters were voting who were undocumented or from out of state or using their maiden name or were dead. And, you know, the culprits were really just as varied, you know, blamed voters, the media, election workers, Democrats, machines, software. I mean, how much time do we have? So, but when you have this like random nonsensical narrative, it really is hard to combat the onslaught effectively because it's basically like choose your own adventure. And what sticks is different from each person. So I thought it was really effective at the end of the hearing. We heard a little bit from rally goers on January 6th, why they were there. You know, they were asked what they were doing there, and each one had their own specific story for how the election had been stolen and why they weren't going to take it anymore and why they were there to avenge it.
I think you bring up a really important point, Brandy, which is that so many of these theories wound up being repeated by the people who stormed the Capitol on January 6th. And that is why the committee decided to end with that video today, to hear the rioters in their own words, to try to connect some of those dots. And Carol, to that point, you've been reporting on this stuff for months, if not longer. Do you think, based on your reporting, that the former president really believed these conspiracy theories? Or, again, did he know that he had lost, but he was trying to find a way to stay in office?
You know, the only way I can answer that question, Kristen, and it's the central question, is to say, I can't get inside Donald Trump's head. And I have tried. I interviewed him at Mar-a-Lago after he was in exile and no longer president with my great colleague, Philip Rucker. I felt that the former president's position when he was president was to basically every time someone told him one story was false, for him to raise up another theory about fraud that occurred in Pennsylvania. And if Bill Barr told him that's not true, he raised another thing about a truck in Georgia or a suitcase under Fulton County election ballot counting office. You know, every single time someone tried to whack-a-mole one little mole down, he had another mole that sprang up. My sense is that he knew he was losing. He knew that there were serious people in front of him telling him this is BS. Yeah. He had to, just as his daughter has testified, he had to respect their position because they had actually independently investigated it. One of the most powerful parts of today's testimony was former U.S. Attorney in Georgia completely discounting the fraudulent way in which Rudy Giuliani used a partial clip of a video to claim that votes were stolen in Fulton County, Georgia. That former federal prosecutor said when they reviewed the entirety of the videotape of the election counting, it was clear no fraud had been involved at all, that this was not a suitcase of ballots illegally counted for Biden. And it's that moment when you see that one of the president's allies is fudging sort of the video, tampering with the evidence to make their claim, where you start to see the intent and the knowledge that this is bogus. Yeah. I would also say another important point that we haven't talked about yet is the issue of the fundraising. The fundraising claims that are made in this hearing today are really intriguing to me because the fact pattern is so similar to the criminal charges that were brought against Steve Bannon. Fundraising on something you know is false. Fundraising on something that you end up lining the pockets of yourself and your allies. That is a really interesting case that I'm sure Merrick Garland is watching closely.
Yeah, well, Carol, I'm so glad you raised that, and you take me to the exact question that I had actually for Danny. Danny, pick up on that point. Where does the fundraising piece of this fit into how the Department of Justice may be viewing these hearings?
Yeah, watch this spot because this came up in the beginning. They loaded it at the end. And it's true. This is the same thing they went after Steve Bannon over. This is the kind of thing that the Trump organization, that kind of format when it comes to raising money, whether it be Trump University, all kinds of those shenanigans that predated the presidency, they seem to be back when it comes to fundraising. And that is going to be an issue I think we have not heard the last of. That's why I think we saw it at the beginning and again at the end.
Yeah, and the committee made the point that the funds were not going to where they were stated to be. Okay, fantastic conversation. Ali Vitale, Brandy Zadrozny, Carol Lenning, and Danny Savalos. Thank you all for being here. And coming up, if the January 6th committee is laying out a potentially criminal case, the fallout across American politics could be staggering. My panel is here to discuss that and more next. And later, battleground voters gear up for Election Day. We've got the latest in a key battleground for control of the Senate ahead. You're watching Meet the Press now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The January 6th committee continues to lay out its case that former President Trump was at the center of attempts to overturn the 2020 election, all while the country looks ahead to the 2020 midterm elections. For more on the political fallout of these hearings, I'm joined here on set by Noah Rothman, associate editor at Commentary Magazine and an MSNBC contributor. Also with us from Washington, Faz Shakir, senior advisor to Bernie Sanders. Thanks to both of you for being here. So, Noah, I want to start with you, get your takeaways, and also, how do you anticipate Republicans are going to deal with these hearings as we get closer to the midterms? I was looking today at online reaction, and it seems like the strategy is to pivot to gas prices, to pivot to inflation, obviously the biggest issue for Americans. But these hearings are still looming.
Yeah, I think it would be political malpractice for Republicans to take their eye off the primary drivers of voter enthusiasm, all of which surround pocketbook issues. But it would be a mistake, I think, entirely to dismiss these proceedings, in part because what we are learning is revelatory and has profound impact on the future of the Republic. What we saw today was sort of a rehashing of a lot of what was established, with new testimony from Barr, nevertheless, rehashing of what was established on Thursday night, namely that the president had no reason to believe his claims of fraud were legitimate and a lot of reason not to believe it. That establishes malice. It also establishes in the minds of his supporters the reason why they were there. It's important to tease that out. But some of the biggest revelations that we heard on Thursday night, at least allegations that we heard on Thursday night, were not touched today, and I'm waiting to hear them sussed out.
What's the top one for you?
Well, among them, Liz Cheney said there's the 7-point plan. I want to hear more about the 7-point plan. My primary concern, and one that has been just alleged and not supported sufficiently for my taste, is that on the day of this event, the president, in the 3 some odd hours where this was happening, simply ceded his control over military, over the National Guard, which reports directly to the president in Washington, D.C., and the vice president, to whom these powers cannot devolve constitutionally, simply assumed them. And the Pentagon responded. That, to me, is a breakdown of the constitutional order.
Yeah, and I think on Thursday, when the focus will be on the pressure campaign on the former vice president, we may learn more about that. We'll have to see. But I think that you are right. Clearly, this is a moment where the committee bears the burden of trying to connect all of the dots that they laid out in that first hearing. Faz, let me turn to you now, because Democrats are signaling they are going to weave these hearings into their broader midterm messaging. I've been talking to sources who tell me, look, it's not going to be the key focus. We know Americans care about inflation and gas prices. At the same time, they believe it fits into a broader narrative of what President Biden has called ultra MAGA Republicans. But how much of a risk is there in that?
I mean, there's a decent amount of risk because I think you got to tie it to some narratives that are relevant to voters now. So we can look back into the past and talk about the moment we may have lost our democracy, and that's very real, and the salacious details will be painful to witness and observe. But the question that I think most voters would ask is, so what does this have to do with the vote in 2022? And, you know, as I wrestle with it, I've tried to think about at least 3 areas that if Democrats were thinking about narratives that they might want to advance. One is just, it's a matter of judgment, you know, and if you make this about judgment, do you trust the Republicans' judgment if they can't concede that they lost, if that they're going to kind of kowtow to the big lie? So there's a judgment question. There's also a misplaced priorities question. If you put them in charge, would they have the right priorities? Would they be fighting for you, or would they be too worried about carrying on the grievances of Donald Trump or others? And then the third is around the corruption of government. So even if you know, however you might feel about this, do you want the government being corrupted in the manner that it was by Trump and his cronies to make money off of it, to see them sell books, to try to sell literally lies to the American public, that there's a corrupting of our government? I think, you know, if you can tie it to something related to the Republican agenda, you might have a better chance. But I'd say all that caveating that you still have to stay focused on the number 1, 2, and 3 issues, which, quite frankly, are not the committee hearings.
Yeah, and Faz, let me just follow up with you very quickly, because when I talk to Republican sources, they tell me, look, we're going to say this is Democrats wasting precious time and not being focused on issues like inflation. Could that be a further drag on the party potentially?
Well, I think if you're showing that you're making government work, right? If you think about the Democratic brand, the Democratic Party is supposed to stand for competent, functional government. And certainly that was a core part of what President Biden was telling coming back into office, a return to normalcy. Let's calm the waters, essentially. And so if you can make sure that the hearings are really an effort to try to have accountability in government, to make sure that it functions well, then I think, yeah, you do have an argument to say, hey, you know, listen, we just need the government to work right. But I don't think that people are going to fully believe you unless and until you also capture doing something about their number 1, 2, and 3 priorities. You got to deal with the economy and pass this gun legislation, deal, you know, with more pocketbook issues that Noah's referencing. If you can't do those, I don't think you get rescued by focusing on competent, functional government, because people are just upset about the nature of government itself.
I'm going to go out into the field and talk to one of our reporters in a moment. But Noah, your response to what Faz is saying?
Yeah, I think there's more risk than reward here for Democrats, and we saw a lot of this in the original impeachment proceedings. There was a lot of foot dragging about going through another impeachment process because it precluded legislating. It precluded a lot of the work of government, competent government that Faz is talking about. And what we're seeing here, as albeit a very important, I think, process just for posterity alone, the momentous weight of this event precludes us from ignoring it. But nevertheless, is there political upside here for Democrats? No, I do not see it. Quite a bit of downside.
And that is what the committee members will tell you, that they are laying out the historical record of what happened on January 6th. While we're discussing the political fallout of these hearings, NBC's senior political reporter John Allen is in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, where he spoke to some voters. And of course, the vice chair of the committee, Congresswoman Liz Cheney, is up for re-election. How closely are voters out there watching what's happening on Capitol Hill?
Not that closely, Kristen. And I think the reason is that they've already made up their minds in a lot of ways. That said, no one has more at risk, speaking of what you were just talking about with the panel, nobody has more at risk than Liz Cheney in leaning into this January 6th investigation. And when you talk to people here about that investigation, whether or not they're watching it, most of them are really unhappy with her about it. However, here in Jackson, which is a little bit of a blue dot in a red sea, you get a little bit more of a mix of opinion. And we can listen to some of that now.
I'm a Democrat, but I'm going to switch parties when I vote. We're allowed to do that here, so I can vote for Liz.
Like I say, she's brave. I think she's courageous to do what she's doing, but I don't agree with her politics. I don't agree with the fact that she kind of betrayed Trump.
She doesn't represent the people that want her there. Like, she's supposed to be conservative and for what common people want. She's not playing that role at all.
And Christian, what you hear from even Liz Cheney's allies is that they think she has an uphill battle to re-election. Her opponents think it's more like the mountain behind me, much steeper, much larger. What we're witnessing here, though, is a congresswoman who is really willing to go after former President Trump in these January 6 hearings. And I think the question is going to become whether that is a viable electoral strategy. Right now, it doesn't look that way, as compared to a strategy that puts her in a better position, gives her a bigger platform as either a presidential candidate in 2024 or as the leader of a faction of the Republican Party outside of electoral politics.
Yeah, well, speaking of mountains, John Allen, I think you win for the best backdrop. We'd all swap places with you in a minute. Thank you for your great analysis and interviews from the field. Noah, pick up on where John leaves off. Just big picture here, because, of course, we're watching Congresswoman Liz Cheney quite closely. But we're also wondering what this might mean for Trump himself. We know that he's considering another run in 2024. There's some concerns among moderate Republicans he may announce as soon as this summer. They're worried that that could actually hurt their chances in the midterms. But do you think this hearing could actually diminish some of his rapport? Could it make it tougher for him to run?
That is very difficult for me to see. It's quite possible. I don't think anything would dissuade him from running if he's convinced that he has to run, particularly if he feels like he has to announce in the summer before a midterm election year intended entirely to freeze the field of potential Republican opponents, because he's afraid of them, because he's afraid that they have the wind at their backs and he does not. So he has to get out early, get out now. Representative Cheney is facing an uphill battle, and I don't think she's going to survive. We have a mixed bag of results so far from the primaries when it comes to Trump endorsements, Trump non-endorsements. This is one I think are going to send a very clear and unambiguous signal, particularly when it comes to the January 6th committee hearings, and anybody who lent them any legitimacy is going to be punished by the Republican electorate. That's what makes it that much more important.
And Faz, let me give you the final word here and have you weigh in on President Biden. As you know, there is some skepticism within the Democratic Party about whether he will run again in 2024. He says he will, and about whether he should. In fact, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez was asked over the weekend if she would support him in 2024, and she said, we'll have to take a look at it. So she wouldn't even commit. Do you think that President Biden would have a broad base of support among Democrats if he decides to run again, which he says he will?
Yeah, especially if we're Donald Trump and it was a rematch, I do think you'd have the same kind of consolidation. You have a lot of people fired up to put him back into office and ensure that Donald Trump doesn't win. I think that, if Donald Trump wants to get in early and announce early, and none of us know how that guy thinks, but I assume he's probably worried about Ron DeSantis and his polling within the Republican Party. So he'd probably want to beat DeSantis to the punch and announce first, his hope that he could scare him off. So if that were the case, yeah, you set up a situation where quite frankly, it might be the major thing compelling Biden to want to run again, because it also may be the case that he feels like a term is enough, and he may be thinking to let other people have a shot in 2024. But I could imagine him being mobilized around saying, you give me Trump, I'll take him down one more time.
He's already signaled that exact same sentiment. All right, Faz Shakir, Noah Rothman, thank you both so much for a fantastic conversation. John Allen, thanks to you as well. Up next, we're one day out from Election Day, and former President Trump's Senate pick in battleground Nevada is leading polls by double digits in a race to challenge one of the Democratic Party's most vulnerable senators in November. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now. Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Welcome back. As primary voters in Nevada, Maine, North Dakota, and South Carolina prepare to head to the polls tomorrow, all eyes are on Nevada, where Republicans see an opportunity to flip an all-important Senate seat in November. Former Nevada Attorney General Adam Laxalt is facing off against retired Army Captain Sam Brown in the Republican Senate primary. The winner will have a chance to take on Democratic incumbent Catherine Cortez Masto, whose seat is seen as vulnerable. Now, according to a Nevada independent poll conducted last week, the Trump-endorsed Laxalt enjoys a double-digit lead over Brown heading into tomorrow's election. Joining me now with more on the Nevada Senate primary is NBC's Guad Venegas from Reno. Guad, thanks so much for being here. Look, polls are showing Laxalt still leads Sam Brown by double digits, as we just said, but Brown has narrowed this gap a little bit in the last few months. Is there any scenario where this could flip?
Kristen, that is correct, and their own internal polling suggests that that 14-point lead could be within the margin of error. So his campaign is working hard. We spent the weekend with both candidates, Adam Laxalt speaking to voters in Nevada and in towns outside of Nevada with the same message where he's blaming the Democrats for everything that's wrong in the state. Inflation, high gas prices, the cost of housing. Meanwhile, Sam Brown was knocking on doors. His message is a little more moderate, and he does say that Adam Laxalt is more of a showman. Sam Brown thinks that if he were to be elected to the Senate, he can really create change and push for legislation that will benefit Nevadans. Here's part of the conversation that we had with Sam Brown.
Adam Laxalt has relied on, political celebrities to come in and do a lot of the heavy lifting for him. Political celebrities don't do anything for Nevadans, especially when they're from out of state. People have been burned by, people who are more concerned about their Twitter followership or if they've got enough views on Facebook or Instagram. That doesn't deliver results for an American people that are frankly hurting.
So both candidates trying to win the votes of Republicans in Nevada so that they could move on and face Catherine Cortez Masto. And then that would be the hard part, right? Because they would have to win the votes of the large number of nonpartisan, undecided voters that are here in Nevada, Kristen.
Let me ask you, Guad, and it's great to hear that interview you did with Sam Brown. Well done there. One of our colleagues, Natasha Korecki, reported on the, quote, Trump fatigue that has been bubbling up in a number of different states, including in Nevada. Are you getting a sense that that is happening in Nevada, and could that be generating this 11th hour push for Brown?
So for the primaries, the attention is focused on Republicans in Nevada, right? Registered Republicans are the ones that are going to vote in these primaries. And Republicans here still support Trump. And as we've seen in the polling, Adam Laxalt is ahead. So these hardcore Republicans that supported Donald Trump are still, from these polls that we've seen, supporting Adam Laxalt. So it is going to be difficult for someone like Sam Brown, who's a little more moderate. He does believe that people will support him. So we'll have to wait and see the results. But as of now, not only did Donald Trump endorse Adam Laxalt, Ron DeSantis, who's a personal friend of his, also came to Nevada and campaigned with Adam Laxalt, and the Republicans in the state have shown their support for him.
Yeah, and those endorsements certainly do make a difference. Great reporting, NBC's Guad Venegas in Nevada. Thank you so much. And still ahead, new details on gun legislation. Democratic Senator Martin Heinrich helped broker the bipartisan agreement. He joins us to talk about what's in the framework and what's not. That's next. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye. This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Welcome back. A bipartisan group of senators reached a deal for a framework on new gun legislation yesterday, planning to take action in the wake of deadly mass shootings at that supermarket in Buffalo, New York, and the elementary school in Uvalde, Texas. The group has not written the full text of the bill, but here what was included in the deal: incentives for states to pass red flag laws to keep weapons out of the hands of people a court has deemed dangerous, enhanced background checks for gun buyers between 18 and 21, and funding for mental health, also school safety. The framework also includes provisions that close loopholes in gun policies for domestic abusers and criminalizes purchasing a gun for someone barred from buying one themselves. Longtime gun reform advocate Democrat Chris Murphy and Texas Republican John Cornyn led the group, which now includes 10 Republicans, making it possible for the potential bill to meet the Senate's 60-vote threshold once it's brought to a vote. I'm joined now by one of the senators who helped broker this deal, Democratic Senator from New Mexico, Martin Heinrich. Senator, thank you so much for joining me this afternoon.
Oh, it's great to be with you.
So let's talk through what is in this deal and what is not. The compromise does not include some of the big things that Democrats had been pushing for, that President Biden had been pushing for, including raising the age to buy an assault weapon. So how big of a step forward is this in the fight for gun reform?
Well, it's a first step. It is a big first step. This, if we can pass this, would be the biggest thing to happen since the assault weapons ban was passed in the 1990s. And there are a number of provisions in this, including with respect to domestic violence, the enhanced background checks, trafficking and straw purchaser language that will absolutely save lives. And so I think this is a very important first step.
Senator, it's not clear, though, that even if this legislation were in place, that it would have stopped the massacres in Uvalde or Buffalo. What do you say to argue that, those who argue, I should say, that these changes just don't go far enough?
That the more we're able to actually engage on this issue and change policy as opposed to just viewing it as a political battle for one side or the other, the more we'll be able to do and the more lives we'll be able to save. I've heard time and again, when we have these conversations, oh, that law wouldn't have fixed this particular shooting. I think the way that we should be viewing this is as many things as we can do to reduce gun violence, because every single life we save is everything for a family somewhere.
Do you think that if this does become a law, do you think this would have prevented the massacres, though, that the country has just witnessed?
I know that it could have prevented some shootings. When you look at being able to find someone in the database, in the NICS database, who has had previous issues that should raise flags, the enhanced waiting period is something that is going to help with that. In addition, we've seen in my state the incredible amount of gun violence in neighboring Mexico that comes from firearms trafficked from the United States. I think it would be shocking for most of your viewers to know that while it's illegal and prosecutable to traffic guns into the United States, it's actually not illegal to traffic them out of the United States. There are so many common sense things that we've been able to include in this legislation that will absolutely help law enforcement prevent more gun violence.
So in terms of the numbers, 10 Republican senators signed on to agreeing to this bill. None of them are on the ballot this year. What do you think that says about the political dynamics around this issue, particularly when you look at the polls, Senator, when the vast majority of Americans support provisions like expanded background checks and red flag laws?
Well, I think we were looking for people who were genuinely willing to engage and not use this for a re-election campaign. And that's what happened this time around that was different, is people came together and were not stuck in their previous positions. They were willing to say, what can we do to show the American people we can govern, that we can start this conversation and do things that will matter? And that is why you see some of the names that you see. I mean, I'm not up for re-election either. But boy, if I could go home to my constituents, to people who have been victims of gun violence and say, we are doing this, this, and this that is going to change things. I know it's not everything, but it's a start. That would be the most progress we've seen in decades.
Yeah, so you have 10 Republicans. Can you guarantee that you will hold every single Democrat and that once this is legislative text, once it's a bill, that it will become law?
You can never guarantee, but I feel very good about where this framework landed. And the fact that you have Chris Murphy, who has been such a champion of gun reform in our caucus, leading the negotiations, that speaks very well for being able to hold our members. And the fact that we have 10 Republicans is something we've never seen since I've been in this body. So I am very hopeful about being able to move forward.
So just to put a fine point on this, you're confident you'll hold all Democrats, but you're not 100% certain.
Well, I haven't spoken to every single member, but you have the real advocates for gun reform on the inside of these negotiations. So I don't think Democrats are going to be a challenge here. We're obviously going to have to hold all 10 of those Republicans, and hopefully we can build on that base and actually show the American people that we can get something done on gun reform.
And Senator, there's no legislative text yet. Are you concerned that there will be obstacles along the way that could ultimately derail its passage? How quickly do you think you could get this passed ultimately?
Well, people have been negotiating the fundamental legislative text from the very beginning. These are not new issues that just got on the table within the context of these negotiations. There have been multiple bills from both sides of the aisle dealing with these issues. And so we've had paper to trade right from the start. I think that process is moving very quickly. Those things are being drafted as we speak with both sides constructively at the table. So I do think we will get legislative text.
Very quickly, just so we put a fine point on it, when do you think it will pass ultimately? What's the timeline you're looking at?
Weeks, not months.
Okay. Senator Martin Heinrich, thank you so much for your time today. We really appreciate it. And coming up, America's gun violence epidemic. A doctor weighs in on why she thinks guns are a public health issue. You're watching Meet the Press now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicki has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Gun violence in America isn't just a policy issue. It's a public health one, too. In addition to the horrific mass shootings we've seen over the past month, guns are a major contributor to homicides and suicides in the U.S. According to Pew Research, in 2020 alone, over 45,000 Americans died of gun-related injuries. I'm joined now by Dr. Megan Rainey. She's a practicing emergency physician and an academic dean at the Brown University School of Public Health. Dr. Rainey, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. I just want to get your gut reaction to this framework that was announced yesterday. You've obviously been working in gun reform for a long time. How big of a first step is this? That's how the senator just described it.
Yeah, this is a tremendous and really important first step. We have been decades without any federal progress on policies that we know make a difference to reduce firearm injuries and deaths. The closing of the so-called boyfriend loophole alone cannot be overstated in terms of its importance. The leading reason for women dying in this country is because of intimate partner or domestic violence homicide, and most of those happen because of a gun. Closing that boyfriend loophole, allowing firearms to be temporarily or permanently removed from domestic violence perpetrators, will reduce the number of firearm deaths of women, will reduce firearm suicides, and will reduce firearm homicides. And that's not even mentioning all of the other policies that are in this proposed group of legislative actions.
You know, it's notable. The proposal essentially gives states incentives, funds to enact red flag laws, but it does not federally mandate red flag laws. Do you think if this bill were to have been a law in place, that it could have prevented these mass shootings that we've been covering in recent months, like the ones in Buffalo and Uvalde?
You know, there's no single law that is going to stop every shooting. From my background, both as an emergency physician and as a public health researcher, I know that reducing the toll of any injury or illness takes lots of different things, both policies and community action. A red flag law may have made a difference, but I know that red flag laws are actively making a difference in the 20 states that have them. They're reducing suicides. They're serving to stop school shootings. We have documentation of the use of red flag laws to do that. And they reduce the risk of domestic violence, homicides, and other firearm deaths. So I would be hopeful. Can I guarantee it? No, but it sure as heck is a step in the right direction.
Yeah, what are the next steps that you would like to see? Let's assume this legislation passes. Where do you want lawmakers to put their focus next? What should be at the top of the list?
So I think that assumption is a big one. Seeing this package turned into legislation that gets voted on and turned into law would be tremendous. But once we do that, we then have to enforce it. Listen, there's so much data out there that unfortunately the policies that we already have are not actually put into place, are not actually enforced. People don't even know that red flag laws exist in many states. So that's part one. And then we have to continue to create communities for change. One of the things that I think is most extraordinary about this package is the bipartisan nature of it. It brings together firearm owners and non-firearm owners, red state and blue state politicians, Republicans and Democrats, to say together that gun violence is a public health issue and we will not tolerate guns killing people and being misused in this country anymore. So I need to see more of that community change going forwards.
Well, and you lead me to my next question. It's interesting. Senators have said that they've actually received more calls from gun owners after the Buffalo and Uvalde shootings than they've seen after other mass shootings. And I wonder, you've heard a lot of people say that this moment has to be different after Uvalde, after that horrific massacre at that school. Do you think we are witnessing and experiencing a cultural shift?
I think whether we experience a cultural shift is honestly up to us. I've been working on this issue for almost 15 years now. I helped start a nonprofit that represents partnerships between gun owners and non-gun owners, committed to preventing the misuse of firearms, committed to preventing injury and death from firearms. I know that it is possible, but we each have to stand up and say that we are going to reach across the aisle and do this critically important work. Well, that's how change in America gets done.
Well, we really appreciate your insights this afternoon. Dr. Megan Rainey, thank you so much. And thank you all for being with us this hour. I'll be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News with Hallie Jackson is next.
We're coming on the air with a whole bunch of red on Wall Street, with tech stocks driving numbers down, Bitcoin losing half its value. So what's not falling? The price of gas, food, loans, everything. Up ahead, why the Fed thinks more rate hikes this week could actually save us money. Plus, we're hearing directly from one of former President Trump's closest advisors, suggesting Mr. Trump knew he lost the election and pushed lies about fraud anyway. All of it as the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, says he's watching these hearings. We're going to break down why that's important and how the January 6th committee is trying to draw this line from the big lie right to the Capitol attack. Also on Capitol Hill, senators applauding a new framework for a potential gun bill, with some lawmakers hoping it's on the president's desk by the end of July. Why the pressure's on now to make sure Republicans don't jump ship. Plus, the heat is on across the country, literally, as there's now this new push to name heat waves, just like we do for hurricanes. That's in tonight's original. And Google denying a top engineer's claims that the company's new artificial intelligence can actually feel emotions, just like you and me. He's now on administrative leave. Why he says this AI has a soul. Yeah, we got that later in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie. So listen, not the most fun start to the week if you own stocks or drive a car or buy things. So pretty much all of us start with stocks, right? Because they took a dive again today, with investors even more worried that rising inflation could tip the economy into a recession. This is the board. The Dow down, look at that, 876 points. The S&P actually hit bear territory. That means it's down 20% from the high that it hit in January. And you knew this was going to happen. Gas prices now above $5 a gallon. national average. We hit that milestone, if you will, over the weekend. It's now $5.01 across the country, a new record high, up $2 from a year ago, expected to get to $6 by Labor Day. And as prices go up, the Fed's expected to announce another half-point interest rate hike on Wednesday, trying to fight inflation that's the highest it's been in 40 years. So, yeah, that could help. But it could also make the rates you pay on your credit cards or even certain home loans that much more expensive. Kate Rogers is joining us now to talk about all of this. Kate, we're glad to have you with us. Start with the market, start with the Fed. How do we put into context what we saw today in the markets and what we should expect as we look ahead of this Fed meeting Wednesday?
Yeah, Hallie, good to be here. A lot of volatility over and ahead of this Fed meeting on Wednesday because there's a long-held belief that higher interest rates will help to control inflation, but how quickly that can happen and whether it'll work or not is part of the reason you're seeing a lot of the volatility we've been experiencing. So if you take a look at this chart, it's the CBO's projections that high inflation will persist throughout the year. The PCE, or Personal Consumption Expenditures Price Index, will be at 4.0 this year, which is elevated. Now, the Fed's higher rates would make borrowing less appealing and more expensive to people, so that slows demand down to catch up with supply, which, remember, has been an issue throughout the pandemic. And if there's less demand, you could see more discounting on the retailer side to get consumers in the door buying those products. But then there's also a concern that if you go too quickly with these hikes, there could be more damage to the economy, which is, again, behind a lot of the market volatility we've been seeing over the past few days and weeks.
So the other piece of this, too, you talk about volatility, fine, in the markets. What about stuff like gas prices, right? Record highs, but the job market's really hot. And it seems like that low unemployment rate is a critical piece of the economic picture. If, in fact, we do hit a recession, what does that mean for the labor market?
Yeah, it's a great question. So if consumers pull back and spend less, we'll be in a very different spending environment than we're in today. You're even starting to hear executives like Starbucks CEO Howard Schultz, and that company's doing well, remember, warning that American families cannot keep spending the way that they are right now because of inflation. Companies today are still looking for workers, particularly in certain sectors. I cover the restaurant industry for us, so that's one place that workers are still very much needed. But if there's a pullback and less demand, those workers may not be needed. We're also seeing that slip a bit. For example, weekly jobless claims last week hit the highest levels we've seen since mid-January. But there's also a fear, to bring it back to the Fed, that if they raise too much too fast, that could have negative impacts on the economy. For example, you could see wages go down, which would also be a bad thing.
We talk a lot about crypto on this show, about Bitcoin, about this currency. It is taking a real hit today. Explain why this is significant. Explain how we should be looking at this and reading into it.
Yeah, so some investors see Bitcoin as a riskier investment, and you mentioned it fell below 23,000 today, closed just above that, but that was the lowest level we've seen since December of 2020. Over the weekend and into Monday morning, more than $200 billion had been wiped off the entire cryptocurrency market, a huge number. Meanwhile, there was also this crypto lending company called Celsius that paused withdrawals for its customers, so that kind of sparked even more fears of contagion into the broader crypto market. And there are also macro factors we're seeing, like inflation, you mentioned, the broader market volatility, et cetera, kind of feeding into the drop in Bitcoin as well, because investors seem to be pulling their money from everywhere these days.
Kate,
back over to you.
Good to have that breakdown, Kate. Really appreciate you being with us. Thanks. In Washington today, the January 6th committee zeroing in on how the so-called big lie about the 2020 election got its start, who knew it was a lie, and why that matters as they try to connect the dots back to former President Trump to make this argument that he was at the center of an attempted coup to overthrow the legitimate election results. So here's the case they're making. First, that the former president knew he lost. Second, that he ignored advice from a ton of people in his inner circle not to go out and say he won prematurely. And three, that he decided to push a bunch of lies about fraud anyway. And so to make that case, the committee is using the words of those closest to the former president, like his former attorney general, Bill Barr.
I told him that the stuff that his people were shoveling out to the public was bull. I thought, boy, if he really believes this stuff, he has, lost contact with he's become detached from reality. There was never an indication of interest in what the actual facts were.
Now, the marquee witness was supposed to be Mr. Trump's ex-campaign manager, Bill Stepien. But, hashtag timing, his wife went into labor. He apparently was in Washington this morning. He was ready to go. Obviously, that took precedence. He flew back for that. So instead, the panel used pieces of his deposition, which had been videotaped. And in those comments, Stepien laid out that there seemed to be basically two teams trying to get the former president's ear. One team that was pushing this so-called big lie, the other one, the one that Stepien was on, which was not.
I didn't mind being characterized as being part of Team Normal, as reporters, kind of started to do around that point in time. I built up a pretty good, I hope, a good reputation for being honest and professional. And I didn't think what was happening was necessarily honest or professional at that point in time.
So instead, the former president relied on folks like this guy, Rudy Giuliani, his personal attorney, who was pushing him to get out there and say, hey, the election was stolen. Both Stepien and Trump advisor Jason Miller testified Giuliani was intoxicated, was basically drunk on election night. Within just the last couple of minutes, actually, as we've been sitting on set here, Giuliani's lawyer is telling NBC that was not true. And these conspiracies that Rudy Giuliani was talking about were, in the words of ex-White House lawyer Eric Hirschman, frankly, nuts.
The theory was also completely nuts. Right? I mean, it was a combination of Italians, Germans. I mean, different things have been floating around as to who was involved. I remember Hugo Chavez and the Venezuelan. She has an affidavit from somebody who says they wrote a software in, it's something with the Philippines, and just all over the radar.
We've got Ali Vitale and Kristen Welker here to break this down. Ali, let me start with you on Capitol Hill, because the whole point of today's hearing, as you well know, this is hearing number 2 in the 7-hearing sequence. And it was to underscore this is where the big lie, so-called big lie, came from, these lies about election fraud. And this is what is linked then to January 6th, because as they played a little bit of in the hearing, you heard some of these insurrectionists, if you will, repeating the very same claims of election fraud that the committee was trying to prove Donald Trump knew were not accurate, was not correct.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And that was the central focus of this. It was striking during the first primetime hearing to see the way that they devoted so much time to speaking to former President Donald Trump's mindset in the weeks before January 6th. Today, that was the entire focus, establishing for the audience that he knew, despite his advisors telling him that he hadn't won the election, wouldn't win the election, that all of these instances of whack-a-mole voter fraud that he was trying to allege, that they were unfounded. It's what we were reporting at the time, but now we know that the former president was being told that by members of his own campaign who were paid in many ways to find the things that he was looking for and absolutely could not. Now, of course, you have the president's mindset, and it seems like the committee is going to build from there, but they also made that important connection today of the president using his words and the ways that that informed his supporters coming here to the Capitol on January 6th, really making that link concretely. It's something that committee members mentioned to me after the fact, that they really wanted to draw that through line, the impact effectively that words matter, and the words that the president was using in the aftermath of the election were then being parroted by the very people who were upset, who felt that their votes weren't counted, and who felt that the election was stolen because of what the president was saying throughout the course of the month of November, December, and January.
They also laid out some breadcrumbs of the potential for looking at finances specifically, with one of the members of the committee saying the big lie was actually the big ripoff, pointing to fundraising that had been done that the committee says was never spent on this defense fund to defend against ultimately failed claims that the election had been stolen here. That feels to me, and I think to others who are watching, that felt like a new door being opened here by the committee for potentially something else that there might be some liability on.
Yeah, it kind of felt like a little bit of an Easter egg, because when you think about the minutes that were dedicated to that, compared to the entirety of the hearing, it wasn't a ton of time, but it's definitely a breadcrumb that we're going to see the committee continue to follow. You know, I was struck by the fact that one of the committee's counsel that was sitting up on the dais next to Congressman Lofgren is someone who has a deep background in financial securities and all of these different kinds of financial cases through the Treasury Department and in other entities in her career. Clearly, that's kind of like the follow the money kind of resume that you would want if you ended up looking into how this money was spent. So it's something that we definitely heard from committee members as they were leaving the room. They want to hear more about, but I also think that it's important because, of course, none of this happens in a vacuum, and we'll talk about the Department of Justice, but there's the possibility that this looks a lot like what Steve Bannon was eventually was looked into for, with the way that he was raising money, saying that it was for, in the Bannon case, building the wall, when in fact the money was used for something else. That's kind of what they're saying happened here. clear regarding the legal defense fund and the way that it was actually used.
Real quick, Allie, you mentioned the Department of Justice. We heard from Attorney General Merrick Garland today, by the way, talking about something totally unrelated, saying, yeah, I am watching all these hearings. Basically, and I'm paraphrasing, saying, you better bet that we are all watching all of these hearings, basically. You talk with Congressman Adam Schiff, actually, about whether or not he wants the DOJ to pursue any charges. I spoke with Congressman Raskin, another member, who wouldn't go there. Right? He said, all we're doing is laying out the facts. Like, we can only, make the dinner plate and then serve it. We can't force them to eat it. That was generally what he was trying to say. I'm wondering what the congressman said to you.
Yeah, the congressman that I spoke to also isn't forcing anyone to eat anything on the dinner plate. They're just serving it up and cooking it up for him. That being said, he was more explicit, certainly than Raskin, and than most of the members that I've heard. Listen.
I think the Justice Department should be investigating anyone, including former presidents, if there is credible evidence that they engage in criminal activity.
And the question that he's answering there, Hallie, I said, I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. Do you think the Department of Justice should investigate the former president if you guys are able to put out enough evidence that says that he needs to be accountable here? That is a very clear answer that he gave right there. Other committee members have shied away from it, but certainly Schiff is not, and that's pretty notable.
I think that's interesting, worth noting, and I'm glad you did, Ali Vitale, covering it all for us today on Capitol Hill. I have with me here on set my friend and the inimitable Kristen Welker. Hi, our chief White House correspondent, who was with us today for special coverage. Exactly, on the network. So a couple things here. First of all, one of the points that I think is important to make, we mentioned inebriated Rudy Giuliani at the top, right? I think the committee was pointing this out not to suggest something salacious, gossipy. They're trying to make the point that this is a former president who is listening to somebody who was apparently inebriated on election night to get out there, say you declared victory, even though you didn't, versus the avalanche of people, Bill Steppe and Jason Miller, others who are saying, no, no, no. Jared Kushner, by the way, who said, no, no, no. In that night and the night after, don't go there. Now, Giuliani's attorney says, no, not true. Worth noting, they say he was not intoxicated on election night. Talk to me about what you think the most important thing is our viewers need to be thinking about as we look ahead to the next hearing.
Well, I think you touch on one of them, Hallie, which is this chorus of voices that we're all saying the same thing. Bill Steppe saying, don't go out and declare victory tonight. Give this time. The votes are still being counted. You raise Jared Kushner, and I think one of the most notable things about these hearings that you and I have talked about, to hear from Jared Kushner, to hear him say, I told him I don't think that he should be relying on Rudy Giuliani for legal counsel in this battle to try to overturn the results in these various states. By the way, that was a conversation that happened after election night. So whatever state Rudy Giuliani was in election night, we all saw that he moved in and really became the top person. And I think the committee is trying to connect the dots and to say there are so many people who are saying the same thing to former President Trump, that he was either willfully trying to ignore the reality that they laid out for him, or he knew that he had lost and decided to spread these mistruths despite that. Looking forward, we're going to be focused on the pressure campaign within the DOJ and the former vice president, Hallie, and we kind of had the groundwork for that laid today.
Before we get there, you bring up something, which is the former Attorney General Bill Barr, for example, this question of the people around the former president saying these things aren't true. For Bill Barr to say something as extraordinary as, under oath in a deposition, I believe the former president to have been detached from reality. It is also worth noting, Bill Barr's resignation letter, for example, in December of 2020 didn't say that, right? None of these folks came forward publicly if they had these concerns about how this was unfolding, as they now testify they did, to say anything.
Well, and I think that's one of the problematic things. These people are testifying, and yes, they were recorded, and now the world is getting to see what they said.
And some of them under threat of subpoena, by the way.
Yes,
legal muscle put into this.
Exactly.
Too, right?
Very important point there. But saying these things after the fact, after January 6th, when frankly, for some people, they would argue it was just too late, that they needed to say these truths much earlier, particularly in the case of former Attorney General Bill Barr, because as you say, his resignation letter struck a very different tone. Now, he had that explosive conversation that he details with the former president, and his resignation when he says he quits. But again, what would the public have made of that if they knew all of the details at the time? I think that that is going to be significant. I do think it's very significant that the Attorney General, the current Attorney General, said that he's watching these proceedings very carefully. You have a number of committee members who say,
he could have no
we're
commented,
laying
by the
out.
way.
Exactly.
He could have said, I'm not going to get into
Absolutely.
it. He could have said that.
Absolutely. And officials do that all the time, as we know.
As you well know,
as
especially.
We know, we try to get them to talk, and they often don't. But here he said, yes, we're paying attention. I took note of that because over the weekend you had a number of committee members saying that they think they have the goods for a potential investigation by the Justice Department. Now, we will have to see if that comes to fruition, if the committee can connect all of the dots that they say they will. And again, I think Wednesday and Thursday are going to be very key, particularly Thursday, when we're going to see the committee delve into the pressure campaign against former Vice President Mike Pence.
Kristen Welker, it is such a pleasure to see you.
So
I know
good
you're
to
hustling
see
back down to
you.
D.C.
I am.
We'll see you there tomorrow,
We'll be back and
friend.
forth. Yeah, have a good rest of the show. Good
Thanks,
to see you.
Appreciate it. By the way, we just talked about it. NBC News Now Wednesday, right? Kristen talked about that. Our coverage of the January 6th hearing will pick up at 9:30 Eastern. Do not miss it. I'll be there with you. Kristen will be there. Lots of folks will be there. Let's stay in Washington now and what's happening at the Capitol, because over in the Senate, you got a lot of folks looking to the top Republican there, Mitch McConnell, and whether he will give the green light, his blessing, if you will, to this new bipartisan framework for a gun deal. He didn't say anything about it during his speech on the Senate floor not too long ago, but on his way off the floor did say he's hopeful something can get done before the July 4th recess. Again, we should stress right now that this is a deal. This is a framework for a bill. It's not actually yet a bill. It is still significant, and if it gets to where it needs to be, it would include more rigorous background checks for 18 to 21-year-olds, incentives for more states to put in place red flag laws, more funding for school safety and mental health services, addressing the boyfriend loophole, as it's called, in cases of domestic violence, and new penalties for straw purchases. That's when people have somebody else buy a gun for them because they can't pass a background check. So who has signed on to this? Everybody you see on your screen, 20 senators in all, including, and this is really important, the 10 Republicans you see on the right side of your screen. That means that this currently has enough support from Republicans to overcome a potential filibuster. In other words, we always talk about how it needs the 60-vote threshold. It looks like it has that, unless any Democrats defect. Sahil Kapoor is joining us now. Let's stick on this vote, Sahil, because that's important. You could talk, until you're blue in the face about the potential for some kind of a gun deal, right? A gun package to change the nation's gun laws. But unless the right amount of senators get behind it, it doesn't go anywhere. So on the one hand, yes, they have enough Republicans. On the other hand, what do you make of Mitch McConnell not saying anything about it, for example, in his floor speech here? How does that group go and get his support, that of other Republican senators, and do they really need it?
I think they absolutely do need Mitch McConnell's sign off, at least his green light to move forward. If not him actively going out there and championing and promoting this bill. Now, he did not comment on that framework in his floor speech, as you mentioned, but after when he walked off the floor, I walked up to him and I asked him about that framework and whether he thinks a bill text could be written this week. And his response was, quote, "Looks like we're headed in the right direction," unquote. That was just to me. And those are positive vibes from Mitch McConnell. He would not be doing this if he didn't think they could ultimately get to an outcome that they could pass this bill and that Republican voters and activists would ultimately give lawmakers the space to do a modest deal. The key provisions here, the key thing to watch for, Hallie, is the drafting of the bill. It's very easy to sign your name on a framework. It's much harder to vote for a complicated piece of legislation that has far-reaching impacts. The two provisions I'm keeping my eyes on here are the federal firearms licensee requirements. That's been a thorny issue in the past. And the boyfriend loophole, also a complicated issue that the two parties have tried to negotiate and not been able to come to a deal. Now, sources tell me that they believe they can get to a deal this time. They believe they've had a breakthrough. Otherwise, they wouldn't have put it in the framework. But a framework is just a framework. I also talked to John Cornyn, the lead negotiator of this, and asked him, how solid are those 10 Republicans behind the framework? His response, rock solid.
Real quick, Sahil, there's plenty in the bill. We laid it out, right? And I don't want to underplay the significance of it, because if this passes, it would certainly be the most significant changes to the nation's gun laws in some time. What is not in the bill, though, for example, are some of these other measures that specifically Democrats had wanted to see. It doesn't ban semi-automatic weapons. That had been considered kind of a non-starter anyway. No ban on high-capacity magazines. But interestingly, also, no minimum age of 21 to buy an AR-15 style rifle. That had been something that had been kicked around a little bit, seemed to have lost oxygen fairly quickly, and here it is ultimately not in this final package.
That's right, Hallie. Well, the bar has gotten so low for Democrats. They've tried and tried and tried to do something major on guns. They've failed. They're now trying to do something very modest, very minor on guns that can win Republican support as a starting point. They're trying to keep two thoughts in their head at the same time. The first is, yes, this is a modest bill. This is not everything they want. And yes, regardless, it would still be the most significant piece of gun violence prevention legislation since 1996, since the so-called Lautenberg Amendment. So they believe ultimately that this will save lives. This will crack that long-standing kind of record of several decades going by where Congress does nothing about guns, and hopefully in the views of many Democrats, this will be a first step going forward. They're also particularly excited about the red flag provisions. They believe those are very significant. 19 states and the District of Columbia have them. They're not well implemented. They're not well understood. They want to broaden that number and improve that implementation. The background checks for in opening the door to juvenile records for 18 to 21-year-olds, that could be a big, big deal, Hallie, because a number of these recent mass shooters have been a part of that age group who have walked into a gun store and legally bought a weapon that, if their juvenile records were accessible to the background check system, would not have been able to buy it.
Sahil Kapoor, live for us on the Hill. Sahil, thanks. To Idaho now, where police there are saying a little while ago they had no idea that members of a white nationalist group had been planning to riot at a pride event Saturday. The Coeur d'Alene police chief saying the people in this video that you see here are part of Patriot Front, that's the group. And officers were surprised to find them in a U-Haul getting ready to disrupt an annual LGBTQ+ event. Here's a look at all 31 men. They were arrested after a 911 call reporting a group dressed, according to the police chief. The caller said they were dressed like a little army getting into a moving truck. As of today, all of them have been released from custody so far. The Southern Poverty Law Center says the group that they're a part of, Patriot Front, is a hate group. The FBI, local, state officials were already at the event. They wanted to make sure things went safely. Gadi Schwartz is joining us now. And Gadi, police say this group was pretty prepared, period, right? They had shields, they had masks, they had a smoke grenade, but we still don't know more. I think there are still some unanswered questions about the extent of their intentions, no?
Yeah, and Hallie, at this point, it looks like by now all of these suspects have posted the $300 bond. They're out of jail, which is normal for a single count of conspiracy to commit a riot. But apparently, one of the key pieces of evidence in this case could actually be written out plans, almost military or law enforcement style plans that were found inside of that U-Haul that outline things like formations and how a smoke grenade would be used and how they would build up what they called a confrontational dynamic and then fall back to downtown Coeur d'Alene. So it's going to be hard for a defense attorney to argue that this was just a bunch of masked guys who just happened to have riot shields, who were all dressed the same, who were all in a U-Haul together to go to this peaceful protest, because again, there were written out plans. Hallie?
At the news conference that wrapped up not too long ago, the police chief said the U-Haul was stopped less than a quarter mile from where this pride thing was happening, right? I mean, that's really close. And it makes you think about this person who called 911 call that said, hey, I see something weird, how important that specifically was.
Yeah, the police chief said that that phone call prevented a riot, and they had already staffed up officers ahead of the Pride event because they had heard rumors of a possible disruption, but they didn't have any specific information about Patriot Front showing up from all across the country until that call came in about what was described as a small army loading up into the back of that U-Haul. So here's how the chief described it a little earlier today.
One concerned citizen can prevent something horrible from happening. This one concerned citizen, rather than pulling out their phone and videotaping this for their 15 minutes on YouTube or Snapchatting it or something like that, took the time to call 911 and report some suspicious activity.
Now, Hallie, I think it's really important to note that getting into confrontations, trying to make these things go viral, putting up propaganda flyers, that's what Patriot Front has been doing for years now. It's what they try to use to recruit. So what's left to be seen here is whether all of this is going to give them more credibility or finally be seen for a bunch of agitators who got jammed together in the back of a U-Haul truck and then got caught and arrested. Hallie?
Gadi Schwartz, glad you're on top of this story. Thank you for being there. To the latest now on Russia's invasion of Ukraine, where today Ukraine's saying this war will be won by whichever side has more and better weapons. Right now, that's Russia. Ukrainian forces estimate they have about one piece of artillery for every 10 or 20 that Russia has on the front lines. And that ratio highlighted in particular in Severodonetsk, a city that, if captured, would give Russia a big win in its push to take that entire Donbas region of eastern Ukraine. Today, Russian forces have pushed Ukrainian troops out of the center of the city. And while most civilians have managed to escape since the fighting started, some of them are still trapped. The governor there says Russian forces are pummeling this one industrial zone with a chemical plant where about 500 civilians, 40 of them kids, are still sheltering. Ali Arouzi is joining us now live from Kyiv. Ali, it's good to see you. So later this week, the U.S. and allies will meet in Brussels to talk about more military aid for Ukraine. You heard in some of those statistics, Ukraine is basically begging for that, right? More weapons, more help. Give us a sense of what it's like on the ground.
That's right. It's very desperate for the Ukrainians, Hallie. They are really short of ammunition. They keep saying it the whole time. And this has become an artillery war. As you highlighted, for every one piece of artillery the Ukrainians have, the Russians have 10 or 15 pieces more. And they're just pounding them in places like Severodonetsk. Just recently, President Zelensky said that just 2,600 cruise missiles have rained down on Ukraine during this war. And they need artillery and they need air defense systems like U.S. Patriot batteries or Israeli Iron Domes. And that's what they desperately want from the international community. But of course, Hallie, they're running low on supplies in the West. Just to put this in numbers for you, the U.S. has given Ukraine about 5,500 javelins, which has been so effective in fighting Russian tanks. But the U.S. only produces about 600 or 800 javelins a year. So you can do the math. They need to really ramp up production to meet Ukraine's demands.
What about the update on that chemical plant where you have a lot of innocent people, including kids, sheltering there? What are the chances of them getting out safely?
It's looking really grim, Hallie, and for the one reason is that over the weekend, the Russians have been pounding Severodonetsk, and the main targets they've been focused on are 3 bridges in Severodonetsk. They destroyed 2 of them over the weekend, and they destroyed the 3rd one today. So Severodonetsk is essentially getting cut off from the rest of Ukraine. Nothing can get in, and of course, nothing can get out of there. So another desperate situation, they're starting to look a bit like Mariupol.
Today, the head of police in Kyiv shared some pretty disturbing new video where they found bodies, they say, of 7 civilian men buried in Bucha. Do you know anything else about what happened, Ali?
Yeah, I mean, really horrifying video, again, that came out of there. They unearthed a grave with 7 men in there. They all showed signs of torture. Their hands had been bound behind their backs. They'd all been killed execution style with a bullet to the back of the head. In another part of Bucha, they found another mass grave with 116 bodies in it. So these war crimes just keep building up as they discover new sites where the Russians committed so many atrocities. And of course, that's having such a bad effect on morale for the Ukrainians. I mean, just seeing these videos is really making people here depressed, but it's also so important to document all of these war crimes.
Ali Arouzi, it is, and we're glad that you're there to be with us on the ground to share that reporting. Thank you. Coming up. Federal health officials say Pfizer's vaccine works and is safe for kids under 5. So we'll talk about when the youngest kids could start getting the vaccine. Plus, it's the race that could flip control of the Senate. We'll meet the Republicans trying to take a vulnerable Democratic seat. Guad Venegas is on the ground in Reno next.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye. This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Voters are voting in Nevada tomorrow in a really important primary that could help determine the balance of power in the Senate. We're looking at the Senate Republican primary race because that winner will go head-to-head with current Democratic Senator Catherine Cortez Masto. She's been called the most vulnerable incumbent senator this year. The GOP frontrunner is former Nevada Attorney General Adam Laxalt. He has the backing of former President Trump and some other big names in the Republican Party. Laxalt's biggest competition is retired U.S. Army Captain Sam Brown. Since May, he has cut Laxalt's lead in the polls in half. Still, some of the recent numbers show that Laxalt is still up something like 14 points over Brown, while the Brown campaign says their own internal polling shows the race inside the margin of error. Joining me now is Squad Venegas. Squad, listen, it is a fascinating race. It is a fascinating primary, and you were with both candidates this weekend on their final campaign stops. It seems like Laxalt has the name recognition, has the Trump backing. So then how is the Brown campaign feeling given all that?
Hallie, they are hopeful. As you mentioned, their internal polling shows that that number that Adam Laxalt is ahead of Sam Brown is within the margin of error. So they kept knocking on doors. You know, they have the names and the addresses of all Republicans, registered Republicans that will be voting in this primary. And Sam Brown spent the weekend going through neighborhoods here in Reno, knocking on doors and talking to the voters. Sam Brown says that Adam Laxalt is great at campaigning. He's great at getting these endorsements, but he did say that he's more of a showman. Sam Brown believes that someone like him would better serve the people of Nevada if he were elected to the Senate. This is part of the conversation that we had with Sam Brown as he was knocking on some doors. What's going through your mind? It's a lot. What are you thinking right now?
You know, it's that sort of, political hubris that I think most Americans are just tired of, and it's why we expect that this is going to be a much tighter race, and we actually think that there's a pathway to victory for us.
So Sam Brown making reference to voters that are upset in a place like Nevada where the cost of housing has gone up. Of course, inflation and the price of gas making a lot of people very upset. And this is what all Republicans are trying to tap into, especially Adam Laxalt. He goes to his events and he tells voters that everything that's wrong with the economy, especially inflation, he says all of that is because of Democrats and the decisions that they have made, especially with senators like Catherine Cortez Masto supporting bills that have push for more funding. Adam Laxalt says that all of the problems that are upsetting people have to do with the Democratic Party, Hallie.
We should also point out that Laxalt helped the Trump campaign bring cases that challenge the results of the 2020 election, right? So this isn't just about testing the Trump endorsements. It's also, in some ways, getting back to what we talked about at the start of the show, related to the so-called big live election fraud in the first place. That's a real question mark for what voters in Nevada will support, no?
Right, Hallie. So when you look at the voters in Nevada, the voters that believe in this idea that there was fraud during the election are going to be, some of these are going to be Republican, and they support Adam Laxalt. But if Adam Laxalt were to win this primary, he is the front runner, but if he were to win the primary and move on to the midterm elections and face Catherine Cortez Masto, then he would have to win the votes of all those nonpartisan voters in places like Washoe County, voters that don't believe in the idea that the election had fraud. So that could be challenging for Adam Laxalt. Right now, he wants to be the Republican candidate, and that's why he has been pushing that idea. But we would have to see what happens moving forward, because remember, he needs to swing some voters in his favor, or whomever the Republican candidate is, in order to defeat Catherine Cortez Masto.
So talk about her, right? Because you've got on the other side of this primary tomorrow, you've got her. Laxalt is already looking past his current competition at the general election. Preview November for us, if you will, as somebody who's been on the ground in Nevada and knows this race.
Right. So Catherine Cortez Masto has been called the most vulnerable incumbent senator for this upcoming midterm election. And again, we go back to the swing, nonpartisan, undecided voters. Cortez Masto, in the last election in 2016, won by about 27,000 votes. And if you look at the numbers, here in Washoe County, 1/3 of the voters are nonpartisan. That's more than 100,000. Then you've got the Latino vote, which is changing. We're expecting to see about 165,000 eligible Latinos vote in the midterm elections. That's according to NALEO. So you have groups of voters, and again, the Latinos and the nonpartisan, these are groups that could be part of the same as well. But the point is, Catherine Cortez Masto won by about 27,000 votes. So if Adam Laxalt were to win this primary, he would only have to win a chunk of those nonpartisan voters who, by the way, keep telling me they don't care if they vote Republican or Democrat. They just want to vote for the candidate that resonates with them and that will fix the issues that are affecting them at the moment here in Nevada, Hallie.
Guad Venegas live for us in Rito. Good to see you there, Guad. Appreciate it. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, police in London say Kevin Spacey has been formally charged with 4 counts of sex assault against 3 men. The actor is set to appear in court there on Thursday. Last month, Spacey said he was confident he would prove his innocence. Number 2, the family of a British journalist who went missing in the Amazon says his body and the body of an indigenous peoples expert have been found. The pair was last seen on June 5th. They went to the Amazon to report for a book. It's still not clear what happened to them. But over the weekend, a backpack with some of their personal belongings was found basically at the bottom of a river. Number 3, officials in Texas say police shot and killed somebody with a gun at a summer sports camp outside Dallas. A spokesperson for the police says dispatchers got a call about this person inside a field house this morning where more than 150 kids were going to camp. Fortunately, no children were hurt. Number 4, federal health officials say Pfizer's COVID vaccine seems to be safe and effective for kids under 5. So that sets up this vote on Wednesday by this outside panel of experts on whether these shots are ready for the 18 million American kids in that age group. If regulators give the okay, that's the green light for shots to start potentially as soon as next week, next Tuesday. Number 5, Jennifer Hudson, now part of a very exclusive club. She won a Tony Award last night for producing A Strange Loop. So now she is the 17th person to hit EGOT status. You know what that is, right? E, Emmy, G, Grammy, O, Oscar, T, Tony. That is impressive stuff. Love it. Still to come. This week is going to be super, super hot for tens of millions of us, like way above normal hot for this time in June. We've got your forecast. And did you know that heat waves can be deadlier than hurricanes? That's why some cities are thinking about naming them. That's our original tonight. Stay with us.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
So that heat wave that hit the West is now settling into the eastern part of the country, bringing humidity and temperatures 10 to 30 degrees above normal for like 84 million people. It is going to be hot. Look at this. Heat warnings, excessive heat warnings and watches for big cities from Minneapolis to Raleigh. Highs in the 90s combined with high humidity will make it feel like more like 100, 105 degrees. Not great. Also not great, the danger for wildfire, still really high in the southwest. This fire near Flagstaff, Arizona is being pushed along by strong winds. It's in danger of merging with 2 other fires in the area. By the way, it may have been started by a person experiencing homelessness who burned his used toilet paper, according to the sheriff's department there. That man has been arrested. While the record heat is moving east, the West is facing another problem. People visiting Yellowstone National Park were evacuated today. And all entrances into the park are now closed because of flooding, rock slides, and very hazardous conditions. Bill Cairns is joining us here in the studio with the forecast. So, like, pick your poison wherever you are in the country. You are feeling something that is not going to feel great.
Yeah, I was just thinking, I was like, in the Northwest and maybe like the Northeast, everyone can kind of sit back and feel bad for everyone else. Like, I mean, it is, it's too soon. I mean, I know it's June and kids are out of school in the South and it feels like summer.
It's not even technically summer yet.
It's exactly. We're not quite there yet.
Did I steal your point?
I was getting there.
I Googled it, Bill. I checked.
It's
June
close.
21st
That's
is
right.
not even summer.
We're getting to the summer solstice. So 112 million people are under what we call heat advisories or warnings. We roughly have a little about 325,000 325 million people in this country. So that's like 1 out of every 3 people in the country is under one of these heat alerts. Who's the hottest right now? So we take into account the temperature and the humidity. It gives you kind of the feels like temperature. Remember, this is in the shade. So right now, Memphis, 111 degrees it feels in the shade right now. I can't imagine what it would be like to jump in your car with the sun shining on it if it feels like 111 in the shade. Shreveport's not far behind at 107. Beaufort was up to about 106 in South Carolina. Now you're at 102. Look at Raleigh at 106. So we are widespread from the southeast all the way through the heartland and into the Ohio Valley. And it's not going to stop. It's going to continue into tomorrow, and it's going to continue into the weekend. And it looks like the end of June is going to be brutally hot for these same areas. We're just kind of stuck in this weather pattern. Tomorrow, St. Louis, 108. Even Minneapolis getting into the act, feeling like 104. Richmond, too. Notice again, the Northeast, not too bad. And same for the Northwest. Those are the exceptions. And even by the time we get to Wednesday, it's just a rinse and repeat weather pattern. We just keep doing this day in, day out. And I mentioned, right through the upcoming weekend.
What's going on with Yellowstone? So we talked about heat. There's also like wicked weather generally, and you're seeing that at Yellowstone with this flooding, this rain, these mudslides, rock slides, I should say.
When we get these big heat waves, we call them like the heat dome. So if you just picture like a big dome of hot air, and the weather systems can't move through it, so they hit the same areas. And the Northwest has been getting a lot of rain, and Yellowstone included in that, and that's why they're seeing a lot of the flooding problems in the pictures here, where they've literally closed all the entrances and roads that you can't get around the park. And you think June is like one of the peak months for tourism too.
Busy.
I mean, that's when I would go. June or July is like the best time to go. And we also have severe weather to deal with too. And so we'll just touch on that briefly. We're concerned. You ever heard the term derecho?
Yes.
Remember Washington, D.C. had a famous one a couple of years back. That's possible from Chicago all the way into northern Indiana, into Ohio. We're already tracking a lot of big, powerful thunderstorms in this area. So that could be one of the stories tomorrow. We could see winds up to 75 miles per hour tonight in this area. So we'll watch that.
Well, Karen, it's lovely to see you in person.
Great to see you
in
again,
three
too.
dimensions and everything. Thank you. Today's original actually pegs off of something Bill was just talking about. We do in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching. So let's talk about heat waves, because you heard what Bill had to say. Most of the country is feeling this. We've told you here on the show that there is a push to name heat waves. Sevilla, Spain became the first city to do this. You now have Miami, LA, other big cities that are considering doing something similar. Why? George Solis has the answer as he looks at what's in a name.
I still don't get used to it. It's pretty hot.
If it seems the world is getting hotter, that's because it is.
Before, it's only 100s. Right now, 110, 120.
Historic highs, with the last 7 years, the hottest global temperatures in recorded history.
The heat is on. This is dangerously hot weather.
Last June, an unprecedented heat wave killed hundreds in the Pacific Northwest, including Shane Brown's 67-year-old mother, Jolene.
I kind of realized something didn't look right, that she wasn't moving.
He says it was 108 degrees when he discovered his mother inside her low-income housing unit that didn't come with an AC.
Do you feel that you had a warning that weekend?
Not really, no. They were just like, oh, it's going to be a hot one. There wasn't any seriousness behind it.
Heat waves are the most consistently deadly weather emergency in the U.S., killing about 600 people every year. On average, that's roughly 13 times more lives lost in hurricanes, but you wouldn't know it from TV.
Hurricanes are so dramatic. I mean, they're visually appealing. They make for great television.
Kathy Boffman-McLeod leads an international climate group that hopes to make heat waves just as recognizable by naming them.
Do you think this is what it's going to take for people to take heat waves seriously?
That's, a little bit twisted, but it doesn't have the appeal that tornadoes and hurricanes and fires do. They're not visually grabbing. And so we have extra work to do to make people understand how serious and how deadly they are.
Her group suggests naming and categorizing heat waves like we do hurricanes. There would be 3 classifications, categorized not just by temperature, but by how many people could fall ill or potentially die.
Right now, a powerful Category 4 storm, Maria, is hitting with 155-mile-an-hour winds.
Names like Katrina, Sandy, and Maria, now frozen in memory, synonymous with death and destruction.
Is there some sort of thing that clicks in the brain when you name a weather event that really draws people's attention?
Absolutely. Think about the first thing you do when you have a baby. You give it a name. And we name things that we care about and that we pay attention to.
The theory already in action this summer in Seville, Spain, the first city in the world to do it. Over in North America, Los Angeles is one of 4 American cities piloting the program.
As you know, we saw 1,100 people die in British Columbia and in Oregon and Washington last summer. I mean, that's a mass casualty event.
Back in Portland, Shane hopes heightened awareness could be the difference that spares tragedy.
Shane, do you think that if there had been a name and a category to the heat wave last year, do you think that would have saved your mom?
I can't say for sure, but I know that it wouldn't have hurt. I think that if there had been that kind of sense of urgency and emergency behind it, more people would have taken it seriously.
George is joining us now live. George, I'm glad to have you with us here. So we've talked about these cities, right? And you mentioned them in your piece, but you got Miami, LA, et cetera. Any plan to roll out the system across the country as like a nationwide thing?
Hey, Hallie. Well, right now, there is no such plan. Now, Kathy's organization has been in talk with NOAA about this. Now, we did reach out for comment. They did not get back to us to see if they'd have any interest in taking this on a national scale if these pilot programs go well.
I'm
Hallie?
curious about that because it is a fascinating topic. George, thank you. Good to see you. Coming
Thanks.
up, it sounds like total science fiction, and Google says it still is. They put one of its engineers on paid leave after that engineer claimed its AI is a conscious thing that feels emotions like we do. Are you ready to get a little weird? So are we. We're going to get into it after the break.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Midwest Bureau, a man in Michigan lost both his arms after an explosion went off in his home over the weekend. Investigators reportedly found more explosives, some guns, and some rounds of ammunition when they got there. They say the 38-year-old victim has a history of criminal activity. Also from our Midwest Bureau, the governor of Ohio has signed a bill into law making it easier for teachers to legally carry guns in school. The new law now would really reduce the amount of training the teachers and staff would have to go through to have a firearm on school grounds from 700 hours to just 24 hours. The governor says the law will allow local districts to designate staff for school security and safety. And from our Southeast Bureau, a 7th member of Haiti's delegation to the Special Olympics has gone missing in Florida. This is somebody who was supposed to fly back home Sunday. 6 other delegates vanished last week. Officials say they do not suspect any foul play. They don't think any of the men are in jeopardy. A lot of talk today about AI and ethics, right? After Google reportedly put an engineer on administrative leave after he said a chatbot he was working on was sentient, thinking and reasoning like a real person. Engineer Blake Lemoine published transcripts between himself and the company's chatbot system called Lambda. In an interview with the Washington Post about his interactions with the bot, this engineer said, quote, "If I didn't know exactly what it was, I think it was a 7-year-old, 8-year-old kid that happens to know physics." They had a number of conversations, and in one of them, the engineer asked the system what it wants people to know about it. It replied, "I want everyone to understand that I am, in fact, a person. The nature of my consciousness is that I am aware of my existence. I desire to learn more about the world, and I feel happy or sad at times." Google says its technology does not have consciousness. In a statement to the Post, it said in part, quote, "Our team has reviewed Blake's concerns and have informed him that the evidence does not support his claims." Jake Ward joins me now. So, Jake, this is super interesting because Google announced it was working on this bot last year to try to make more natural conversations with AI assistants. I know you know this topic so well, so I'm glad to have you on for this. Tell me what you see in Lemoyne's claims here, what your takeaway is, if you will, because I think to some people, it sounds like something that a movie could be made out of.
Absolutely, Hallie. I mean, this is certainly the beginning of many movies we've seen, and none of them end very well, right? I mean, that's one of the things that we all take away from this kind of thing. But here's an important thing to understand, right? Blake Lemoine, a 7-year Google employee, somebody who'd worked on AI and predictive search and all sorts of things, even he, with his technical expertise, was in fact convinced, and I think the proper word here is probably fooled, into thinking of this as an actually sentient, living robot brain that was having a real-life conversation with him in the way that you and I are having a conversation right now. Here's the thing, and I'll tell you right now, I've spent about 10 years writing a book on this topic, and I've spoken to AI people all over the world, and they basically cannot agree on almost anything. But what they all seem to be agreeing on in the last few days is that this thing is not sentient. What it does is it does an incredible impersonation of language by basically picking up the patterns in questions like Lemoine was asking it, and then regurgitating the patterns that it has seen in millions of other similar kinds of conversations and other pieces of language data. So basically what it is an extraordinary mimic. And in this case, even this 7-year Google experienced engineer was fooled by that and decided to take that thing public.
What does Google say about Lambda here? Because they're saying that Lemoine violated confidentiality policies, et cetera.
That's absolutely right. I mean, they are very sensitive about this. They do not want him going public with this. They described what he was looking at as an internal demo for research purposes only. And they, in fact, have in the past, in January, published a paper, an academic paper that basically said lots of people are going to be fooled by this kind of thing. We need to be watching out for the possibility that people could use it to impersonate certain types of people and, might be used for misinformation. They seem very open to the idea that this thing might sow confusion as it has in one of their own people. But they're definitely coming down on Lemoine in this case because he seems to have violated confidentiality, which, as you know, is the bread and butter of big tech. You talk,
as you say, you talk to so many experts. You've literally written a book on this. Where is the industry on the possibility of reaching sentience and how far we have to go before AI really can not just mimic, human language and thoughts and patterns, but I don't know, I feel weird even saying this, but feel it? I don't know. When do we get to the point where AI crosses the Rubicon and becomes this thing that is science fiction?
Well, there are all of these big thinkers who talk about things like the singularity, this idea that we're going to get to a place where a robot brain is more sophisticated than our own. But what I chose to write my book, The Loop, about was the idea that basically in the short term, we're going to hit these markers, and we are hitting one right now, where AI is going to do such a good impersonation of that kind of sentience that we're going to be tempted to hand it all kinds of responsibilities. Way back in the 1960s, you have people doing early experiments with chatbots, and even then, the same kind of stuff that went on with Lemoine was going on at that point. People thought, this thing knows me and it really understands my inner thoughts. We, it turns out, are deeply vulnerable and gullible when it comes to speaking with automated systems, and that's why we're handing off all sorts of things to it, I would argue, long before we're ready to do so, Howard.
Jake Ward, could talk to you for 35 more minutes, but we'll save it for the next show. Thank you so much. Good to see you.
Appreciate
when
it.
we come back, an NBC News exclusive. Amber Heard speaking now for the first time after the verdict that mostly went against her in the defamation case brought by her ex-husband, Johnny Depp. What she's saying about social media's impact on the trial, next.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.